Chapter 1192. Strong Puppet. Wu Lai would not have been able to convince several first-rate forces to join forces against the Ling Tian sect if Duan Ling Tian had not persuaded several Grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists to join the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian was very clear on that. Now that Wu Lai was dead, he collected Wu Lai's spatial ring and profundity fragment from his corpse. Then, Duan Ling Tian's silhouette flashed and vanished into thin air after collecting the spatial ring and profundity fragment. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. In just a matter of seconds, several short-lived cries filled the air. The next thing the Ling Tian sect elders and disciples noticed was that the other 5 people apart from the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, who was already dead, had been killed. At the same time, the purple silhouette reappeared and entered their line of sight. It took them a while to recover from their shock. Their sect leader was outrageously powerful. Not a bad haul, Duan Ling Tian murmured while looking at the pile of spatial rings and profundity fragments in his hand. Sect leader is incredibly powerful. At that time, the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect came to their senses and gawked at Duan Ling Tian with awe and respect. Although they already knew that their current sect leader was mighty, they had the misconception that Duan Ling Tian was just slightly stronger than the original peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong. The incident today totally changed their opinion of their sect leader. Their current sect leader had just killed 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses even after they joined hand. Any of the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses could have easily killed Yang Hong, the original peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin-Yang sect. Instead, all 4 of them were killed by Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, in the blink of an eye. Many people were whispering among themselves, as long as our sect leader is around, the Ling Tian sect will be able to hold our ground among the mid-level first-rate forces. There were many first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. However, their strength vastly differed from one another. For example, the former Yin-Yang sect along with the true martial sect and the Zhou clan were considered the lower-level first-rate forces in the inner land. They belonged at the bottom of the rankings. The 4 people that Duan Ling Tian had just killed were the leaders of 4 lower mid-level first-rate forces. They were far superior in strength when compared to the lower-level first-rate forces. I agree. I believe that with our sect leader's strength, he can even take on the top powerhouses of mid-level first-rate forces. Another person added. Many people quickly agreed with him. Our sect leader single-handedly killed the leaders of the 6 largest first-rate forces and the 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses that they brought along with them. My heart is still pounding just thinking about that scene. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed the recent battle excitedly. At that moment, they were proud of their identity as the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Master, you've improved rapidly. The gold thug smiled wryly at Duan Ling Tian. He recalled his battle against Duan Ling Tian the first time they met. Although Duan Ling Tian won, the victory was only by a small margin. However, the current Duan Ling Tian had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Young master. Shang Quan's eyes glimmered, and he seemed very excited after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's power. Feng Tianwu stood aside with a poker face. However, when her gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian, it turned warm and tender. Outrageous. That's abnormal. Zhang San murmured while sizing Duan Ling Tian up as if it was their first time meeting. He could never have guessed that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was not only an outrageously talented weapons craftsman and alchemist, but he was also a superb martial artist. Rumor has it that sect leader is also an inscription master. Zhang San became speechless after that. He felt that all his years of his life had been wasted. The group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists were just as bewildered as Zhang San was. They had joined the Ling Tian sect after Zhang San did. Back then, all of them were filled with pride and arrogance, but after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's weapons crafting and medicine refining technique, they were all humbled. They discovered that their weapons crafting and medicine refining technique was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. They heard rumors that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was extremely powerful since he was able to kill Peak Master Yang Hong of Yang Peak from the Yin-Yang sect in just an instant. Still, most of them did not precisely fathom how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. Today, through his strength, their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had etched that impression into their hearts and minds. They were astounded after seeing how powerful he was. A group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists whispered among themselves and lamented. Our sect leader must be the favorite child of the heavens. Apart from being accomplished in the weapons refinement Dao, medicine refinement Dao, and inscription Dao, he also has such immense strength in martial Dao. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. He can do as he pleases in the outer rim of the inner land with such power. Duan Ling Tian kept his cool when he faced all their looks of respect and awe. Time to disperse. Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air in front of the disciples and elders of the Ling Tian sect as soon as he finished his sentence. Only the rare few who were above the 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse saw his silhouette leaving. The scene became even livelier after Duan Ling Tian left. After today's incident, the Ling Tian sect's name will once again be known in the outer southern area of the inner land. No one doubted that. That news indeed spread very quickly thanks to the Ling Tian sect disciples. Many people were stunned when they heard it. The Ling Tian sect became famous yet again. The sect which was renamed from the Yin Yang sect had its name revered near and far. Among them, as the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian was even better known. He was viewed as the Prince Charming by many female martial artists and was idolized by many of the younger generations. Suddenly, everyone in the outer southern area of the inner land from 3 years old to 100 years old knew of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian became a renowned person, and the Ling Tian sect's buzz outshone all the other first-rate forces in the region. Naturally, it was also due to the fact that the outer southern area of the inner land only had low and mid-level first-rate forces. The higher-level first-rate forces were located in the inner areas and the core regions of the inner land. At the Ling Tian sect on Ling Tian Peak, waves of loud noises rumbled like exploding mines were heard resonating from the summit of Ling Tian Peak. Currently, 2 silhouettes were battling it out at the summit of Ling Tian Peak. One of them was purple, and the other was bronze. Both the silhouettes were extremely fast, and they were deep in the battle in a blink of the eye. Suddenly, the purple silhouette drew his sword. At the same time, in the void above him, the heaven and earth phenomenon made an earth-shattering change and transformed into the silhouettes of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the bronze silhouette was unfazed even when he faced his sword-wielding opponent. He swung his pair of hammer-like fists and seemingly shattered the space around them. 9 Dragon Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragon Radiant Flash. The 9 swords surrounding the purple silhouette instantly shot towards the bronze silhouette as fast as lightning while the purple silhouette zoomed backward. The 9 sword chi raced across the void and transformed into 81 5-colored divine dragons. The 81 divine dragons shot out an extremely radiant glow from their eyes as soon as they appeared. Zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. A total of 162 extremely bright streaks raced towards the bronze silhouette with the intention to puncture 162 holes on his body. At the same time, a layer of red energy appeared on the surface of the bronze silhouette's body like it was a burning flame. The bronze silhouette soared towards the incoming 162 blinding streaks with his hammer-like fists. In the void above him, a significant change occurred in the heaven and earth phenomenon. The outline of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons rumbled towards the purple silhouette with great momentum along with his fists as though they were storm clouds. Clang. Clang, 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 clang. The bronzed silhouette flexed both its fists and 4-colored energy spurred out from both fists to form a defensive barrier in front of him. The barrier managed to block the incoming 162 streaks of light. Even though he managed to block the 162 incoming bright flashes, he was forced a few steps back as a result of its aftershock. The defensive strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons was barely more powerful than the offensive force of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. The purple silhouette stopped at that moment and put the sword in his hands away. The 3-meter-tall bronze silhouette also stood there motionless after the purple silhouette stored his sword. The pulsating 4-colored energy around his body was slowly dissipating. If anyone else had been there, he or she would definitely be shocked because the bronze silhouette was not human, it was a refined bronze puppet. From the detailed and exquisite features on the puppet, one could discern the effort and dedication of its maker. At that moment, the purple silhouette neared the puppet and exclaimed, "The fully exerted strength of 5 ancient black dragons in addition to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. It can't be improved any further for the time being." Chapter 1193. It's called a hammer. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian. More than a month had gone by since those 6 great forces had come to the Ling Tian sect. In this 1 month or so, Duan Ling Tian had successfully created the remaining puppets. Not only that, but he also managed to group the puppets together and completely merge the origin energy that extended out of their origin stones in their bodies with the help of the inscription formation he extracted from the martial emperor's secret treasure. Because the origin stones inside the group of puppets were all of the supreme grade, the origin energy released by the origin stones from inside the combined puppet, which was made from this group of puppets, could mimic a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once it was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of one ancient black dragon. And this is because I've taken out all the supreme grade origin stones that I possibly could. Otherwise, the origin energy extending out of the puppets wouldn't be this potent. When Duan Ling Tian was creating the group of miniature puppets, not only did he use up all of the stock of the supreme grade origin stones in the Ling Tian sect, but he also used up all of the supreme grade origin stones in the spatial rings left behind by the 12 powerhouses from the 6 great forces. There were no longer any supreme grade origin stones in his hand. How lucky for you. It's fortunate that you didn't let me down. Standing in front of the copper puppet, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, however, if I want to raise your strength even more, I need to get my hands on more supreme grade origin stones. Or perhaps, I should wait for my spiritual energy to make further progress. The reason he said so was that his spiritual energy right now could only embed 4 pieces of profundity fragments into the puppet. He could not put the 5th piece in at all. Therefore, the strength that the copper puppet demonstrated now was limited. Right now, the copper puppet standing in front of Duan Ling Tian had a strength equivalent to a 7th level martial monarch when all of its energy was fully unleashed. It was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. On top of that, when they were grouped together, Duan Ling Tian made the few small puppets that would form fists to become a grade 1 spirit sword. When it made its attack, both of its fists would have the strength of over 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Among the 4 pieces of profundity fragments, the strongest one was the 8th level profundity fragment. When they were all added up together, the strength demonstrated would be equivalent to 3 ancient black dragons plus an additional 2,000 ancient horned dragons. For this reason, when all of its strength was released, it would be equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons plus 1,000 over ancient horned dragons. This would be 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than when Duan Ling Tian unleashed all of his power. However, the biggest flaw in it was that it did not know any martial skills and it could only use brute strength. For this reason, even though its strength was 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than that of Duan Ling Tian's, it was still forced to retreat after it blocked the sword attack that Duan Ling Tian cast. Of course, if they continued to fight, Duan Ling Tian would have no opportunity of winning at all. No matter how skillful his sword technique was, the strength gap of 2,000 ancient horned dragons was just too hard to overcome. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Duan Ling Tian murmured, as long as my spiritual energy can be raised, I can then merge a 5th profundity fragment into its body. By that time, its strength would continue to be elevated, and if there was a great number of supreme grade origin stones, it could raise its strength all the same too. However, all in all, he was quite pleased with the strength that the puppet possessed. If it fully went all out, even he would be no match to the puppet. As for the other people in the Ling Tian sect, well, was there even a need to talk about that? Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. In the next instance, he saw a figure charging up the peak like a lightning streak. He sliced through the sky like a sharp blade. The next moment, the person came to a halt not far away from Duan Ling Tian and revealed his true identity. It was none other than his old friend from last time, Chen Xiaoshuai, who had come to the Ling Tian sect a while ago. Chen Xiaoshuai was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. To be exact, he was the sword young master. As a glimmer flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he asked curiously, when did you come out of your closed-door cultivation? As far as he knew, after Chen Xiaoshuai came to the Ling Tian sect, he had never left and swore never to leave the closed-door cultivation until he made a breakthrough as he began to start cultivating painstakingly. I just came out today, Chen Xiaoshuai replied. At the same time, he grumbled, Duan Ling Tian, you really are stingy. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshuai's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately felt perplexed. With a confused face, he asked, stingy? What do you mean? I heard that you wiped out 12 powerhouses from 6 great first-rate forces last month, but you didn't order anybody to come and ask me to watch the fight. Isn't that stingy of you? Chen Xiaoshuai grumbled. And here I thought what was the matter in the first place. Duan Ling Tian was stunned first before he shook his head as he smiled. That time, When I heard that somebody has come to our Ling Tian sect to kill, I was instantly consumed with flames of rage, and all that was in my mind was to avenge my Ling Tian sect disciples. Do you think I'd even have such spare thoughts during that time? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaoshuai in speechlessness. Of course, it was only in front of Chen Xiaoshuai, his old friend of the past, that he was able to be so casual and return to his original self without the need to put on any fake airs at all. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Xiaoshuai did not have any comeback for him at all. Very soon, he no longer hung on to this matter as his gaze shifted towards the copper puppet beside Duan Ling Tian. Curious, he asked, Duan Ling Tian, did you make this puppet? When did you make it? I don't remember seeing this big fella at all when I first came here. Chen Xiaoshuai was surprised. Just recently, Duan Ling Tian replied. Chen Xiaoshuai nodded his head in realization before he asked again, why did you make this? This puppet can only have a strength that is equivalent to a void transformation stage martial artist at most. Not just that, but it doesn't obey orders and can't be controlled at all. It's pretty much useless. Chen Xiaoshuai knew a little bit about puppets. Even if it were a puppet catalyzed by supreme grade origin stones, it could only mimic a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist, and it could not even withstand a blow from a martial monarch like him. Pretty much useless. Chen Xiaoshuai's words made Duan Ling Tian chuckle before he asked with a smile, do you want to test its strength? You want me to test its strength? Are you serious? Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Duan Ling Tian like he was looking at a ghost. I'll be able to destroy this useless puppet with just a casual attack without the use of any spirit weapons. Give it a try then. Duan Ling Tian's smile remained plastered on his face. Are you sure you want me to try? If I really give it a go, don't blame me when I accidentally smashed it into a pile of rubbles, okay? Chen Xiaoshuai asked again. In the end, just like earlier, he still looked down upon the copper puppet by the side of Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart with complete disdain and contempt. If you can smash it into a pile of rubble, I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can give a boost of 90% in strength, Duan Ling Tian offered. Are you for real? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes had already brightened up. Staring fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, his breathing turned rapid as his chest rose and fell like a bellow, unable to calm down for a long time. Even though he did not know that Duan Ling Tian was a grade 1 weapons craftsman yet, he had already heard that he could contact a remarkable grade 1 master weapons craftsman. It was said that a grade 1 weapons craftsman could craft grade 1 spirit weapons that could give a 90% boost. When he just heard about this, he was immediately tempted. The spirit weapon in his hand was only a grade 2 spirit sword. If it could be upgraded to become a grade 1 spirit sword that could give off a boost of 90%, it would be like changing a fowling piece in a big gun as he was able to raise his strength significantly. Right now, upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, he thought that the latter intended to give a grade 1 spirit sword to him. After all, in his mind, this puppet would not be able to withstand a blow in front of a martial artist at his level. When have I ever deceived you before? Duan Ling Tian scowled at Chen Xiaoshuai before retreating and flying backward. From afar, he told Chen Xiaoshuai, hi, make your move on Hammer first, lest you say that Hammer bullies you. Hammer. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Xiaoshuai could not help but be stunned. Duan Ling Tian looked at the puppet that was 3 meters tall and said, it's that puppet. Hammer was the name that he had christened this puppet. It's only a puppet that would crumble on the first blow, and you actually gave it a name. Chen Xiaoshuai was a little flabbergasted. Once again, he looked at Duan Ling Tian to reconfirm, Duan Ling Tian, are you sure that I can smash it into a pile of rubble? Come on. Since when did you become so womanishly fussy? If you can really smash it into a pile of rubble, not only that, but I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can give a strength boost of 90%. Furthermore, I'll give you 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that have a purity of 90% and above as well. Duan Ling Tian frowned and snapped, slightly irritated. You said so yourself, okay. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshuai could no longer resist the temptation anymore. With a flash of his body, he started to make his move. Within Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, Chen Xiaoshuai's entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword as he soared through the sky. His target was the copper puppet that was 3 meters tall and was also known as Hammer. without any spirit weapon. When Duan Ling Tian saw Chen Xiaoshui raise his hand to solidify origin energy, profundity, and concept into a sword before charging out towards hammer at a speed as fast as lightning, he could not help but be taken aback. He could not believe that Chen Xiaoshui was actually this haughty. The sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand was wielded out freely and charged towards hammer. In the next second, it already arrived just right in front of hammer. At a speed of thunder and lightning, Duan Ling Tian gave an order to hammer, defense. At that moment, the origin energy from hammer's body skyrocketed as 4 high-level profundities followed suit like shadows. In just a moment, it had already formed a 4-colored light shield around its body. Right at this moment, the sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand had also landed on the light shield in time and clattered loudly. However, there was not even the slightest trace of ripple at all on the light shield at all. It still remained as steady as a mountain. Like the thunderous sword attack from Chen Xiaoshui was nothing at all. With no result from his first blow, Chen Xiaoshui's face darkened right away. With a lift of his hand, a grade 2 spirit sword appeared, and he made his attack again. The shadow of the sword charged out with ease and pounded towards the light shield on hammer. Another loud bang resonated, but the light shield still did not budge at all. This time, Chen Xiaoshui started to notice that something was wrong. Right now, it's time for hammer to make his move instead. At the same time, a familiar voice resonated by Chen Xiaoshui's ears, causing horror to dawn on him right away. Chapter 1194, Paying a Visit to the True Martial Sect. At that instant, all Chen Xiaoshui felt was the pressure from the hurricane that charged toward him. It was pressing on him so much that he could hardly breathe. Before he realized what was happening, the gigantic force pressed down on his body like a giant hammer on his chest and sent him flying backward. Barf. Like an arrow that was shot out of its bow, Chen Xiaoshui was sent flying in a wretched manner. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. What the hell is this monster? Chen Xiaoshui finally came to a halt. Instead of treating his injury first after he regained his senses, he stared at the gigantic figure from afar like an idiot. He was sent flying by that thing earlier. At this moment, a sky-piercing sound swept out toward Chen Xiaoshui and caused him to return to his senses. He raised his hand, caught the thing that Duan Ling Tian threw at him. A grade 1 life recovery pill. He saw a familiar pill when he opened his palm. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes brightened, and he swallowed the pill without any hesitation. In the next moment, colors returned to his pale face. What a strong medicinal efficacy! Chen Xiaoshui glared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the grade 1 life recovery pill you just gave me has more than 90% purity. Although his injuries were not heavy, it still surprised him that he recovered in just a blink of an eye. An ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill would most likely be unable to do that. That was why he asked Duan Ling Tian that question. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded before smiling. But it looks like you have no fate at all with the 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had given his words that as long as Chen Xiaoshui could smash the puppet, hammer, into rubble, he would give him a grade 1 spirit sword that could give a boost of 90% and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that had more than 90% purity. The moment Chen Xiaoshui heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was rendered speechless. While he was speechless, he looked at the 3 meters tall gigantic puppet in the distance again. Duan Ling Tian, what's this puppet monster you created? Why is it so powerful? This puppet that was named Hammer by Duan Ling Tian had blocked the full attack from his origin energy and profundity. At that time, he knew that the puppet's strength far surpassed his. As a result, he was sent flying by the puppet, powerless to strike back, before he could even regain his senses. Moreover, the puppet also withheld its strength a little when it was attacking him. Otherwise, he would have died. He could clearly sense all this when the puppet's blow landed on him. Didn't you say you're going to turn it into rubble? Now that your injuries are healed, do you want to give it another go? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui mockingly. Give it a go yourself. Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian in agitation. Earlier, he did not know the puppet's strength, so it was still acceptable. However, why would he look for trouble now that he knew the puppet's strength? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he chuckled. He lifted his hand and threw a spatial ring to Chen Xiaoshui. For you. What's this? Chen Xiaoshui asked with a puzzled expression on his face after he took the spatial ring. Why don't you take a look and find out for yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked. After Chen Xiaoshui performed the blood ownership claim and saw the items inside, his eyes lit up instantly. A grade 1 spirit sword and 2 bottles of pills. Don't tell me. The moment he thought of this, he immediately took the spirit sword out from the spatial ring. Origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the sword. In just an instant, a dazzling sword ray skyrocketed from it. The heaven and earth energy whirred above the sky and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 3,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. A 90% boost. When Chen Xiaoshuai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head, his body began to tremble in excitement. As for the other 2 bottles of pills, Chen Xiaoshuai could roughly guess what they were. They were undoubtedly the 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with more than 90% purity that Duan Lingtian mentioned earlier. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshuai realized the bet that Duan Lingtian made with him earlier was merely a joke. Duan Lingtian had long prepared these items for him. The moment Chen Xiaoshuai thought of this, he immediately thanked Duan Lingtian. Thanks, Duan Lingtian. Since when have you become so polite? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he chuckled. A mocking smile appeared on his face once again. Now that you've changed your sword, why don't you, train with hammer a little more? This time, Chen Xiaoshuai merely rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He could not be bothered to reply. He was not a masochist after all. However, he was really curious about this puppet that Duan Lingtian made from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, as far as I know, even a puppet that's mobilized by supreme grade origin stones only has the strength equivalent to a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist at the most. At most, one can only merge concept fragments with it. Chen Xiaoshuai asked curiously, but, your puppet has strength that has completely surpassed mine. How did you manage to create it? Although he had only used a grade 2 spirit sword earlier, he could still wield the strength of an ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. However, the puppet that Duan Lingtian created was not affected by his strength at all. From this, it could be deduced that the puppet's strength far surpassed his. As for how strong it was, he had no idea at all since the puppet's attack was just too fast that the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even solidify in time. Inscription formation. Duan Lingtian answered Chen Xiaoshuai's question bluntly. It had nothing to do with him whether Chen Xiaoshuai understood his words or not. Follow me for a trip. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshuai as though he was hit by a pang of realization. Puzzled, Chen Xiaoshuai asked, where to? Although Duan Lingtian did not reply Chen Xiaoshuai discovered the answer soon after. This was because Duan Lingtian had to ask somebody for directions. The place Duan Lingtian wanted to bring Chen Xiaoshuai to was the true martial sect. After a few days' journey, the two of them successfully arrived at the true martial sect's estate. The true martial sect's estate was extremely tranquil. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a strangeness in the air. Some time ago, a commotion had broken out in the true martial sect after the news of sect leader Wu Lai's death was transmitted back here. Ever since then, sorrow had descended on the place. However, the elders and disciples of true martial sect did not leave even though sect leader Wu Lai was dead. The true martial sect had something that they longed for. Putting everything aside, just the high-grade origin stone vein that the true martial sect controlled was enough to make the elders and disciples of true martial sect stay behind. Standing in the sky above the true martial sect's estate, Duan Lingtian looked at the estate and announced in a boisterous voice, I'm Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian's voice contained origin energy and fell from the sky like a bomb. It swept through the entire true martial sect's estate and took everyone by surprise. The sect leader of Lingtian sect. Is that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect? The one who killed the sect leader? Why's he here? Don't tell me he's here to eradicate the roots as well. An uproar erupted in the entire true martial sect's estate. Most of the elders and disciples of true martial sect were horrified, only a few remained calm and collected. Apart from Wu Lai, the sect leader of true martial sect, these few people were the strongest in true martial sect. After they heard the voice resonating from the sky, their faces turned glum. In the next instant, they soared up to the sky and headed in the direction where the voice came from. Duan Lingtian hovered quietly in the air. There was no shock in his eyes at all even when these few figures appeared before his eyes. Sect leader Duan. The people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were 3 old men over the age of 70. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. This scene took Chen Xiaoshuai, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, by surprise. Were these three old men sane? In fact, just over a month ago, Duan Lingtian had killed their sect leader and an 8th-level martial monarch. However, not only did they not seek revenge from Duan Lingtian, but they even bowed humbly in front of him. Looks like these three old men really don't want to part with the true martial sect's estate. Chen Xiaoshuai easily guessed the reason. If they were willing to part with it, they would have left a long time ago instead of staying on. After all, any normal person should know there was a chance that the sect leader of Lingtian's sect might pay a visit to the true martial sect after killing their sect leader to eradicate the sect. Duan Lingtian stared at the three old men before his eyes calmly and asked casually, "From today onward, the true martial sect will become an affiliated sect of Lingtian sect. Every year, you'll hand over 300 supreme grade origin stones and 1 million high grade origin stones to the Lingtian sect. Do you have any objection?" As for the three old men, colors had drained from their faces the moment they heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's words. A million high-grade origin stones were still acceptable, but 300 supreme-grade origin stones were certainly impossible with their power. The origin stone vein the true martial sect controlled was only a high-grade origin stone vein. Even if they dispatched a huge amount of manpower, it would still be difficult for them to dig out 300 supreme-grade origin stones in a year. However, the three of them trembled in unison after they heard the murderous intent hiding in the second half of Duan Lingtian's words. No, the three of them shook their heads at the same time. It was as though they feared the purple-clad young man would attack them if they took too long to answer. This purple-clad young man was someone who was able to kill their sect leader, Wu Lai. Wu Lai's strength was on par with theirs. However, this was not the only reason they feared the purple-clad young man standing before them. They heard that over a month ago, when he killed sect leader Wu Lai of the true martial sect, the sect leader of Lingtian sect had also killed 4 other men at the 9th-level martial monarch stage. The 4 9th-level martial monarchs were all leaders of first-rate forces that were at the lower middle level. Put aside the fact that they were only powerhouses from a low-level first-rate force, even the top powerhouses of the lower middle-level first-rate forces had all been annihilated. Due to this reason, they could only own up to their own inferiority. In the next instant, the three old men bowed and paid their respect to Duan Lingtian in unison. Good day, sect leader. Chapter 1195. Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shiqi. Just like that, the true martial sect survived. The price they had to pay was to become an affiliated sect of the Lingtian sect. Apart from that, they would need to pay a huge number of supreme grade and high grade origin stones to the Lingtian sect every year. After leaving the true martial sect and returning to the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian looked for Zhang San. From tomorrow onward, gather all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. After teaching all of you for a while, I'll have to make a journey to somewhere far, Duan Lingtian told Zhang San. Zhang San responded respectfully, indicating that he understood. The next morning, according to Duan Lingtian's order, Zhang San gathered all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists so that Duan Lingtian could teach them. The group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists joined the Lingtian sect for the sake of his name. If he did not give them some sweets, they would most likely leave soon. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian taught them patiently and even refined weapons and medicine in front of them without concealing anything. It all depended on their luck how much they could comprehend. As time passed, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had joined the Lingtian sect finally understood Duan Lingtian's attainment in the weapons and medicine refinement Dao. They were filled with heartfelt admiration and were even more determined to stay at the Lingtian sect. They believed as long as this sect leader remained here and they could receive guidance from him, their attainments in the weapons and medicine refinement Dao would definitely be greatly elevated. When Duan Lingtian was patiently teaching the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, finally arrived at his destination at a faraway land at the southern side of the inner land. It was a deserted stone forest. Usually, very few people would come to this stone forest. Even if they did, they would usually get lost in it. It was said that there were many unpredictable inscription formations that were laid in this stone forest. Very few people who entered the forest made it out alive. Not many people knew this stone forest was the cultivation place of a powerful martial emperor. This stone forest was also known as the Lost Stone Forest. Other than that martial emperor, other people who cultivated in this Lost Stone Forest consisted of some of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. the owner of the Lost Stone Forest was that martial emperor. His honorific title was Martial Emperor Shichi. Young Gang stood in close proximity to the Lost Stone Forest. However, he did not dare to go any further. Looking at the stone forest, he announced respectfully, Supreme Elder Young Gang from the Yin-Yang sects Yang Peak is here to see Lord Yang Chun. Lord Yang Chun. The moment these words left Young Gang's mouth, a figure appeared out of nowhere from the stone forest. It was an old man clad in gray. You're looking for senior brother Yang Chun? The gray-clad old man asked as he looked at Young Gang expressionlessly. Yes, Young Gang quickly replied. He did not dare to slack at all. He knew the gray-clad old man standing in front of him was the martial emperor's follower. A martial emperor's follower was not that important. In fact, many of the martial emperor's followers had never even seen the martial emperor whom they willingly submitted to with their own eyes before. Those who had the highest position were no doubt the direct disciples of the martial emperor. The martial emperor's direct disciples were all genius powerhouses who were personally selected by the martial emperor. Each of them had shocking strength, and most of them were at the peak of martial monarch stage. Even those who were not at the peak of martial monarch stage were outstanding and talented among their peers. The peers, in this context, referred to people of the same age on Cloud Continent, including variants. The martial emperor's direct disciples saw the martial emperor frequently to receive guidance from him. After the martial emperor's direct disciples, the group below them was not the martial emperor's followers. Instead, it was the martial emperor's disciples. The martial emperor's disciples got to see the martial emperor from afar occasionally, but they were not able to receive any guidance or teachings from the martial emperor. Moreover, the martial emperor might not even know who they were. These martial emperor's disciples were managed by the martial emperor's direct disciples. If the martial emperor's direct disciples were in good mood, then they would teach them a thing or two. Further below the martial emperor's disciples were the martial emperor's followers who were at the bottom of the hierarchy. To put it in a nice way, they were the martial emperor's followers. To put it in an unpleasant way, they were actually the martial emperor's gophers, similar to this gray-clad old man standing before Young Gang. He was the martial emperor's follower and was responsible for guarding the entrance. However, although the martial emperor's followers were at the bottom of the hierarchy, outsiders dared not look down on them, let alone taking the initiative to pick a fight with them or kill them. No matter what, the martial emperor's followers were still a part of the martial emperor's hierarchy, even if he was only a gopher or a guard. Nobody dared to look down on or pick a fight with someone who had a connection with the martial emperor. Wait here for a while. I'll inform senior brother Yang Chun. The gray-clad old man did not dare to be negligent after he found out Young Gang was here to look for Yang Chun. After nodding at Young Gang, he returned to the stone forest and disappeared before Young Gang's eyes. Although Yang Chun was not the direct disciple of the martial emperor, he was still a disciple. Be it his strength or status, he still ranked higher than him. After that old man left, Young Gang hovered in the air and waited patiently. At this moment, the stone forest before him was no different from a monster. He did not dare to overstep the boundary at all. In the future, I'll be able to enter this place and become the martial emperor's follower as well. Somehow, a smile had crept up on the corner of Young Gang's mouth. The smile was dazzling, as though he could already see himself becoming the martial emperor's follower. 30 minutes passed by very quickly, but Young Gang still waited patiently like before. Suddenly, the faint sound of wind resonated in front and caught Young Gang's attention. He saw a medium-built figure before him when he lifted his head up. It was a green-clad middle-aged man who had a pair of thick and noble eyebrows. It looked majestic, but at the same time, it was not fierce-looking. He stared fixedly at Young Gang as soon as he had arrived. Young Gang, the middle-aged man frowned before he finally eased up. It seemed as though he remembered Young Gang a little. Lord Yang Chun. Young Gang did not dare to be negligent even though the middle-aged was behaving casually. He bowed respectfully at him. I'm Young Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yin-Yang sects Yang Peak. I had the pleasure of meeting with you once before, Lord Yang Chun. Former Yin-Yang sect, what does that mean? This middle-aged man was none other than Yang Chun, the disciple under martial emperor Shichi's command. After he heard Young Gang's words, he was puzzled. Lord Yang Chun, the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists. Young Gang sighed. What about Yang Hong? Yang Chun did not seem to care about the existence of Yin-Yang sect. He was more concerned about Yang Hong, his younger half-brother. They shared the same father. Under Yang Chun's gaze, Young Gang took a deep breath before he replied, Peak Master I is dead. This one word was like a thunderous explosion in Yang Chun's ears. His face instantly turned glum. Since young, both of them did not get along with each other. However, he and Yang Hong were still blood brothers no matter what. It was a fact that could not be changed. However, he just found out that his younger blood brother had died. Who? Yang Chun's asked Yun Gang in a deep voice. Although the question only composed of one word, the meaning implied was very obvious. He wanted to know who killed his brother, Yang Hong. When he found out about Yang Hong's death, the tiny bit of resentment in his heart toward his brother immediately disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by sadness instead. That was his younger brother who shared the same bloodline with him. It's someone called Duan Ling Tian, Yun Gang replied. Tell me the details. Yang Chun's face was cold as he said in a deep voice. His voice allowed no objection. There was a hint of anger in his voice too. Yun Gang's eyes brightened slightly when he heard this. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although Yang Chun was never on good terms with his younger brother, Yang Hong, he wanted to avenge him instead of settling old scores with him. Yes, Yun Gang replied respectfully and told him the ins and outs of the entire incident without missing anything or concealing anything. He knew there was no use in hiding things from him. With the technique the person before him possessed, he would eventually find out the truth. It would make things worse if he had chosen to hide things. Duan Ling Tian, Yang Chun muttered. His eyes gleamed as though he was about to devour somebody. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yun Gang. You're smart for finding a way to make him stay behind. After I've avenged that useless brother of mine, I'll fulfill one request of yours as long as it's within my scope of power and will not make things difficult for me. Lord Yang Chun, I wish to become Emperor Shi's follower, Yun Gang replied unhurriedly after he took a deep breath. Emperor Shi was the abbreviated name of Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi was the owner of this lost stone forest, and Yang Chun was his disciple in name. This is easy, Yang Chun responded faintly. As long as I get to avenge that useless brother of mine, I guarantee you'll be able to become the Martial Emperor's follower. Thank you, Lord Yang Chun. Upon hearing this, a smile crept up on Yun Gang's face. Wait here for a while. I'll go with you to the Ling Tian sect after I've settled some matters. Yang Chun told Yun Gang before he disappeared into the Lost Stone Forest. Soon after, Yang Chun arrived before a stone house in the Lost Stone Forest. That stone house was made by hollowing out a gigantic stone. It looked very unique. Senior brother Joe, Yang Chun called out respectfully outside the stone house. When Yang Chun's words left his mouth, a huge figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in black. With his aloof expression and sharp eyes, he gave off an immense pressure to the people in his surroundings. In the face of this black-clad young man, Yang Chun did not dare to straighten up from his bow at all. Although he was a disciple of the Martial Emperor, he was nothing in front of the others. If he was killed by this person, there would be no consequences at all. Martial Emperor Shi Qi would not even care about it at all. Chapter 1196, Yun Gang's Confidence. The black-clad young man standing in front of Yang Chun was none other than one of the few direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shi Qi's command, Zhou Yi. What? Zhou Yi's face remained aloof. His voice was calm, and he was extremely taciturn. Senior brother Zhou, I'm afraid I'll have to put aside the matter that you entrusted me for the time being. Yang Chun smiled wryly. Oh, the moment Zhou Yi heard this, a frown appeared on his face. What's wrong? Senior brother Zhou, someone came to the outside of the stone forest earlier. He was my younger brother's follower. The reason he came to find me is to deliver the news that my young brother is killed. Yang Chun sighed. My brother's killer may leave at any given moment, so I need to go there as soon as possible to kill him and avenge my brother. Please agree to my request, senior brother Zhou. When he reached the end of his sentence, Yang Chun looked at Zhou Yi in anticipation. You must not delay in avenging the death of your brother. Go then. Just leave this matter until you come back, Zhou Yi replied indifferently. After his words left his mouth, he disappeared from Yang Chun's eyes without a trace. His speed was so fast that even someone as strong as Yang Chun could not catch his movement. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Yang Chun thanked the stone house in front before he left to meet Yun Gang. The moment he turned around, his face turned grave instantly. Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a killing intent could be seen in his eyes that were gleaming coldly. Almost 2 months had passed in just a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate nor comprehend any profundity. Instead, He focused on teaching the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San. In this period of time, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, had an even better understanding of just how monstrous the sect leader of Ling Tuan's sect's weapons and medicine refining techniques were. They were too lacking compared to him. When Duan Ling Tian parted ways with Zhang San and the others, one of the grade 1 alchemists exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like I made the right choice coming here. Joining the Ling Tian sect will let me achieve the things I want. I have a feeling I'll be able to refine grade 1 pills with close to 80% purity soon." "That's right, this is the best decision we've made in our lives," somebody added. "Humph, now that you guys obtained some benefits, you better don't forget to do your work for the sect leader. Remember to use all of your connections and search for the sect leader's 2 misses who are wandering outside," Zhang San reminded them with a growl. "Rest assured, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, I've already given the sect's disciples my token of authentication to look for all the senior officials of the sects that have a close relationship with me. They will not dare to be negligent for my sake," a grade 1 weapons craftsman chimed in. "I'll also find a disciple and ask him to look for those who are indebted to me on my behalf. If those people don't do their utmost in finding the sect leader's 2 misses, they can forget about getting grade 1 pills from me in the future," another grade 1 alchemist said before he left. More people left in the next moment. Zhang San nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. He did not let the sect leader down after all. Just some time ago, Duan Ling Tian had made Zhang San the 4th vice sect leader of Ling Tian's sect and announced it to the sect. He had the same status as Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. Naturally, they only had the same status on the surface. As someone who led the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the sect, Zhang San's position in the Ling Tian sect was just below Duan Ling Tian alone. Even Luo Ping and the Yu brothers dared not pick a fight with him at all. After parting ways with Zhang San and the others, Duan Ling Tian returned to his own place and sat cross-legged on the bed. He made up his mind as he muttered to himself, "I'll leave 3 days later to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor during his second reincarnation." After coming to the inner land, he roughly knew where his location was now. After ransacking the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he was able to confirm the exact location of the place where the rebirth martial emperor stored his great treasure. It was at the southern part of the inner land. It was quite a long way from the Ling Tian sect. "I'm afraid it'll take me 2 months to reach that place and come back even if I use my full speed," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Now that Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind, he no longer thought about other things. He closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, he comprehended his fused profundity at the same time. Naturally, he also continued to comprehend the sword Tao contained in the word sword that he memorized so that he could raise his sword concept. Time continued to pass by soundlessly. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. "Duan Ling Tian, show your face." The Ling Tian sect that was originally tranquil was suddenly in an uproar the moment this voice reverberated from the sky. Who was so daring to demand the sect leader to show his face? Many Ling Tian sect's disciples were in shock. Is he looking for death? How dare he comes to our Ling Tian sect to provoke the sect leader? I wonder where this guy who doesn't treasure his own life came from. One by one, the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples rose up into the sky and looked in the direction of the voice. However, all they saw was fog covering the sky. It was obvious the owner of the voice was hiding behind the fog. A few figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. The 4 great vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect as well as Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshuai, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug gathered together due to the loud bellow that came from the sky. "This voice seems kind of familiar," Luo Ping said, frowning. "Familiar?" Chen Xiaoshuai was stunned. "Don't tell me you know him." At this moment, the Yu brothers exchanged glances with each other before exclaiming in unison, "It's the voice of Elder Yun." Their voices were filled with astonishment. Elder Yun. Upon hearing the Yu brothers' words, Chen Xiaoshuai was confused. "It's Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yang Peak." Luo Ping had a slightly awkward expression on her face. Didn't he run away previously? Why did he come back again? "Luo Ping, you better watch your words. I didn't run away." Almost as soon as Luo Ping's words left her mouth, the voice in the sky continued to speak and caught everyone's attention. All they saw was an old man following behind a middle-aged man as they descended. The person who was talking was none other than the old man behind that middle-aged man, Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former yin-yang sect's Yang Peak. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, his identity was obvious. It was Yang Chun, the elder blood brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of the former yin-yang sect's Yang Peak. Apart from that, Yang Chun was also a disciple of a very powerful martial emperor. Although he was not as good as the martial emperor's direct disciples, ordinary 9th-level martial monarchs still could not compare to him. Yun Gang. Luo Ping's face turned grave. Her gaze landed on Yun Gang for a while before it shifted to the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. Needless to say, she could see that Yun Gang had come prepared. It was obvious that the middle-aged man standing in front was his backup. He had to be stronger than Yun Gang. At this moment, the Yu brothers' faces turned a little grave as well. They could see that Yun Gang and the middle-aged man in front of him came with bad intentions. It's Elder Yun. Didn't he flee previously? Why is he back now? Isn't he afraid of dying? Didn't you see the middle-aged man he's following from behind? Do you think someone who can make him follow obediently is an ordinary person? Looks like he found some help. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who recognized Yun Gang buried their heads together in discussion. Some of them looked worried. They were worried their sect leader would not be able to defeat the man that Yun Gang brought to the sect. On the contrary, some of them looked indifferent. They had absolute faith in their sect leader. Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan before he bluntly asked, Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. The reason I came back this time is to kill Duan Ling Tian and rebuild the Yin-Yang sect. Will all of you help me? Upon hearing his words, the three of them turned even more grave. However, they did not say anything in reply. It seems like all of you doubt my strength. Yun Gang stared at them before he continued unhurriedly, I admit I'm no match for that Duan Ling Tian. However, do any of you know who's standing in front of me? When he reached the end of his sentence, confidence oozed out of his body. For a moment, apart from Luo Ping and the other two, even Feng Tianwu, Zhang San, and the others shifted their eyes to the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. It was as though they were trying to see what made Yun Gang trust him so much. Your supreme elder Yun Gang of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak. Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Yun Gang contemptuously. Somebody mentioned you before. Several months back, you fled from our Ling Tian sect like a disowned dog, didn't you? Disowned dog. Chen Xiaoshuai's words caused Yun Gang's face to turn grave. I wonder where did this disowned dog's confidence come from? It was apparent Chen Xiaoshuai was not going to stop as he continued to mock him. Although Yun Gang was absolutely infuriated, he still suppressed the flame of wrath in his heart as he warned in a deep voice, Lad, don't be so haughty. You're going to cry later. Then, he ignored Chen Xiaoshuai who was looking at him with disdain and looked at Luo Ping and the other two again before he announced, this person in front of me is Lord Yang Chun, the elder blood brother of Peak Master Yang Hong. Yang Hong's blood brother. Upon hearing this, the three of their faces sank immediately. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Yang Hong. He was the peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak. However, they did not know that Yang Hong had an elder brother, and it was obvious that he was much powerful than Yang Hong. He seemed to be a 9th-level martial monarch. However, even if they had a feeling that this man was a 9th-level martial monarch, there were no hints of terror in their eyes at all. Their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, was someone who had killed several 9th-level martial monarchs previously. Put aside the Grand Elder of Zhou Clan in Ataraxia City, and take the 4 leaders of the lower middle-level first-rate forces for example, even they died by sect leaders' hands. In their opinion, their sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, possessed strength that was on par with the top powerhouses from the first-rate forces at the middle level or even the upper middle level. Chapter 1197, Idiot. However, Luo Ping and the other two turned pale instantly when they heard the next part of Yun Gang's sentence. Lord Yang Chun has another identity. He's the martial emperor's disciple from the Lost Stone Forest. This was Yun Gang's original words, a martial emperor's disciple. The moment these words left Yun Gang's mouth, apart from Luo Ping and the other two, even Zhang San and Gold Thug turned pale as well. As for Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshuai, and Shang Quan, they did not have much knowledge about a martial emperor's disciple. Due to this reason, they only looked confused instead of having an exaggerated expression like the others. The backup elder Yun brought with him is a martial emperor's disciple. Moreover, it's the martial emperor's disciple from the Lost Stone Forest. I've heard about the Lost Stone Forest before. It's the cultivation place of a martial emperor. That martial emperor is known as Martial Emperor Shi Qi. The backup elder Yun brought as martial emperor Shiqi's disciple. Colors drained from the faces of many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples as well. It did not cross their minds that the backup Yun gang brought here would be a martial emperor's disciple. A martial emperor's disciple. Although he was not the direct disciple of a martial emperor, he was still someone powerful. A weak martial artist would never be able to become a martial emperor's disciple. He could only become a martial emperor's follower at the most. The martial emperor's direct disciples were usually those who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage and already have one foot in the martial emperor stage. Although the martial emperor's disciples were slightly more inferior, ordinary 9th level martial monarchs still could not compare to them. It was said that all the martial emperor's disciples had strength comparable to the top powerhouses of the upper middle level and even the upper level first-rate forces on Cloud Continent. A martial emperor's disciple. Yang Hong's brother is actually a martial emperor's disciple. Luo Ping's face was extremely pale. I've long heard that Peak Master Yang Hong had an impressive background, but I didn't expect his brother to be a disciple of a martial emperor. The Yu brothers exchanged glances, both could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. A martial emperor's disciple was someone they needed to look up to. He could crush them completely with just one finger. For a moment, their hearts were filled with terror. If they had confidence in the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, earlier, then right now their confidence was wavering. A martial emperor's disciple, a mere peak master of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak actually turns out to be the younger blood brother of a martial emperor's disciple. Zhang San's face was slightly pale as well. He had already long heard about how Duan Ling Tian killed the peak master of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak and became the sect leader of Yin Yang sect after changing its name to Ling Tian sect. However, it did not cross his mind that the peak master of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak would actually have such a blood brother. That was not a joke at all. From what he knew, if one wanted to become a martial emperor's disciple, one would either have to be a variant on the Cloud Continent that had remarkable talent and possessed innate abilities or a powerful 9th level martial monarch. It was apparent this middle-aged man in front was the latter. The requirement for the latter was extremely high too. It was said that only 9th level martial monarchs with strength more than 5 ancient black dragons were qualified to become a disciple of the martial emperor. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons was the minimum requirement. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshuai, and Shang Quan finally learned what the 3 words, martial emperor's disciple, meant from the discussion of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples nearby. Chen Xiaoshuai and Shang Quan's expression turned horrified as well. Damn it, why is a martial emperor's disciple so strong? Chen Xiaoshuai swore in his heart. Although Feng Tianwu's face remained calm, there was a hint of worry in the depth of her beautiful autumn eyes. It was obvious that she was worried for Duan Ling Tian. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. I'll give the 3 of you a chance. Stand with me, and after Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian, all of you will still belong to my Yin Yang sect. Yun Gang said at a speed that neither fast nor slow as he looked at Luo Ping and the other 2. If none of you is willing, I won't let you live after Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian. From Yun Gang's words, it was apparent he wanted Luo Ping and the other 2 to make a decision. This decision was closely related to their lives. The faces of Luo Ping and the other 2 turned a shade of green before it paled from this change of events. I'll give you a span of 10 breaths to decide. After 10 breaths, you'll be my enemy if you don't come to me. Yun Gang further forced Luo Ping and the other 2 to make up their minds. The moment these words left Yun Gang's mouth, everybody present on the scene, except Yang Chun, shifted their eyes to Luo Ping and the other 2. They were curious about the choices those 3 would make. Would they stand against Ling Tian sect by Yun Gang's side or would they stand against Yun Gang? Any one of the decisions carried its own risk. If they chose the former, one could easily imagine the outcome if Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, managed to kill Yang Chun the martial emperor's disciple. Nobody would let someone who betrayed them go. However, if they chose the latter, they would also die if Yang Chun the martial emperor's disciple managed to kill Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Yun Gang would definitely kill them immediately. In the end, to make a choice right now was akin to making a gamble. A gamble on whether Duan Ling Tian was stronger or Yang Chun was stronger. Duan Ling Tian's strength was no secret to most people in the Ling Tian sect. 3 months ago, when Duan Ling Tian fought against the leaders of the 4 great first-rate forces, the powerful strength he had demonstrated was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, As a martial emperor's disciple, Yang Chun's strength was at least equivalent to 5 ancient black dragons even if he was not the direct disciple of a martial emperor. Young Gang, if I stand on your side, it means that I'm standing on Yang Hong's side. Due to this reason, I choose to survive or perish together with the Ling Tian sect. Luo Ping was the first person to make up her mind. Yang Hong was already dead, but Young Gang had brought Yang Chun, the blood brother of Yang Hong. It was similar to standing on Yang Hong's side if she stood together with Young Gang. She hated Yang Hong from the bottom of her heart, that was why she instantly had an answer. The moment Luo Ping's words left her mouth, many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' eyes lit up as they praised her under their breaths with words like, "What a superwoman," and, "She's a warrior." "Humph, since you want to die, I'll not stop you." Young Gang snorted in disdain upon hearing Luo Ping's words. In the next instant, he turned to look at the Yu brothers whose expression continued to change constantly before he warned in a deep voice, "Yu Ping, Yuan. Both of you must think this through. Right now, you still have a span of 5 breaths. A span of 5 breaths." The moment they heard Young Gang's words, the Yu brothers' faces turned pale once again. At this moment, the 2 Yu brothers had also become the target of everyone's eyes. What choice do you think the 2 vice sect leaders will make? I guess this depends on whether their faith lies more with the sect leader or that martial emperor's disciple. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples whispered among each other. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of choice the Yu brothers would make. After a span of 2 breaths passed, Young Gang opened his mouth to remind them again, 3 breaths left. Colors drained from the Yu brothers' faces even more. Soon after, 2 breaths had gone by again, and Young Gang announced in a deep voice, "You still have the span of 1 breath left." Almost as soon as Young Gang's words left his mouth, the Yu brothers finally made a move. They flew out one after another and arrived behind Young Gang a moment later. Ha 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 ha. Young Gang laughed uproariously when he saw the Yu brothers choosing his side. He looked at both of them and said, "Yu Ping, Yuan, you'll realize soon just how right your decision is." In the next instant, he looked at Luo Ping and sneered. "Luo Ping, you'll find out soon just how foolish your decision is." Luo Ping ignored Young Gang's mocking and looked at the Yu brothers directly before saying in a deep voice, "Yu Ping, Yuan, have you 2 even given a thought to the sect leader when you made such a decision? If I remember correctly, both of you seem to possess the spirit weapons and pills the sect leader personally crafted, right?" Whether it was Yu Ping or Yuan, both of them had a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost that Duan Ling Tian had forged for them. Both of them had also obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity from Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Luo Ping's words, the Yu brothers' faces turned a shade paler. However, they remained silent since they knew they were in the wrong. "I honestly feel upset on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. And to think that he actually let both of you become the vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect," Chen Xiaoshuai said scornfully to the Yu brothers and sneered in disdain. A hint of murderous intent targeted at the Yu brothers also appeared in the depth of Feng Tianwu's eyes. The choices they made had infuriated her. "Which one of you is Duan Ling Tian?" Yang Chun, who was standing by the side watching the scene unfolding before his eyes, finally opened his mouth. The instant he opened his mouth, he immediately asked for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. "Lord Yang Chun, Duan Ling Tian's not here yet," Young Gang, who was standing behind him, said respectfully. "However, the 3 of them are all Duan Ling Tian's followers. If you kill them, Lord Yang Chun, I'm sure Duan Ling Tian will immediately make his appearance." Young Gang's gaze shifted toward Feng Tianwu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug before he smiled cynically. At this moment, Yang Chun's gaze shifted toward Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Now that Shang Quan and Gold Thug were being targeted, horror dawned on them instantly. However, they still flew out in unison and stood in front of Feng Tianwu like 2 guards. "How loyal of you. Looks like she must be that Duan Ling Tian's woman." Yang Chun snorted. "In that case, I'll kill this woman. First, like crushing a flower. I believe that coward Duan Ling Tian will then show his face immediately." From his tone, it was obvious he was not going to show any mercy at all even after he was faced with Feng Tianwu's beauty. "Idiot." Just as Yang Chun was about to attack Feng Tianwu, an indifferent voice resonated throughout the entire place as though it came from everywhere. Chapter 1198, The Dog of the Martial Emperor's Direct Disciple. Its sect leader. Upon hearing that voice, many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' eyes brightened immediately. They began looking around for their sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Some people even looked at Yang Chun strangely. So what if you're a martial emperor's disciple? Our Ling Tian sect leader still called you an idiot anyway. Yang Chun had heard the voice that resonated everywhere but did not realize what was happening. However, he was instantly infuriated when he noticed the strange looks he was getting. You're Duan Ling Tian. His sharp gaze instantly landed on a purple-clad young man who had appeared without anyone knowing when. His gaze was vicious and filled with killing intent. That purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was standing next to Feng Tian Wu like her guardian angel. At this moment, Gold Thug and Shang Quan, who were standing in front of Tian Wu, had also retreated sensibly and went to stand behind Duan Ling Tian in a respectful manner. It was as though they were his shadow. Elder Yun. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian did not hear Yang Chun's query at all as his gaze landed on Yun Gang, who was standing behind Yang Chun. That day, the reason you left without bidding anyone goodbye is to find some backup so that you can stage a comeback. Yang Chun, who was ignored by Duan Ling Tian, turned even graver now. His eyes that were filled with murderous intent seemed as though it could shoot out fire now. Duan Ling Tian, Lord Yang Chun is talking to you. How dare you ignore him? You're doomed now. Yun Gang had also noticed Yang Chun's wrath, so he could not help but smirk. However, this time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept toward the two men beside Yun Gang instead. It was the Yu brothers. After his gaze swept across two of them, a piercing gleam flashed across his eyes as though he was about to devour somebody. He had never mistreated these two people before. However, today, the two of them had betrayed him and betrayed the Ling Tian sect. In the face of Yun Gang's smirk, Duan Ling Tian replied at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow, "Well, I'm afraid you won't find out whether I'm doomed or not." At this moment, horror suddenly dawned on Yang Chun's face. With a flash, he disappeared from his spot as though he was trying to run away from something. He did not even have time to warn the three people next to him. Almost as soon as Yang Chun disappeared from his spot, a loud ear-piercing explosion resonated thunderously. A series of earth-shattering explosions sound entered everyone's ears. Many of those Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base were so affected that they were bleeding from all 7 orifices of the head. At the same time, airwaves that were set off by the explosion transformed into flurries of tyrannical hurricane that swept over the entire area, forcing many of those Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base to squint their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers, who were standing there safely just a moment ago, suddenly exploded into 3 blood mist in just a blink of an eye. After the loud explosion, blood mist splattered everywhere like a blooming flame. It was quite beautiful. Even Yang Chun, who had dodged to the side, had an extremely grave expression. Now, his gaze was staring fixedly at the place where the 3 blood mist had exploded. A gigantic figure had just made its appearance. The 3 meters tall gigantic figure entered everyone's sight and took them by surprise. Puppet, I'm not dreaming, right? For a moment, many people exchanged glances with each other as a thought that was more or less the same formed in their minds. Many people even pinched their own thighs brutally. Only when they felt the extreme pain in their thighs that they were certain they were not dreaming. Since when could a puppet possess such powerful strength? Killing an 8th-level martial monarch and 2 7th-level martial monarchs in just a blink of an eye. Chills ran down their spines as they thought about it. Naturally, this was not the only thing that baffled them. After that 3 meters tall gigantic puppet made its appearance, it actually lifted up a hand like a human and put the 3 spatial rings and more than 10 profundity fragments contained in the blood mist away. Then, under the bewildered eyes of the group of people, the puppet threw all of the spatial rings and profundity fragments out. The direction that it threw them was toward the place where Duan Ling Tian was hovering. 3 spatial rings and more than 10 profundity fragments flew across the sky toward their target, Duan Ling Tian. When they were near him, he casually took them and stored them inside his own spatial ring. Upon seeing this, everyone became speechless. I thought he was going to attack the sect leader with those spatial rings and profundity fragments. I didn't think it was actually passing the spatial rings and profundity fragments to the sect leader. Can somebody tell me what's going on actually? Why would a mere puppet have such powerful strength? This is not logical at all. I've never heard of such a powerful puppet on Cloud Continent before. And the most important thing is this puppet seems to be listening to sect leader's orders too. I thought a puppet can only be activated by the corresponding inscription formation. Once it's activated, it would act on its own and wouldn't acknowledge its owner. Why does it listen to the sect leader's orders? I heard that several months ago, the sect leader bid on the mysterious silver at the auction fair organized by the Zhou clan's auction square in Ataraxia City. Mysterious silver? What's that? Mysterious silver is a special material that would make a puppet listen to orders once it's coordinated with the inscription formation and merged into the puppet's body. Ah, I see. As the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed with each other, they no longer found it weird that the puppet listened to their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian's order. However, apart from being shocked at how powerful the puppet was, they were baffled as well. None of them had ever heard of such a powerful puppet before. This puppet is just too powerful. It's so powerful that it gives people goosebumps. I think those two vice sect leaders, you did not think they would end up like that even in their deaths. I think they were already killed by the sect leader's puppet before they even realized what was happening. Many people gasped when the Yu brothers died. Even Luo Ping was taken by surprise and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, she could not help but feel relieved she stood by Ling Tian's sect's side. Otherwise, she would have ended up like the Yu brothers. They died without even knowing what happened. Hammer is actually this monstrous. Chen Xiaoshuai was stunned for a long time before he finally returned to his senses. After he returned to his senses, a lingering fear still could be seen on his face. At this moment, he finally realized when Hammer attacked him. Previously, it was only using 30% of his strength at the most. Otherwise, he would not have survived. The strength that Hammer demonstrated when it killed the two 8th level martial monarchs and the 9th level martial monarch made him realize this. The sect leader actually has such a monster by his side. Zhang San was staring with his mouth agape. At this moment, apart from the others, even Gold Thug and Shang Quan, who were by Duan Ling Tian's side, could not help but feel bewildered as well. Both of them exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Shang Quan, how did Master make this puppet? Gold Thug asked Shang Quan using voice transmission. If you ask me, who should I ask? I only know that Master has created a puppet recently, but it never crossed my mind that it was such a freaky puppet. Shang Quan replied agitatedly. As he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock. Although Feng Tianwu's face remained calm as usual, there was a hint of bafflement in the depth of that beautiful autumn eyes too. It was apparent she was shocked by the strength of the puppet Duan Ling Tian had created. Give the authority of controlling the puppet to me, and I'll consider letting them go when you die. When everyone was still baffled over Duan Ling Tian's puppet, a cold voice resonated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Horror dawned on many of them. For a moment, the owner of the voice became the center of attention. That owner of the voice was none other than Yang Chun, the disciple of a martial emperor. It was apparent his sentence was targeted at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, other than being the older blood brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak, he was also some martial emperor's disciple or something. Chen Xiaoshuai reminded Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him at this moment. A martial emperor's disciple. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshuai's words, Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. After expressing his surprise with an "oh," he began to re-examine the middle-aged man, Yang Chun, in front of him. Duan Ling Tian's surprise, "oh," filled Yang Chun's face with pride. However, the pride quickly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by glumness in the next moment. It was due to the next sentence that Duan Ling Tian uttered. As far as I know, martial emperors don't usually know their disciples. These people always like to swagger around and swindle the public using the title, martial emperor's disciple, but actually, they're merely the dogs of the martial emperor's direct disciples. One must admit that the words Duan Ling Tian uttered were sharp, and every word accurately sliced through the heart's sore spot. This could be seen from Yang Chun's glum face. If I guessed correctly, you must not be a direct disciple of the martial emperor, right? Duan Ling Tian continued to say. It seemed like he did not plan to let Yang Chun go as he continued to ask. If he was not the martial emperor's direct disciple, then he must be just an ordinary martial emperor's disciple. According to Duan Ling Tian's words, an ordinary martial emperor's disciple was basically a dog that was ordered around by the martial emperor's direct disciples as they pleased. As someone whose memory had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the hierarchy among those who followed martial emperors on Cloud Continent. At the top was the direct disciples, followed by the ordinary disciples, and the lowly followers at the bottom. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Yang Chun could no longer suppress the wrath in his heart anymore. He bellowed, "Today, not only will I kill you, I'll annihilate your entire Ling Tian sect as well." At this moment, Yang Chun, who was thoroughly enraged. Seemed like he was no longer interested in Hammer, the puppet that Duan Lingtian controlled. Right now, he just wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. How dare this person mock and shame him after discovering his identity? What, now that I've touched your sore spot, you're infuriated? The laughter on Duan Lingtian's face became even more pronounced as he continued to provoke Yongchun further. It was as though he was fearless even though he knew Yongchun was a martial emperor's disciple. Duan Lingtian's further provocation was like a blasting fuse that fully ignited Yongchun's flame of fury. His expression turned wretched as he bellowed in rage, "Die!" Chapter 1199. Threatened. With a thunderous explosion, Yongchun disappeared before almost everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was just too fast that the others could not catch his body's movement. Although most of the people present could not catch Yongchun's movement, it did not mean Duan Lingtian could not see him. However, Duan Lingtian did not react even when Yongchun was charging at him with a great momentum. He stood in the same place as though he was waiting for Yongchun's attack. Yongchun sprang like a ferocious tiger. He lunged at Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and sharp claws. In his hand, a sword chi that was several feet long surged from the 3-foot-long blade. It surged and aimed for Duan Lingtian as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. While Yongchun moved, a burst of air explosion reverberated in the air as it also headed for Duan Lingtian. When Yongchun lunged at Duan Lingtian with his sword and the several feet-long sword chi, a huge figure stood in front of Duan Lingtian when the attack almost landed on him. Su. Su. A pair of huge fists punched outward like two cannonballs and collided fiercely with the incoming sword chi. In just an instant, a tremendously loud explosion was heard. The airflow rippled everywhere from the place where the fists collided with the sword. Wah! Wah! Many Lingtian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base were injured by the loud explosion. They were bleeding from their eyes, nose, and ears. Some even spat out mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, a raging wind spread outward and caused everyone's robes to flutter. Those who were not affected were staring intently at the scene before them. The huge figure that arrived in a timely manner before Duan Lingtian and protected him by blocking Yongchun's strike with its fists was the 3 meters tall puppet. When Chen Xiaoshuai saw the puppet and Yongchun were in a deadlock, he broke the silence as he yelled, "Hammer, well done." Hammer. So he's called Hammer. That was when everyone present learned the name of Duan Lingtian's puppet. Soon, their attention shifted to the void above Hammer and Yongchun. Two stirring heaven and earth energy were forming the heaven and earth phenomenon. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the void above Hammer first before 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the void above Yongchun. When the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above Hammer and Yongchun was formed, another loud explosion sounded. It was the sword chi from the grade 1 spirit sword in Yongchun's hands. It suddenly surged and pushed against both of Hammer's fists. Hammer was pushed back a few steps, and his body trembled violently because of it. The strength difference of 4,000 ancient horned dragons completely overpowered Hammer. Yongchun did not exert his full force in the earlier strike. He merely used 5 ancient black dragons' strength, and it was blocked by Hammer. He was instantly angered. It was extremely humiliating for him when his attack was blocked by a puppet. He immediately cast a 4th-level monarch stage profundity that he did not use earlier, finally unleashing his full power that was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Due to that, the strength of the sword chi from the grade 1 spirit sword in his hands easily overpowered Hammer's strength and pushed Hammer back. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Sect leader's puppet is really strong. That's why he's able to instantly kill 3 people above the 7th level martial monarch stage. His strength is comparable to a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist. In fact, he may be even stronger than most 9th level martial monarch stage martial artists. This Yongchun can actually mobilize the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Sect leader's puppet is not a match for him. Several months ago, sect leader managed to kill the leaders of the 4 largest first-rate forces by himself. Back then, the strength sect leader displayed was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Only a few months have passed. Even if the sect leader improved, I'm afraid he would only improve by 1,000 or 2,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. Does that mean the sect leader's strength is on par with his puppet at most? The group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples were whispering among themselves. As they spoke, Their faces were panic-stricken as though a crisis had befallen them. At this moment, most of them did not think their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, was a match for Yang Chun, who was a martial emperor's disciple. According to Yang Chun's words, he was here to annihilate the Lingtian sect. Once their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, lost, the Lingtian sect would also be wiped out. They would also die in Yang Chun hands and be buried along with the rest of Lingtian sect. When they thought of that, a hint of desperation was apparent on the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' faces. Many people wanted to leave. Shortly after, when one of the Lingtian sect's disciples was getting ready to leave quietly, many other Lingtian sect's elders and disciples decided to leave too. They were acting as though they were avoiding the plague. However, they were stopped by some others who were led by Luo Ping and Zhang San. Surrender your spatial rings, and you may leave. You will no longer be Lingtian sect's disciples. Luo Ping and Zhang San did not stop those Lingtian sect's elders and disciples from leaving, but they had to return their spatial rings. In their spatial rings, there were origin stones mined from the Lingtian sect's estate, Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills crafted and refined by the Lingtian sect's Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists. These things were not permitted to leave with them. For a time, many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples hesitated. No matter what, nothing's more important than my life. I don't want the things in this spatial ring. Shortly after, a Lingtian sect disciple took the lead in surrendering his spatial ring. He muttered to himself before he quickly left Lingtian Peak in the Lingtian sect. Many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples followed suit once someone took the lead to leave. It did not take long for a third of Lingtian sect's people to leave. Chen Xiaoshuai's face turned purple as he said, "Everyone's really flying off in different directions when disaster strikes." In the distance, Yang Chun stopped pursuing Hammer after he forced it to retreat. He did not stop the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples from leaving even when he saw it. Currently, all his attention was on the 3 meters tall puppet before his eyes. The puppet's strength was actually equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Although it was not as strong as he was, such strength was still shocking on a puppet. If I can bring this puppet back as a gift for Senior Brother Zhou, Senior Brother Zhou will definitely be pleased. Yang Chun thought to himself, feeling moved. Although he was a martial emperor's disciple, just like what Duan Lingtian said, his master in name, Martial Emperor Shiqi, might not necessarily remember him. Usually, a martial emperor's disciple was put under the care of a martial emperor's direct disciple. The martial emperor's direct disciple that he followed was the second disciple of martial emperor Shiqi's 4 direct disciples. He was an extremely strong powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Rumors said that Zhou Yi's strength was not any weaker than the strongest direct disciple of martial emperor Shiqi. The ranking of the 4 direct disciples was not based on strength but their sequence in joining the sect. Zhou Yi was martial emperor Shiqi's second disciple. He was also the one that martial emperor Shiqi favored. Yang Chun had always been proud of following Zhou Yi. Yang Chun became excited when he thought about how he had another chance to please Senior Brother Zhou. However, he quickly calmed himself down. He knew it was almost impossible to ask the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, to hand the puppet over to him. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and avenge his brother, Yang Hong, he had to temporarily suppress his anger for that extremely rare puppet that could be used to please his senior brother Zhou. Duan Lingtian, you'll certainly die today for killing my brother, Yang Hong. However, do you really want so many people to die with you? Yang Chun asked in his deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. His eyes sparkled with violence. It incited fear in a lot of them. Those with weaker mental power even trembled from it. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Chun calmly as though Yang Chun's words did not affect him at all. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the control of the puppet. I'll leave after I kill you and obtain the control of the puppet, Yang Chun continued saying. In his opinion, his target today was Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not care about the life or death of the others. Although your puppet is strong, you've seen it for yourself. It's no match for me. Yang Chun patiently reminded him. Yang Chun's words sparked some hope in a small number of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples. They looked at Duan Lingtian hopefully, hoping he would do as Yang Chun said. If that was the case, they might be able to escape death this time. However, the next sentence from Duan Lingtian's mouth caused their faces to change when they realized Duan Lingtian would never agree to Yang Chun's words. Are you done talking? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he glanced at Yang Chun with cold eyes. Are you done talking? Yang Chun's face darkened completely when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual remark. He threatened, Duan Lingtian, since you're so stubborn, I kill those from Lingtian's sect one by one. After all of them die, I'll kill you too. I hope you can still remain calm at that time. You should know your puppet can't stop me. Chapter 1200. Duan Lingtian with greatly increased strength. The expression of those who were present changed after Yang Chun finished his sentence. Yang Chun did not wait for Duan Lingtian to respond. He moved as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He disappeared before almost everyone's eyes as he headed straight for his first target. His first target was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Yang Chun's speed was so fast that even Hammer, who was ordered by Duan Lingtian to chase after Yang Chun, could not catch up. His cannon-like punch landed on an empty spot. First, I'll kill your woman. Soon, Yang Chun arrived near Feng Tianwu, and the origin energy of the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand surged. Several profundities trailed after it like shadows before transforming into a several feet long sword chi that was headed straight for Feng Tianwu. Although most of the people present could not see Yang Chun's movement clearly, the sword chi headed for Feng Tianwu was clearly reflected in their eyes. They also heard Yang Chun's indifferent words. They knew Yang Chun's first target was the red-clad woman, Feng Tianwu, standing next to the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Everyone had long suspected she was the sect leader's wife. In that split second, most of them felt as though their hearts had stopped. That exquisitely beautiful woman was going to die here today. Along with Yang Chun's strike that had a great momentum, a swift and piercing wind blew at her face and through her beautiful hair, causing her hair to fly in the wind. She looked ethereal as though she was a fairy that had descended on the mortal world. At this moment, Feng Tianwu remained indifferent even though she was facing a life or death situation. It was as though she was unaware of the impending crisis. Naturally, this did not mean she was unafraid of death. Although she had lost her memories, she had found a new motivation to live. It was the man currently standing next to her. It was entirely because of her unconditional trust in that man that she was able to remain so calm. Ms. Tian Wu, Gold Thug and Shang Quan's faces changed dramatically. Like most of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, they thought Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with the puppet, Hammer, at most. They did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Yang Chun. Idiot. A calm and nonchalant voice sounded at this moment when the several feet-long sword chi arrived before Feng Tianwu in just a blink of an eye. Following that, everyone heard a loud explosion. The loud explosion spread out, and the airwaves turned into a flurry of hurricanes that swept over the entire place. The flurry of hurricanes caused most people to close their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes, all of them saw an unforgettable sight. Without knowing when, a purple figure stood in front of Feng Tianwu with a five-colored light shield around him. It seemed as though he was wrapped in within a translucent cocoon. When Yang Chun's fierce strike landed on the five-colored light shield, it merely trembled for a moment before calm was restored. How's that possible? Yang Chun's face changed dramatically as he stared at the purple-clad young man before him. His eyes were filled with shock and amazement. One had to know that his earlier strike contained his full strength that was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. That could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above him. However, his attack was blocked by his opponent's defensive martial skill. Yang Chun was completely stunned. Yang Chun was not the only one. Everyone, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, was also stunned. The scene before their eyes was completely beyond their imagination. In the beginning, they thought Yang Chun might have held back when they saw his attack being blocked by their sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above Yang Chun, they realized that Yang Chun had unleashed his full strength in that attack. Sect leader's defensive martial skill can actually block Yang Chun's strike that contained his full strength. To block Yang Chun's strike that contained his full strength with a defensive martial skill. How strong is sect leader right now? Sect leader's progress is too great, isn't it? Previously, when he battled the leaders of the 4 largest first-rate forces, he only mobilized the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Perhaps the sect leader held back previously, he did not unleash his full strength. That should be it. 4 leaders of lower middle level first-rate forces are not qualified for sect leader to use his full strength. The group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples recovered from the shock as their eyes brightened. Although they were glad they managed to escape death again, they were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's astonishing strength. At this moment, they felt like they did not know much about their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would not have lost faith in their sect leader. I don't know how strong sect leader is right now. The heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above sect leader is almost formed. For a time, many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' attention were caught by the stirring heaven and earth energy at the void above Duan Ling Tian. However, they were quickly disappointed because the heaven and earth phenomenon dissipated before it was formed. The five-colored light shield on Duan Ling Tian disappeared as an extraordinary 3-foot-long blade stopped moving and fell steadily in his hands. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As for the five-colored light shield, it was formed by the defensive martial skill, the Nine Dragons Barrier. Earlier, he easily blocked Yang Chun's attack by using this heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill from the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique with his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Currently, his strength was way ahead of Yang Chun. In the past few months, he had never once stopped comprehending the sword Dao from the word sword, left behind by the sword saint, even though he had slacked off in his cultivation and comprehension of the fused profundity. Due to this reason, his sword profundity improved again. The improvement this time even shocked Duan Ling Tian. He was so shocked that it took him half a day to recover from it. Due to that reason, his strength had far surpassed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. That was why he was not afraid of Yang Chun. As someone who possessed the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he could naturally guess the strength of an ordinary disciple under a martial emperor. In fact, he had overestimated Yang Chun. In my eyes, you're no different from your brother, Yang Hong. You're both idiots, Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he stared at Yang Chun with a chilling gaze. When he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him an idiot for the third time, Yang Chun's body trembled as his face was filled with shame and anger. However, he suppressed it. Although he did not know how strong Duan Ling Tian was, the scene earlier proved one thing. Duan Ling Tian was way stronger than him. He could not figure out how a lower-level first-rate forces leader was so strong, but he was certain the opponent was stronger than him. With his strength, the other party could kill him in just a blink of an eye. Now what? Didn't you say you're going to kill everyone around me, one by one? Still holding back, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yang Chun in disdain before he charged at him. It made Yang Chun's face turn green before it turned pale. Duan Ling Tian, don't let it go to your head. There are a lot of people in this world who can deal with you. Yang Chun sneered in frustration. Perhaps there are many people in this world who can deal with me. However, that doesn't include you, Duan Ling Tian mocked. As he spoke, his eyes glinted coldly as though waiting for a chance to swallow him up. Meanwhile, a cold killing intent rose from his body. That was the only thought in Yang Chun's mind when he sensed the killing intent from Duan Ling Tian. He moved and vanished before most people's eyes. Planning to escape, many people were shocked by Yang Chun's sudden disappearance when a voice sounded. It was the voice of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, they discovered that Duan Ling Tian had also disappeared. Moments later, Duan Ling Tian appeared in the distance. After he appeared, another figure also appeared in front of him. It was Yang Chun. A martial emperor's disciple is trying to escape from sect leader. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a funny look on their faces. Don't forget Yang Chun's merely an ordinary disciple under the martial emperor. The martial emperor might not even know him. According to sect leader's words, a martial emperor's disciple like him is just a dog of the martial emperor's direct disciple, someone else added. Do you think you're capable of escaping from me? Duan Ling Tian stared at Yang Chun with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, I admit that I'm not as good as you are. However, you should think it through. You'll have to pay a huge price for killing me. Yang Chun threatened with fear in his eyes after he took a deep breath. Pay a price? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Did you think that martial emperor Shi Qi will avenge you just because you hold the title, martial emperor's disciple? I don't think he'll recognize you even if he sees you, Duan Ling Tian ridiculed him. You aren't qualified for Lord Emperor Shi to come personally. Any direct disciple under Lord Emperor Shi can easily kill you. Yang Chun sneered. Meanwhile, his eyes gleamed as a light shot out when he lifted his arm. Oh, no, Duan Ling Tian had been observing Yang Chun, and his face changed drastically when he discovered Yang Chun's movement. He wanted to chase after that light, but he quickly discovered the speed of the light was extremely fast when it disappeared before his eyes. There was no way for him to catch up right now. Communication jade slip. Duan Ling Tian turned pale. As someone who had the rebirth martial emperor's memory and knowledge on inscriptions, he could tell the communication jade slip Yang Chun sent was created by a martial emperor stage inscription master. It was so fast that he could not catch up. I was too careless. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Yang Chun again. The cold glint in his eyes could not be any colder. Chapter 1201, Emperor Stage Sword Profundity. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian, you won't survive if you dare to kill me. When Yang Chun saw Duan Ling Tian's slightly glum expression, he laughed uproariously. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes as though he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not dare to kill him. However, was it true that Duan Ling Tian did not dare to kill him? Soon after, he got his answer. Idiot, Duan Ling Tian calmly said. He lifted his arms, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword shook suddenly before it flew toward Yang Chun. Before the smile on Yang Chun's face disappeared completely, the five-colored sword chi surged out from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and transformed into a nine-headed five-colored divine dragon in just a blink of an eye. The nine-headed divine dragon blinked, and 18 extremely radiant flashes shot through Yang Chun's vital organs before he could even react. Yang Chun was killed by Duan Ling Tian with one move in just a blink of an eye. A martial emperor's disciple was dead, just like that. When Yang Chun died, he still had a smug smile on his face because he thought Duan Ling Tian would not dare to kill him. That was the last smile in his life. The entire place was silent. Although Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than Yang Chun, most people present thought Duan Ling Tian would not dare to kill Yang Chun. After all, Yang Chun was still a martial emperor's disciple. However, the ending was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Ling Tian killed Yang Chun, a martial emperor's disciple from the Lost Stone Forest, without any hesitation at all. Meanwhile, Luo Ping and Zhang San looked at each and seemed to have come to a tacit agreement. They looked at the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples around them and shouted simultaneously. All of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples listened to this order. Instantly, all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples shifted their eyes to them. Every one of you must swear an oath on the 9 heavenly tribulation to keep what happened today a secret. Whoever refuses to swear an oath will be instantly killed. Zhang San slowly said. His tone was indifferent but laden with killing intent. For a time, the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' faces changed dramatically as their bodies trembled. However, they recovered quickly. They could naturally guess the two vice sect leaders' intention. It was nothing more than them being worried about the news of their sect leader killing a martial emperor's disciple spreading, and thus, bringing trouble to the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhang San and Luo Ping before he sighed. Earlier, the communication jade slip Yang Chun sent was so fast that even Zhang San and Luo Ping, both at the 7th level martial monarch stage, did not notice. Otherwise, they would not be actively asking the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples to swear an oath. It's impossible the communication jade slip Yang Chun sent will catch the attention of that martial emperor. It's more likely that it was sent to the martial emperor's direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian felt a tremendous pressure when he thought of that. A martial emperor's disciple could not be compared to a martial emperor's direct disciple. Every direct disciple of a martial emperor was either a genius martial artist that could be considered monstrous on the entire Cloud continent or a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage with one foot in the martial emperor stage. I've comprehended the first level emperor stage sword profundity, and I can mobilize the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, however, I don't have any other advantage compared to those martial emperor's direct disciples. Based on the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian was fully aware of how terrifying a martial emperor's direct disciple could be. In the rebirth martial emperor's past 2 lives, he had several strong direct disciples. Any one of them was stronger than him currently. Some of them could even mobilize more than 7 ancient black dragons' strength. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a little breathless when he thought about the impending crisis. We'll leave tomorrow to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. A lot of royal grade pills he left behind can help improve a martial monarch's cultivation base. Along with the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in my body, my cultivation base should be able to improve even more rapidly. Duan Ling Tian was determined to Depart the next day to the place where the rebirth martial emperor left the great treasure behind and retrieve them. Duan Ling Tian planned to go alone this time. He was not planning to bring Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug along because he wanted to return as fast as he could. Who knew if the martial emperor's direct disciple who received the communication jade slip sent by Yang Chun would come or not. He had to be prepared for the incoming storm. In the evening, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed. A jade box materialized out of thin air and fell in his hands. The jade box's appearance was extremely exquisite. It was left for him by his deadbeat father, Duan Ru Feng. Previously, Duan Ru Feng had left 3 strong amulets and the exquisite jade box to him. He had already used up the 3 amulets and was only left with the exquisite jade box. I wonder if I can open it now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he tried to open the exquisite jade box forcefully with his hands. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy in the void above Duan Ling Tian began to stir. However, Duan Ling Tian quickly discovered that even after he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and mobilized the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, he still could not open the exquisite jade box. What tricks are my deadbeat father trying to play? Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. His current strength was considered to be in the mid-range among powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch stage. However, he could not even open a small box. The exquisite jade box became even more mysterious in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. I'm afraid this exquisite jade box contains more than the whereabouts of my deadbeat father. There's probably something else in it. Maybe it's something more precious than the 3 amulets. Perhaps, a large stack of amulets. Duan Ling Tian muttered. His eyes were as bright as the stars. It was as though he could already see himself holding a large stack of amulets and throwing it everywhere, instantly killing a group of powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Naturally, this was all in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He had no idea what was in the exquisite jade box, so he could only make a blind guess. Since Duan Ling Tian could not open the exquisite jade box, he stopped fiddling with it and put it away in the spatial ring. After that, he began to concentrate on his cultivation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to comprehend the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Currently, the strength of 5 ancient black dragons was from the fused profundity and the sword profundity that he had comprehended. The second level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. The first level Emperor stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. After adding both of them, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. If Duan Ling Tian unleashed his full strength and used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, his strength was merely equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. That was because his cultivation base was too weak compared to the profundities he had comprehended. The 4th level martial monarch stage's cultivation base was not considered low, but it paled in comparison to the 2 profundities Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. If the others learned about the source of Duan Ling Tian's strength, they would definitely feel shocked. His profundities were similar to those that martial emperor powerhouses comprehended, but his cultivation base was only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. Those 2 were worlds apart. That was why it was difficult to imagine such a phenomenon would exist. However, the phenomenon had indeed appeared in Duan Ling Tian. Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang is really amazing. I've improved my sword profundity to the Emperor stage profundity by merely comprehending 20% of the sword Dao contained in the word sword that he had left behind. If I manage to comprehend the sword Dao I memorized entirely, does that mean my comprehension will be at the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He really felt the person who claimed to be a sword saint was really mysterious and unpredictable. The sword Dao I've memorized barely scratched the surface of the sword Dao contained in that word. If I can fully comprehend it, I don't know to what extent my sword profundity will improve. The one thing I'm certain of is the sword profundity will surpass the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Duan Ling Tian calmed his mind down. He was silently cultivating the 9th form of 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form, as well as comprehending 2 types of profundities. His cultivation base was improving at an unimaginable speed. Naturally, it was still too slow in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Early next morning, Duan Ling Tian left Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian sect without alerting everyone. He headed directly to the great treasure that was left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Naturally, he did not leave without saying goodbye. He informed Feng Tianwu about his departure and handed the control of the puppet, Hammer, over to Feng Tianwu. During his time away from the Ling Tian sect, Hammer would be the one guarding Ling Tian sect. It would be simple for Hammer to guard a lower-level first-rate force with his strength unless they met another martial monarch powerhouse like Yongchun. That was why Duan Ling Tian could leave with his mind at peace. The speed Duan Ling Tian was traveling at was extremely fast since he powered it with all his strength and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The journey would usually take a month, but it only took him 20-odd days before he arrived. This was all due to his breakthrough in the sword profundity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to travel so quickly. Chapter 1202, 10,000-Year Red Fruit. At the west side of the inner land, in the Lost Stone Forest, a black figure materialized out of thin air in front of a stone house. It was a tall youth dressed in a black robe. He stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth. Suddenly, the black-clad young man lifted his arm and caught a streak of light that was moving swiftly. When he slowly opened his palm, he saw an extremely dark jade slip in his hand. It was a communication jade slip. When the black-clad young man sent a trace of origin energy into the communication jade slip, an anxious but familiar voice sounded clearly in his ears. Senior Brother Zhou, if I fail to return, it means I've been killed by the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. If I die, please avenge me considering I've always done my best to serve you. The voice stopped there abruptly. The black-clad young man was the direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor, Zhou Yi. His master was martial emperor Shiqi, and he was martial emperor Shiqi's favorite disciple. His strength could be considered the best among the few martial emperor Shiqi's direct disciples. Zhou Yi muttered expressionlessly. He fisted the hand holding the communication jade slip, and it was instantly crushed into dust. A gust of wind blew past and caused Zhou Yi's black robe to flutter. The communication jade slip in his hands that had turned into dust was carried away by the wind and disappeared in the air in just a blink of an eye. Zhou Yi's expression remained calm the entire time as though Yongchun's life did not matter to him. However, there was a cold glint in the depth of his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the inner land, Duan Ling Tian used the rebirth martial emperor's memory to guide him and finally arrived near his destination. His destination was the place where the rebirth martial emperor left the great treasure in his second life. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, the spatial ring that contained the great treasure is in that mountain range. Duan Ling Tian looked in the distance. A long mountain range entered his line of sight. It was verdant, indicating the environment was good enough for the flora to bloom. After 10,000 years, the mountain range would have more or less changed. I'm afraid I'll have to spend some time to find the spatial ring hidden by the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was mentally prepared for that. Moments later, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the long mountain range. He quickly arrived above the long mountain range. When Duan Ling Tian arrived above the mountain range, he heard a series of loud noises from deep in the mountain range. The loud noises shook the nearby mountains until the hills toppled and the earth quaked. Many birds flew up into the sky from where the noises originated from. The verdant forest swayed as though there was a storm. Someone's battling. Duan Ling Tian lifted his eyebrows as he moved closer out of curiosity. The closer he was, the louder the noise became. It was deafening. Once he had gotten close, Duan Ling Tian felt a rush of wind in his face as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. He subconsciously squinted his eyes. Seems like two powerhouses above the 7th level martial monarch stage are fighting. Duan Ling Tian kept moving toward the source of the noise as he made guesses. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian saw the figures fighting in a spacious canyon. A 2 meters tall burly man was fighting with a white-haired old man. The burly man held a pair of meteor hammers in his hands. When he moved, the meteor hammers rapidly fired bullets that were headed straight for the old man. He attacked mercilessly. The airflow compressed and set off a series of air explosions that sounded like exploding mines in the wake of the meteor hammers. It gave rise to raging winds that swept in every direction. Clash. 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 On the other hand, the old man was holding a cane with both his hands. He was completely unafraid of the meteor hammers in the burly man's hand, blocking it again and again. Whether it was the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands or the cane in the old man's hands, both of them were grade 1 spirit weapons. The two of them fought tirelessly, but they were evenly matched. For a time, there were no winner or loser. Old man, I discovered the 10,000-year red fruit first. Aren't you going overboard by interfering? The burly man said in a deep voice as he smashed the meteor hammers in his hands. Big guy, it's not yours since you haven't plucked it. A precious material like the 10,000-year red fruit should belong to the most capable person, the old man said with no intention of conceding. The cane in the old man's hand struck as fast as lightning, and he kept blocking the meteor hammers that shot out of the burly man's hands like streaks of lights. It should belong to the most capable person. If that's the case, I'll kill you first, despicable old man, before I pluck that 10,000-year red fruit. The burly man yelled. All his muscles suddenly bulged, and he looked as though he had gotten bigger. At the same time, the pair of meteor hammers flew out of his hands and trembled. Suddenly, a skyful of shadow hammers appeared before it fell on the old man like a meteor shower. We'll see if you're capable of that. The old man sneered as his gray robe began to flutter. The cane in his hands shone, and he waved it around as though he was forming a protective barrier around his head and body. The skyful of shadow hammers fell like a meteor shower, and they smashed relentlessly on the protective barrier formed by the cane. It seemed as though he had the upper hand now. Their strength was almost on par with each other. However, the burly man had the upper hand because he took the initiative to attack first. However, the old man was not someone that could be easily dealt with. Soon after, he seized the opportunity and managed to escape the crisis. There was a continuous sound of air explosion as the two men fought. Rolling airwaves transformed into flurries of hurricanes and uprooted all the plants and trees in the surroundings. With both of them at the center, a large area turned into a barren land in just a blink of an eye. However, both of them were fighting fiercely, so they did not notice a figure had appeared above them while the plants and trees were uprooted. The figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was attracted by their fight. 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian had overheard the entire conversation. His eyes brightened at once, and his breath quickened. The 10,000-year red fruit. He had seen records of it in the rebirth martial emperor's memory. The 10,000-year red fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit. On Cloud Continent, it was also known as the king of spirit fruits. On Cloud Continent, it was very difficult for martial artists above the martial monarch stage to improve their cultivation by consuming spirit fruits. This was because the spirit fruits with the strongest effect on Cloud Continent were only effective for void transformation martial artists. It had no effect on martial monarch powerhouses when they consumed those spirit fruits. Naturally, it would not be effective only if one consumed it directly. If a grade 1 alchemist refined grade 1 pills with a large variety of spirit fruits, it would be able to improve the cultivation base of a martial artist above the martial monarch stage to a certain degree. Although there would be improvements, the improvements were far less exaggerated compared to when a martial artist below the martial monarch stage consumed the spirit fruit. As the king of spirit fruits, the 10,000-year red fruit's medicinal efficacy was infinitely superior to an ordinary spirit fruit. Even a martial monarch stage martial artist would greatly benefit from consuming it. I can refine 1 cauldron of profound monarch pill with the 10,000-year red fruit along with some precious medicinal materials. 1 cauldron of profound monarch pills will have 10 pills if I personally refine it. 3 profound monarch pills. Medicinal efficacy is almost equivalent to the medicinal efficacy of 1 10,000-year red fruit. Due to that reason, Duan Lingtian would not consume it directly even if he obtained the 10,000-year red fruit. He would use the 10,000-year red fruit and other medicinal materials to refine the profound monarch pills. Since they're fighting here, it's safe to say the 10,000-year red fruit must be nearby. When Duan Lingtian thought of that, he began searching the surrounding area to find the 10,000-year red fruit. However, he failed to find anything after searching for a while. At this time, an earth-shattering loud explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the source of the sound. He saw the old man, who had lost the upper hand to the burly man's meteor hammers earlier, launched a strong counterattack. The cane in his hand landed on the burly man and immediately sent the burly man flying. The burly man's body slammed against the wall before it fell to the ground lifelessly. Let him bring me to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the old man as he kept the burly man's spatial ring and profundity fragment. He was certain the old man would head to the location of the 10,000-year red fruit next. All he had to do was follow the old man. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the old man made a move. The old man stepped into the air and flew to the other side of the mountain range. Seems like the 10,000-year red fruit isn't here. I've wasted my time looking for it over here. Duan Lingtian shook his head before he chased after the old man. Duan Ling Tian's movement was extremely stealthy, and he maintained a distance from the old man. Due to that, the old man did not notice his presence and entered a canyon on the other side of the mountain range. The canyon was extremely narrow and humid. A plant stood in a corner of a forest in the narrow canyon that sunlight could not reach. There was a spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple on the plant. The 10,000-year red fruit is mine. The old man's eyes brightened. He wanted to pluck the fruit so that it would finally be in his possession. However, at that split second when he reached out to pluck the 10,000-year red fruit, he felt an oddly strong wind next to him. His face changed dramatically. In the next instant, he discovered the 10,000-year red fruit before his eyes had disappeared. Chapter 1203, The Great Treasure. It's really the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he looked at the spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple. His voice was filled with excitement. Although the burly man and the old man mentioned the 10,000-year red fruit when they were fighting, Duan Ling Tian was not certain if it was the 10,000-year red fruit since the burly man and the old man could have been mistaken. Now that he had seen the spirit fruit with his own eyes, he was able to confirm it. The spirit fruit was indeed the 10,000-year red fruit because it was exactly the same as the 10,000-year red fruit in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian learned that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had obtained a 10,000-year red fruit that looked similar to the one his hands in his first life. Therefore, he was absolutely certain the spirit fruit in his hands was the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Ling Tian's voice was clearly heard by the old man whose back was facing Duan Ling Tian. His face changed, and he shouted, "Who's that?" As the old man shouted, he quickly turned around to retreat as though he was afraid the person behind him would ambush him. A few moments later, he saw the person who was standing behind him. It was a handsome and dashing young man dressed in purple with sword-shaped eyebrows. He looked around 25 years old. "Who are you?" the old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man standing before him. The person the old man was staring at was none other than Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had also recovered from his shock. He glanced at the old man indifferently. "It doesn't matter who I am. More importantly, I want this 10,000-year red fruit." When Duan Ling Tian spoke, his tone was unyielding. "But I found it," the old man said. Although he did not know how strong the purple-clad young man before him was, he was able to discern the young man was quite strong based on his speed. If it was not necessary, he did not want to offend him. However, the 10,000-year red fruit meant a great deal to him. If he could consume it, he might be able to break through from the 8th level martial monarch stage to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Due to that reason, he would not easily give up the 10,000-year red fruit unless it was absolutely necessary. "You found it." When Duan Ling Tian heard the old man's words, he was stunned. He could not help but laugh. "If I remember correctly, this 10,000-year red fruit was found by the big guy, right? Before you killed him, didn't you say it should belong to the most capable person?" Duan Ling Tian spoke as he stared intently at the old man. He then added, "If you don't agree, you can challenge me. If you win, I'll return the 10,000-year red fruit to you." "How's that? It belongs to the most capable person." When the old man heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his face turned even more gloomy. He felt like he had just shot himself in the foot. He finally realized the other party's appearance was not coincidental. Perhaps, the other party had been lurking in the dark since the moment he was fighting the big guy. Otherwise, how would he know about the words he had said earlier? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's last sentence also filled the old man with dread. Since the other party dared to say that, it meant he was immensely confident of his strength. For once, the old man thought of retreating. However, as soon the idea of retreating appeared in his mind, it was quickly suppressed by the greed in his heart. "No, I can't just give up on the 10,000-year red fruit." The 10,000-year red fruit made the old man feel unwilling to leave. There was a hint of mania in his eyes when he muttered to himself. In just a split second, a cane that was grade 1 spirit weapon appeared, and he swung it at Duan Ling Tian. He unleashed his full power mercilessly, intending to kill Duan Ling Tian with a blow. However, he retreated as fast as he attacked. The old man retrieved the grade 1 spirit cane after he attacked Duan Ling Tian with full force. Not only did Duan Ling Tian not evade the attack, but he even stepped forward. Before the cane reached the old man's hands, Duan Ling Tian hit the old man with his palm as though he had divine help. It landed on the old man's chest and caused a loud explosion. Following that, the old man flew away like an arrow and slammed into the wall. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian had actually held back his strength. Otherwise, he would have been killed in an instant with Duan Lingtian's strength. A mere 8th level martial monarch stage martial artist was not enough to worry Duan Lingtian. After the old man caught his breath, he immediately retrieved a healing medicinal pill and consumed it. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby, in fear after he slightly recovered. In the next moment, he immediately ran away without saying anything. He could not help but sigh in relief when he discovered Duan Lingtian did not chase after him. After the old man left, he felt that even his inner wear was soaked from his cold sweat. For the first time in his life, he felt he was so close to death, the feeling of suffocation he felt earlier. He did not want to feel that again in his life. As for the 10,000-year red fruit, he had completely forgotten about it. He did not dare to contend for it anymore. Just like that, the 10,000-year red fruit belonged to Duan Lingtian. When I return, I'll ask Luo Ping to prepare the other medicinal materials. Once all the medicinal materials are gathered, I'll refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills with this 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Moments later, he regained his composure and put the 10,000-year red fruit away into the spatial ring as though he had obtained a precious treasure. Seems like I got lucky. I managed to obtain a 10,000-year red fruit before even finding the rebirth martial emperor's great treasure, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as a smile crept up on his face. I should go look for the rebirth martial emperor's great treasure now. Duan Lingtian began searching the mountain range according to the rebirth martial emperor's memory from 10,000 years ago. He intended to find the spatial ring left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. During the rebirth martial emperor's second life, he had collected all types of treasures and rare materials and placed it into an ownerless spatial ring. Duan Lingtian wanted the spatial ring because obtaining it was equivalent to obtaining the rebirth martial emperor's great treasure. Where's it? After searching for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian still did not discover anything. After 10,000 years, the mountain range had, more or less, changed. Therefore, it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to find the spatial ring left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. He needed some time. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian managed to find the spatial ring left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. The spatial ring was buried deep under the ground. Duan Lingtian would not have found it if it was not for his sharp spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian pricked his finger and a drop of blood fell on the newly obtained quaint spatial ring, establishing a blood ownership claim. Finally, Duan Lingtian obtained the ownership of the spatial ring. With just a thought, he saw everything in the spatial ring. The spatial ring was so spacious that it was terrifying. It's worthy of being a royal-grade spirit weapon crafted by the rebirth martial emperor. It's so spacious. The space of the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hands was so spacious that it was comparable to a spacious estate. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was quickly caught by something else. Inside the spacious spatial ring, there were mountainous piles of treasures and rare materials. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by it and was stunned for a long time. These things were left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. This was the great treasure. From now on, all of it belonged to him. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to take inventory of all the treasures and rare materials in the spatial ring. He was totally absorbed in his task. Despite being mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat still accelerated when faced with so many treasures. 1 month had passed in just a blink of an eye. Lingtian Peak, Lingtian Sect. A gust of wind appeared, and a black figure appeared above the summit of Lingtian Peak. It was a tall youth dressed in black. He looked handsome. His face did not look not angry but imposing. When he stood there, it was as though he was one with heaven and earth. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a simple person. Suddenly, the black-clad young man's lips moved slightly, and he said, "Duan Lingtian." It was not loud, but it contained origin energy. That was why it spread to every nook and cranny on Lingtian Peak. Who's calling for the sect leader? It seems like the voice came from the summit. For a time, the entire Lingtian sect was shaken. Many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples rose up into the air and flew toward the summit. As the Lingtian sect's vice-sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San quickly appeared, Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Shang Quan also appeared one after another. Shang Quan, who do you think it is? Gold Thug asked Shang Quan through voice transmission. How would I know? Shang Quan gave Gold Thug a look and then muttered, "Someone's here for the young master, but he still hasn't returned. I don't know if he's a friend or a foe." Soon after, every elder and disciple of Ling Tian Peak not in closed-door cultivation had gathered at the summit of Ling Tian Peak. After arriving at the summit, a group of them looked at the black-clad youth in the distance and began discussing among themselves. Was it him who called the sect leader's name earlier? Seems like it. Many Ling Tian sect's disciples were sizing up the black-clad young man. "Who are you? Why are you looking for our sect leader?" Luo Ping asked in a deep voice as she looked at the black-clad young man. However, the black-clad young man ignored Luo Ping and looked at the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples before he loudly asked, "Did Duan Ling Tian kill the Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's disciple, Yang Chun?" The black-clad young man's question was too abrupt that no one could react for a time. The faces of those who could changed dramatically. Although no one admitted anything, the expression on their faces certainly gave them away. The black-clad young man's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was laced with coldness as he said repeatedly, "Very good, very good." Chapter 1204, He's my man. "Which one of you is Duan Ling Tian?" the black-clad young man asked calmly as he looked at the people before him. At this moment, everyone in Ling Tian sect looked a little terrified. Based on the black-clad young man's question, it was clear he was here for the martial emperor's disciple, Yang Chun. Moreover, he was here to avenge Yang Chun. Since that martial emperor's disciple, Yang Chun, was killed by sect leader. If this person is also a martial emperor's disciple like Yang Chun, I'm sure he won't have the guts to come to our Ling Tian sect alone. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. However, this person dares to come to our Ling Tian sect alone, he must be really confident of his ability. He has to be stronger than Yang Chun, a Ling Tian sect elder suddenly said. His words caused the entire place to fall silent. His ability is even more powerful than Yang Chun, and he's here to avenge Yang Chun. Could this person be the martial emperor's direct disciple? The martial emperor's direct disciple. That was the most powerful person under the martial emperor. This was someone who met the martial emperor often and would get advice and teachings from the martial emperor. The ability of someone like that was unattainable for everyone here. There was nothing they could do but humbly look up at this person. "You're smart to have figured out my identity." The black-clad young man looked at the Ling Tian sect's elder and said calmly, "That's right. I'm the martial emperor's direct disciple. My master is martial emperor Shiqi of Lost Stone Forest. Yang Chun was just a martial emperor's disciple who ran errands for me." The black-clad young man's words were like a clap of thunder. It made many people change their expression, and they had fear in their eyes. Although they had speculated earlier that the black-clad young man before them might be the martial emperor's direct disciple, it gave them a different feeling when this person confirmed their speculations. After all, there was a chance that they might have speculated wrongly. However, the situation changed when that person confirmed it. Martial emperor's direct disciple. He really is that martial emperor's direct disciple. I guess it's true. According to him, even Yang Chun was just someone who ran errands for him. I really didn't expect he'll come to Ling Tian sect for someone who used to run errands for him. It's like the saying, find out who is the master of the dog before beating it. He must feel like his pride is being trampled on. The faces of a group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples changed. One after another. Apart from shock, they felt fear as well. "Duan Ling Tian, I'm giving you the span of 3 breaths. If you don't show yourself, I'm going to destroy your Ling Tian sect." Although the black-clad young man's tone was calm, it felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on their chests when they heard it. It was suffocating. "Our sect leader has been away for 2 months, and he has yet to return," Zhang San said with a terrible expression on his face. He did not expect the black-clad young man before him to be the martial emperor's direct disciple. He possessed the ability to destroy the Ling Tian sect all on his own. Put aside the fact that their sect leader was away, even if he was here, Zhang San believed that person was still capable of destroying the Ling Tian sect. A martial emperor's direct disciple was at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Ordinary martial monarch powerhouses could not compare to him. Although their sect leader was powerful, he might not be a match for this person. "That's right," Luo Ping spoke after Zhang San, supporting what he had said. It seemed as though she was concerned the martial emperor's direct disciple would not believe Zhang San's words. There was fear in Luo Ping's eyes too. He left. The black-clad young man narrowed his eyes a little before opening them again. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, he looked around and said in his deep voice, "If that's the case, I'll give all of you two options. 1. Find someone to die on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Or 2. I kill all of you, effectively wiping out the Lingtian sect." He was doing this for his pride. He did not care if it was Duan Lingtian or the people Duan Lingtian cared about who died. Although he was not bothered about Yongchun's death, Yongchun had been his underling for many years. Duan Lingtian had messed with the wrong person. That was why the black-clad young man felt compelled to do something about it. The black-clad young man's words seemed to have caused a wave in the area. It made everyone, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, change their expression. However, there were no volunteers. Neither Zhang San nor Luo Ping volunteered even though they were the vice sect leaders. This was not a joke. They would definitely die if they volunteered themselves. Although they could save everyone in the sect if they volunteered to die for their sect leader, how could they sacrifice their own lives to save others? What to do? What to do? Many of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples panicked. Who's willing to die for our sect leader? Sacrificing one person will save the entire sect. We'll remember the person who volunteers. Bullshit. Why don't you volunteer, and we'll remember you? I. The group of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples looked terrible as they looked at each other. Nobody was willing to volunteer. Seems like all of you cherish your lives, the black-clad young man mocked them as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell. Subsequently, waves of terrifying aura rose from the black-clad young man's body when he lifted his arm. The dreadful aura was so oppressive it made those Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base change their expression. They had a look of despair on their faces. This was the power of a martial emperor's direct disciple. You said you'll let them go as long as somebody volunteers, right? At this moment, a calm yet cold voice reverberated in the air, interrupting the black-clad young man. It was a woman's voice. It came from the distance. Subsequently, a fiery red silhouette appeared like a fire elf. It appeared before the people and stood there looking at the black-clad young man. "Miss Tian Wu, let me represent young master." At the same time, two silhouettes appeared as well. One of the middle-aged men looked at the red-clad lady solemnly. The red-clad lady who had just appeared was Feng Tian Wu. She glared at the black-clad young man before her coldly as soon as she had appeared. "His sect is my sect," she responded calmly to Shang Quan, who had just arrived, as though doing this was a matter of course. What a beauty! The black-clad young man's eyes were glued to Feng Tian Wu as soon as she appeared. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but most of them were superficial. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful and elegant lady like the red-clad lady before him. His heart that had always been filled with passion for the martial Tao and cultivation since the beginning of time jolted. He was in love. Miss Tian Wu. Shang Quan's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tian Wu's words. How was he supposed to report this to his young master if something happened to Miss Tian Wu? "Kill me, and let everyone go." Shang Quan took a deep breath and appeared before Feng Tian Wu like a bolt of lightning. He shielded Feng Tian Wu behind him. As soon as Shang Quan stood still, the sound of wind whistling sounded before a silhouette appeared next to him. Both of them stood in front of Feng Tian Wu like a shield, protecting her. It was Gold Thug. "Gold Thug, you." Shang Quan could not help but feel stunned when he saw Gold Thug protecting Feng Tian Wu like him. It made sense for Shang Quan to sacrifice his life for his young master whom he had been following for years. However, it was different for Gold Thug since the time he spent with his young master was short. "What? Can't believe I would do something like that." Gold Thug smiled calmly. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. "From the second master avenged our clan, I've given my life to him. For my master, I, Gold Thug, would die without regrets. It's only unfortunate I won't be able to stay by master's side," Gold Thug said as he sighed. Feng Tian Wu, Gold Thug, and Shang Quan stood before the black-clad young man to protect all the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. At this time, many of those people's faces flushed in embarrassment. "I, Zhang San, am willing to sacrifice my life for sect leader too." Soon after, Zhang San, whose expression changed a few times, flew next to Shang Quan and Gold Thug. His eyes were trained on the black-clad young man. He had always looked up to the sect leader ever since he joined the Ling Tian sect. Moreover, he had also obtained many benefits from the sect leader. He would be ashamed of himself if he did not volunteer. He already felt immensely guilty for not volunteering earlier. another sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. Luo Ping had also stepped out to volunteer. Due to this, the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, Zhang San and Luo Ping, gained the respect of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples present on the scene. They used their actions to prove they were worthy of their positions as the vice-sect leaders. HMPH. Your useless lives aren't enough to die for Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The black-clad young man lifted his arm, and a majestic wind swept out. It swept the four people in front of Feng Tianwu away in just a second. There were two 7th-level martial monarchs among the four martial monarchs, but none of them managed to react in time. They were swept away one after another and did not have the ability to fight back. They were as vulnerable as ants before the black-clad young man. At this moment, the expression of the four people changed. After getting rid of the four obstacles before him, the black-clad young man looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning desire. He bluntly asked, Are you sure you're willing to die for the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian?" Feng Tianwu did not respond to the black-clad young man. The determination in her eyes was undoubtedly the best response. "Such a beauty like you is willing to die for Duan Ling Tian. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous of him," the black-clad young man said slowly. He was not angry at all. There was envy in his eyes as he asked, "Great. What kind of relationship do you have with him that you're even willing to die for him?" "He's my man," Feng Tianwu answered this time. Her eyes that were initially cold turned lively when she spoke. Even the frost on her face seemed to have melted a little. Chapter 1205, 10 years. To Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory, Duan Ling Tian was her everything. Duan Ling Tian had been by her side all this time. Not only did he give her warmth, but he gave her everything. Being by Duan Ling Tian's side felt like home to her. She was happy to indulge in Duan Ling Tian's pampering. Now that the Ling Tian sect was in trouble, and everyone needed someone in charge to represent Duan Ling Tian, it was only natural for her to volunteer. She did not do it for the Ling Tian sect. She did it for Duan Ling Tian, the man she decided to depend on for the rest of her life. She would die without regrets if she had to die for that man. "Your man." The black-clad young man's face turned somber when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. He did not seem happy. He did not expect that the beauty before him would belong to someone else. Feng Tianwu's red robes fluttered like a dancing flame suddenly. At the same time, fire began to run rampant on her body before turning into a sword-shaped flame. A 5-foot-long red flexile sword appeared in her hand. As she merged her energy with it, the sword trembled a little and released a crisp sound of sword whistling. The heaven and earth energy rumbled in the sky before it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Although Feng Tianwu knew she was no match for the black-clad young man before her, she did not plan to remain idle and wait for death. That was not who she was. She had to fight with all her might even though she was no match for the enemy. "I hope you'll keep your words," Feng Tianwu enunciated each word with her beautiful lips as she looked at the black-clad young man emotionlessly. "With this little power, you're far behind me." The black-clad young man shook his head when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. Her power was not a threat to him. "However, that's not important. Because I've changed my mind." The black-clad young man revealed a rare smile on his lips. His evil smile gave people goosebumps. Feng Tianwu's raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly when she heard his words. Meanwhile, everyone was looking at the black-clad young man. They had no idea what the black-clad young man would do next. Did he regret the promise he made? Did he still want to destroy the entire Ling Tian sect? At this time, many of their expression changed into fear. "I'm not killing you. I can let the Ling Tian sect and even Duan Ling Tian go." The black-clad young man looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning desire. His gaze gave Feng Tianwu a bad feeling, and her face turned somber. "Your condition." Feng Tianwu was stingy with her words. "Be my woman," the black-clad young man said. The burning desire on his face remained on his face even when he spoke. The black-clad young man's words made everyone present gasp. How dare this martial emperor's direct disciple attempt to steal their sect leader's woman? Everyone in the Ling Tian sect knew the red-clad lady, Feng Tianwu, was the sect leader's woman. Even Feng Tianwu did not deny this. "In your dreams." Too angry. Screams sounded almost at the same time. It was Gold Thug and Shang Quan. They were enraged by the black-clad young man's words and glared at him. This fellow was trying to steal their master and young master's woman. "Shut up." The black-clad young man's face turned somber. As he lifted his arm, a majestic energy swept out. Gold Thug and Shang Quan were sent flying. The ground was speckled with blood that looked like flames. I'm sparing both your lives. I'll kill both of you if you dare to say anything again. The black-clad young man said coldly. He was only teaching Gold Thug and Shang Quan a lesson this time. He injured both of them instead of taking their lives. What's your decision? The coldness on the black-clad young man's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile when he looked at Feng Tianwu again. Not happening. Feng Tianwu narrowed her beautiful eyes. The coldness on her face seemed to have grown, giving off an intimidating aura. What, do you want everyone in the Ling Tian sect to die? The black-clad young man smiled. He was threatening Feng Tianwu with a charming smile on his face. As soon as he said that, most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' expression changed. They thought they could escape death. They did not think the situation would turn around just like that. Their mood fell from heaven all the way to hell in just a blink of an eye. The Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples turned to look at Feng Tianwu. They wanted to know what decision Feng Tianwu would make. Whatever, Feng Tianwu replied calmly. She did not seem bothered by the black-clad young man's threat. The black-clad young man was stunned. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to respond in that way. Don't you want to protect the Ling Tian sect for your man? Are you pulling out now? Feng Tianwu ignored the black-clad young man. However, her fearless eyes were the best indirect response. What she was trying to say was simple. She was not afraid to die, but it was impossible for the black-clad young man to have her. She would rather die than betray the man she loved, Duan Ling Tian. Great, great. The black-clad young man took a deep breath and said, great, twice. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were left in suspense after hearing the black-clad young man's words. For the first time in my life, I, Zhou Yi, met a woman whom I really like. Zhou Yi was the black-clad young man. He was the direct disciple of the martial emperor from Lost Stone Forest. The way he looked at Feng Tianwu became more and more passionate. I'm willing to let go of what happened today. I won't kill Duan Ling Tian or anyone in the Ling Tian sect. But you must follow me to Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, 10 years. You'll only have to stay in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. I'll court you in the coming 10 years. I won't do anything to you before I successfully make you mine. If you still reject me 10 years later, I'll grant you your freedom. Zhou Yi was filled with confidence as he spoke. He was confident that he could make this woman his within 10 years. He was a direct disciple of a martial emperor. The most powerful disciple of martial emperor Shiqi. He should kill himself if he failed to woo a lady after 10 years. 10 years. The place fell silent again after Zhou Yi spoke. Miss Tianwu, don't agree to that. Gold Thug and Shang Quan, who had recovered a lot after consuming healing medicinal pills, said to Feng Tianwu via voice transmission. 10 years. It was not considered long for a martial artist, but to a young couple, it was way too long. Long enough for one to forget the other. Although one might not forget entirely, it was long enough for the memory to fade. Yes, Miss Tianwu. Please think this through, Zhang San and Luo Ping said. Although they wanted to live, they would rather die than let such a beautiful lady sacrifice 10 years of her life for them. This is the best offer I can make. If you're unwilling, I'll kill everyone in Ling Tian sect. After that, I'll wait for Duan Ling Tian to return before I kill him. Zhou Yi's voice turned cold when he saw Feng Tianwu's lack of response. His patience was limited after all. Finally, there was liveliness in Feng Tianwu's eyes as she glanced at Zhou Yi faintly and said, take an oath. What, you're worried a martial emperor's direct disciple like me is going to go back on my words? Although Zhou Yi said that, his heart was filled with joy since the red-clad lady before him had pretty much agreed to his condition and was willing to follow him. Therefore, Zhou Yi cooperated and took the 9 heavenly tribulation oath. Soon, 9 claps of thunder sounded in response to Zhou Yi's oath. Lead the way, Feng Tianwu said coldly after she saw Zhou Yi taking the oath. Zhou Yi had not regained his composure. As soon as he snapped back to his senses, he immediately led Feng Tianwu in the northwest direction. His destination was Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi left the Ling Tian sect with Feng Tianwu just like that. He had completely forgotten about avenging Yangchun. To him, Yangchun's death was nothing. The most important thing to him now was this beauty whom he liked. In the coming 10 years, he would do everything he could to win this beauty's heart and make her his woman. However, Feng Tianwu was just being pragmatic. She believed her big brother Duan would elevate his ability in less than 10 years and would come to Lost Stone Forest to save her. She would treat her time at Lost Stone Forest as an opportunity to cultivate. She was not worried Zhou Yi would rape her since she could control her energy and explode before Zhou Yi could even do that. She would rather die than betray her big brother Duan. He was the man she treated as her future husband. She decided to leave with Zhou Yi because she had a plan in mind. She had two options at the moment. One was to wait for her big brother Duan to save her or for Zhou Yi to release her after 10 years as promised. The second option was death. However, she had no complaints. I'm willing to use 10 years of my youth to exchange for your life. A purple silhouette soon appeared in her mind. A rare warm smile appeared on her lips. After Zhou Yi left with Feng Tianwu, the Ling Tian sect's elders, disciples, two vice sect leaders, Gold Thug, and Shang Quan looked gloomy. All of their faces, including the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, did not look too good. Although they were happy they survived, they could not help but feel guilty when they thought of how they survived due to the sect leader's woman sacrificing 10 years of her youth. I'm afraid Master won't be able to accept this when he returns and finds out about this. Gold Thug's face looked somber, and his heart was heavy. Young Master will definitely go to Lost Stone Forest as soon as he returns. Shang Quan knew Duan Ling Tian more than anyone else present. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware of what had happened, was on his way back. Chapter 1206 The Enraged Duan Ling Tian. What a great reward! Apart from quasi-royal grade spirit weapons, royal grade spirit weapons, some quasi-royal grade medicinal pills, and royal grade medicinal pills that were refined by the rebirth martial emperor, there are also many rare materials in the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian was smiling throughout the journey home. Most importantly, there are enough royal grade resurrection pills. Duan Ling Tian's smile turned wider and wider. The resurrection pill was a healing medicinal pill. There were different categories of healing medicinal pills. Grade 9 to grade 7 was called the gold injury pill. Grade 6 to grade 4 was called the great recovery pill. Grade 3 to grade 1 was called the life recovery pill. Quasi-royal grade and royal grade were called the resurrection pill. The resurrection pill was a healing medicinal pill that could revive a dead person and regenerate flesh on bones. The medicinal efficacy was even higher than a grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity. It was no longer about the accumulation of quantity but the quality. With sufficient royal grade resurrection pills, it should help Tian Wu recover her memory after she consumes them for some time. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought about this. His face was gentle like flowing water. He had blamed himself for Tian Wu's memory loss. In his opinion, he was the cause of her memory loss. He felt a joy that came from the bottom of his heart now that he had an opportunity to restore Tian Wu's memory. Wait for me to refine the profound monarch pill with the 10,000 years red fruit and the other materials. I'll be able to elevate my cultivation base even faster at that time. Together with the medicinal pills the rebirth martial emperor left behind that will aid my cultivation, I'll be able to break through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in a short period of time. Since I've already comprehended emperor stage profundity, it'll be easy for me to break through to the martial emperor stage if my cultivation base rises. Although he was not sure if his fused profundity was an emperor stage profundity, his sword profundity was truly an emperor stage profundity. As soon as his cultivation base entered the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would only be one step away from entering the 1st level martial emperor stage and successfully become a martial emperor powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was in a great mood on his journey back. He felt like he could see the martial emperor stage waving at him. However, his good mood vanished like fleeting smoke as soon as he arrived at the Ling Tian sect half a month later. This was due to the shocking news that he received. Tian Wu was taken away. Who did this? Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly as he looked at the 4 people before him with rage in his eyes. The 4 people who were standing before him were none other than the 2 vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, Gold Thug, and Shang Quan, who were always by his side. Young master, it was Zhou Yi, Shang Quan said bitterly, lowering his head. Zhou Yi. Duan Ling Tian's face turned somber. Who's he? Master, Zhou Yi's the direct disciple of the martial emperor from Lost Stone Forest. Yang Chun was someone who ran errands for him. He's really powerful. Although he didn't reveal his ability in front of us, the aura he released faintly was so oppressive that we lost our will to fight, Gold Thug said worriedly after he took a deep breath. The aura released from Zhou Yi's body the other day was terrifying. Let alone mustering up the will to fight, he was almost suffocated by that aura. He was here to avenge Yang Chun, but he didn't really seem to care about Yang Chun's death. Soon, Zhang San and Luo Ping also spoke up. They recounted everything that happened without holding anything back. Tian Wu left with Zhou Yi to Lost Stone Forest for the sake of Ling Tian's sect. Duan Ling Tian's expression looked terrible at this moment. He was in a rage, he could not hold it back. Before Zhang San and the other three could even react, Duan Ling Tian had already vanished without a trace before their eyes. Their expression suddenly changed. Is sect leader going to Lost Stone Forest? Zhang San's expression did not look too good. I'm sure he is, Shang Quan said and nodded solemnly. He made a move after he spoke, heading in the direction of northwest. It was obvious he was going after Duan Ling Tian. Although he knew he would not be a great help with his ability, he still insisted on going. Duan Ling Tian was his young master, someone he was willing to sacrifice his life for. Vice sect leaders, please take good care of the Ling Tian sect before master returns. I'll head to Lost Stone Forest with Shang Quan to see if we're able to stop master in time. After Gold Thug informed Zhang San and Luo Ping of his intention, he rushed off to catch up to Shang Quan. Although he had said all that, he was not certain if he was capable of doing it. His ability was far behind his master. He might be still on his way even after his master had arrived at Lost Stone Forest. Gold Thug caught up to Shang Quan with his rapid speed. You're too slow. I'll bring you with me, Gold Thug said as he released a majestic energy from his body. It led Shang Quan and him as they flew northwest together. That was the direction of Lost Stone Forest. After Yun Gang brought Yang Chun to the Ling Tian sect and both were killed by Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian made an effort to ask around about Lost Stone Forest and found out where it was located. As Duan Ling Tian's followers, it was only natural that Gold Thug and Shang Quan were privy to that information. Zhou Yi, I don't care if you're some martial emperor's direct disciple. I'll take your life if anything happens to Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian was flying at full speed. His face was somber, and his eyes looked as though they were shooting out flames. Although Tian Wu lost her memory, her tough personality still remained. The thing Duan Ling Tian was most worried about was Zhou Yi would go back on his words and rape Tian Wu. Based on Tian Wu's personality, she would rather die than allow that to happen. He knew Tian Wu very well. Therefore, he was eager to get to Lost Stone Forest as soon as he found out about what happened. He was worried something might happen to Tian Wu. If something happened to her, apart from not knowing how to tell Feng Wudao about it, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Tian Wu, wait for Big Brother Duan. Big Brother Duan will save you very soon. Duan Ling Tian was like a bolt of lightning as he flew in the sky. The clouds would part and form a clear, heavenly path, wherever he passed by. Although he had quickly rushed to Lost Stone Forest to save Tian Wu, he had thoroughly thought through the entire situation. First, he was definitely no match for the martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, at the moment. Second, Lost Stone Forest was the cultivation land of the martial emperor. Zhou Yi was the martial emperor's direct disciple. To a martial emperor, the position of a direct disciple was completely different from those ordinary disciples. The martial emperor would not care no matter how many ordinary disciples died. However, if his direct disciple died, even if it was only one disciple, the martial emperor would definitely be enraged and avenge him. Duan Ling Tian knew that very well since he had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Since I'm no match for that Zhou Yi, I'll use the devil-seal tablet. Even if I lose my mind completely, I'll do it to save Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He would save Tian Wu at all cost. Losing his mind aside, even if he had to lose his life, he would still do it. Tian Wu was willing to sacrifice her life for him, and so was he. Since Duan Ling Tian had used the devil-seal tablet twice, he had learned some tricks on using it. If his emotions are disturbed and chaotic, it would trigger the devil-seal tablet to devilify him. The devil-seal tablet will give me a major boost. If I use the tablet now, an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse might not even be a match for me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with gleaming eyes. This was the reason why he dared to go to Lost Stone Forest. One must know that Lost Stone Forest was a martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation land. He might alert the martial emperor for trespassing the land. If he was not prepared, his journey there was no different from going to hell. When Duan Ling Tian was heading toward Lost Stone Forest, it was bustling in the forest. A couple of martial emperor's followers gathered in a circle and gossiped. One of them said, "Hey, did you hear? Senior brother Zhou brought a young lady back. She's really one of a kind no matter if it's her looks or charisma. I really want to see her. I want to see if she's really as stunning as the rumor says she is. Although I didn't hear about it. I saw a young lady when senior brother came back yesterday, another martial emperor's follower said. Oh, all of a sudden, the other martial emperor's followers' eyes lit up. They were obviously interested. Is this young lady a peerless beauty in regard to her looks and charisma? Is the rumor true? One of the martial emperor's followers asked. Of course, the martial emperor's follower who spoke previously said as he nodded. He said enviously, senior brother Joe's really lucky with ladies. He even managed to bring back a beauty from his trip. From what I know, senior brother was never interested in love due to his focus in cultivating. I didn't expect he would bring a lady back. That means that lady is remarkable. So remarkable that she made a cultivation freak like senior brother Joe fall in love, the other martial emperor's follower said. But the young lady seems to be ignoring senior brother Joe. When I saw her and senior brother Joe, he would always be smiling when he talked to her, but she never responded, the previous martial emperor's followers said with a frown. That can't be. The other martial emperor's followers could not help but feel surprised. Could it be that senior brother Joe stole the lady from someone else? One of the martial emperor's followers speculated, gulping. That's possible. The other martial emperor's followers nodded in agreement. HMPH. That lady's ungrateful. Our senior brother Joe is the martial emperor's direct disciple. Our master martial emperor values him. He's the direct disciple of the martial emperor of Lost Stone Forest. That means he has the highest chance of breaking through to the martial emperor stage. How could she ignore him? A martial emperor's follower scoffed. Chapter 1207. Not interested. In the Lost Stone Forest, a black silhouette stood before a stone house that was made from hollowing out a gigantic rock. It was a tall, young man in black with a cold expression on his face. He looked elegant standing there with his black robe fluttering in the wind. Tian Wu, I'll bring you to see my master. The black-clad young man was none other than Zhou Yi, the direct disciple of the martial emperor of Lost Stone Forest. He spoke as he looked at the stone house before him. The master that Zhou Yi mentioned was Lost Stone Forest's owner, Martial Emperor Shi Qi. The other person who was locked in the stone house by Zhou Yi was the red-clad Feng Tian Wu, whom he had brought back from the Ling Tian sect's Ling Tian Peak. Feng Tian Wu did not tell Zhou Yi her name on their journey here. In fact, she did not say a single word to Zhou Yi at all. She remained the same even a few days after she arrived at Lost Stone Forest. The reason Zhou Yi knew Feng Tian Wu's name was through Gold Thug and Shang Quan when they called out to her previously at Ling Tian Peak in the Ling Tian sect. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, an extremely cold voice came from the stone house. You're not allowed to call me Tian Wu. I know that you're called Tian Wu, Zhou Yi said with a faint smile on his face. Tian Wu, you're remarkably talented to be able to possess such a cultivation base at such a young age given the fact that you're not a demon. I've already spoken to Master. He'll take you as a direct disciple if he's satisfied with your talent. A martial emperor's direct disciple. No sound came out of the stone house at this moment. If I become his direct disciple, can I go against the 10 years agreement I've made with you and leave Lost Stone Forest? The cold voice came out from the stone house again soon after. Naturally, Master's direct disciples should stay in Lost Stone Forest to cultivate until they have cultivated to the peak of the martial monarch stage and obtained enough power. At that time, you can leave. That's the rule Master has set. Zhou Yi smiled as he said, Master doesn't have any ill intentions by setting such a rule. He's just worried his direct disciples would hurt themselves if they leave before learning the required skills and embarrass him. Not interested, the cold voice sounded once again. The tone was filled the intent of getting rid of the person talking to her. Zhou Yi could not help but feel stunned after hearing that. There was a person who was not interested in being a martial emperor's direct disciple. Tian Wu, I hope that you'll consider this properly. Not everyone can be a martial emperor's direct disciple. I've spent a lot of effort to get Master to verify your talent. If you're qualified, he'll take you as his direct disciple immediately, Zhou Yi advised patiently. Although he looked patient, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. He had spent some effort to get his master, Martial Emperor Shi Qi, to agree to verify Feng Tian Wu's talent. Naturally, his intention was not purely to help Feng Tian Wu to become his master's direct disciple. Even if his master was willing to take Feng Tian Wu in, Zhou Yi would do his best to stop Feng Tian Wu from becoming the Martial Emperor's direct disciple. He did not really want Feng Tian Wu to become a direct disciple of his master. After all, if Feng Tian Wu became his master's direct disciple, she would become his junior sister, and their positions would be equal. However, He was not worried about this, neither was he worried about getting her to agree to become his woman. He only did all this make Feng Tianwu feel moved and grateful toward him. He was only convincing her to become the martial emperor's direct disciple as a bait to lure the mermaid like Feng Tianwu. He wanted to resolve the conflict between him and Feng Tianwu using that. Normal martial artists would be overjoyed if they had the chance of becoming a martial emperor's direct disciple. If the opportunity came from a referral, the person would be extremely grateful to the referrer. That was his objective all along. However, he did not expect the lady in the stone house to have zero interest in becoming a martial emperor's direct disciple. It was completely out of his expectation and spoiled his plan. At this moment, he felt helpless when he realized he could not use this to resolve the conflict between him and Feng Tianwu. However, he felt a little unwilling. Therefore, he was advising Feng Tianwu patiently. Go away. To his disappointment, his patience in advising Feng Tianwu outside the stone house had only gotten him a cold. Go away. He turned pale. He narrowed his eyes as a gleam flashed past. He turned extremely somber. He, Zhou Yi, was the direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor. He was martial emperor Shiqi's favorite disciple. When did he ever experience a cold treatment like this? When had he ever been treated this way? He was enraged. All he could feel was the rage in his stomach. However, the somberness on his face faded away as the silhouette of the lady in the stone house appeared in his mind. Her beautiful face calmed him down. Tianwu, I'll make a move now. I'll see you again some other day. Zhou Yi took a deep breath to suppress the rage in him before he left. The second he left, his face turned somber again. His eyes were cold. 10 years. If you don't accept me, I'll destroy you even if I can't kill that Duan Lingtian. Nobody can have the woman that I, Zhou Yi, can't get, Zhou Yi mumbled softly as he flew away. The expression on his face was terrible. He told his master, Martial Emperor Shiqi, about Feng Tianwu, but now that she blew him off, he could imagine being taught a lesson by his master. Fortunately, he was Martial Emperor Shiqi's favorite direct disciple. If it was some other direct disciple, apart from being taught a lesson, that person would be punished in some other way if he dared to blow off Martial Emperor Shiqi. Although the stone house in Lost Stone Forest was made from a hollowed-out gigantic rock, its interior was extremely clean and neat. Every corner seemed to be smoothly polished with a saber or a sword. The decoration in the stone house was simple. There was nothing else apart from a rectangular stone bed. At this moment, a red-clad lady sat with her legs crossed on the stone bed. The red-clad lady looked like she was in her early 20s. Her hair was long. She had a beautiful face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold and intimidating aura. With her raised eyebrows, she looked like an ice beauty covered in flames. The flame was naturally the red robe she was wearing. Big Brother Duan, are you back at Ling Tian sect now? The red-clad lady mumbled softly as she slowly opened her mesmerizing eyes. Her voice was filled with fondness and hope she had for Duan Ling Tian. She had always been by his side ever since she lost her memory. It was her first time parting with Duan Ling Tian for so long. She was a little panicked. She was uncertain if her big brother Duan could raise his cultivation base and obtain the ability to take her away from Lost Stone Forest. After all, there was a martial emperor powerhouse in Lost Stone Forest who was Zhou Yi's master. She initially was confident of her big brother Duan, but doubts began to surface when she arrived at Lost Stone Forest. It was extremely difficult for a martial monarch powerhouse to break through to the martial emperor stage. There were not many martial emperor powerhouses even on Cloud Continent. There were less than 10 publicly known martial emperors. There were martial monarch powerhouses who had even comprehended 6 or 7 ninth level profundities, but they did not manage to break through to the martial emperor stage. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the martial emperor stage. Although her big brother Duan was remarkably talented and incomparable to the others, there was a certain level of difficulty to become one of the less than 10 martial emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Therefore, she was not sure if her big brother Duan could take her away from here in within 10 years. If big brother Duan can't get me out of here in within 10 years, then I'll wait to see him after 10 years. Feng Tianwu felt a wrenching pain from the thought of only seeing the man she missed after 10 years. It was her first time feeling like that ever since she lost her memory. 10 years were not long, but they were not exactly short. However, to Feng Tianwu, a day in Lost Stone Forest felt like a year. If she could, she did not want to stay here even for a second. Time passed by silently, and a month went by just like that. At this time, an uninvited guest arrived outside of Lost Stone Forest. It was a tired-looking purple-clad young man who came from the southeast direction. The purple-clad young man looked 25. He was handsome with straight eyebrows. His looks could make many women swoon. So this is Lost Stone Forest. The purple-clad young man mumbled softly as he looked at the stone forest. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though they were about to shoot out flames. This purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who came all the way from the Lingtian sect's Lingtian Peak. These inscription formations, most of them are illusory formations. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. He saw through the stone forest before him. There were many inscription formations. Although most of them were illusory formations, there were some killing formations as well. Duan Lingtian could tell that most of these inscription formations were set up by a martial monarch inscription master, while the few killing formations were the work of a martial emperor inscription master. That martial emperor Shichi is not an inscription master. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure that out. If martial emperor Shichi was an inscription master, it was impossible that he did not personally set up the inscription formations in his lair. One must know that the inscription formations set up by martial emperor inscription masters was incomparable to a martial monarch inscription master. HMPH. Facing the massive number of inscription formations in the stone forest before him, Duan Lingtian scoffed softly and moved. He entered the stone forest fearlessly. Chapter 1208 Break-In. Duan Lingtian dashed into Lost Stone Forest like a streak of lightning. To ordinary martial artists, Lost Stone Forest was undoubtedly a great forbidden land. If they were not careful, they would trigger the killing formation from walking into illusory formations and would be instantly killed. Only people from Lost Stone Forest considered it as a normal ground and treated the illusory formations and killing formations like they were nothing. However, walking in Lost Stone Forest was like walking on a normal ground for Duan Lingtian. He ignored the illusory formations completely and avoided the killing formations. His successful intrusion of Lost Stone Forest very quickly caught the attention of the martial emperor's followers who guarded the entrance of Lost Stone Forest. After being momentarily stunned, the martial emperor's followers showed themselves one after another. They were shocked because the purple-clad young man before them was not affected by the illusory formations at all after entering Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, the purple-clad young man even intentionally avoided the killing formations. It could be luck if he only avoided it once, but how could it be luck when he avoided it 2, 3, 4, and 5 times? At this moment, the few martial emperor's followers who were in charge of this entrance noticed something was wrong. They showed themselves immediately one after another and surrounded Duan Lingtian, who broke into Lost Stone Forest. Faced with the purple-clad young man who walked in Lost Stone Forest as though it was a normal ground, the martial emperor's followers did not dare to be reckless. One of them asked courteously, "May I know who are you, sir? Why did you break into our Lost Stone Forest?" Duan Lingtian briefly glanced at the few people before him. Martial emperor's followers. Yes. They nodded. "Bring me to Zhou Yi." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at one of the martial emperor's followers with a ferocious gleam in his eyes. It gave the follower goosebumps, and it shook him to his core. "Sir." Before the martial emperor's follower could speak, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He only saw Duan Lingtian vanishing before his eyes as he moved and felt a strong wind sweeping in his direction. When the follower snapped back to his senses, he felt an immense force on his shoulder, causing him to feel weak all over his body. To his surprise, it was Duan Lingtian who appeared before him like a lightning. Duan Lingtian had grabbed his shoulder before he coldly said, "Lead the way." At this moment, that martial emperor's follower and the others snapped back to their senses. The purple-clad young man before them was here for Zhou Yi. Naturally, Zhou Yi was no stranger to them. Not only was he a direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor, but he was also the martial emperor's favorite direct disciple. How did senior brother Zhou offend such a violent person? The martial emperor's followers, hearts jolted. They noticed how remarkable Duan Lingtian was when he entered the Lost Stone Forest and walked in like it was a normal ground. Now that they heard he was here to look for their martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, with unconcealed ill intentions, they realized he was someone they could not and should not mess with. It showed how confident the purple-clad young man was of his ability, since he dared to come for Zhou Yi, the direct disciple of their Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor. Someone whose ability was on par with Zhou Yi could kill them with just a finger. The martial emperor's follower who was caught by Duan Lingtian turned pale. Although he feared death, he did not dare to bring the purple-clad young man before him to look for his senior brother Zhou Yi. He would still die anyway if he did that. He would even drag his family into this. That was something he did not want to see happen. Lost Stone Forest had strict rules that involved the followers' families. Therefore, even if he died, he did not dare to break Lost Stone Forest's rules. You're not afraid of death. When Duan Lingtian noticed the martial emperor's follower in his hand showed no signs of moving, his eyes turned even fiercer. Oppressive killing intent surged out of his body, causing the martial emperor's follower's face to change drastically. He had fear in his eyes. However, although he was afraid, he remained motionless. Sir, please don't put him in a tough spot. Another martial emperor's follower begged Duan Lingtian at this moment. There are rules in our Lost Stone Forest. We can't betray anyone who is under Master Martial Emperor. If we do that, not only will we die, our families will be dragged into it as well. Therefore, even if you kill him or us, it's impossible for us to bring you to Senior Brother Zhou Yi. If we bring you there, it means we've betrayed Senior Brother Zhou Yi. At that time, not only will we not escape death, even our families won't be able to escape death, the Martial Emperor's follower said with a bitter expression on his face. Sir, I can inform Senior Brother Zhou Yi about you through a voice transmission jade slip, another Martial Emperor's follower said soon after. When Duan Lingtian realized it was impossible for the Martial Emperor's followers to bring him to Zhou Yi, he took a step back and said in a deep voice, "Tell him to hand over the person he took from my Lingtian sect. If anything happens to that person, I'll take his life. Also, tell him that I'm Duan Lingtian," he added after that. Yes, yes. After they heard what Duan Lingtian said, the Martial Emperor's followers did not dare to delay, and they quickly tossed a voice transmission jade slip that immediately vanished before his eyes. The voice transmission jade slip's lightning speed was on a higher level compared to his since it was made by a Martial Emperor inscription master. The Martial Emperor's followers felt relieved when they saw the purple-clad young man did not give them a hard time after the voice transmission jade slip was sent. However, they still felt a little anxious. Although they had yet to see him attack, it was clear he was extraordinary based on his ability to break into Lost Stone Forest and walk in as though it was a normal ground. Moreover, he was here to look for their senior brother Zhou Yi whom they respected. That made them realize the young man was not someone simple. Therefore, they felt fortunate they managed to live. At this very moment, Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he calmly looked at the direction where the voice transmission jade slip went. He ignored the Martial Emperor's followers before him. When the Martial Emperor's followers saw that, they knew they managed to extricate themselves from a tough spot. They looked at each other and saw the gratefulness and anxiety in each other's eyes. Soon after, they began to communicate with each other through voice transmission as soon as they calmed down. I heard him saying earlier that Senior Brother Zhou brought someone away from the Lingtian sect. One of them was skeptical. Could it the woman that Senior Brother Zhou brought back previously? Another person speculated. I guess it's possible. That's why I've been wondering why the woman ignored Senior Brother Zhou when he brought her back. As it turns out, Senior Brother Zhou kidnapped her. Senior Brother Zhou's so powerful. He was never interested in any woman. When he's finally interested in someone, he immediately captured her. The Martial Emperor's followers could not help but exclaim secretly. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared before the stone house made from a hollow gigantic rock deep in Lost Stone Forest. It was a tall, young man dressed in a black robe. The black-clad young man suddenly lifted his arm and grabbed a streak of light that was shooting toward him. A slip appeared in his hand when he opened it. His eyes gleamed. Voice transmission jade slip. Subsequently, the black-clad young man inserted his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. A voice entered his ears immediately. Senior Brother Zhou, we're at the southeastern entrance of Lost Stone Forest. Someone has broken in. He called himself Duan Lingtian, and he's asking you to hand over the person you took away from some Lingtian sect. He also said, if something happens to that person, he'll take your life. The voice ended here. Duan Lingtian, the person who killed Yang Chun. The black-clad young man was Zhou Yi, the direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor. He knew what was happening after he listened to the message in the voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian was the sect leader of Lingtian sect. He was the lover of the woman that Zhou Yi liked. Previously, he had taken the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath that he would not kill Duan Lingtian if the woman he liked stayed in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. I took an oath not to kill you, but I didn't say I won't cut you up. You came to me before I come for you. I like this. A grin unknowingly appeared on Zhou Yi's lips as his eyes gleamed coldly. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian before, He did not like Duan Lingtian at all. Not only did he not like Duan Lingtian, but he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was not because Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Chun. He could not care less about Yang Chun's death. The reason he went to Lingtian's sect was not as simple as avenging Yang Chun, he was there for something else. He wanted to send a message to the person who killed Yang Chun. Find out who is the master of the dog before beating it. Apart from that, the reason he despised Duan Lingtian and could not wait to kill him was due to the woman he brought back to Lost Stone Forest with him. He liked that woman and could not wait to make her his. However, Duan Lingtian was the woman's lover. If not for the 9 heavenly tribulation oath that he took to spare Duan Lingtian's life, he would definitely not let Duan Lingtian live. An evil grin appeared on Zhou Yi's lips as he mumbled softly, "I'm interested to see if she'll still like you and call you her man when your cultivation base and 4 limbs are severed." Fortunately, there was nobody here. Otherwise, that person would have goosebumps from the grin on Zhou Yi's face. "There's a path for you in heaven, but you rather come to hell. Duan Lingtian, you sent yourself here, so don't blame me." Zhou Yi's heart jolted before he vanished from his spot. Naturally, he did not really vanish, but he was so fast that it seemed as though he had vanished into thin air. Zhou Yi headed to the southeastern side of Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian was there, at the southeastern entrance of Lost Stone Forest. "He's here." Duan Lingtian's eyes that were fixed ahead suddenly lit up. Chapter 1209 Duan Lingtian's Madness. Almost when Duan Lingtian noticed it, a gush of wind blew over and made the purple robe on his body flap loudly along the wind. In the next moment, a black figure appeared before him with a flash before his eyes. It was a young man who was dressed in black and whose height was similar to that of Duan Lingtian. The instant he appeared, his gaze was already trained on Duan Lingtian and was analyzing him from top to bottom. "Senior brother Zhou." Right at this point, the few martial emperor's followers at the side greeted the young man clad in black respectfully. The young man was Zhou Yi, who had just rushed over. He was a martial emperor's direct disciple, and he was a renowned god's favorite in the Lost Stone Forest. However, Zhou Yi did not appear to hear the greetings from the martial emperor's followers who took the initiative to greet him. Or maybe, he just felt it was beneath him to reply those few martial emperor's followers. In the eye of the martial emperor's direct disciples such as Zhou Yi, even the martial emperor's disciples of the Lost Stone Forest were merely a group of obedient dogs. Even if a martial emperor's follower was willing to be his dog, he was not necessarily ready to take him in. In his eyes, the martial emperor's followers were no different than ants. In his opinion, there was no need for him to pay attention to those ants that took the initiative to greet him at all. With a haughty look, Zhou Yi studied Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. After a while later, he finally asked in a questioning tone, "You're Duan Lingtian, the man that Tian Wu loves?" In the face of Zhou Yi's query, Duan Lingtian did not give a damn, as if he had never heard him at all. Not only that, he even glared at Zhou Yi and voiced out his questions, "Are you Zhou Yi? Where's Tian Wu?" He had just found out about this newcomer's identity from the greeting of those few martial emperor's followers. It was his target, Zhou Yi. Tian Wu had been taken away by this man. Right now, as he retorted back to Zhou Yi, Duan Lingtian's eyes were gleaming with a sharp glint. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a beast that was lurking in the dark, ready to pounce, hurt, and kill anytime now. Just like how Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Yi's questions, Zhou Yi ignored his too. Looking at Duan Lingtian, his gaze gradually turned chilly as he spelled out his words, neither slow nor fast. "I wonder why Tian Wu would love an ant like you. However, since I've sworn not to kill you, I won't kill you at all." I asked, "Where's Tian Wu?" Seeing how Zhou Yi ignored his question about where Tian Wu was, Duan Lingtian's face darkened, and his eyes seemed to spout fire out as he glared deadly at Zhou Yi. Finally, Zhou Yi answered Duan Lingtian. However, when he replied, his tone was full of contempt. It was a contempt that came from the bottom of his heart. "No matter where Tian Wu is, it doesn't concern you at all. From now on, you and she are two people from two different worlds. Who the hell are you? Who are you to decide whether Tian Wu and I are people from the same or different worlds?" Duan Lingtian mocked in disdain with a smirk. "Besides, if you still don't hand her over, you, as a direct disciple of a martial emperor, will soon turn into history just like this." Crazy. He was just insane. This was what the few martial emperor's followers, who were watching the drama unfolding, thought about Duan Lingtian. From what he said, Duan Ling Tian was going to turn Zhou Yi, the martial emperor's direct disciple of the Lost Stone Forest, into history. In their opinion, this was basically a tale from Arabian Nights. Zhou Yi was the direct disciple of martial emperor Shi Qi, the owner of their Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi's innate talent was incredibly high. He was more skilled than any other direct disciple, and on top of his diligence in cultivating, he had always been highly doted on by martial emperor Shi Qi. Eventually, he became martial emperor Shi Qi's fondest direct disciple ever. Not only that, nobody else knew about Zhou Yi's strength except for a select few who were extremely clear about it. Concerning strength, their senior brother Zhou was only inferior to the martial emperor Shi Qi. Even the other martial emperor direct disciples were no match for him at all. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhou Yi was first stunned before he burst out laughing immediately. As he whooped frenziedly, he mocked Duan Ling Tian, "Turn me into history. Well, then, I'd like to see how would a mere low-level first-rate force leader like you will be able to turn me into history." However, there was a hint of disdain and contempt in the depth of his eyes. Zhou Yi's words had apparently entered the ears of many martial emperor's direct disciples, and they observed Duan Ling Tian with a strange look. This guy is just a leader from a low-level first-rate force. And here I was thinking how powerful he was. A leader from a low-level first-rate force is just slightly stronger than we martial emperor's followers at most, and he isn't even comparable to the martial emperor's disciples, let alone the direct disciples. He's just a mere leader of the low-level first-rate force, and he dares to come to pick a fight with senior brother Zhou in our Lost Stone Forest. Isn't he just seeking for his own death? The gaze that the few martial emperor's followers used to look at Duan Ling Tian with was no longer filled with dread but had been replaced by pity instead. To them, in terms of strength, a mere leader of the low-level first-rate force would never be able to catch up with Zhou Yi, the martial emperor's direct disciple of their Lost Stone Forest, no matter how fast he accelerated his training. However, just now, senior brother Zhou mentioned that he had sworn not to kill him. I wonder what has happened between the both of them. It seems like it's precisely because of this that he dared to come and provoke senior brother Zhou in our Lost Stone Forest. That must be it, otherwise, how could someone like him dare to offend senior brother Zhou, our martial emperor's direct disciple, even if we lend him 100 guts? And to think that I actually thought he's a powerhouse who was at the same level with senior brother Zhou. How naive I was. Duan Ling Tian clearly picked up the exchanges between these few martial emperor's followers. However, he just ignored them. "Since you want to see it for yourselves, I'll show you." A piercingly cold brilliance flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes after being provoked by Zhou Yi. With a flash, he completely disappeared before the eyes of the few martial emperor's followers. He was so swift that they could not follow his track at all. Duan Ling Tian was very adamant that if he did not let Zhou Yi taste the meaning of pain right at this moment, he would never hand Tian Wu over. For this very reason, he had to do something and at least inflict some pain on Zhou Yi. Like a divine dragon roaring past, Duan Ling Tian's figure charged towards Zhou Yi. In the midst of charging, he seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as well. To be exact, he was a 5-colored divine dragon. 5 different colors gathered by his side and emitted jets of penetrating sword intent. It was the fused profundity and sword profundity. In just a twinkling of an eye, Duan Ling Tian arrived near Zhou Yi. He gave his quasi-royal grade sword that had long been prepared a quick flick and instantly, he performed his sword technique. At that instance, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword pointed forward and blasted out a sword ray which was divided into 9 beams and transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons. A flash of brilliance flashed across the 9 divine dragons' eyes, and 18 streaks of radiant flares burst out. 18 perfect radiant flares blasted out and pierced through the sky, setting off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds as they charged directly towards Zhou Yi's vital parts. That's supersonic speed. From the very beginning, in the face of Duan Ling Tian who was making his assault towards him, Zhou Yi remained calm as though he felt that his opponent was beneath him. However, right now, the moment he saw those 18 perfect beams of light that were charging at himself, he could not help but be taken back by shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Ling Tian would be able to cast such a swift attack. If this speed had been just a little faster, it would have posed a threat to him already. Without any hesitation, in a heartbeat, Zhou Yi vanished from the spot in the next instance. He brushed against the 18 beams of light that were hurtling at him and he fled. When Zhou Yi reappeared once again, he was already far away in the sky. "It looks like I've underestimated you." When Zhou Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian again, Although his face was still full of contempt, there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was apparent that he had never thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to cast out such an impressive level of attack just now. At the same time, with Duan Lingtian's hand resting on his sword, his heaven and earth energy started to swirl above his head and they gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon very soon. The silhouettes of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons formed. Judging from this occurrence, Duan Lingtian had probably already exerted all of his strength and cast everything out just now. However, with his full power, along with the 9 dragons' radiant flash, Zhou Yi still managed to dodge him. Zhou Yi is much stronger than I thought, Duan Lingtian thought to himself while staring at the young man in black in front of him. His expression remained unchanged as though he had long been mentally prepared for this to happen. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Other than taking Zhou Yi by bafflement, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head had also caused the few spectating martial emperor's followers to feel an inexplicable sense of disbelief too. He's actually this strong. Isn't he just a leader from a low-level first-rate force? Are the leaders of such forces this powerful now? The few martial emperor's followers stood watching each other. With horrified expressions, they whispered to one another. As far as they could recall, such a powerhouse would already be deemed stronger than many of the martial emperor's disciples from their lost stone forest. In fact, he could already be regarded as the leader of many higher middle-level and even high-level first-rate forces. However, according to senior brother Zhou, this guy was just a leader of a low-level first-rate force. A series of faint sword vibrations resonated, and that was when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that had split to become 9 swords transformed and started revolving around his body, constantly swirling around. Duan Lingtian, who was the center of the 9 revolving swords, appeared to be particularly unreal. He seemed like he was not a normal human at all. If you only have such pathetic tricks up your sleeve, I'm afraid you'll leave the lost stone forest crawling on your hands and knees later. Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian calmly and slurred scornfully, leaving by crawling on his hands and knees. He had already decided to cripple Duan Lingtian's dantian and then break all 4 of his limbs, before making him crawl out of the lost stone forest and disappear from his sight. He believed that once Duan Lingtian had become a lost dog, the woman that he loved would no longer look at such a pathetic man anymore. Then, he would have a bigger opportunity to make that woman shift her love towards him. Chapter 12:10 Unleashing All Techniques. Just as Duan Lingtian and Zhou Yi were waging a tit-for-tat struggle, a series of wind whistling resonated all over the place. A group of people had gone over following the sound. It's senior brother Zhou. Very soon, these people noticed the 2 men standing stalemate against each other in the sky in the far distance. They recognized one of them. The reason they paid more attention to this guy was that they knew him. Zhou Yi was a household name in the Lost Stone Forest. These newcomers were all the martial emperor's disciples and followers of the Lost Stone Forest. They had gone there to watch the show after hearing the commotion. At first, they thought that it was just some feeble petty fight, but it turned out that Zhou Yi was part of it too. If they had not seen it for themselves, they would not have believed it at all. There was actually somebody who dared to come to pick a fight with Zhou Yi, the martial emperor's direct disciple of their Lost Stone Forest. Who is he? How dare he pick a fight with senior brother Zhou? Isn't that just digging his own grave? Many people had their attention on Duan Lingtian. They had concluded that Duan Lingtian would be the one nursing his defeat in this fight against Zhou Yi even after they had witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Such a strength is only inferior to the few martial emperor's direct disciples in our Lost Stone Forest. Somebody mused, it's unfortunate that he's going against senior brother Zhou, the martial emperor's direct disciple, who's also the strongest direct disciple of our Lost Stone Forest. At the same time, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers had also learned the ins and outs of the entire fight from the few martial emperor's followers who had been there since just now. They could not help but gasp loudly, so, it's for the sake of a woman. Some time ago, I saw senior brother Zhou bring that woman back and she seemed to treat him coldly. I guess that she must have been abducted by senior brother Zhou, and I can't believe that it actually turned out to be true. I wonder what this guy is thinking about actually. With just this mere strength, he wants to snatch that woman away from senior brother Zhou. Losing one's life for the sake of a woman. What an idiot. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers buried their heads in a discussion. They felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely end up dead. You guys are wrong. He will not die. Right at this moment, one of the martial emperor's followers, who had already been at the scene since the beginning, was staring at the purple-clad young man in the sky not far away as he insisted to the group of people. He won't. At once, the group of people was perplexed and confused, not knowing why this martial emperor's follower would say so. Senior brother Joe seems to have taken an oath that he won't kill him, the martial emperor's follower, who had successfully grabbed their full attention, replied. What? Right at that moment, the group of people was stunned again. It had never crossed their minds that Zhou Yi, the martial emperor's direct disciple of the Lost Stone Forest, would actually swear not to kill this purple-clad young man. No wonder he dares to come. So, he actually knows that senior brother Joe won't kill him after all. As many people were hit by a pang of realization, they stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Even if senior brother Joe doesn't kill him, he'll still end up badly. The martial emperor's follower continued to say in a glum expression, just now, senior brother Joe said that he'll cripple his Dantian and break his 4 limbs before making him leave the Lost Stone Forest by crawling. The moment the words left his mouth, it was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples, absolutely horrifying all of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. In this world where the strong ruled, crippling a martial monarch's Dantian was already torture enough for one to wish he was dead instead. If he did really break his 4 limbs, then he really did not leave his opponent any chance at all. At that moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian immediately with sympathy. Want to cripple me? Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, stared at Zhou Yi in the distance and said in a cold voice as his purple robe fluttered without the presence of the wind. You can try. Of course, I'll try. Not only will I try, but I'll also watch how you're gonna crawl out of this Lost Stone Forest like a wretched dog. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as a glimmer of cold light flashed across them. His black robe fluttered as vast, milky white flames soared up before it was entangled in a burst of colorful energy as he emitted gusts of horrifying aura. The energy gathered together and merged into the saber that his hand was already holding onto since a long time ago. This narrow saber was none other than the spirit weapon that he had brought with him all along. Earlier, when he had dodged Duan Lingtian's attack, he had already taken his narrow grade 1 saber out. If it were not for the strength boost of this grade 1 spirit saber that catalyzed his movement martial technique, he would not have been able to dodge the 18 perfect radiant flashes of light that Duan Lingtian had consolidated through the 9 dragons' radiant flash. The speed of the beams of light that Duan Lingtian had consolidated through the 9 dragons' radiant flash with the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons was terrifying beyond words. If his movement martial technique had not been catalyzed to be stronger than 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons, he would not have been able to dodge the 18 perfect radiant flashes. From this, one could deduce that when Zhou Yi unleashed all of his strength with his grade 1 spirit saber, his strength had already exceeded that of 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Along with the whirling of the heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head, before the heaven and energy phenomenon could solidify in time, his entire being had already vanished from the spot. He disappeared from the sight of all the martial emperor's followers. That's insanely fast. The martial emperor's disciples squinted right away. Even they could barely catch a glimpse of the residual trace of Zhou Yi's breakneck speed. In just a blink of an eye, they noticed that the residual trace of the streak was heading toward the purple-clad young man with intense fury. The moment Zhou Yi disappeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes had already turned icy and the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords entangling by his body had already flown out. 9 sword rays charged out toward Zhou Yi. Where they brushed past, the air swept out with sharp swishes and they disappeared as soon as they appeared, causing many martial emperor's followers whose cultivation base was much lower to frown right away. Zhou Yi was charging toward Duan Lingtian too. For this reason, right at that second, it looked like Zhou Yi was actively rushing toward the 9 sword rays that were hurtling toward him as though he was trying to kill himself. He's just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, in the face of the 9 swift sword rays racing toward him, Zhou Yi only smirked with disdain. With a raise of his hand, the grade 1 spirit saber in his hand trembled violently before it transformed to become a boundless saber ray. The saber light shot out rampantly and as if it had transformed into a saber net, it fell and enveloped Duan Lingtian's 9 swift quasi-royal grade spirit swords that were racing out swiftly. It seemed like the light was trying to restrain and suppress them. Wind rolled out where the saber net swept past as it set off a series of airwaves, eliciting a series of tyrannical hurricanes that thundered out at once. For a moment, the gigantic stones in the vicinity quivered violently and some of the lighter ones even tumbled away as a result of the hurricanes. The tumbling only came to a halt after it was a distance away. It was apparent that Zhou Yi was trying to use this to suppress Duan Lingtian's 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords before he made his move on his opponent who no longer had any weapon. Unfortunately, as Duan Lingtian's heart gave a jolt, this plan of his was going to fall through already. In just a second, the 9 sword rays burst into a great brilliance and reflected eye-blinding, dazzling sword rays like 9 hot suns. The next instant, under the watchful gaze of the others, each of the 9 sword rays transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons that swept out swiftly in all directions. The saber net enveloped downwards, but they only managed to restrain and suppress less than 20 divine dragons in that area. The remaining 60-odd 5-colored divine dragons sailed out, and at the same time, more than 120 eyes were locked upon Zhou Yi in unison. Before he could even realize what was happening, those eyes lit up instantly. In the next instance, more than 100 perfect radiant beams of light flew out all the way toward Zhou Yi. The moment when these 100 over perfect radiant flashes of light almost touched Zhou Yi's body, at the most critical moment, he vanished on the spot again and dodged more than 100 perfect radiant flashes. No! Before Zhou Yi appeared, a series of shrill shrieks echoed in the air. It turned out that some of the martial emperor's disciples and followers who could not dodge in time had been pierced by those 100-odd perfect radiant beams of lights. Some people had their hands pierced while some had their legs punctured. Some were even stabbed in their heads or hearts, and not long after, 3 people had already died because their vital spots were accidentally pierced by the perfect radiant flashes of light. At the same time, those who were lucky enough not to be injured and those who were pierced at non-vital parts immediately retreated backward and watched Duan Lingtian from afar. There was a hint of terror that rose from the bottom of their hearts and in the depth of their eyes. "Are these all the techniques that you have?" Very soon, a calm voice reverberated as Zhou Yi appeared behind where he had disappeared just now. Earlier, he had managed to retreat before the hundreds of perfect radiant flashes touched his body without a single hair missing. Duan Lingtian's face darkened a little. Just as Zhou Yi had said, the techniques that he cast out just now were indeed all of the techniques up his sleeves. Yet, he still did not seem to be able to touch Zhou Yi at all. Zhou Yi was incredibly strong. Even though he was already mentally prepared for it, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp a little, allowing him to be more clear-headed a little. The 9 sword rays went back near Duan Lingtian's body and re-transformed to become 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that circled his body as they swirled. In a heartbeat, Duan Lingtian combined the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into one. His next movement took everyone, including Zhou Yi, by surprise. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian retracted the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and then stood there empty-handedly before looking at Zhou Yi calmly. "What's he doing? Waiting for his death?" One of the martial emperor's followers speculated. Perhaps because all of the techniques that he cast out didn't manage to touch senior brother Zhou in the slightest bit, he submitted to his fate and decided to wait for his execution. "I must admit that he's actually very strong. I couldn't even react in time just now when those 100 sharp rays were cast out." The group martial emperor's disciples and followers guessed Duan Lingtian's train of thoughts. At the same time as they recalled the scene earlier, they were still consumed with fear. Chapter 12:11 Devil Tablet. "If we'd been just slightly unlucky earlier, we would have definitely ended up like them." Many martial emperor's disciples and followers stared at the bodies on the ground. All they could feel was a chill running down their spines as their skins crawled with goosebumps. At that second, they considered themselves lucky that their lives were spared. "What, have you given up on resisting now?" Just like the martial emperor's disciples and followers, Zhou Yi, who had witnessed Duan Lingtian retracting his quasi-royal grade spirit sword, also thought that Duan Lingtian had already forsaken his resistance. For a moment, disdain crept upon the corner of his mouth and the gaze upon which he looked at Duan Lingtian was full of contempt. "I wondered why Tian Wu would fall for such a piece of trash like you. However, from today onwards, Tian Wu will definitely fall out of love with you. No woman would love a man whose dantian and 4 limbs are crippled." Zhou Yi slurred unhurriedly, and when he finished, the mock on his face became even more apparent. "You." Then, even though Zhou Yi decided to add more, he automatically shut his mouth and cut himself off. He stopped because he noticed that after Duan Lingtian retracted the spirit sword, he took a stone tablet that lacked a corner out. This stone tablet appeared to be ordinary and it was carved with words that he did not recognize. Even though he did not recognize the words on it, the aura of vicissitude of life that faintly gushed out of it made him realize that this stone tablet was not that simple after all. What's that? It looks like a stone tablet. At that point, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who stood at a distance, rejoicing in their luck of surviving, had also shifted their glance towards the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. He retracted the sword but took this stone tablet out instead. Don't tell me that this is his weapon too. It must be. Otherwise, why would he do so? Perhaps he's preparing his own tombstone. Tombstone? What a joke. Have you seen a tombstone that's fully carved with such dense words that none of us recognize at all? Many martial emperor's disciples and followers whispered to each other. All of them were curious about the tablet stone that lacked a corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. After Duan Lingtian had retracted the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he had taken out this tablet, which was none other than the devil-seal tablet that he always brought along with him. The devil-seal tablet was also his biggest hope for today. Tian Wu doesn't fear death at all for my sake, so today, for Tian Wu's sake, I'll have no regrets even if I lose my sanity after using this devil-seal tablet. He gripped onto the devil-seal tablet tightly as he stared at Zhou Yi, who was far away. After I've activated the devil-seal tablet, I must kill Zhou Yi in the shortest time possible and take Tian Wu away with me. Otherwise, by the time I've completely lost my consciousness, I won't be able to rescue Tian Wu and leave anymore, he thought to himself, and his plan started to take form in his mind. For a moment, the sharp ray in his eyes penetrated Zhou Yi and shone even more brightly as killing intent flashed across them. Duan Lingtian, is this the tombstone that you've prepared for yourself since you already know that you're gonna die this time? Zhou Yi ignored Duan Lingtian's eyes that were gleaming with murderous intent and asked with a smirk mockingly. However, Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. Right then, Duan Lingtian was doing his best to agitate his own emotions and was trying to breed feelings of hopelessness and despair within himself deliberately. All this was so that the devil-seal tablet in his hand would help to devilify him. Directly, the devil-seal tablet could only provide a boost of 100%, which was the equivalent of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It would be meaningless to him. On top of that, given the critical situation that he was in now, even a real royal grade spirit sword would be of much help to him. He would not be able to beat Zhou Yi even with the royal grade spirit sword. The heaven and earth energy had already gathered to become heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head. There were a total of 7 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were spiraling as they descended. They seemed vivid and lively, as though they covered half of the sky, giving a sense of invisible pressure. From this example, one could see that at his maximum strength, Zhou Yi could exert the strength of 7 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. As for Duan Lingtian, even after he had fully unleashed his power, his strength was only equivalent to 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Even a royal grade sword spirit weapon that could give a boost of 120% would only give Duan Lingtian an additional strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Currently, Duan Lingtian was at the 4th level martial monarch stage, and when he unleashed his entire origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could give him an additional 100% boost of strength, thus making it the equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The royal grade spirit weapon, on the other hand, could provide an additional 120% boost of strength, adding up to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragons. However, even with the additional strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian's full strength would only be 6 ancient black dragons and 3,200 ancient horned dragons. Even so, he was still far from Zhou Yi. For this reason, he could only rely on the devil-seal tablet to defeat and kill him. By some unknown force, the devil-seal tablet had already left Duan Lingtian's hand and was hovering right in front of him. At the same time, gusts of black mist were engulfing it. One could vaguely see a dark black liquid that was gushing out continuously on the surface of the devil-seal tablet. Not long after that, the words on top of it were covered by the black liquid. Though this black liquid was on the devil-seal tablet, the aura that it emitted out still gave chills to everyone present on the scene, including Zhou Yi. What's that? My goodness! What stone tablet is that? How can black liquid flow out of it and emit black mist? Isn't this peculiar? I've got a feeling that the black liquid flowing on the stone tablet seems to be kinda horrifying. I feel the same way too. When the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers saw this, they once again put some distance in between them in the confrontation in fear that they would be affected again. They faintly realized that the reason the purple-clad young man had retracted his spirit sword and took out this stone tablet was not to abide for his death but instead, he wanted to use the stone tablet against Zhou Yi. It was apparent that this stone table was not as simple as it looked. The aura that flowed out of it was spreading even wider, and when it swept out all over the place, it crushed some of those martial emperor's followers whose cultivation base was much lower, to the point that they could hardly breathe. Devil tablet. As a glimmer shone in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before lifting a hand and pressing on the devil tablet that was hovering in front of him. At that instant, the black liquid and black mist on top of the devil tablet seemed to have found a release point. Vigorously, they surged into Duan Ling Tian's hand that was plastered across the devil tablet. It was evident that Duan Ling Tian was going to use this devil table to devilify. Shit. Long before the devil tablet started to show sign of changing, Zhou Yi started to have an ominous premonition about it. Seeing Duan Ling Tian place his hand on the devil tablet and how the energy of the devil tablet that elicited fear from the bottom of his hand surged into his foe's hand, horror dawned on his face right away. Just when the black liquid and black mist just started to surge into Duan Ling Tian's hand and had just gone past his forearm, Zhou Yi vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared once again, he was already in front of Duan Ling Tian. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi lifted his hand. The ray from the Grade 1 spirit saber in his hand burst out with vast, rolling energy that caused a detonation to explode in the air non-stop. At the same time, airwaves swept out and transformed into a series of brutal hurricanes that sent the surrounding gigantic stones tumbling and flying. Not long after, the gigantic stones in the proximity were cleared, and all that was left was a clear, empty field. This all happened in just the blink of an eye when Zhou Yi emerged in front of Duan Ling Tian and the ray soared out from the spirit saber in his hand. When the devil tablet's black liquid and black mist approached Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, Zhou Yi seemed to have fused with the saber in his hand and transformed it into a gigantic saber that hacked down towards Duan Ling Tian. More precisely, it swung towards the devil tablet that was covered in the black liquid and black mist in front of him. A slicing sound that disappeared as soon as it appeared entered everyone's ears like thunder piercing the air. Everybody's hearts trembled violently. A thunderous loud bang entered their ears suddenly, and their eardrums vibrated hard. Blood even spurted out the ears of some of the martial emperor's followers whose cultivation base was much lower due to the unforgiving vibrations. After the gigantic saber that was transformed by Zhou Yi hacked down towards the devil tablet in front of Duan Ling Tian and released a loud bang, a gust of blood-curdling energy spread out from the impact point. The gust of blood-curdling energy was an impact wave that formed as a result of the explosion of the airwaves caused by the extreme compression of the air flows. The impact waves swept out in all directions. Other than the center of the impact wave where the two of them were, all the gigantic stones within a 100-meter radius from them were crushed entirely to powder. Furthermore, the ground within the 100-meter radius had also trembled until lines of ferocious cracks spread out, crisscrossing with each other as though it had become a gigantic spider net. Horror dawned on the martial emperor's disciples who were close to the 100-meter radius. As for those martial emperor's followers, some were sent flying all the way to several dozen meters before they finally came to a halt. At that moment, they no longer dared to stand together with the group of martial emperor's disciples. Instead, they stood afar, watching the gigantic saber and the purple figure as well as the stone tablet that lacked a corner hovering in between them. The next instant, the gigantic saber transformed once again become a human and a saber. It was Zhou Yi re-emerging in front of everyone once more. He was staring at the stone tablet that lacked a corner with black liquid and black mist flowing from it in bafflement. He was unable to return to his senses for a very long time. His full attack did not even leave a single trace on this stone tablet at all. In addition to that, the stone tablet was still hovering in the air. Earlier, his strike that contained the strength of more than 7 ancient black dragons could not even make the stone tablet move or waver the slightest. How is this possible? The martial emperor's disciples and followers also noticed this. Their eyes narrowed one by one as disbelief crept upon their faces. However, their attention was soon turned towards the purple-clad young man hovering behind the stone tablet. Chapter 12 Martial Emperor Shiqi. The eyes of the purple-clad young man hovering in the air behind that peculiar stone tablet suddenly turned crimson red, and he was emitting streams of blood-curdling aura. In the next instance, a snap reverberated in the air. The hair band tying up the purple-clad young man's long hair had broken all of a sudden. His long hair now flew in the wind like wriggling black snakes. Very soon, these black snakes started to change. To be more precise, the color of his hair began to change. The purple-clad young man's long hair that seemed like wriggling black snakes started to change to become purple gradually. It was a freaky-looking purple, and his hair seemed to have transformed into purple snakes. The snakes were wriggling at a speed that was becoming faster and faster. Sizzle. 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 Nobody noticed it, but the purple-clad young man was soon entirely buried in a black mist. There were even some black lightning-like things that surfaced all over the black mist. A loud bang resonated in the air. It was a gale of widespread, rolling impact waves that swept out all over the place from the stone tablet that lacked a corner as the purple-clad young man held it. This impact wave went even further than the impact wave that had formed from the hacking of the gigantic saber that was formed by Zhou Yi and his saber. Ear-piercing explosions continued to erupt in succession where the impact waves swept through. Some of the large stones outside of the 100-meter radius had either transformed to become dust, shattered into rubble, or were even sent flying away. Barf. Blook. Some of the martial emperor's disciples who had been standing outside of the 100-meter radius did not even have time to dodge. In just the twinkling of an eye, they were enveloped by the impact wave and were sent shooting away with fresh blood gushing out of their mouths ceaselessly. HMPH. Not only these martial emperor's disciples, but even Zhou Yi was also now forced to retreat by more than 10 steps because of the impact waves before he finally came to a stable halt again. With an unhappy snort, his terribly pallid face was very unsightly. Looking at the purple-colored figure who was holding the stone table like a demon god appearing on this earth, fear rose up in Zhou Yi's heart without any reason. The fear continued to spread and soon, hint of terror could be seen in his eyes as well. When the impact wave swept out, many people in the depths of the Lost Stone Forest were also taken by surprise as well. What a horrifying power! This energy seems to be coming from the southeastern of our Lost Stone Forest. Let's have a look at what's actually going on. Such a terrible power must have already crossed the martial monarch's boundary. At once, other than the crowd that was taken by surprise, there were two other martial emperor's direct disciples who had also been taken by shock. Two graceful figures soon assembled together. One of them was dressed in blue with his long hair draped over his shoulders. It was a handsome, young man who appeared to be young in just his 30s. The other man was also young, but he was clad in green. With a reserved face, his eyes were emotionless as though somebody owed him a great deal of money. I can't believe that you've been alerted as well. Let's go and take a look at what's actually happening. The young man in blue smiled as he said towards the other man. The green-clad young man nodded nonchalantly before he disappeared together with the man in blue from the spot as though they had never appeared there before. Deep within the Lost Stone Forest, inside a stone house that was hollowed from a massive stone, a woman in red sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Her beauty that could topple huge nations seemed to make everything in her surroundings dull by comparison. What a familiar aura! The first thing that came to her mind was how familiar the energy that swept from afar was. This tyrannical aura gave her a sense of warmth. Even she could not explain why. Curious, she left the stone house and rushed towards where the aura came from, the southeast of the Lost Stone Forest. At the southeast of the Lost Stone Forest, as the impact wave surged out of Duan Lingtian, whose hair had become purple and whose eyes were a shade of crimson red, and ran amok throughout half of the entire Lost Stone Forest, more people gathered. These people were mostly disciples and followers of the martial emperor. Of course, two of them were the martial emperor's direct disciples as well. Senior brother Zhao, senior brother Sun. As the two martial emperor's direct disciples made their entrance, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers greeted them respectfully. The blue-clad martial emperor's direct disciple smiled and nodded in response. As for the green-clad martial emperor's direct disciple, his face remained cold and aloof since the very beginning, not giving a damn about the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers at all. Yet, the crowd did not mind it at all. They had long heard about senior brother Sun's temper before. Let alone them, even if he came to meet the other martial emperor's direct disciples, he would have the same expression on his face as well. Zhou Yi, soon, the martial emperor's direct disciple with the surname Zhao exclaimed in surprise. The group of people who had just arrived also noticed Zhou Yi, the young man in black who was standing from afar. It's senior brother Zhou. Right at that moment, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yi was the strongest martial emperor's direct disciple in their Lost Stone Forest, and he was no stranger to them. Just then, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers also noticed the group of people approaching. Respectfully, they greeted the two martial emperor's direct disciples leading the group, senior brother Zhao, senior brother Sun. What's actually going on? Who's that young man with the purple hair and crimson eyes dressed in purple? The gaze of the martial emperor's direct disciple, whose surname was Zhao, soon landed on the purple-clad young man not far in front of Zhou Yi. The aura that he emitted suppressed him to the point that he could barely breathe. He also noticed that the energy that had taken him by surprise just now seemed to have come from this purple-clad young man. Just as one of the martial emperor's disciple was trying to say something, a rolling blast interrupted him. In the distance, Duan Lingtian, whose hair had turned purple and whose eyes were now crimson red, raised his hand and set off a series of detonations ceaselessly. The blast swept out and created circles of ripples that could be clearly seen in the air. These circles of ripples were the traces left behind by the air flows in the air when his energy quivered the air. In the depth of Duan Lingtian's mind, a glum voice suddenly resonated, "I must finish this in the shortest time possible." After he had successfully been devilified by activating the devil seal tablet once again, Duan Lingtian's body was no longer under his control again. However, his consciousness was still hanging on right then, and he could still take charge of his own body in some manner. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he suddenly lifted his head. His gaze instantly locked onto Zhou Yi nearby as a murderous gleam flooded his crimson eyes. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi. Seeing Duan Lingtian's face, he did not have any confidence at all. "Big brother Duan." Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with joy reverberated in the air, distracting Duan Lingtian, who was just about to make his move on Zhou Yi. Tian Wu. Turning his head, Duan Lingtian immediately saw the woman in red standing in the distance and looking like a fire elf. That was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had just arrived at the scene. At that moment when he saw Tianwu, Duan Lingtian promptly made up his mind. "It's even better now that Tianwu is here. Before I lose my consciousness completely, I must kill Zhou Yi and bring Tianwu away with me." At the same time, his consciousness that was slowly dissipating was doing its utmost effort to control the body that had been devilified as he cast a mighty strength. It was a strength that did not belong to the Cloud Continent. A gale with a horrifying impact wave once again swept out and sent chills down the spines of everybody present. A martial emperor. At once, the martial emperor's direct disciple, whose surname was Zhao, turned solemn right away. Soon, his eyes narrowed because he realized that the purple-clad young man, whose hair was purple and whose eyes were crimson red, had transformed to become a purple residual figure in front of him before charging towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi will most likely be killed. This was the first thought that came to his mind. Even though Zhou Yi was a martial emperor's direct disciple whose strength was better than his, he felt that Zhou Yi would not be able to survive in the face of this person who possessed the strength equivalent to a martial emperor's. Just as most of the people realized that Duan Lingtian had vanished from their eyes, a loud ear-piercing roar reverberated and pierced their eardrums till they ached. All of the martial emperor's followers were spouting out blood from their ears and their faces were horribly pale. Even the group of martial emperor's disciples now had very ashen faces. As the loud sound reverberated again, before they could realize what was happening, a strong wind with a huge impact wave had already swept out with the loud explosion as the center. The entire earth quaked and the web-like fissures that originally covered the ground spread out even more ceaselessly before it formed a series of ferocious trenches. Where the impact wave had passed, the group of martial emperor's disciples was also forced to retreat by over 10 steps. Some of the martial emperor's followers were even sent flying by the quake. The unfortunate victims included Feng Tianwu as well. Feng Tianwu's strength was even much more inferior to these martial emperor's disciples. She stood much farther away, so she only suffered from minor injuries. "Master." Before most of the people, including Feng Tianwu, could realize what was happening, 3 streaks of voices resonated in the air at almost the same time. Zhou Yi, who was sent flying and whose face was awfully pale, and the 2 other martial emperor's direct disciples bowed down respectfully towards a tall figure blocking the purple-clad young man. This looming figure was fully clad in gray with his hair flying everywhere in a tousle. Standing as firm as a rock, he emitted a powerful force. He was a lofty and tall middle-aged man. His brows were majestic but not angry-looking. Despite his ordinary looks, he exuded a distinguished demeanor. The attack that Duan Lingtian cast after he was being devilified was directly blocked by him. As the impact wave swept out, the scene temporarily regained its tranquility for now. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before an even more powerful storm. Martial Emperor Shiqi. It had never crossed Duan Lingtian's mind that somebody would actually appear and block the attack he unleashed towards Zhou Yi as he was prepared to kill Zhou Yi and bring Tianwu away before he lost his sanity. At that instance, Duan Lingtian could guess the identity of the newcomer. It was the owner of the Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shiqi. Chapter 12-13 Greediness. Even if the attack he cast earlier was not his full strength, it was not something a martial monarch could withstand, not even a powerhouse who had entered the peak of martial monarch stage. Young man, your strength is powerful. Martial Emperor Shiqi, whose body was tall and lofty, looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. As fellow martial emperors on Cloud Continent, I've never heard of you before. Who are you actually? The moment these words left Martial Emperor Shiqi's mouth, the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who had just arrived, including the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples with the surname Zhao and Sun, understood immediately. So he's really a Martial Emperor. Only those group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who were present on the scene since the very beginning, including Zhou Yi, knew that this purple-clad young man was not a Martial Emperor. Or at the very least, he was not a Martial Emperor just a moment before. His strength was elevated to such a powerful level because of the stone tablet that lacked a corner in his hand. All the strength that he possessed right now came from that mysterious stone tablet. If I can get my hands on the stone tablet, does it mean that I'll also possess the power he currently possesses? The dread on Zhou Yi's face disappeared as his gaze shifted toward the devil-seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was replaced with a look of greediness as he itched to take the devil-seal tablet for himself. Perhaps, after I get my hands on this stone tablet, the elevation the stone tablet gives me would be much greater than his. After all, if it wasn't for this stone tablet, his strength wouldn't be powerful than mine. The moment Zhou Yi thought of this, his heart burned with an even stronger fire. Go away. When Duan Lingtian noticed his consciousness was dissipating at an alarming speed, or to be more precise, when he noticed his consciousness was being suppressed by the energy from the devil-seal tablet, Duan Lingtian bellowed and made his move again. This time, he took hold of the devil-seal tablet and threw it toward Martial Emperor Shiqi. To him, Martial Emperor Shiqi was undoubtedly a huge obstacle blocking him from killing Zhou Yi. If he wanted to kill Zhou Yi, he must get rid of this obstacle first. A loud sound resonated. It was the sound of Martial Emperor Shiqi receiving another blow from Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, a rolling wave swept out. This time, the crowd were already prepared for it and was not too injured. However, the scene before them still shocked them. Although Martial Emperor Shiqi managed to endure, he was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out a bow when the devil-seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was thrown out. Moreover, he even coughed out a mouthful of blood. After Martial Emperor Shiqi was sent flying for more than 10 meters, he finally came to a halt. His face turned green before it paled. It was obvious that he was injured. The scene fell silent. Master is hurt. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. Horror dawned on his face. No matter what, it had never crossed his mind that his master, who was like an invincible battle god, would be injured. On top of that, he was actually injured by the leader of the low-level first-rate force that he had looked down on. Although Master has not used his spirit weapon yet. But isn't this stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand too spectacular? Zhou Yi only felt chills running down his spine when he looked at the devil-seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again. At the same time, the greediness in his eyes became even more distinct. He found the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand to be even more unusual. Master. Horror also dawned on the other two Martial Emperor's direct disciples after they saw that Martial Emperor Shiqi was injured. Lord Martial Emperor. The other Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were also baffled when they saw the scene that had unfolded before their eyes. Martial Emperor Shiqi, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually injured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was at the center of attention. Who is he? Why is he so strong? It looks like even Lord Martial Emperor doesn't know who this Martial Emperor is as well. Don't tell me he's actually a reclusive Martial Emperor. The group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who had just arrived not too long ago began to speculate. They were very curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. In the end, they all came to the conclusion that Duan Lingtian had to be a reclusive Martial Emperor. There were not more than 10 Martial Emperors who were publicly known on Cloud Continent. They had never heard of him among these 10 people. Purple hair with red crimson eyes. He did not look human at all. Perhaps he's a demon emperor. Soon after, someone began to speculate. Demon Emperor. A person that was in no way inferior to Martial Emperors and was cultivated from a demon beast. On the entire Cloud Continent, there were more than 10 publicly known demon emperors. The number was a few people more than Martial Emperors. I've heard of a few demon emperors, but I've never heard anyone who has the same characteristics as he does, one of the Martial Emperor's disciples said. You guys are all wrong. Right at this moment, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were here since the beginning shook their heads one by one. He's not a martial emperor or a demon emperor. Not a martial emperor or a demon emperor. You guys must be kidding. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who had just arrived on the scene frowned immediately. Disbelief was clearly written on their faces. Someone who was able to injure the Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor Xianxia was not a martial emperor or a demon emperor. Perhaps his strength is equivalent to a martial emperor or a demon emperor right now. However, before he took that stone tablet out, he's definitely not a martial emperor or a demon emperor. That's right, before he took that stone tablet out, he couldn't even defeat Senior Brother Joe. According to Senior Brother Joe, he's only a leader of a low-level first-rate force. He only became powerful because of that bizarre stone in his hand. All of us witnessed this with our own eyes. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were present on the scene from the beginning chimed in one after another. For a moment, the group of people who had just arrived, including the two martial emperor's direct disciples, were stunned. They did not expect the truth would be like that. Damn it, they actually revealed everything. Zhou Yi's face was dark. He did not expect the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were present on the scene from the very beginning would disclose the story about the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. This had completely disrupted his plan. In fact, he had already decided to take that stone tablet for himself after his master had gotten rid of Duan Lingtian. Although his master was injured by Duan Lingtian, he still had faith in his master since he had not used his spirit weapon yet. His master's spirit weapon was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was far superior to grade 1 spirit weapons. There were only a few quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on the entire Cloud continent. It was said that it was a relic left behind from 10,000 years ago. During these 10,000 years, many outstanding weapons craftsmen were born, but none of them could craft a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. He believed that as long as his master used his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, he would be like the fisherman who would benefit when the snip and the clam grappled by taking that stone tablet in the dead Duan Lingtian's hands. He had a feeling that as long as he could get his hands on the stone tablet, his life would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, now that everybody knew the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was unusual, even if Duan Lingtian died, it would be impossible for him to take that stone tablet for himself. Even his master would most likely be interested in obtaining that stone tablet. As it turned out, Zhou Yi had guessed correctly. When the injured martial emperor Xianxia heard the exchange between the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers and found out that the devil tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was unusual, his eyes brightened immediately. His interest was piqued as well. After that person whose strength was originally weaker than his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, activated this stone tablet, he possessed strength that was superior to himself when he was not using any spirit weapon. Initially, I thought you're a martial emperor or demon emperor. But I never thought your strength actually came from the stone tablet in your hand. A strong hint of greediness could be seen in martial emperor Xianxia's eyes when he looked at the devil tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands. Although he was a martial emperor and there were not many things he was interested in, once he was interested in something, he would spare no effort in obtaining it. At this moment, he was interested in the stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand. Such a marvelous stone tablet. If I get my hands on it and obtain its power, perhaps I'll be able to become the strongest person on Cloud Continent. At that time, those people will have to go through me before they can do anything. The moment Martial Emperor Xianxia thought of this, he became even more interested. He was itching to get his hands on the devil tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. There was no doubt, those people he had referred to were the other martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. From today onward, that stone tablet in your hands will belong to me, Martial Emperor Xianxia. Nobody knew when a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Martial Emperor Xianxia's hand. The moment it appeared, a vast rolling energy surged into it. With a flick of that long spear, a heaven-defying phenomenon took place immediately. The heaven and earth energy whirred in the sky, mobilized by the Martial Emperor Xianxia's energy. Earlier, he had more or less discovered the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. Without using any spirit weapon, he was not a match for the purple-clad young man. He was confident he could defeat him if he used his spirit weapon. However, under Martial Emperor Xianxia's greedy eyes, Duan Lingtian ignored him completely. Instead, Only his afterimage remained in front of Martial Emperor Xiqi as he rushed toward the distance. In that direction, a red-clad woman stood alone. It was Feng Tianwu. When Duan Ling Tian was flying toward Feng Tianwu, he hastily said to her using voice transmission, "Tianwu, follow me. I don't think I can hold on any longer." At this moment, he could clearly feel his consciousness was turning weaker and weaker. It would not take long before it would be completely suppressed by the devil tablet's energy. At that time, he did not know if he could regain his consciousness. It was precisely because of this reason he felt he did not have much time left. He needed to save Tianwu from this place in the shortest time possible. The rest did not matter anymore. Zhou Yi could guess Duan Ling Tian's intention when he saw Duan Ling Tian's afterimage after he headed in Feng Tianwu's direction. He quickly reminded Martial Emperor Xiqi, "Master. He's trying to escape." Chapter 12-14 Frenzied Devil. Duan Ling Tian flew toward Feng Tianwu at a speed so fast that only one person could see it clearly while another three could only catch some traces of it with much difficulty. The person who could see it clearly was Martial Emperor Xiqi. As for the other three, they were the three Martial Emperor's direct disciple, including Zhou Yi. As for the others, they only saw Duan Ling Tian vanishing before their eyes. It was not until they heard Zhou Yi's cry that they learned of Duan Ling Tian's intention. "Big brother Duan." The moment Feng Tianwu heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, her delicate face darkened immediately. She did not remain at her spot and instantly flew toward the place where Duan Ling Tian stood earlier. She did that because she could not catch Duan Ling Tian's fast speed. Due to that reason, this was the only choice she had. When she flew out, she instantly felt a piercingly cold and strong wind that swept toward her from the front. She immediately knew she had made the right choice. Her big brother Duan was charging toward her in a straight line. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. Humph! A cold snort resonated quickly. In the next instant, Martial Emperor Xiqi's figure also disappeared before almost everyone's eyes. His speed was extremely fast. It was much faster than Duan Ling Tian. When Martial Emperor Xiqi made his move, he cast his movement martial technique and relied on the 7-foot-long spear. This 7-foot-long spear was a relic from 10,000 years ago. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that dominated grade 1 spirit swords. If Duan Ling Tian had taken the time to carefully observe it, he would discover this quasi-royal grade spirit spear was personally refined by the rebirth Martial Emperor during his second reincarnation. As a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, the 7-foot-long spear gave a 100% boost in strength. With a flick of that long spear, a heaven-defying phenomenon took place. Martial Emperor Xiqi charged at Duan Ling Tian at a speed faster than lightning. Martial Emperor Xiqi's speed was so fast that it caused the air flow in the air to vibrate and produced ear-piercing sounds of wind whistling in the air. When Duan Ling Tian and Martial Emperor Xiqi flew out, not only did the air vibrate, it also set off thunderous sounds of explosion. "If I really let you escape from here, I, Martial Emperor Xiqi, will be too ashamed to stand on Cloud Continent." Martial Emperor Xiqi's voice reverberated in the air accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. With just a flick, his 7-foot-long spear transformed into 3 spear rays in just a blink of an eye, charging at Duan Ling Tian. The 3 spear rays solidified. The space they flew past quivered and was in danger of falling apart. The 3 spear rays' speed was incredibly fast. It was so fast that even the 3 Martial Emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, could not see it clearly at all, let alone the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. The only person who could see it clearly was the devilified Duan Ling Tian. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian was exasperated when he discovered the danger and the fact that his consciousness was soon going to be completely suppressed. After Martial Emperor Xiqi used his spirit weapon, his strength was raised so much. With his speed, I won't be able to escape with Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian's heart was torn with anxiety at this extremely crucial moment. However, although his heart was torn with anxiety, his mind was calm. Soon after, a light bulb went on in his mind. I guess this is my only choice. Tianwu, this bottle of pill contains the royal grade resurrection pills, hurry up and take it. Leave with it as far as you can. While Duan Ling Tian spoke to Feng Tianwu using voice transmission, he raised a hand and threw a bottle of pills to Feng Tianwu. Then, he immediately decreased his speed. As for the use of the royal grade resurrection pills, Duan Ling Tian did not explain anything at all. Time did not allow him to explain anything. Naturally, there was no need for him to explain since he had long told Feng Tianwu that the only way for her to regain her memory was to consume the royal-grade resurrection pills. After Duan Ling Tian threw the pill bottle out, he swiftly turned around. With a raise of his hand, he threw the devil-seal tablet in his hand toward the 3 streaks of spear rays that Martial Emperor Shiqi shot out. Clang! 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 The 3 spear rays smashed on the devil-seal tablet. A vast energy gushed into it and went into Duan Ling Tian's body through the devil-seal tablet. It caused his vital energy and blood to churn, and he was forced to retreat 10 steps back. This Martial Emperor Shiqi's strength is actually this strong. If I'm still fully conscious, I'm definitely not a match for him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his vital energy and blood were in chaos inside his body. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at Feng Tianwu, who was standing motionlessly at the same spot, stunned, after receiving the bottle of pills. Once again, he urged her using voice transmission, Tianwu. Go now. In the next instant, his consciousness that could only persist for a span of a few more breaths stopped resisting immediately. He let the energy from the devil-seal tablet completely suppress his consciousness. He did this because he knew he could only fully utilize the strength given to him by the devil-seal tablet if he was under the full control of the energy from the devil-seal tablet. Only then would he be able to fight with Martial Emperor Shiqi. Almost at the same time when Duan Ling Tian lost his consciousness, his purple hair suddenly flared, and his red eyes became even more distinct. A strong wave swept out from his body again. The air in the surroundings where the impactful wave swept past seemed to have been sucked out. The ground within a 100-meter radius that was originally ruined, cracked even further. A few trenches seemed to have transformed into bottomless abysses. All the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were sent flying. Feng Tianwu was no different. She was sent flying far away. Even the 3 Martial Emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, were forced to retreat more than 10 steps back by the impactful wave. Their faces had turned utterly grave. He can actually still raise his strength. What kind of monster is he? The 3 Martial Emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, could clearly feel the strength of that purple-haired young man with red eyes in the distance had grown again. Big Brother Duan, Feng Tianwu, who was sent flying, finally realized what was happening. An ominous feeling rose in her heart when she saw the purple-colored figure vanished in just a second and clashed with Martial Emperor Shiqi as soon as he reappeared. However, she gritted her teeth and eventually fled to the outside of Lost Stone Forest when she thought about how all the things the man was doing right now was for her sake. At this moment, she wanted to remain behind and perish together with the man. However, the instant she recalled the man had asked her to leave and that she would only be a burden if she stayed behind, she decided to leave Lost Stone Forest first. At the very least, this would give him peace of mind. If you don't survive, I won't prolong my ignoble existence as well. Feng Tianwu made up her mind as she fled. If something happened to Duan Ling Tian, she would not continue to live alone. She would accompany him forever. However, a ghost-like figure appeared before her eyes and obstructed her way the moment she began to flee from Lost Stone Forest. Tianwu, have you forgotten the promise between us? The person obstructing Feng Tianwu's way was none other than Zhou Yi. When Duan Ling Tian and Martial Emperor Shiqi were locked in a tight battle, Zhou Yi was the only one who had part of his attention on Feng Tianwu. He immediately stopped Feng Tianwu when he saw she was about to leave. Although Feng Tianwu's face darkened a little, she did not reply him at all. She felt a little helpless faced with Zhou Yi. She knew it was impossible for her to escape now. For a moment, she remained motionless. She ignored Zhou Yi and looked at the 2 figures that were colliding with each other. Both of them seemed to be equally matched in strength. Zhou Yi did not mind being ignored by Feng Tianwu at all. Naturally, the main reason was due to the fact that he had bigger things to worry about. At this moment, there was no clear winner in the battle between Duan Ling Tian and his master. His master might win, but at the same time, Duan Ling Tian might win as well. It would be a happy ending if his master won. However, even if he fled now, he would most likely die if Duan Ling Tian won. He was very clear he would never be able to escape from Duan Ling Tian's palms since his strength was not inferior to his master. Due to this reason, he had targeted Feng Tianwu. At the critical moment, maybe he could use Feng Tianwu as a hostage. Duan Ling Tian would not act against him to avoid harming her. Although Duan Ling Tian's current speed was so fast that he could barely catch it, he was confident he could end Feng Tianwu's life the moment Duan Ling Tian tried to attack. Although he was desperate to make Feng Tianwu his, She was worthless now that it involved his life. However, what Zhou Yi did not know was that even if the Duan Ling Tian managed to kill his master, Martial Emperor Shiqi, Duan Ling Tian would still attack him even if Feng Tianwu was there. This was because Duan Ling Tian had already lost his consciousness. He was completely under the control of the devil-seal tablet. Right now, he was like a shell that contained no soul and only energy. Only his battle instinct was left. As an item that had suppressed many devil cultivators, the energy contained inside was formed from the soul remnants of all the ruthless and tyrannical devil cultivators. There was only one thought left in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he was controlled by the energy. Kill all living creatures before him. Only he was qualified to live in this world. At this moment, he would not show any mercy at all even if it was Feng Tianwu who stood before him since he was no longer himself. To be more precise, the body still belonged to him, but the one controlling his body was not him. Right now, his consciousness had been completely suppressed. It was as though he had entered a deep slumber. He had no idea what was happening at the moment, so how could he intervene? Due to this reason, Zhou Yi's plan was undoubtedly a foolish one. If he escaped now, he might still stand a chance of escaping. Duan Ling Tian would not deliberately chase after him after he had killed everyone in Lost Stone Forest since he had been devilified completely. A thunderous sound of explosion accompanied by bursts of rolling and impactful waves that swept through half of Lost Stone Forest sent chills down the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, spines who were watching from afar. Naturally, there were many people who were excited too. This was a Martial Emperor level battle after all. Although they could not clearly see the two figures who would disappear at one moment and clashed in the next, it still made their blood boil when the two figures clashed and caused the entire Lost Stone Forest to quake. Chapter 12:15 The change in his dantian. With just a raise of their hands, ripples could be clearly seen in the air. The entire world quaked, and no ground was left intact. Within a 100-meter radius, all of the stones, big and small, were lifted and smashed into dust. How can his strength rise so much in just a blink of an eye? Martial Emperor Shiqi flicked the 7-foot-long spear in his hand and made contact with the devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand again. When the vital energy and blood in his body churned, he was consumed with shock. Based on his judgment, Duan Ling Tian's strength should not be stronger than him when he used his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, the outcome was unexpected. If I did not break through to the 4th level Martial Emperor stage 6 months ago, I would have been defeated in today's battle. Martial Emperor Shiqi thought to himself. After the 7-foot-long spear in his hand clashed with the devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hands again, Martial Emperor Shiqi retreated quickly as he studied the purple figure before him. He had a feeling that the purple young man was slightly different from before. Since when did his eyes become so dark? He's like a zombie now. Martial Emperor Shiqi very quickly discovered this. The purple-clad young man before him with purple hair and red eyes did not seem to have changed with just a cursory glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would see his red eyes had no luster like before. Only fierceness and violence were reflected in those eyes. He seemed to have transformed into a killing machine. Duan Ling Tian next move where he pounced directly at Martial Emperor Shiqi confirmed his theory even more. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's fluttering purple hair and glaring red eyes as he held the devil-seal tablet that was releasing a black mist, chills began to envelop Martial Emperor Shiqi's heart. A killing machine had no emotions, only relying on his battle instinct. As long as he had energy, he would keep battling. Martial Emperor Shiqi knew this very well. Perhaps, his strength was so well matched with the purple-clad young man that neither could gain the upper hand now. However, if they kept this up, he would definitely be defeated since he would get tired eventually. He could clearly feel the pain from his vital energy and blood churning each time they clashed. If they continued on like this, not only his body, his heart would feel tired too. No, I can't keep going on like this. If this continues, I'll die eventually. With a flick of the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, Martial Emperor Shiqi once again clashed with Duan Ling Tian before he retreated again. His mind began to whirl as he tried to come up with a solution. At this moment, he was absolutely certain the purple-clad young man before him had completely lost his sanity. He was under the complete control of the stone tablet in his hand. The stone's oddity lessened the greed in Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes instantly. He had also noticed that although the stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand greatly boosted one's strength, its side effect was terrifying as well. The side effect was it would turn one into an emotionless killing machine. In the next instant, A scene that took place in the southeastern side of Lost Stone Forest shocked the three martial emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi. They noticed their master was actually fleeing. As for that figure with purple hair and blood-red eyes, it was pursuing their master closely like a shadow. It caused their master to look wretched, losing the prestige of a martial emperor. Master I is escaping. Don't tell me master is not a match for him. The martial emperor's direct disciple with the surname Zhao muttered to himself. He was completely baffled. His mutterings were heard by many of the martial emperor's disciples. Lord Martial Emperor can't defeat him. This can't be true. But senior brother Zhao said so. We can't see Lord Martial Emperor's movement clearly, but as a powerhouse who has reached the peak of the martial monarch stage, senior brother Zhao must have been able to catch something. I don't think his words are wrong. Then, if it's like this, it must be true that Lord Martial Emperor is escaping from a leader of a low-level first-rate force. For a moment, a commotion erupted among the martial emperor's disciples and followers. In their opinion, something impossible had just taken place. The Lord Martial Emperor who was almost invincible in their eyes was actually forced to flee and was being pursued by the leader of a low-level first-rate force. Wait a minute. Soon after, the hearts of the three martial emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, leapt as they watched the scene unfolding before their eyes. They realized their master was not fleeing, he was luring the enemy instead. To be more precise, he was luring that purple figure to a killing formation. To the martial emperor, the illusory formation that was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master in Lost Stone Forest was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation in Lost Stone Forest was set up by a martial emperor stage inscription master who was specially invited by their master. It possessed a powerful killing strength. Although it was unable to kill a martial emperor, it could still disrupt him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not deliberately avoid the killing formation since he was under the control of the energy from the devil tablet. All he knew was he wanted to kill martial emperor Shiqi. Due to this reason, he entered the killing formation after martial emperor Shiqi lured him there. The moment he entered the killing formation, a vast energy swept out from all directions, converging toward Duan Ling at a speed so fast that it seemed as though it was trying to crush him. This energy was extremely powerful. A powerhouse who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage would be crippled if he did not die. The horrifying energy that originated from the killing formation swept out from all directions and exploded on Duan Ling Tian. The devil tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand rose up to the air with lightning speed. It reached his head before it extended a layer of shield that enveloped him. The attack that blocked out the sky and earth fell on the light shield formed by the energy from the devil tablet. The shield quivered lightly. It was almost as though there was no pressure at all. Duan Ling Tian who was shielded seemed to have noticed the danger he was in. He let out a beast-like roar. In that instant, his purple hair fluttered even more as though it had transformed into a mass of purple writhing snakes. Each snake seemed to be snarling silently. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned into an intense shade of red. It was as though blood would drip out from it soon. In the next instant, he began to make his move. With a move that was as fast as lightning, he headed straight for the vast energy coming from all directions like a shadow. Before this energy could clash with the light shield, he shattered them one by one. In the eyes of many people, Duan Ling Tian's action was pretty excessive. Every person present on the scene could see that the light shield from the devil tablet that enveloped Duan Ling Tian had nothing to fear against the energy from the killing formation at all. Now, at the moment when everyone was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's actions, Martial Emperor Shiqi who successfully lured Duan Ling Tian finally made his move again. With a flick of the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, the horrifying energy that encircled the spear seemed to have transformed into dragons that circled and writhed before they shot out at lightning speed. The shot from his spear seemed as though it had divine help. It had a peerless invincible force that crashed on the light shield formed by the devil tablet. A loud explosion resonated in the air. The light shield trembled as the 7-foot-long spear's energy dissipated. A hole the size of 3 adults' fists appeared on the light shield. At the moment when the hole began to repair itself, Martial Emperor Shiqi made his move again. He thrust his palms out and aimed it at Duan Ling Tian through the hole. To be more precise, he was aiming at Duan Ling Tian's dantian. In that instant, Duan Ling Tian's dantian instantly shattered. Then, like a balloon that exploded, the origin energy inside gushed out ferociously before it was finally depleted. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened up immediately at this moment. Slightly excited, he cried out in a deep voice, "Master has crippled his dantian." Big brother Duan, horror dawned on Feng Tianwu. Martial Emperor Shichi was so fast that only the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples could see it clearly, apart from the devilified Duan Lingtian. His dantian is already crippled. The result is clear now. A dazzling smile appeared on the face of the Martial Emperor's direct disciple with the surname Zhao as he sighed in relief. His dantian was crippled. The group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers felt like they were in a dream. However, the facts before their eyes forced them to believe it. That purple-clad young man who fought with their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Martial Emperor on equal footing had his dantian crippled by Lord Martial Emperor. Humph, he's basically digging his own grave by coming to our Lost Stone Forest to pick a fight. Exactly, our Lost Stone Forest's Lord Martial Emperor is famous on Cloud Continent. Who is he to fight with our Lord Martial Emperor? He thinks too highly of himself. When the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers saw the tide had turned, they did not forget to mock Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with ridicule as they laughed. However, the laughter on their faces froze soon after. This was because what happened next was completely beyond their imagination. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would not have the strength to fight anymore since his dantian was crippled. He would soon be killed by their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Martial Emperor. However, this was not the case. When Duan Lingtian's dantian was crippled by the palm that Martial Emperor Shichi thrust out, the origin energy in his dantian was completely drained. However, the dantian that had lost all its origin energy was suddenly enveloped by the black mist on his body. In the next instance, the black mist began to churn rapidly and formed a black whirlpool before it released a great and terrifying suction energy. At this moment, the devil-sealed tablet above Duan Lingtian's head quivered as a blood-curdling impactful wave swept out and sent Martial Emperor Shichi, who was standing close to him, flying away. Martial Emperor Shichi, who was sent flying, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood in a wretched manner. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression on his face. How is this possible? I've already crippled his dantian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of black energy flowed out from the devil-sealed tablet quickly and forcefully poured into his dantian when the black whirlpool appeared in Duan Lingtian's crippled dantian. Chapter 12:16 Innate Void Restoration Stage. During this process, bursts of vast and tremendous energy continued to spread out. It sent chills down everyone's spines, including Martial Emperor Shichi. The energy was strong and tyrannical. What energy is that? Horror dawned on Martial Emperor Shichi's face. He felt the purple-clad young man's energy that kept increasing seemed to have gone beyond his comprehension scope. At a place where nobody could see, inside Duan Lingtian's dantian, waves of black energy merged with his dantian and continued to gather in the middle of his dantian. Before it finally accumulated, solidifying into a black flame that emitted a dark soul aura. Without warning, Duan Lingtian's purple hair that was fluttering in the wind gradually fell over his shoulders. The tyranny in his red eyes seemed to be less intense as well. In the next instant, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Martial Emperor Shichi. Just one look made Martial Emperor Shichi felt a hint of dread. He immediately became guarded as though he was confronted by a formidable enemy. Duan Lingtian's next move took everyone on the scene by surprise. After he glanced at Martial Emperor Shichi, he disappeared before everyone's eyes as though he was not there in the first place. How fast? Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast. It took Martial Emperor Shichi by surprise that he instantly narrowed his eyes. A hint of fear could be seen on his face. He realized that Duan Lingtian's current speed was so fast that he would not be able to catch up to him even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit spear and unleashed his maximum flying speed. Although Duan Lingtian's departure was sudden, it made Martial Emperor Shichi heave a sigh of relief. He had a feeling he would have died if Duan Lingtian, whose dantian had transformed, attacked him earlier. That's fast. The two Martial Emperor's direct disciples, whose surname was Zhao and Sun, were baffled. They discovered they could not even catch any trace of the purple-clad young man's movement when he disappeared. Zhou Yi, who had also noticed this, turned grave instantly. However, his eyes lit up again in the next instant. This was because he realized when Duan Lingtian left, he did not bring the woman along with him. Moreover, he did not even bring the mysterious stone tablet that bestowed him great power. However, his face very quickly turned grave again when he noticed the stone tablet was already in his master's hand. He knew it was impossible for him to get his hands on that stone tablet now. Big brother Duan, standing by the side, Feng Tianwu's extremely beautiful and delicate face was filled with concern. From the beginning until the end, she did not miss the transformation on Duan Lingtian's body. Although he did not bring her along when he left, she did not blame him at all. Not only did she not blame him, but she was very worried about Duan Lingtian. She knew something must have happened to him even though she had no idea what exactly happened. Feng Tianwu's red dress fluttered as she prepared to leave Lost Stone Forest to chase after Duan Lingtian. However, she was blocked by Zhou Yi again in the next instant. He warned nonchalantly, "Don't forget the promise between you and I. If you escape now, I'll make a trip to the Lingtian sect and annihilate the entire Lingtian sect." Feng Tianwu's face turned dark when she heard Zhou Yi's threat. She snarled in a low voice, "You've already seen my big brother Duan's power. You still dare to pick a fight with me and the Lingtian sect? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Humph," Zhou Yi snorted with disdain. "I admit that Duan Lingtian is indeed very powerful. However, that was the strength the stone tablet gave him. Right now, he has lost the stone tablet. Do you think I'll still be afraid of him even if he comes back?" Zhou Yi's face was filled with ridicule. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no match for him without that stone tablet. He would be able to kill him easily with just a flip of his palm. Although Feng Tianwu was extremely angry, she still held back when she thought about the significance of Lingtian's sect to her big brother Duan. "I hope you don't regret your decision." In the end, Feng Tianwu glanced Zhou Yi coldly before she turned around to return to the stone house she was staying in. "Regret? Zhou Yi, have no idea what regret means." Zhou Yi snorted before shifting his eyes to the devil-seal tablet in Martial Emperor Shiqi's hands that was left behind by Duan Lingtian. A hint of greed rose up on his face immediately. The eyes of every Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, including the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples, were also trained on the devil-seal tablet in Martial Emperor Shiqi's hand. They were more or less similar to Zhou Yi. That stone tablet had given them the shock of their lives. It actually allowed a martial monarch who was no match for Zhou Yi to possess strength that was able to compete with their Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor Shiqi. Moreover, even if the person's Dantian was crippled after his strength was raised by activating the stone tablet, he would still remain powerful and could even fly. In their opinion, this should have been impossible. In a faraway place at the eastern side of Lost Stone Forest, a purple figure disappeared from Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had just left Lost Stone Forest. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still retained his appearance from after he was devilified. He still had purple hair and emotionless red eyes like a zombie. "Your courage is really huge, boy. Much bigger than mine. With the body of an innate martial artist, you actually dragged the remnant soul energy inside the devil-seal tablet into your body 3 times. You really don't want to live anymore." A boisterous voice that was full of vigor suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Humph, if I didn't gather my soul and was reborn again after completely absorbing the soul remnant energy in the devil-seal tablet, you would have died a long time ago. However, you don't have to thank me at all. By using the devil-seal tablet 3 times, it can be considered as you indirectly helping me to gather my soul for rebirth. I guess we'll call it even." The owner of the boisterous voice blabbered non-stop. "However, you still owe me a life. If I didn't stop you from attacking that little boy at the innate void restoration stage, your soul would have been shattered. You better believe me, your soul is already on the verge of shattering after going through all the wear and tear. If you still continue to randomly use the soul remnant energy from the devil-seal tablet to attack, your soul will definitely shatter. If your soul shatters, I'll be forced to accept this lousy body of yours. I don't want this lousy body of yours. No, thank you. Remember, you owe me a life, so you must find a high-quality body for me. My requirement is not high. I just want the body of a dragon clan's lineal descendant." The chatterbox continued on without any signs of exhaustion. "Oh, yeah, I forgot that you can't hear me now, boy. Still, I must admit that I feel much better now being able to talk after not being able to for so many years. I'll let the remaining soul remnant energy in your body find a place for you to stop before I absorb all of it and revive your soul that's suppressed. If I absorb all of it now, you'll definitely die. At that time, both of us are doomed. You're a disabled person now that your Dantian is crippled. How embarrassing that your Dantian is crippled by a little boy at the innate void restoration stage." The chatterbox continued on, showing no signs of stopping at all. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian could not hear him at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely be agitated and annoyed. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Lost Stone Forest regained its tranquility, and the southeastern side of the stone forest that was destroyed had been restored as well. It did not look like it had been destroyed before. the group of martial emperor's followers was very efficient, although the stone forest had been restored. The incident that had taken place 3 days ago would be remembered forever by the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were present that day. Occasionally, when the purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes appeared in their minds, it would instantly send chills down their spines and goosebumps would appear their skin. That purple figure had become their nightmare. Today, a figure suddenly appeared outside of Lost Stone Forest. It was a sturdy old man dressed in a long robe. His face was fully covered with a grayish-white curly beard while his unbound grayish-white hair laid behind his shoulders on his back. When the wind blew, the long robe on the old man's body fluttered. It seemed as though it had transformed into a blazing flame, causing him to look like a fire god descending from the sky. Without any warning, the red-robed old man disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared again, he was already inside Lost Stone Forest. All the illusory and killing formations in Lost Stone Forest were ignored by him. Entering the Lost Stone Forest was like strolling on normal grounds for him. Who is this? The moment the red-robed old man appeared, many martial emperor's followers were taken by surprise. A group of martial emperor's followers appeared and surrounded the old man. Dread could be seen on these martial emperor's followers' faces. They were a little scared in their hearts. This old man would not be as freaky as the purple-clad young man from 3 days ago, right? The two of them seemed quite similar. At the very least, the way they entered Lost Stone Forest as though they were strolling on normal grounds and ignoring all the illusory and killing formations were similar. The red-robed old man was frowning at the appearance of the group of martial emperor's followers in Lost Stone Forest when his eyes suddenly lit up as though he had noticed something. Fire spirit body. In the next instant, he sighed before vanishing into thin air before of the group of martial emperor's followers. The instant the red-robed old man disappeared, all of the martial emperor's followers felt a gust of strong wind that swept through Lost Stone Forest. Shit, he went in. Horror dawned on all the martial emperor's followers. Enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. A powerhouse has trespassed into Lost Stone Forest. The group of martial emperor's followers immediately flew out at full speed and charged into Lost Stone Forest. They were shouting at the top of their lungs anxiously, trying to warn the martial emperor's disciples and followers deep inside Lost Stone Forest, not to mention the direct disciples and martial emperor Shi Qi too. Chapter 1217 Kai Huo. Deep inside Lost Stone Forest, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house that was made from a hollow gigantic stone. It was none other than the sturdy old man dressed in a red robe. He was the one who had trespassed into Lost Stone Forest. The old man was looking at the stone house with bright eyes. It seemed as though he was talking to air as he asked with a slightly heavy tone, "You had a fire spirit body previously. How do you know?" Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the stone house's door automatically opened, and a figure similar to a fiery elf appeared before the old man. It was a woman dressed in red. The woman had an extremely beautiful and delicate face that could topple nations. The moment she appeared, the surroundings seemed muted in comparison. Excellent, excellent. The old man studied the red-clad woman before him from top to bottom and continuously repeated the word, excellent. The more he looked at her, the more pleased he was with her. "What's your name?" The old man looked at the red-clad woman kindly. The woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. "You haven't replied me," Feng Tianwu said, ignoring the old man's question. "I once possessed the fire spirit body too." The old man smiled as he said, "It can be said that we're both the same type of human." "You had a fire spirit body too?" Feng Tianwu was slightly surprised when she heard the old man's words. Although she had lost her memory, she learned she had the fire spirit body from the man she loved. She also knew it was all thanks to that man that she managed to rid herself of the trouble that came with having a fire spirit body. She also knew how difficult it was for someone with a fire spirit body to free themselves from the shackles of the fire spirit body before they turned 30 years old unless they died. Since the old man managed to free himself from the shackles of the fire spirit body, it meant that he was not an ordinary person. Only the same innate spirit body would be able to sense each other. "Can't you sense that I'm quite friendly?" the old man asked with a warm smile. "Yeah, a little," Feng Tianwu nodded. She just realized even though she was usually cold to everyone apart from that man, she did not show her cold expression to this old man whom she had just met. Moreover, she even began to chat with him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our Lost Stone Forest?" Right at this moment, a cold and thunderous voice resonated in the air, causing Feng Tianwu to turn pale. She looked at the red-clad old man before her and urged him, "Hurry up and leave this place." The people here are not friendly. You're kind. The red-robed old man smiled before nodding in satisfaction. Nobody knew what he was thinking. In the next instant, he turned around and saw a young man rushing over nearby. The young man was fully dressed in black and had a big build. He was currently glaring at the red-robed old man in anger as he snarled, "Old man, do you know the consequences of trespassing into our lost stone forest?" The black-clad young man was none other than Zhou Yi. The red-robed old man looked into Zhou Yi's eyes calmly as he asked nonchalantly, "Consequences? I'm curious. What kind of consequences? Since you're so curious, let me tell you then. Your consequence is death." Zhou Yi did not expect the red-robed old man would talk back. He was immediately infuriated. With a loud roar, he charged at the old man with lightning speed. Watch out! Zhou Yi's speed was too fast that Feng Tianwu could not save him in time. All she could do was let out a shrill cry. Soon after, a loud explosion resonated in the air. It was accompanied by rolling airwaves that transformed into flurries of hurricanes that caused the gigantic stones in the surroundings to quake. The stone house that Feng Tianwu stayed in was completely shattered by the hurricane. The stone house was originally made by hollowing a gigantic stone, so it was a lot weaker than ordinary gigantic stones. In the next instant, Feng Tianwu saw Zhou Yi was sent flying like an arrow that left its bow. While he was flying midway, he vomited blood. It made him look extremely wretched. As for the red-robed old man, he was standing in the same spot. He did not even move an inch. It was as though nothing had happened at all. "Why, you're a martial emperor." After Zhou Yi managed to stabilize himself, he paled as he looked at the red-robed old man. Only a martial emperor could withstand his attack without moving an inch. "Your strength is quite good among martial monarch stage martial artists. If I'm not wrong, you must be the direct disciple of Xianxia boy, right?" The red-robed old man asked nonchalantly as he gave Zhou Yi a cursory glance. "Xianxia boy?" The moment these words left the red-robed old man's mouth, Zhou Yi was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Feng Tianwu was baffled. This old man actually referred to the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Xianxia, as boy. As Martial Emperor Xianxia's favorite direct disciple, Zhou Yi was extremely good at reading the atmosphere. He knew he had encountered a remarkable person. He asked nervously, "Why you? May I know who you are, senior?" The red-robed old man ignored Zhou Yi's query. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Xianxia boy, what kind of haughty air are you putting on? Don't tell me you want me to invite you out." The red-robed old man's voice contained origin energy, and in just a blink of an eye, it swept through the entire Lost Stone Forest. The entire Lost Stone Forest was in an uproar. "Dear Lord, who's this person? How dare he call Lord Martial Emperor boy? If he's not here to pick a fight, it's very likely he's Lord Martial Emperor Senior." Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were discussing with each other. As for the Martial Emperor's followers who were chasing the red-robed old man all the way into Lost Stone Forest, they immediately came to a halt and exchanged looks with each other. One of the Martial Emperor's follower gulped before he asked, "Don't tell me the old man who called Lord Martial Emperor boy is the old man from earlier. It should be him. It's impossible for another old man to appear in Lost Stone Forest at this time. How can this be a coincidence? It must be him," another Martial Emperor's follower chimed in. Soon after, a group of furious Martial Emperor's followers who were charging toward their target deep inside Lost Stone Forest turned around one by one and returned to their station. At this moment, they realized the red-robed old man was not someone they could afford to offend. Deep inside Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Xianxia emerged soon after the red-robed old man opened his mouth. Senior Kai Huo. After he made his entrance, he bowed politely toward the red-robed old man. This scene took Zhou Yi and Feng Tianwu by surprise. Even the other two Martial Emperor's direct disciples who came here after hearing the voice stood rooted to their spots, shocked. They did not regain their senses for a long time. The red-robed old man whom Martial Emperor Xianxia addressed as Kai Huo studied Martial Emperor Xianxia in fascination. He asked, "Xianxia, judging by your speed, you've made a breakthrough. Senior Kai Huo, you have really good eyesight." Martial Emperor Xianxia smiled as he nodded. He asked, "Senior Kai Huo, since when did you return to Cloud Continent?" "What? Since when did he return to Cloud Continent?" The moment these words left Martial Emperor Xianxia's mouth, Feng Tianwu was not the only one who looked at Kai Huo in confusion. Even Zhou Yi felt it was strange. He's a powerhouse from outside Cloud Continent. "I just came back," Kai Huo said. He looked at Zhou Yi before he nonchalantly said, "Xianxia, This disciple of yours is quite powerful. Upon hearing Kai Huo's words, Zhou Yi hastily took 2 steps forward and bowed humbly as he apologized politely before his master could even reply. Senior Kai Huo, I didn't know your identity earlier. I'm sorry for my transgression earlier. Please forgive me. Martial Emperor Shiqi returned to his senses at this moment. He looked at Zhou Yi and asked in a deep voice, "What did you do, Zhou Yi?" "Master, I initially thought Senior Kai Huo is an intruder in our lost stone forest so." Zhou Yi did not continue, but Martial Emperor Shiqi could already guess what had happened earlier. "Senior Kai Huo, I'm sorry for my disciple's behavior. I hope you'll forgive us." Martial Emperor Shiqi apologized as well. As he bowed at Senior Kai Huo, a hint of humbleness could be seen in his eyes. "It's only a small matter. I don't mind." Kai Huo shook his head. He paused before he continued again. "The reason I came back to Cloud Continent this time is to tell you that thing has been brought forward by a year. You can start accepting disciples in masses now." "Brought forward by a year?" Martial Emperor Shiqi was startled. "But why, Senior Kai Huo?" "As for the reason why, I have no idea as well. I'm merely a messenger. Now that I've completed my task, I should take my leave now," Kai Huo replied nonchalantly. Then, he turned to look at the red-clad woman standing at the side. It was Feng Tianwu. When he reached the end of his sentence, he took a good look at Martial Emperor Shiqi and asked, "I want to take this doll away with me. You're okay with it, right?" "Of course," Martial Emperor Shiqi replied immediately. Not to mention the fact that Feng Tianwu had no relationship with him, even if there was, and she was his direct disciple, he would definitely hand her over to Kai Huo if he asked. Zhou Yi's face darkened when heard Kai Huo's intention of bringing Feng Tianwu away. However, he did not dare to say anything. After all, this was someone that even his master, Martial Emperor Shiqi, feared. Naturally, he did not dare to look for trouble with him. "Girl, follow me. With your innate talent, you should not be buried over here," Kai Huo told Feng Tianwu. It was apparent he thought Feng Tianwu was Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Feng Tianwu looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and Zhou Yi before she slowly replied, "I can go with you. But you have to help me kill them." "Huh?" Kai Huo was stunned. He looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and Zhou Yi. After looking at them until chills ran down both their spines, he asked curiously, "Did they offend you?" Initially, he thought this red-clad woman was also a direct disciple of Martial Emperor Shiqi, but now it did not appear to be the case. "They deserve to die," Feng Tianwu replied coldly. When Martial Emperor Shiqi saw Kai Huo looking at him from top to bottom, he became anxious and tried to explain, "Senior Kai Huo, I." However, he was interrupted by Kai Huo. "Don't you think it'll be better if you kill them with your own power?" Kai Huo asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu fell silent immediately. Chapter 12:18 Committing Fraud. Feng Tianwu remained silent. It seemed as though she was thinking about something as she looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shiqi and Zhou Yi's expression changed when they noticed Feng Tianwu's dilemma. They were really worried she would insist on Kai Huo killing them. Based on Kai Huo's attitude toward the lady before him, they did not think Kai Huo would reject her request. "Hand over the tablet," Feng Tianwu said in a deep voice as she looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi. "Tablet." Martial Emperor Shiqi's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Naturally, he knew what tablet the lady before him was talking about. It was the tablet the purple-clad young man left behind 3 days ago. The mysterious and strange tablet granted the purple-clad young man a power that even he was terrified of. He had been studying the tablet for the past 3 days, but his effort yielded no results. However, he had a strong feeling he would definitely be able to figure it out if he studied it further. Although he was sure that the tablet would make one lose their mind, he was moved when he thought about the terrifying power the stone tablet granted the purple-clad young man. However, the lady before him was asking him to hand over the tablet. He hesitated. With Kai Huo's presence, it was impossible for him to not hand it over. However, he was unwilling to hand it over. When Martial Emperor Shiqi was struggling with his thoughts, a familiar voice entered his ears through voice transmission. "Master, I have an idea for you to keep the tablet." Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes lit up when he heard that voice. He could tell that it came from Zhou Yi, who was standing next to him. "What is it?" Martial Emperor Shiqi asked immediately. Even if Zhou Yi came up with a bad plan, He was still excited since Zhou Yi said he had an idea for him to keep the tablet. Master, we can. Zhou Yi told Martial Emperor Shiqi the idea he had through voice transmission. Alright, we'll do as you said. I forgot you have the ability to memorize things quickly, Martial Emperor Shiqi responded through voice transmission. There was joy in the depth of his eyes. Shiqi, this girl's asking for something from you. This implies she'll kill you herself in the future. If I attack, she won't have to ask for it from you because everything in your possession will belong to her if you die. Although he had no idea what tablet the lady next to him was asking from Martial Emperor Shiqi, Kai Huo's face turned somber when he noticed Martial Emperor Shiqi's hesitation. There was a hint of anger in his voice when he spoke. He would not have suggested to the lady next to him to kill Martial Emperor Shiqi and his disciple herself in the future if it was not for the relationship between him and Martial Emperor Shiqi. It would be inconvenient for him to kill Martial Emperor Shiqi himself. However, he would still attack if Feng Tianwu insisted on it. In his opinion, Feng Tianwu was much more important than Martial Emperor Shiqi. Compared to Feng Tianwu, his insignificant relationship with Martial Emperor Shiqi was not worth mentioning at all. Martial Emperor Shiqi jolted when he heard the anger in Kai Huo's voice and said immediately, Senior Kai Huo, I kept the tablet at the place where I cultivate. I'll bring it over. Go, Kai Huo said calmly. Yes, Martial Emperor Shiqi responded immediately before he left. After Martial Emperor Shiqi left, Zhou Yi glanced at Kai Huo, pretending to feel anxious. Senior Kai Huo, I'll go with Martial Emperor Shiqi. Zhou Yi left immediately and chased after Martial Emperor Shiqi without waiting for Kai Huo's response. Only a group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers and the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples were left watching in the distance. Who is that red-robed old man? Even Master is respectful to him. This is unbelievable, one of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples mumbled. The other Martial Emperor's direct disciple did not speak, but he looked at the old man with fear. Meanwhile, the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were shocked. They were shocked to the point that they did not regain their senses for a long time. Even after they regained their senses, none of them dared to speak. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing and offending the red-robed old man standing in the distance. Even their Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor had to respectfully bow to that red-robed old man when they met. The Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor was like a mouse seeing a cat when he was with the red-robed old man. Where are you bringing me to? Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Kai Huo. Outside Cloud Continent, there's a land that's even more vast. The environment for cultivation there is better. I'll try my best to provide you with the best cultivation resources. Kai Huo said with burning desire in his eyes, your talent is much better than mine. As someone who once possessed the fire spirit body, Kai Huo easily discovered Feng Tianwu's talent. She was even more talented than he was. You want me to be your disciple? Feng Tianwu asked. That's right. Kai Huo nodded and smiled before he said, in my entire life, I've only taken 3 direct disciples when I was on Cloud Continent. Now I'm only left with 1. Kai Huo's voice turned sad when he spoke about this. Just because I used to have the fire spirit body? Feng Tianwu asked. That's right. Kai Huo nodded and solemnly said, although you've gotten rid of the fire spirit body, your body is modified by a substance that's close to the fire attribute. As long as you cultivate fire attribute methods, your elevation will skyrocket. Kai Huo burning desire was revealed again when he spoke, I have a feeling. Your achievement will definitely surpass mine in the future. I can be your disciple, and I can leave with you. But I hope you can promise me something before that, Feng Tianwu said. Do tell. The more Kai Huo looked at Feng Tianwu, the more satisfied he felt. He would say yes to whatever Feng Tianwu's request was. As Kai Huo and Feng Tianwu were talking, Martial Emperor Shiqi and Zhou Yi were standing across each other in a stone house that was made from an even bigger hollow rock. This was the place where Martial Emperor Shiqi cultivated. Zhou Yi, memorize the words and patterns on the tablet immediately. I'll look for a rock that's similar to this tablet. Make a table that looks similar, and I'll bring it to Senior Kai Huo. Martial Emperor Shiqi lifted his arm and passed a tablet with a chipped corner to Zhou Yi. He vanished into thin air after that. His and Zhou Yi's plan was to make a tablet that looked exactly the same to give to Kai Huo whom Feng Tianwu depended on. Although it was easy to trace the lines and patterns following the tablet, it would take a long time. After all, one would need time to look at it as one copied it. He did not have that much time now. However, Zhou Yi possessed the ability to memorize everything that he had seen. As long as he had seen it, It would be imprinted in his mind. Therefore, all he needed to do was memorize the words and patterns on the tablet and create a similar copy. It would only take a while. Zhou Yi's plan was to commit fraud. Naturally, he came up with the plan not for martial Emperor Shiqi but for himself. Master, I'm sorry, I want this tablet for myself. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled like stars in the sky as he held the tablet in his hand. Subsequently, another tablet appeared in his hand when he lifted his arm. At a glance, it looked exactly the same as the tablet that he was holding in regards to size, words, and patterns. Even the chipped corn looked exactly the same. I was waiting for the right time to carry out this plan. I didn't expect even God would help me. This tablet that Duan Ling Tian left behind belongs to me from now. Zhou Yi moved his arm and put the tablet that martial Emperor Shiqi handed to him away. He held the other tablet that he had made earlier in his arm as though it was the real tablet. Martial Emperor Shiqi, who was currently looking for a suitable rock, would never expect this direct disciple of his had already memorized everything about the tablet since 3 days ago. Apart from that, he even spent some time looking for a suitable rock to ensure it would look like the stone tablet. It was a fake devil-seal tablet. Martial Emperor Shiqi returned in the span of a few breaths. He held a big rock in his arm. Zhou Yi, if you get us through this, Master will definitely reward you. Thank you, Master, Zhou Yi responded immediately as he took the rock. However, inwardly, he disdained his master. What kind of reward could Martial Emperor Shiqi give him? Martial Emperor Shiqi would not give him the tablet no matter what. Fortunately, he managed to obtain the tablet with his own ability. After the rock was handed over to Zhou Yi, he lifted his arm and a saber appeared in his hand. After more than 10 breaths, a tablet that looked similar to the devil-seal tablet appeared in his hands. Zhou Yi handed the 2 fake devil-seal tablets to Martial Emperor Shiqi and asked with a smile, Master, what do you think? Martial Emperor Shiqi had no idea that the real devil-seal tablet had been replaced with a fake one. As he compared both the devil-seal tablets, his eyes lit up. It's exactly the same. They look exactly the same. Even I can't tell it's fake if I haven't seen the real one, Martial Emperor Shiqi exclaimed as he looked at the fake devil-seal tablet that Zhou Yi replaced in the one he had just made. Master, let's give this fake tablet to the lady. I won't be going with you. I'm going into closed-door cultivation now so that I can elevate my cultivation base to serve Master better, Zhou Yi said respectfully as he looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi. Chapter 12:19 Who am I? Martial Emperor Shiqi nodded. He was not suspicious at all. Subsequently, he vanished before Zhou Yi's eyes. He did not suspect Zhou Yi at all. Naturally, it was because he did not think Zhou Yi would have prepared a fake devil-seal tablet in advance, waiting for an opportunity to commit fraud. The saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was perfect to describe this situation. Naturally, Martial Emperor Shiqi was the mantis. When Zhou Yi saw Martial Emperor Shiqi had left, his face was filled with excitement as he took a deep breath. However, he calmed down again soon after. I must leave Lost Stone Forest now and go to a place where Master can't find me so I can study the tablet Duan Ling Tian left behind, Zhou Yi thought to himself before he rushed out and left Lost Stone Forest. He flew north at lightning speed after leaving Lost Stone Forest. He did not dare to delay at all. I must leave to somewhere far away before Master discovers the tablet is fake. Otherwise, he'll definitely kill me. The pressure from that gave Zhou Yi the strength to run for his life. Although he was the direct disciple whom Martial Emperor Shiqi valued to the most, Martial Emperor Shiqi would not show mercy in regards to this matter. Nobody should offend a Martial Emperor's pride. In the vast Lost Stone Forest, nobody knew about Zhou Yi's departure, including Martial Emperor Shiqi. Senior Kai Huo, Martial Emperor Shiqi held the fake devil-seal tablet Zhou Yi made and handed it over to Kai Huo and Feng Tianwu. Is this it? Kai Huo asked. Feng Tianwu nodded. She did not notice the devil-seal tablet was fake and immediately put it into her spatial ring. If that's settled, I'll bring you to look for your big brother Duan, Kai Huo said to Feng Tianwu. Thank you, Master, Feng Tianwu thanked him immediately. That was the condition Feng Tianwu named in exchange for becoming Kai Huo's disciple. Kai Huo smiled in satisfaction and left with Feng Tianwu. 2 fiery red silhouettes vanished before Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes. He felt relieved as though a burden had been lifted off him. Soon after, a faint smile appeared on his face. I managed to keep the tablet with me after all. HMPH. As soon as I figure out the tablet, I no longer have to fear Kai Huo, Martial Emperor Shiqi muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed. As a martial emperor powerhouse on Cloud Continent, martial emperor Xianxia had his pride. Although he had to be humble in front Kai Huo's since he was afraid of Kai Huo's strength, he could not help feeling like his pride was trampled on. Master. At this moment, the two martial emperor's direct disciples who had been watching from the side approached martial emperor Xianxia. They looked confused when they asked about the red-robed man's background. When Kai Huo was still on Cloud Continent, I was his disciple. I was only a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse while he was a martial emperor Xianxia said slowly. His eyes were sparkling. The two martial emperor's direct disciples were shocked when they heard martial emperor Xianxia's words. It did not cross their minds that the owner of Lost Stone Forest, martial emperor Xianxia, was once a disciple of the red-robed old man. Master, were you his direct disciple? One of the martial emperor's direct disciples asked. No, to him, I was never as good as his 3 direct disciples. So he had never taken me as his direct disciple. Martial emperor Xianxia shook his head. There was resentment in his voice when he spoke. The two martial emperor's direct disciples froze after listening to martial emperor Xianxia's words. The red-robed old man did not think their master was good enough back then and was unwilling to take their master as his direct disciple. He must regret it now. I bet he didn't expect you to break through to the martial emperor stage and become a remarkable martial emperor powerhouse on Cloud Continent, one of the martial emperor's direct disciples said. I didn't expect to break through to the martial emperor stage either. But he didn't regret a thing because all 3 of his direct disciples broke through to the martial emperor stage before I did, martial emperor Xianxia said. The two martial emperor's direct disciples fell silent after hearing martial emperor Xianxia's words. They realized how terrifying the red-robed old man was when they found out 3 of his direct disciples broke through to the martial emperor stage before their master, martial emperor Xianxia, did. If that was the case, how scary was he then? It was difficult for them to imagine that. Meanwhile, a silhouette descended on a lush valley in a mountain range near a big city in the inner land's central zone on Cloud Continent. The silhouette stood in the valley with black mist surrounding him, releasing a terrifying aura. It caused the birds to fly away and the ferocious beasts to run for their lives. It was a purple-clad young man. Compared to ordinary people, he had demonic long purple hair that fluttered even though there was no wind. It looked like snakes writhing. It gave people goosebumps. Apart from that, his eyes were red, different from ordinary people. He was like a bloodthirsty Shura who had just crawled out of hell. It's been 3 days. I finally found a decent place. At this moment, a loud and exuberant voice sounded in the purple-clad young man's head. Now I'll absorb the remaining soul remnant energy in this kid's body. But once I'm done absorbing the soul remnant energy, this kid won't have access to it anymore. Poor kid. As the voice continued chattering, the black mist surrounded the purple-clad young man's body who was standing in the valley before it was drawn into his body and his head. He stood motionlessly without any expression on his face for a long time. However, his long purple hair and red eyes were fading away. He finally looked human after his hair and eyes turned black. I'm finally done absorbing it. This kid's soul is broken. Would he become a dummy? The loud voice sounded again 15 minutes later. However, it was no longer cheerful. A broken soul was a serious matter. If it was minor, one would lose their memory. If it was severe, one would turn into a dummy or fall into a coma for the rest of his life. He would become a walking dead. Strange, very strange. What kind of monster is this kid? His soul's restoring itself. Looking at the speed, he'll be completely healed in 3 to 5 years' time. The voice began to speak again, regaining its cheer. At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was standing in the valley with a frozen expression on his face finally moved. There was a hint of life in his vacant eyes now. Colors began to return to his pale and frozen face. The purple-clad young man stretched his numb body lightly and opened his arms. He muttered emotionlessly, Who exactly am I? How would I know who you are? Almost as soon as the purple-clad young man spoke, a loud voice sounded in his head. The shock caused his expression to change drastically. Who are you? Why are you inside my body? The purple-clad young man's eyes widened in panic. Why are you panicking? If a saint like me wants to take advantage of you, you would have been dead earlier. You ungrateful kid, if it's not for me, you would have been dead, the loud voice said in disdain. You mean, you saved me? The purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows when he heard what the voice said. He shook his dizzy head. I can't. Remember, it's normal. Your soul's broken. It would be odd if you remember everything, the loud voice spoke again. Broken soul. The purple-clad young man's widened again. My soul's broken, I don't remember who I am, and I don't remember you saving me either. According to the memories I'm left with, a broken soul is not something good. Nonsense. Of course, it's not good, the loud voice said, annoyed, but since you know having a broken soul isn't good, it shows that your memory isn't completely gone. It's just selective amnesia. Naturally, the person had no control over what he remembered. I think I remember. Fused profundity, sword profundity. Where's my origin energy? The purple-clad young man frowned as a five-colored energy and ferocious sword energy rose from his body. He seemed to notice that something was wrong. Your dantian is severed. Naturally, the origin energy stored in your dantian is gone too, the loud voice said. My dantian is severed, the purple-clad young man muttered to himself and frowned after he heard that. This doesn't seem good too. But, I think it's easy to fix a severed dantian. Easy, yay, right, the best healing medicinal pills on your tiny little mortal continent are just acquired medicinal pills. Do you want to restore your dantian without innate medicinal pills? You must be dreaming. There was disdain in the loud voice. Innate medicinal pills? I don't think it's called innate medicinal pills. Let me think, I think it's called royal grade resurrection pills. Yes, it's royal grade resurrection pills. A medicinal pill bottle appeared in the purple-clad young man's hand as he mumbled to himself. He opened the medicinal pill bottle and poured the medicinal pills onto his hand. The fragrance spread throughout the valley and attracted many birds and wild ferocious beasts. Although they came, none of them dared to come close to the purple-clad young man. This was due to the five-colored energy and transparent sword energy that surrounded the purple-clad young man's body. It pressured them intensely, that was why they were afraid to come closer. Innate medicinal pill. At this moment, the voice sounded again. The surprise could be heard in the voice. Chapter 12, 26 Innate Stages. The purple-clad young man looked at the 10 medicinal pills in his hand and popped them into his mouth immediately without saying a word. He swallowed them after chewing a few times. You're eating those pills like they are nothing. Just like a cow chewing on peonies. The loud voice scolded. It was obvious it could not stand the way the purple-clad young man was consuming the medicinal pills. Kid, you're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from mortal continent. Where did you get the innate medicinal pills from? The loud voice asked soon after. Mortal stage martial cultivator. The purple-clad young man asked in confusion, what's that? HMPH. A mortal stage martial cultivator is a martial cultivator. Like you who are still in the mortal realm. Mortal stage martial cultivators are categorized into acquired stage martial cultivators and innate stage martial cultivators, the loud voice said. I've never heard of that. The purple-clad young man shook his head. The cultivation stage should be different for people on mortal continent. How do you guys differentiate the stages? The loud voice asked. Cultivation stages? The purple-clad young man frowned. He seemed to be thinking hard. His eyes lit up all of a sudden, and he said, I remember now. There are 10 levels in the cultivation stages. There are the body tempering stage, core formation stage, origin core stage. Wait. Before the purple-clad young man was done speaking, he was interrupted by the loud voice that spoke with a tinge of annoyance. I don't want to hear about all the 10 stages. Tell me, what stage does a martial cultivator has to be able to fly? Fly. The purple-clad young man thought about it for a while and mumbled, I remember we have to cultivate to the void-prying stage to be able to fly. After breaking through to the void-prying stage, we have to be struck by lightning or something. It's the thunder penalty from above, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The loud voice said in annoyance. It lowered its voice as it said, that means the breakthrough from acquired stage to innate stage here is the breakthrough to some void-prying stage on the mortal continent. If I'm not mistaken, your void-prying stage is the equivalent of the innate spirit refinery stage on Dao Martial Saint Land. Martial cultivators at this stage are at the lowest level among innate martial cultivators, the loud voice said slowly. What's innate spirit refinery stage? The purple-clad young man asked curiously. It's the lowest stage of the 6 innate stages for a martial cultivator, the loud voice said. 6 innate stages? The purple-clad young man was curious. HMPH. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, I suppose your mortal continent has 6 stages that begin from the void-prying stage, right? The loud voice asked. Yes. The purple-clad young man nodded. After the void-prying stage is the void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, void transformation stage, martial monarch stage, and martial emperor stage. That's right, people from the mortal continent call it the void prying stage. On Dao martial saint land, the void prying stage is equivalent to the lowest stage in the 6 innate stages, the innate spirit refinery stage. No matter if it's a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator. Once they've entered the innate stage, they'll have to go through 3 stages. The spirit refinery energy transformation, energy refinery god transformation, and god refinery void restoration to become a saint and cast off their mortality. In the Dao martial saint land, the 6 innate stages are the innate spirit refinery stage, innate energy transformation stage, innate energy refinery stage, innate god transformation stage, innate god refinery stage, and innate void restoration stage. If I'm not mistaken, these 6 stages should be the equivalent of the 6 cultivation stages that you told me earlier. They're the same thing, they just have different names, the loud voice said. For instance, the fellow who severed your dantian and took your devil-seal tablet, he's an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He should be called a martial emperor or something on your mortal continent, the loud voice continued to say. He severed my dantian. When the purple-clad young man heard that, he was initially confused. However, he seemed to have recalled something after a while. He looked fierce as the 5-colored energy and sword energy rumbled on his body. FWAH. 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 As the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared above the purple-clad young man's head, the birds and wild ferocious beasts that gathered in the valley ran away. They vanished in just a blink of an eye. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. It was majestic and earth-shaking. On Cloud Continent where powerhouses rule, severing a person's dantian's more tortuous than dying. Do you know who severed my dantian? I can't remember, the purple-clad young man asked coldly. Didn't I already told you? It's a fellow at the innate void restoration stage. Although he's weak, you're weaker than him. Your dantian being severed aside, even if it's not, you're no match for him. The loud voice sounded in the purple-clad young man's mind again. No matter what, I'm holding a grudge. One day, I'll let him taste how it feels like to have his dantian severed, the purple-clad young man said through clenched his teeth. Although there were many things he could not remember, the grudge of having his dantian severed was imprinted deeply in his mind. Also, you haven't told me who you are. Why are you inside my body? The purple-clad young man asked soon after. HMPH. You won't know who I am even if I told you. But I must thank you. If you didn't use the soul remnant energy in the devil-seal tablet, and your dantian was not severed, causing the tablet to lose control, I wouldn't have been able to escape. There was a hint of fear in the loud voice as it spoke. It was afraid of the devil-seal tablet. The purple-clad young man arrived here after leaving Lost Stone Forest. Although he regained his consciousness, he was now Duan Ling Tian who had lost most of his memory due to his broken soul. He asked the voice in his head, confused, devil-seal tablet. What's that? You used the soul remnant energy in the devil-seal tablet a few times, and you've no idea what the devil-seal tablet is? The loud voice paused for a moment before it continued to speak. I almost forgot that you lost a portion of your memory. Seems like you can't recall your memory about the devil-seal tablet. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned about what the devil-seal tablet was from the owner of the loud voice. He found out he left the devil-seal tablet behind before he lost his memory. Why didn't you let me retrieve it if it's so powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked, a little angry. Because I hate it. The loud voice's response was short and simple. How do I address you? Duan Ling Tian asked after a moment of silence. The family name is Wang, and my name is a single word, Ba. How is it? Isn't it a domineering name? The owner of the loud voice, Wang Ba, asked gleefully. Bastard 1. Duan Ling Tian nodded after hearing that. You brat, it's Wang Ba, not bastard. You're pissing me off. If not for the fact that I'm only a soul now, I'll definitely kill you. Wang Ba said in anger. Well, it's bastard, Duan Ling Tian said innocently. He did not see the difference between the two. It's Ba. It means domineering. It sounded like Wang Ba was gnashing his teeth. Alright then, there's no need to shout. Your name's still bastard no matter how you try to spin it, Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. He was a little upset. Bastard, do you know who I am, and what's my name? Although I'm remembering things bit by bit, I can't remember who I am. I don't know, Wang Ba said angrily. Didn't you mention that I used the devil-seal tablet 3 times? You were living in the tablet, Shouldn't you know me? Duan Lingtian asked. Wang Ba scoffed and said in annoyance, HMPH. I only know when you were using the devil-seal tablet. I've no idea what happened in your daily life. Do you think I know everything that's going outside when I was trapped in the devil-seal tablet? Then what should I do? Now, I even forgot who I am. My dantian's fixed, Duan Lingtian said. His eyes lit up when he realized his dantian was restored. A wave of origin energy was released and formed a core in his dantian. Core formation. I just recalled something about my previous cultivation base. I was once a 4th level martial monarch martial artist. Duan Lingtian mumbled softly as he lifted his arm. A faint origin energy appeared as he shook his arm and turned into a 5-colored energy in a blink of an eye. Subsequently, it turned into a 5-colored 3-foot-long blade that released a ferocious aura. This seems to be the fused profundity and sword profundity. Not only was his dantian completely restored, but his memory was coming back to him faster after he consumed the bottle of royal-grade resurrection pills. Kid, where did you get the innate medicinal pills that you consumed earlier? Your soul's recovering so much faster now. It only took a while for the pills to work. If this goes on, in less than 3 to 5 years, at the most a year, you'll recover completely, Wang Ba said, surprised. Duan Lingtian did not reply Wang Ba. Instead, he said with a frown, Bastard, can you leave my body? He felt uneasy that someone was living inside him. Brat, do you think I want to stay in your body? Wang Ba said, annoyed. He could sense the disdain in Duan Lingtian's voice. Do you think I'll choose to stay in your body if I have somewhere else to go? Let me tell you, without me, you would have been killed by the suffocating soul remnant energy in the devil-seal tablet. You must know that I can take over your body and watch as your soul fades away back then, Wang Ba said. However, there was something that he left out. The reason he did not take over Duan Lingtian's body was due to the fact that he looked down on Duan Lingtian's body. I see. Does that mean I should thank you? Duan Lingtian mumbled softly as he nodded. Of course you should thank me, Wang Ba said. Thank you, bastard. Duan Lingtian thanked him as though he meant it and nodded. Brat, I'm telling you one more time. My name's Bastard, not Wang Ba. No, my name's Bastard, not Wang Ba. Hell, no, my. Wang Ba, who was angry, kept getting his name wrong. Insignia 1, the Ra is Wang Ba, which means bastard. His name Wang Ba has the same sound as Wang Ba, so Duan Lingtian's messing with his name. Chapter 12:21 Old Friends in Trouble. Duan Lingtian frowned and interrupted Wang Ba. I know your name's Bastard, you don't have to keep reminding me. He was annoyed by him. When Wang Ba noticed his continuous verbal mistakes, he did not continue dwelling on it since he knew it would make things worse. Wang Ba then changed the topic. Kid, what I want isn't verbal gratitude. I want you to use your action to thank me. Take action, understand? Take action. What kind of act do you want me to perform as a form of thank you? Duan Lingtian asked. It's just a small matter. Just help me find a body of a lineal descendant from a dragon clan, Wang Ba said casually, as though looking for the body of a lineal descendant from a dragon clan was a walk in the park. The dragon clan's lineal descendant? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked doubtfully. You'll know in the future. Promise me first, Wang Ba said. He sounded like he was up to something. However, Duan Lingtian did not notice that and agreed immediately. All right, I'll help you find the body of a lineal descendant from the dragon clan in the future. You'll leave my body at that time. Of course. Do you think I like living in your body? Wang Ba said, irritated. If not for the fact that he had no other option, he would not willingly stay in this brat's body. Sigh. I can't recall who I am now, neither can I recall the people I know. Apart from you, Duan Lingtian sighed. So, where should I go now? Kid, there's a city in the east. I suggest you take a look over there, maybe you'll see someone you know, Wang Ba said. Naturally, it was complete nonsense. He only said that to comfort Duan Lingtian. All right then, I'll go there. Duan Lingtian replied and nodded. He leapt in preparation to fly. Unfortunately, he was unable to fly. Kid, don't forget you just restored your dantian. Your cultivation base has not recovered to the innate stage yet, Wang Ba reminded him. Only martial artists at the innate stage were able to fly. It was an ironclad law of Dao Martial Saint Land, and it was also an ironclad law of the 3 great mortal continents including Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, the lowest stage of innate stage was called the Void Prying stage. I'll kill the person who severed my dantian when I remember who he is. Duan Lingtian was angry. He could no longer fly, he could only run. Fortunately, the city was not far from the mountain range. With his leg's strength, a tiny black dot appeared before him after a while. The tiny little dot continued growing before it eventually turned into a big and magnificent city. The city was like a crouching gigantic beast. It looked oppressive when one looked at it from afar. There were some martial artists entering and exiting the city occasionally. Duan Lingtian's arrival did not capture any of the martial artists' attention. Although he was different from the others who were flying since he was walking, he did not attract any attention. After all, anything could happen, and there were many kinds of people on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian entered the city, a surprised voice sounded from behind him. The voice was getting closer and closer to him. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother with the owner of that voice at all. It was not intentional because he had no idea his name was Duan Lingtian. Soon after, two silhouettes arrived before Duan Lingtian almost at the same time and stopped him. The two silhouettes belonged to two young men dressed in red and blue respectively. The red-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Duan Lingtian. You're calling me?" Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw the two identical young men's sudden appearance. He was stunned when he heard the red-clad young man calling him Duan Lingtian as he looked at him. Did the red-clad young man know him? Wang Ba, to be more precise, his soul, that was in Duan Lingtian's body could not help but mutter to himself, how can there be such a coincidence? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you don't recognize us. The red-clad young man was stunned. I know both of you. Duan Lingtian looked confused. He said softly, I don't remember both of you. Also, did you call me Duan Lingtian? Is my name Duan Lingtian? You even forgot your own name. The red-clad young man was completely shocked. On the other hand, the blue-clad young man next to him who was silent all along revealed a shocked expression on his originally emotionless face. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded before he shook his head again. He said, I lost part of my memory. So my name's Duan Lingtian. Of course, you're Duan Lingtian. The one and only Duan Lingtian, the red-clad young man said as he nodded. I don't remember both of you. Did I know both of you before I lost my memory? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at two young men who looked identical. How can you remember us when you don't even remember your own name? The red-clad young man said with a forced smile on his face. He shook his head, but you certainly knew us before you lost your memory. My name's Nangong Yi, and he's Nangong Chen. We're twin brothers. If you don't remember us, do you remember the Five-Element sect? The Five-Element sect in the northern desert of the eastern zone. The red-clad young man introduced himself and the blue-clad young man next to him before he added, we met each other at the Five-Element sect. Our master is the sect leader of Five-Element sect. Nangong Yi, Nangong Chen, I don't remember, Duan Lingtian said with a frown. He shook his head. Duan Lingtian, what exactly? Just when Nangong Yi was about to ask Duan Lingtian how he lost his memory, an earth-shattering scream interrupted him. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, the earth-shattering scream came from behind Duan Lingtian, shocking him. Somebody's calling both of you. Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers. Duan Lingtian, if that person comes after us and asks you about us, tell him you don't know us. Duan Lingtian noticed the change in Nangong Yi's expression. Nangong Yi left after informing Duan Lingtian and flew toward the city ahead with Nangong Chen in tow as though they were avoiding the god of plague. Nangong Yi just remembered that he and Nangong Chen were being hunted by an old fellow at the moment. They had completely forgotten about it when they saw Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a ghost-like silhouette appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a black robe. The black robe completely concealed him, even his face could not be seen. He emitted an eerie vibe. Although Duan Lingtian could not really see the old man's appearance, he could see the old man's eyes gleaming fiercely. The old man stared at Duan Lingtian before he chased after Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi into the city. There were waves of terrifying aura on his body. Duan Lingtian had not regained his senses at this moment. Kid, it's not easy bumping into someone you know. Do you want to see both of them die? Wang Ba's voice came at this very moment, causing Duan Lingtian to snap back to reality. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, and he rushed toward the city ahead. He caught up to the black-robed old man in the distance. Divine dragon form. A five-colored energy surrounded Duan Lingtian as he dashed out as though there was an invisible sword opening a path for him. He seemed like he had transformed into a five-colored divine dragon. Although he had lost his memory, he could perform the movement martial skills that he had mastered subconsciously. At this time, he was getting closer and closer to the black-robed old man. On the north side of the vast city was a barren land. Everything was in ruin and had long been abandoned. Usually, no one would come here. However, two young men were facing their life or death here today. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, both of you will definitely die today. The black-robed old man moved like the wind as though he had turned into a ghost. He caught up to Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi in just a blink of an eye. The Nangong brothers' speed was far lacking compared to the black-robed old man. Shit. Nangong Yi's expression changed drastically when he noticed the sound of wind whistling behind them getting closer and closer. Even Nangong Chen, who was always emotionless, had a terrible expression on his face. In just an instant, the black-robed old man obstructed the Nangong brothers' way. He hovered in the air and looked down at both of them as he said in disdain, "Do you really think you can escape from me?" The Nangong brothers' expression changed when they saw the black-robed old man appearing before them. At the same time, a hint of despair could be seen on their faces. They had been running for days, would they really not be able to escape today? At the moment when the Nangong brothers resigned themselves to face death, a wind-like silhouette flashed and appeared before the Nangong brothers. The silhouette stood calmly facing the black-robed old man, eye to eye. Duan Lingtian. The Nangong brothers were stunned when they saw the purple-clad young man's sudden appearance. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would come after them. He had to know that he might get dragged into the danger they were in. "They're useful to me, you. Get out of here," Duan Lingtian said. The tone of his voice was calm and brooked no argument. "Brat, I spared your life earlier. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll take your worthless life now." The black-robed old man was a little surprised to see Duan Lingtian's appearance. However, he quickly decided to kill Duan Lingtian. "Wait," Nangong Yi stopped the black-robed old man when he was getting ready to attack. "This is between us. It has nothing to do with him. Go." Nangong Chen was even more straightforward as he flew and stood before Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him and asked Duan Lingtian to leave. The brothers did not want to drag Duan Lingtian into their personal matter. Naturally, this was because they were unaware of Duan Lingtian's current ability. Chapter 12-22 First Level Core Formation Stage. The Nangong brothers knew Duan Lingtian was extremely talented in martial Dao previously. The fact that he was at the inner land showed that his ability was outstanding too. However, just because his ability was outstanding did not mean that he would be able to handle the black-robed man standing before them. The black-robed old man was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Although both of them had some great encounters since arriving at the inner land, they were just at the 5th level martial monarch stage and 6th level martial monarch stage respectively. They were far lacking compared to the black-robed old man. Let alone the black-robed old man, they even thought Duan Lingtian's strength was weaker than theirs. Therefore, they did not want to involve Duan Lingtian in their matter. "Both of you are helpless, and yet, you're still thinking about him. Hilarious." The black-robed old man scoffed. The black robe on his body fluttered as he charged at Duan Lingtian. It made him look like a black bat. "Brat, let me show you the consequences of meddling in other people's business." He was so fast that even Nangong Yi could not react in time. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived before Nangong Chen, who was shielding Duan Lingtian. He lifted his arm and attacked Nangong Chen. The difference between the 7th level martial monarch stage and the 6th level martial monarch stage was made obvious at this very moment. Ah! Nangong Chen's expression changed drastically when he was attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at the black-robed old man again, he discovered the black-robed old man had arrived before Duan Lingtian. He attacked with his hand. The spirit weapon glove on his hand was glowing brightly as though he had divine help. A wind swept out when the black-robed old man attacked Duan Lingtian with his hand. There was a tremor in the air before the airwaves turned into a flurry of hurricanes, causing Duan Lingtian's purple robe and hair to flutter in the wind. The Nangong brothers' expression changed, and they shouted in unison to warn Duan Lingtian, "Look out." It was too late for them to save him now. There were 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes above the black-robed old man's head when he attacked. The ferocious and destructive attack shot toward Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. Even at this point, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention to dodge. He stood there while waves of faint origin energy appeared. It lingered around his body subtly. It would have gone unnoticed if one did not look closely. The indistinct origin energy combined with the heaven and earth energy formed two ancient mammoth silhouettes, first-level core formation stage. That was Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base. First-level core formation stage. When they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Ling Tian's head, not only was the black-robed old man shocked, but the Nangong brothers were shocked as well. How was that possible? The Nangong brothers' faces were filled with disbelief. They had a hard time believing the sight before their eyes were real. However, the proof was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. As soon as a martial artist attacked with origin energy, even if it was just a small amount, it would draw the heaven and earth energy and form the heaven and earth phenomenon that corresponded with their cultivation base. Now that the origin energy around Duan Ling Tian had mobilized the heaven and earth energy and formed two ancient mammoth silhouettes, it revealed his current cultivation base, first-level core formation stage. However, from what they remembered, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a first-level core formation martial artist no matter what. Moreover, a first-level core formation martial artist should not even be here. You're just an ant to me. As thunder and lightning struck, the black-robed old man finally attacked Duan Ling Tian with the energy he charged while he was teasing and belittling him. He directed the attack at Duan Ling Tian's body. A deafening explosion reverberated in the air. Gusts of rumbling airwaves turned into a flurry of hurricanes in just a blink of an eye, causing the gravels on the ground to fly all over the place. The Nangong brothers' expression was terrible when they heard the loud explosion. They had no idea why Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the first-level core formation stage. They did not think he would survive a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist's full-force attack. However, the gory scene they expected was nowhere to be seen. The scene before the Nangong brothers' eyes made their expression change to one of amazement. All they saw was a purple-clad Duan Ling Tian standing there with a 5-colored light shield around his body. Nobody knew when it appeared. The shield was releasing a ferocious aura. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man's palm was stuck on the 5-colored light shield on Duan Ling Tian's body. The majestic energy that came out of his palm seemed to know no end. However, the 5-colored light shield was unaffected at the places where the majestic energy attacked. Pa. Pa, 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 pa. At this moment, horrifying cracks began to spread from below the black-robed old man's feet. It was as though they were forming a huge spider web. The cracks spread tens of meters before it finally came to a stop. On the other hand, the ground beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet was perfectly untouched. It was obvious who was winning in this fight. There was fear in the black-robed old man's eyes as he attempted to say something. Suddenly, his eyes that were concealed, narrowed. This was because he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Ling Tian's head. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes were descending as they looked at the world with disdain. The 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed insignificant next to them. HMPH. The black-robed old man groaned in pain. The pain came from the 5-colored light shield on Duan Ling Tian's body that had appeared out of thin air. It shrouded the black-robed old man's hand before it severed his arm. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. So what if I'm an ant? I can still step on you with my foot. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he casually threw a punch. The majestic 5-colored energy formed the shape of a sword in just a blink of an eye and landed hard on the black-robed old man's lower abdomen. A loud noise similar to an exploding balloon resounded in the air. Waves of rumbling origin energy swept out of the black-robed old man's dantian. The origin energy vanished without a trace after that. You severed my dantian. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically after Duan Ling Tian attacked him. His eyes were filled with animosity when he glared at Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though his eyes were going to pop out. He wanted to cut Duan Ling Tian into a million pieces. The black-robed old man was sent flying like an arrow leaving the bow. He eventually landed hard on the ground, struggling to get up. A gust of wind blew by, and a purple silhouette appeared before him out of thin air. Duan Ling Tian arrived before the black-robed old man with lightning speed and stepped on his chest. The black-robed old man fell back on the ground. 5 ancient black dragons' strength. Nangong Yi finally turned around after a while. He gulped as he looked at the purple silhouette in disbelief. At this moment, he really felt the purple silhouette before him was almighty. Nangong Chen also revealed a rarely seen shocked expression on his usually cold face. This purple-clad young man's ability was still above them even after all their great encounters. Seems like his encounters are even better. Nangong Chen was only left with that thought. He thought his encounters were great, but he did not expect the purple-clad young man's encounters would be even better. I'll hand him over to both of you. Duan Lingtian stepped on the black-robed old man as he released the five-colored energy from his foot, crushing all of the energy that was rising on the black-robed old man's body. Although the black-robed old man's dantian was severed, the profundities that he had comprehended were still there. Hearing that, Nangong Yi's eyes lit up, and he flew to Duan Lingtian. He looked down at the black-robed old man and said coldly, "Shui Gui, I bet you didn't think this would happen to you today." The black-robed old man lying beneath Duan Lingtian's foot had difficulties breathing as he begged in pain, "Nangong Yi, please let me go. I'm willing to give you everything I obtained from that place. I've lost my cultivation base, I'm no longer a threat to you now. Wouldn't those things belong to me anyway after I kill you?" Nangong Yi smirked in disdain and attacked the black-robed old man who was in despair. His life was ended just like that. Subsequently, Nangong Yi took the spatial ring and profundity fragments that belonged to the black-robed old man and handed it over to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, Duan Lingtian. If not for you, me and Nangong Chen would have died today." Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and put the spatial ring and profundity fragments away before he nodded. He then asked, "How well do both of you know me?" "Let's look for a restaurant. We'll talk about it later," Nangong Yi suggested. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the Nangong brothers walked into a restaurant and got a private room on the second floor. They sat at a round table in the private room. "Actually, we don't know much about you," Nangong Yi said after taking his seat. "We met at the Five-Element sect, you were." Nangong Yi patiently told Duan Lingtian everything he did back when they were at the Five-Element sect. "Did it ring a bell?" Nangong Yi asked later. "I don't remember." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could not recall what Wood Peak was, who the Wood Peak's elder or peak master of Wood Peak was. "We left the Five-Element sect with sect leader and went to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure later on. You obtained profundity fragments over there and gave it to the sect." Nangong Yi continued to speak. "You didn't return with us after the trip to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, you left with your friend." "I think you went back to your hometown," Nangong Yi said. "Hometown?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Do you know where my hometown is?" "No idea." Nangong Yi shook his head, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to dim again. He thought he could regain his memory in his hometown. Nangong Chen, who had been quiet all this while, asked, "How did you lose your memory?" It was a rare occasion for him to speak. "I'm not too sure. I think my soul's broken." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew his soul was broken from Wang Ba, but he could not remember how. "Kid, what's the rush? With your soul restoration speed, it'll only take a year at the most before you completely recover. At that time, you'll find out everything you want to know." Wang Ba's voice resounded in Duan Lingtian's head at this moment. Chapter 12:23. "Oh, yeah." Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian as though he just recalled something and asked, "Duan Lingtian, what's wrong with the origin energy that you cast earlier? Why did it only mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form two silhouettes of ancient mammoths? My dantian's crippled, and it was only restored not too long ago. Due to this reason, my current cultivation base is only at the first-level core formation stage," Duan Lingtian answered truthfully. His sounded extremely casual, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two Nangong brothers were stunned, and was restored again. Duan Lingtian, you're not joking, right? You actually restored your dantian after it was crippled?" Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. "You don't believe me?" Duan Lingtian asked when he saw how skeptical Nangong Yi was. "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this is too inconceivable," Nangong Yi replied. "How about I cripple your dantian and then restore it for you?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Nangong Yi's dantian. I believe. The moment Nangong Yi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly panicked. He instantly nodded his head like a chick pecking on grains. He did not dare to doubt Duan Lingtian's words any further. Or at the very least, he did not dare to show his doubts on his face anymore. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would really cripple his dantian. Even if one's dantian could really be restored, one would have to recultivate one's cultivation base. Just like Duan Lingtian's current situation, he was only at the first-level core formation stage. Your dantian's already crippled, but you can still mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form the silhouettes of 5 ancient black dragons. The 6 martial monarch profundities that you've comprehended are at the 8th level or above on average. Nangong Chen asked. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The fused profundity Duan Ling Tian cast earlier had 5 different colors, so Nangong Chen mistook it for 5 different profundities. As for the last one, there was no doubt that it was the sword profundity. I'm not sure. I guess so, Duan Ling Tian replied, frowning. I guess so. Upon hearing this, the 2 Nangong brothers were rendered speechless. There was actually someone who did not know what profundities he had comprehended. However, the moment they recalled Duan Ling Tian did not even remember his own name before he met them, they felt at ease again. After all, Duan Ling Tian had lost part of his memory. Duan Ling Tian, there are many good items in the spatial ring left behind by that Shui Gui. You can have a look if you have some time to spare, Nangong Yi reminded him. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian took out the spatial ring and performed blood ownership claim on it without saying any more words. After doing that, he took a cursory look at the spatial ring and nodded his head nonchalantly. Not bad, I can use many of the medicinal materials in here. That's good. Nangong Yi nodded his head before he became speechless again. Of all the treasures inside the spatial ring, this guy only noticed the medicinal materials. Naturally, Nangong Yi did not know that other than the medicinal materials, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in the other things contained in the spatial ring. To be more precise, he had no lack of it. For instance, Duan Ling Tian was not interested at all in the huge number of high-grade origin stones. Supreme-grade origin stones are the grade 1 spirit weapons and pills. Duan Ling Tian did not lose his memory regarding these things. Duan Ling Tian, why did you come here? Nangong Yi asked. I have no idea. After I lost my memory, I was already in the vicinity of this place when I woke up, Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, shaking his head. I really wonder what you've gone through. Not only did you lose your memory, but even your dantian's crippled. It's fortunate that your dantian is restored and will eventually return to normal in the future, Nangong Yi muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to have recalled something again. He turned his burning gaze toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, are you interested in joining the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned before he ransacked whatever memory he had left in his brain. Soon after, he discovered what Martial Emperor's disciples and followers meant. Naturally, this part of the memory belonged to the rebirth Martial Emperor. In the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, his direct disciples, and followers were all recorded in detail. After all, the rebirth Martial Emperor had taken many direct disciples, and followers during both of his reincarnations. It sounds quite interesting, Duan Ling Tian opined. Nangong Yi and I are about to go to Lingzan Peak to join the selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Martial Emperor Lingzan in July. Why don't you join us? Nangong Yi suggested. Sure, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since he did not know where to go next, it was better to have a set destination than to wander around aimlessly. Moreover, based on the memory he had left, he knew that a martial emperor had profound skills and was shockingly charismatic. Perhaps, he would be able to find out where he came from through that martial emperor Lingzan or something before he restored his memory. Although Wang Ba said his memory would be fully restored in 1 year at most, he was uncertain about the credibility of Wang Ba's words. It was better if he had a backup plan. If I join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, I must become the Martial Emperor's direct disciple. An ordinary Martial Emperor's disciple and follower don't even have any qualification to meet with a Martial Emperor, let alone asking him for help, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian also learned from the Nangong brothers the reason the black-robed old man was chasing after them. It was because 3 of them had come across the same fortuitous encounter. In the end, the black-robed old man wanted to take all the things in their possession. That was why he gave chase to them. Don't tell me the things you two obtained are more or less the same with the items inside that spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian asked with a strange expression on his face. The items we obtained are not as good as his, but they're all about the same, Nangong Yi replied. It's not as good as the items in that spatial ring. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard this, he lost his interest immediately. Nangong Yi smiled wryly as though he could tell Duan Ling Tian was not interested in the items that they obtained. To us, these items are quite remarkable. However, the fortuitous encounter we had was not with these items. These items are far from being comparable to the rise of our strength. When he reached the end of his sentence, an excitement that could hardly be concealed appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Nangong Chen and his cultivation base had both risen. However, he did not continue on after he noticed Duan Lingtian did not seem very interested in their fortuitous encounter. Looks like his fortuitous encounter must be greater than ours, Nangong Chen thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian's calm countenance. If this was not the case, he really could not think of any other reason why Duan Lingtian would be so calm. Duan Lingtian and the other two temporarily stayed in an inn they found in the city as they prepared to leave for Lingzhan Peak in 1 month's time. Lingzhan Peak would be open to the public 6 months before the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers began. Within that 6 months, whoever who wanted to join the selection could cultivate in Lingzhan Peak. Naturally, the place was intentionally prepared by Lingzhan Peak for them to cultivate. In the next 2 weeks, Duan Lingtian stayed in the guest room quietly. He did not leave the room at all as he cultivated quietly. 2 weeks later. It's here. Duan Lingtian, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes lit up. He left the room and flew away from the city beneath him. Before he left, he did not tell the Nangong brothers at all. When he reached a deserted area outside of the city, dark clouds gathered from all over the place above his head as it rumbled. After the clouds rumbled for a while, bolts of lightning could be seen. You've recovered to the innate spirit refinery stage, or the void prying stage on Cloud Continent, in just 2 weeks. Boy, how did you manage to recover so fast? Wang Ba's shocked voice echoed inside Duan Lingtian's head. During this 2 weeks, Duan Lingtian, who recultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, had raised his cultivation base rapidly like a rocket all the way to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky and hovered in the air as he answered calmly, I have no idea. I feel like after my Dantian recovered, my cultivation speed became faster too. The medicinal efficacy stored in your Dantian from the mortal shedding pill is one of the 2 reasons why your cultivation speed is so fast. The other reason must be the effect of construction after destruction, Wang Ba said before pausing. Construction after destruction, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. It seemed as though he understood the meaning of the words. I really wonder where you obtained the mortal shedding pill from. Moreover, it's a mortal shedding pill that has no pre-consumption requirements, Wang Ba mused. Usually, the mortal shedding pill was only available in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was extremely rare for it to appear on the mortal continent. Moreover, in most cases, mortal shedding pills could only be consumed by martial or Dao cultivators who had entered the mortal shedding stage. Martial or Dao cultivators below the mortal shedding stage would explode from the tyrannical medicinal efficacy. This was the pre-consumption requirement of the mortal shedding pill. One must have a cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage at the very least. However, the mortal shedding pill Duan Lingtian consumed did not have this requirement at all. Otherwise, the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the mortal shedding pill would not have appeared in Duan Lingtian's body at all. I told you, I was the one who made it, Duan Lingtian answered in agitation. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It was the 6-9 heavenly tribulation caused by Duan Lingtian after he made a breakthrough to the void prying stage. This was the first lightning tribulation. However, before the bolt of lightning struck down at Duan Lingtian's head, it was already dispelled by a sword ray that rose up to the sky before it even managed to go near to him. Chapter 12:24 It's fake. Boy, it's not that I look down on you, but are you sure you're able to refine the mortal shedding pill? Doubt was obvious in Wang Ba's tone. Believe it or not, I don't care. According to the memories I have left, that energy originated from a pill called the rebirth pill. It's made by me, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently after he shattered the first bolt of lightning. Rebirth pill, what did you use as the main active ingredient? Wang Ba asked again. I think it's called the Scarlet Phoenix blood or something, Duan Lingtian answered after he pondered for a while. What, the Scarlet Phoenix blood? Wang Ba exclaimed before he let loose a torrent of verbal abuse. Boy, you actually wasted the Scarlet Phoenix blood to such an extent. Come on. You must know that even the worst alchemist in Dao Martial Saint Land could use the Scarlet Phoenix blood to refine the Saint Rudiment pill. A better alchemist could even use the Scarlet Phoenix blood as the main active ingredient to refine a Saint grade pill. Why you actually used it to refine the mortal shedding pill? What a reckless waste of God's gift. What a reckless waste of God's gift. When Wang Ba was at the height of his scolding, he could not help but hurl a few more sentences at him. This is not the Tao martial saint land. Besides, since that scarlet phoenix blood is mine, it's naturally up to me how I want to use it. You're still not qualified enough to lecture me, bastard, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. It could be seen from his words that he did not find it wasteful to use the scarlet phoenix blood at all. In his opinion, all these Tao martial saint land, saint rudiment pill, saint grade pill or something had nothing to do with him now. He just wanted to regain his memory as fast as possible. He was not concerned about anything else. No matter what, they were all items unrelated to him. Humph, boy, I'm a bastard if I remind you next time when I see you wasting any rare active medicinal ingredient again. Upon hearing such indifferent words from Duan Ling Tian, Wang Ba snorted unhappily. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was raised a few pitches higher. You're indeed bastard, Duan Ling Tian replied as a matter of fact. You, Wang Ba was instantly infuriated. At the same time, he cursed the old man who named him. Why the hell would he give him such an easily misunderstood name? Boy, I want to change my name. I want to change my name. Wang Ba was enraged. Just change it if you want to, you don't have to tell me. No matter what name you change to, I'll still call you bastard. I'm used to it now anyway, Duan Ling Tian chimed in. The moment Wang Ba heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was rendered speechless. Another bolt of lightning struck again. The second lightning tribulation came in a fury, aiming for Duan Ling Tian's head. However, as fierce as the lightning tribulation was, it was still shattered by a faint sword ray when it approached Duan Ling Tian. Using the first level void prying stage's origin energy and his emperor stage sword profundity to counter with the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that a first level void prying stage martial artist faced was as easy as carrying out his daily activities. Just the emperor stage sword profundity alone was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian suddenly took the initiative to call Wang Ba, bastard. What? Wang Ba responded, irritated. It was apparent he was still unhappy about the matter earlier. No matter what, he was still a saint stage powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land previously. Now that he was dependent on another person to live, he did not even have the authority to change his own name. Naturally, it was not that he could not change his name. However, Duan Ling Tian would still call him bastard even after he changed it. It was pointless for him to change his name in that case. During these 2 weeks, I regained some of my memory again. Although I still can't recall my past, I remember a person named Zishang. He seemed to have a soul living inside his body as well. Every time a black flame mark appeared between his brows, his strength would rise several levels, and his voice would change to someone else's voice too. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he asked, "Are you able to raise my power too?" Humph, boy, these things you mentioned are the techniques of those devil cultivators with low cultivation base. If a powerful devil cultivator like me try to forcibly control your body will definitely shatter into ashes. Wang Ba snorted, "You'll do well to remember this. Even if you encounter any danger in the future, I won't be able to help you even if you die." It was precisely because of this that Wang Ba did not seize the chance to possess Duan Ling Tian's body when his soul was suppressed by the energy from the devil tablet. Even if he managed to possess Duan Ling Tian's body, his body would not be able to support his soul. His soul would need a more powerful body to support it. However, the soul of this boy seems a little strange. When his soul was suppressed by the soul remnant energy inside the devil tablet, I could possess his body and let his soul turn into ashes. However, right now, I feel that even if I use my soul to attack his soul, it's very likely that I won't be able to possess his body. There's something in his soul that seems to make my soul fear his. If my soul goes near him, it'll begin to tremble on its own, Wang Ba thought to himself. He dreaded Duan Ling Tian's soul. Wang Ba, naturally, had no idea Duan Ling Tian's soul came from another world. That world was called Earth. After Duan Ling Tian came to this world, there was the rebirth martial emperor's soul and the soul of the devil cultivator, Dark Nether from the devil tablet, who wanted to crush his soul. However, both of them was turned into dust without any exception. Due to the restriction in different worlds and different laws, no soul could replace Duan Ling Tian's soul. Naturally, it would be different if it was an attack on the soul. The soul remnant energy inside the devil tablet that suppressed Duan Ling Tian's soul was known as a soul attack. It could destroy Duan Ling Tian's soul and make him vanish forever. "Can't your soul cast the soul attack to help me?" Duan Ling Tian asked. The soul attack was also a spiritual energy attack. Usually, only a powerhouse at the martial emperor stage or above could master it. Naturally, some talented demon beasts could master the spiritual energy attack faster since they possessed the bloodline that passed down the soul skill. Soul skill was spiritual energy attack, and spiritual energy attack was soul attack. What do you even know? To cast the soul attack, you'll need a body as a support. Right now, my soul is in the soul wandering state. Unless I force my soul to clash with all its might, it won't have any attacking power at all, Wang Ba replied, irritated. Doesn't that mean you're pretty much useless? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. If it was really as Wang Ba said, then Wang Ba was basically no different from trash to him. Boy, how can you talk like that? No matter what, I'm still a saint stage powerhouse from the Dao martial saint land, From Wang Ba's tone, it was obvious he was going to boast about all his glorious deeds. Well, weren't you sealed by the devil tablet in the end? However, with just one sentence from Duan Ling Tian, he could no longer continue his sentence. How could he still continue? Boy, I'm not going to argue with you. Wang Ba replied furiously. Duan Ling Tian also could not be bothered to talk to Wang Ba anymore as he flew out. After I've recultivated to the void prying stage, I am finally able to fly again. Although my origin energy is still weak, my speed is still very fast due to my fused profundity and sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian was very pleased about this. In the next instant, the third to the sixth lightning tribulation descended successively. One was stronger than the other. However, when all the lightning tribulations landed on the five-colored light shield surrounding Duan Ling Tian, they did not leave any marks behind at all. It was as though they were just helping Duan Ling Tian to scratch his itch. After going through the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, Duan Ling Tian returned to the city and went back to his room in the inn. He continued to cultivate after he returned to his room. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend his fused profundity and study the sword Dao from the word sword. To raise his sword profundity, although he had lost part of his memory, he did not lose the memory on how to cultivate. With the aid of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy and the reconstruction after destruction after Duan Ling Tian's Dantian was healed, his recultivation could yield twice the result with half the effort. Due to this reason, his cultivation base was rising at a horrifying speed. In Lost Stone Forest, ever since that red-robed old man, Kai Huo, brought Feng Tianwu away, Martial Emperor Shi Qi had been studying the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand, trying to discover the secret behind it. In a spacious stone house, Martial Emperor Shi Qi was sitting cross-legged in the air as he looked at the stone tablet with a chipped corner. He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, that day, that purple-clad young man's strength was not even comparable to Zhou Yi, but he actually gained strength that surpassed mine with the help of this stone tablet. This stone tablet's energy must be hiding a secret. It has been almost a month, but I've yet to find what's so special about this stone tablet. Don't tell me I'm not compatible with it. When he was lost in his thoughts, his grip loosened and the stone tablet fell. It was only when it smashed on the ground with a loud crash that he finally returned to his senses. However, the moment he looked at the stone tablet that crashed on the floor, his eyes narrowed, and his face darkened immediately. There was a fine crack that appeared on the stone tablet. It extended to both ends of the stone tablet as though the stone tablet was going to split in two. Impossible. Martial Emperor Shi Qi lifted the stone tablet with a raise of his arm. He only exerted his strength slightly before the stone tablet split into two with a loud crack. It's fake. Martial Emperor Shi Qi's face turned grave immediately. The stone tablet was a fake. In other words, it had been changed by someone. That day, when the stone tablet was still in the hand of that purple-clad young man, it could still fight against the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. How could it possibly crack so easily with just a fall? Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi did not need to think too long before Zhou Yi appeared in his mind. He was the only person who had the opportunity to commit this fraud and change the stone tablet. In the next instant, Martial Emperor Shi Qi disappeared from inside the stone house into thin air. When he reappeared again, he was already standing in front of the stone house that Zhou Yi stayed in. After blasting the door opened, he noticed that it was completely vacant. Moreover, it was covered with a layer of dust. Chapter 12:25. Zhou Yi, how dare you deceive your master? After looking at the layer of dust in the stone house, if Martial Emperor Shi Qi still did not understand what was going on, then all his years of living would have been in vain. Zhou Yi, the direct disciple he doted on the most, had deceived him and escaped with the mysterious stone tablet. Looks like it's a lie when he told me he was going into closed-door cultivation. He was actually planning to escape. It's been a month, I hope I can still find him. If I manage to find him, I'll show him the consequences of deceiving his own master. Martial Emperor Shiqi's face was grave. He vanished from his spot as his eyes gleamed sharply. After so many years, this was the first time he was leaving Lost Stone Forest. The reason was none other than to look for that ungrateful disciple of his. He would not have expected this to happen in the past. Martial Emperor Shiqi left Lost Stone Forest in search of Zhou Yi. As for whether he would be able to find him or not, that would depend on his luck, ability, and if Zhou Yi had hidden well. At the southern part of the inner land, near Lingtian Peak, two fiery red figures stood there. A red-robed old man and a red-clad woman stood side by side. Hints of exhaustion could be seen on the woman's extremely beautiful and delicate face. Tian Wu girl, we've searched the entire surrounding area, but we still can't find that big brother Duan of yours. I guess he must have gone somewhere else, the red-robed old man said. Then I'll look for him somewhere else. The woman had a determined expression on her face. It was as though she would not rest until she found her big brother Duan. Let's hope we'll find him within the next 2 months. The red-robed old man did not have any objections regarding this. The red-robed old man was none other than Kai Huo, and the red-clad woman was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu had been searching for Duan Lingtian for a month now. With Kai Huo's help, she went to many places in the western and northern side of the inner land in this 1 month. What Feng Tianwu did not know was the person she was looking for was actually at a place close to the center of the inner land. 3 figures soared up to the sky at the north of a city before vanishing in the horizon. 3 young men were flying in a straight line above the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian, you've actually recultivated to the void-prying stage in just a month. A red-clad young man looked at a purple-clad young man with astonishment on his face. Void-prying stage, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. He did not confirm nor deny the statement. Void-prying stage. That was 2 weeks ago. When you entered the void-prying stage again, did you have to undergo the 6-9 heavenly tribulation again? The red-clad young man asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. You haven't gone through that yet? The red-clad young man asked again. I have. Some time ago, Duan Lingtian replied. The red-clad young man and a blue-clad young man were immediately stunned. The red-clad and blue-clad young men were none other than Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen. They were traveling together with Duan Lingtian to Lingzan Peak. To join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Martial Emperor Lingzan, Nangong Yi gasped. He finally asked, Duan Lingtian, you mean, you've already recultivated to the void-prying stage some time ago? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How long ago was that? Nangong Chen finally opened his mouth. 2 weeks ago, I think, Duan Lingtian answered. The Nangong brothers exchanged glances immediately. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Freak. The same thought appeared in both their minds at almost the same time. Breaking through from the first-level core formation stage to the void-prying stage in just 2 weeks. Duan Lingtian, you're really a monster. Nangong Yi mused. Although Nangong Chen did not say anything, one could tell he agreed with Nangong Yi from the gleam in his eyes. Nangong Yi took a deep breath to mentally prepare himself before he asked, Duan Lingtian, you've already broken through to the void-prying stage 2 weeks ago. Don't tell me you've already entered the void initiation stage or the void interpretation stage now. This time, Duan Lingtian only flashed him a mysterious smile and did not answer him. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yi did not press the matter any further even though he was curious. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not want to answer him. By the time we reach Lingzan Peak, we'll be able to see many martial monarchs from all corners of the continent. If we want to successfully become the disciples and followers of Martial Emperor Lingzan, we can only use them as stepping stones to rise to a high position. Only then will we be able to display our talent. Nangong Yi's anticipation gradually turned into excitement as he spoke. Lingzan Peak, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that was only audible to him as he narrowed his eyes, it'll be the best if I can regain my memory in a year. If I can't, I hope Martial Emperor Lingzan has ways to let me regain my memory. Although he had lost most of his memory, the leftover memory seemed to be telling him that martial emperors were the loftiest and most supreme beings on Cloud Continent. There was almost nothing they could not do. Naturally, this was only if they wanted to do it. 3 days later, the Nangong brothers deliberately slowed their speed. Duan Ling Tian slowed down as well. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zan Peak is just right in front, Nangong Yi said to Duan Ling Tian as he pointed to the front. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard this, he lifted his head and looked forward. It was extremely foggy, one could hardly see anything beyond it. Ling Zan Peak is hidden behind the mist. Yes, Nangong Yi nodded. It's said that Ling Zan Peak is always hidden behind the mist all year round. Unless you already know where Ling Zan Peak is, it's hard to find its location. Usually, Ling Zan Peak is heavily guarded, and there are many martial emperor's followers patrolling around. It's very difficult for outsiders to trespass. However, due to the recruitment of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by Ling Zan Peak, they allow outsiders to come this time. Naturally, we still need to follow their rules and go to the place that they've arranged for us beforehand even though we're allowed to go in, Nangong Yi slowly explained. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the two others were approaching the dense mist, the sound of wind of whistling reverberated from their front left side. The sound was getting closer and closer. Soon after, the three of them saw 5 figures moving toward them. The incomers did not seem like they had good intentions. Don't tell me they're muggers. Duan Ling Tian muttered. In his memory, there were many martial artists who would obstruct people's way and mug them on Cloud Continent. They were usually known as muggers. When the 5 of them came near, a young man who seemed like the leader of the group looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 with bright eyes. Duan Ling Tian, seems like you're right. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. He did not fear ordinary muggers. However, he could not help but fear the muggers around Ling Zan Peak. The news of the recruitment of martial emperor's disciples and followers by Ling Zan Peak had long spread out, and many people knew about this. Since the 5 muggers dared to mug people like them who were passing by, it meant that they were powerful and confident of their strength. In the next instant, the 5 muggers with the young man at the lead arrived before Duan Ling Tian and the other 2. When they came to a halt, 5 gusts of wind blew toward Duan Ling Tian and the other 2, causing their robes to flutter loudly in the air. The young man leading the group glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 nonchalantly before he said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "Hand over your spatial rings, and you'll live. You'll die if you don't hand them over." The tone in his voice brooked no argument. The young man looked just about 35 years old. Fully clad in green, he looked ordinary except for his bright eyes that made him look as though he was about to devour someone. It was obvious the green-clad young man was the leader of this group of muggers. Nangong Yi's face was solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "If you want us to hand over our spatial rings, you need to at least show us your strength, right? Otherwise, how will we know if you're not just a sheep in a wolf's skin? Looks like all of you won't yield until you've seen your coffins." Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the green-clad young man's sharp eyes shone brightly. The origin energy on his body suddenly turned chaotic without warning before it transformed into a multicolored energy. To be precise, his origin energy was merged with many profundities that such a phenomenon occurred. The heaven and sky energy whirred above the sky as the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified. First, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon made its appearance, followed by 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on the Nangong brothers immediately. Nangong Yi even cried out in surprise, "N9th level martial monarch stage." Just with his origin energy alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon. This was the indicator of the 9th level martial monarch stage. There were not many muggers at the 9th level martial monarch stage on the entire Cloud Continent, and yet, they had now appeared in front of their eyes. For a moment, the 2 Nangong brothers felt they were really unlucky. The heaven and earth phenomenon did not stop there. As the heaven and earth energy above continued to whirl, another 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared above the sky along with 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Without any spirit weapon, he could unleash the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Among 9th level martial monarchs, such a presence could be considered as one of the powerful ones. At the very least, wanting to become a martial emperor's disciple with such strength was more than enough. Naturally, that was in regards to ordinary martial emperor's disciples. Although such strength was considered good, it was still slightly lacking if one wanted to become the martial emperor's direct disciple. Without any spirit weapon, he could already unleash such strength. If he uses his spirit weapon, then... Before Nangong Yi could finish his thoughts, his eyes narrowed immediately. This was because he saw the flash of an afterimage before his eyes. In the next second, a familiar silhouette appeared in front of the green-clad young man who was the leader of the muggers. Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi was still in a daze. The green-clad young man still had a complacent look on his face after he had unleashed his full strength and shown his heaven and earth phenomenon when Duan Ling Tian flashed and appeared right before him. The strength of the fused and sword profundities exploded instantly. Before the green-clad young man even realized what was happening, Duan Ling Tian had already appeared before him with strength equivalent to 5 ancient black dragons. Chapter 12:26 Sword Intent. When the green-clad young man saw Duan Ling Tian appearing in front of him, horror dawned on him immediately. Before he could make a move, Duan Ling Tian had already attacked. A thunderous attack landed on his body easily. It was as easy breaking twigs. There was a loud explosion, and the green-clad young man turned into a blood mist that covered the entire sky. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to defend himself, let alone counter the attack. A 9th-level martial monarch who could mobilize the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without any spirit weapon had died just like that in Duan Ling Tian's hands. If he was slightly more vigilant, he would not have ended up like that. Duan Ling Tian currently could only mobilize the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons even if he unleashed his full strength. As for that green-clad young man, if he had used his grade 1 spirit weapon, he could mobilize the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. If he was prepared, Duan Ling Tian would not be his match. One could say that he died undeservingly. Why you actually dare to kill senior brother Lu? When Duan Ling Tian killed the green-clad young man, the other 4 men immediately were lost in a daze. After they regained their senses, horror dawned on their faces as they stared at Duan Ling Tian as though they had just seen a ghost. One of the men even threw out a ray from his hand. Communication jade slip. Nangong Yi, who had just regained his senses, turned grave immediately. The communication jade slip's speed increased as time went by and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Nobody had the confidence to chase after it. Another loud explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian made his move again and killed the middle-aged man who sent the communication jade slip. Horror immediately dawned on the remaining 3 men. This purple-clad young man before them was like a murderous god. He did not even bat an eye after killing to them successively. Why you can't kill us? Were Ling Zanpei. One of the middle-aged men hastily opened his mouth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was already killed by Nangong Chen. Even the other 2 men who were unprepared were killed by him as well. Although Nangong Chen had killed 3 men in just a blink of an eye, the blue robe fluttering on his body was not stained with blood at all. With an aloof expression on his face, he hovered in the air like a statue and an unmoving mountain. You've made a breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he looked at Nangong Chen. Although from the beginning until the end, Nangong Chen's speed was so fast that the heaven and earth energy did not even have time to solidify and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Ling Tian, who had been watching him intently, could sense his cultivation base, 7th level martial monarch stage. Although Duan Ling Tian's dantian had been crippled, and his cultivation base needed to be recultivated, his spiritual energy was still the same as before. It was still at the 4th level martial monarch stage. The spiritual energy of a 4th level martial monarch was enough to see through all cultivation levels below the martial emperor stage. Due to this reason, he could easily see that Nangong Chen had made a breakthrough. Yes, 3 days ago. Nangong Chen nodded. He knew that even though he had made a breakthrough to the 7th level martial monarch stage, it would have been difficult for him to kill the 3 men earlier in a direct battle. He could kill them all in just one blow because the 3 of them were focused on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, they feared Duan Ling Tian as well. If that was not the case, he would not have the confidence to win against any one of them, let alone killing them. Nangong Chen, I originally thought that I'll be able to catch up to you. I can't believe I'm left behind again, Nangong Yi said as he looked at Nangong Chen with a complicated expression on his face. Well, an elder brother always needs to be a role model, Nangong Chen replied coolly. Upon hearing his reply, Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Could it be that he had to submit to his fate and acknowledge Nangong Chen as his elder brother? Oh, that's right. Suddenly, Nangong Yi changed the topic. Earlier, one of the men said their Ling Zan peaks something. Don't tell me they are actually the martial emperor's disciples or followers of Ling Zan Peak, he speculated. So what if they were the martial emperor's disciples or followers? They were the ones looking for death. Nobody can blame us for that. Nangong Chen replied coldly. Of course, I know this. But, the problem is, one of them actually sent out a communication jade slip. I have a feeling someone will find out that we killed all of them soon, Nangong Yi continued to say with dread. Among those people and the green-clad young man, I suppose only the green-clad young man was a martial emperor's disciple. As for the other 4, they must only the martial emperor's followers. Do you think with their status, the martial emperor's direct disciples or even martial emperor Ling Zan will attack us? Nangong Chen retorted as he casually glanced at Nangong Yi. Yeah, you have a point. Nangong Yi nodded his head in agreement before he continued again. However, all these are just our own speculation. We can't be sure if they were really the martial emperor's disciples or followers. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 continued to head forward and went through the clouds and mist, entering the dusky world. With their eyesight, they could see a dangerously steep peak situated behind the mist in no time at all. The peak towered in the clouds, like a sharp sword in the sky. I heard that martial emperor Ling Zan is a powerful sword cultivator. Previously, he comprehended his emperor stage sword profundity here at this peak. Ever since then, like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, he made a success of himself in no time at all. Nangong Yi muttered as he looked at the dangerously steep peak that rose up like a sword. In the end, after he made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and became a martial emperor, he continues to stay at this peak to cultivate and made this peak his cultivation place. He even named this place Ling Zan Peak, Nangong Yi continued to mutter. In the end, a hint of admiration could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian was not that interested in this. The reason he came to Ling Zan Peak was so that martial emperor Ling Zan could help check his past for him. As for everything else, he was not bothered at all. Stand there. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 were approaching Ling Zan Peak, they were stopped by a middle-aged man patrolling around Ling Zan Peak. I'm a martial emperor's follower from Ling Zan Peak. Who are you? We're here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that are going to be held 6 months later. Nangong Yi stated their intentions clearly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man first looked at Nangong Yi. After he was done examining Nangong Yi, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen before nodding his head finally. Follow me, don't wander around. Then, he proceeded to turn and fly toward Ling Zan Peak. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 followed closely from behind. Soon after, under the guidance of the martial emperor's follower from Ling Zan Peak, the 3 of them reached the mid-mountain of Ling Zan Peak where a vast stone platform stood. There were groups of 3 to 5 people who kept landing on the stone platform. These people came here together with Ling Zan Peak's people as well. It was obvious that they were here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers too. The martial emperor's follower who brought Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 over said, "Wait here for a minute. Somebody will come and ask you to show your cultivation base later. Your accommodation for the next 6 months will be arranged according to your cultivation base." After he finished, he immediately flew away without waiting for the 3 of them to reply. Among the group of people who came here, a few people left as well. Only the people who came to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers remained. Soon after, some more people were brought here again. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian merely shut his eyes to attain mental composure as he patiently waited. Naturally, that was not the only thing he was doing. He was also cultivating and comprehending the sword Dao from the word, sword, as well. Boy, why does your mind has such a horrifying sword intent? Wang Ba suddenly said. Hints of dread could be heard in his voice. Actually, he had long noticed the sword intent in Duan Ling Tian's mind, but he was not too bothered about it initially. However, as time went by, he realized the sword intent seemed to pose a great threat to him. If Duan Ling Tian controlled this sword intent to shatter his soul would definitely turn into ashes. Sword intent. Oh, you mean the sword concept? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. What sword concept? Sword intent is sword intent. Don't tell me you don't even know the origin of the sword intent stored in your mind. Wang Ba snapped. I really can't remember at all. I only know that comprehending it will help raise my sword profundity, Duan Ling Tian replied. Why, it's really that powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's not only powerful, okay. Forget it, even if I explain to you now, you won't understand. All in all, the sword intent in your mind must have been left behind by an awfully powerful saint stage powerhouse. Hints of dread could be heard Wang Ba's voice. As a faint wind swept out, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. It prompted him to open his eyes. With just a glance, he saw 3 men descending from the sky. They appeared before everyone's eyes and stood there as though they had merged with their surroundings. Duan Lingtian instantly extended his spiritual energy and probed one of the old men's cultivation base, 9th level martial monarch. Martial Emperor's disciple, Duan Lingtian speculated. When he was about to probe the second old man, his spiritual energy suddenly trembled. He discovered when his spiritual energy approached the old man emitted a vast spiritual energy. Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. This old man was an inscription master. Moreover, his spiritual energy was stronger than him as well. It was a good thing he managed to retrieve his spiritual energy in time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. The old man who was an inscription master stood between 2 old men. With a slight frown, he glanced at the surroundings. He was only at ease when he saw that nothing was amiss. This old man was the leader among the 3 old men. He announced to the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, later, all of you will display your origin energy and mobilize the heaven and earth energy to solidify and form the heaven and earth phenomenon. None of you are allowed to use profundities. Your cultivation base will affect the surroundings of your cultivation place in the next 6 months. Chapter 12:27 First Level Void Interpretation Stage. Cultivation Base. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, did not feel that anything was amiss. However, the 2 Nangong brothers could not help but frown immediately. Nangong Yi even asked loudly, "Why do you only look at the cultivation base? Isn't profundities part of our strength as well?" The old man in the lead did not expect that someone would be so impudent in front of him. His face darkened, and he asked coldly, "Why? You have objections to my decision?" He looked at Nangong Yi with cold and piercing eyes. It was as though he would kill Nangong Yi if he dared to say another word. Although Nangong Yi was discontented, he did not dare to say anything more. The old man before him emitted a terrifying pressure. Moreover, he only said that because he felt it was unfair to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was only at the void prying stage or void interpretation stage at most. If they only looked at cultivation base, it would be unfair to him. Duan Lingtian's strength mainly lay with his profundity. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be bothered about this. Due to this reason, he no longer troubled himself with this matter. Since Duan Lingtian was not worried about it, why should he? In the next instant, the people who came to Lingzan Peak to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and follower in 6 months' time began to display their cultivation base one by one. They mobilized their heaven and earth energies to solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Soon after, everyone, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other 2, had already demonstrated their cultivation base. These people had cultivation base that was between the 3rd and the 8th level martial monarch stage. After they had demonstrated their cultivation base, they were divided into 3 groups by the old man and stood nearby. Those who were below the 4th level martial monarch stage were grouped into 1. Those who were the above 4th level but below the 7th level martial monarch stage were grouped into 1. Those who were at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above were grouped into 1. Among the 3, the group in the middle had the most people. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi began to demonstrate their cultivation base in front of the 3 Lingzan Peaks old men before Duan Lingtian's turn. Nangong Chen was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi was at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Just like Nangong Chen, he had also recently made a breakthrough. The Nangong brothers were separated into 2 groups. Due to the reason that the Nangong brothers were twins, they attracted a lot of attention from the moment they made their appearance until when they demonstrated their cultivation base. Only you are left. Soon after, the old man leading the group shifted his gaze toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to demonstrate his cultivation base. Most people, including the Nangong brothers, shifted their gaze toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian received a great deal of attention since he was the last person to demonstrate his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian strode forward and faced the 3 old men in front. Origin energy rose up from his body and soon enveloped him. It looked like he was standing in the middle of a white mist. Upon seeing this, apart from the 2 Nangong brothers, everyone, including the 3 old men from Lingzan Peak, was stunned and bewildered. This was because they could see the origin energy from this purple-clad young man was not even comparable to many void interpretation stage martial artists' origin energies. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy whirled above Duan Lingtian's head before it solidified into the heaven and earth phenomenon in just a blink of an eye. Everyone's gaze, including the two Nangong brothers, landed above Duan Lingtian right away. To be more precise, they were looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified from the heaven and earth energy that was mobilized by the origin energy released by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent. The two Nangong brothers who were mentally prepared were the first to regain their senses. With a dumbfounded expression, Nangong Yi muttered to himself, "First-level void interpretation stage." Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the void interpretation stage. Shock and disbelief were apparent in his tone. In just 1 month, he went from the first-level core formation stage to the first-level void interpretation stage. Such a speed in cultivating was like a monster. Although Nangong Chen appeared calm, a glimmer of disbelief could still be seen in his eyes. Just a short month and his cultivation base had already undergone such an earth-shattering transformation. If it was not for the fact that he had witnessed this himself, he would not have believed it at all. Soon after, somebody else returned to his senses and asked strangely, "I didn't see wrongly, right? This is the first-level void interpretation stage. Just a mere first-level void interpretation martial artist, and he still dares to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers here at Lingzan Peak. Isn't he just digging his own grave?" Many people mocked. "Exactly, such a low cultivation base. If he goes against me, I might accidentally kill him." Humph. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist is no different from an ant to me. I can crush an ant like that with just a finger. Somebody glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. To sum it up, after Duan Lingtian demonstrated his cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation, the other people, apart from the Nangong brothers, found it unbelievable. I must say, at the time when the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers begins, he might not even have the courage to go on stage and fight us, somebody speculated. I also think he won't have the guts to battle us. Moreover, I feel like he only came to Lingzan Peak to join in on the fun. I don't think he has the courage to go on stage and fight with us. If I knew earlier that we can just come to join in the fun, I would have brought more people with me. The group of people who came to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers 6 months later in Lingzan Peak could not stop themselves from discussing this. Hints of disdain could be seen in most people's eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This first-level void interpretation stage martial artist was like an eyesore standing before this group martial monarchs. Even the weakest among them was at the third-level martial monarch stage. Among the 3 old men, other than the old man whose face was grave, one of the 2 remaining old men asked, "Young man, are you sure you're here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that's going to be held 6 months later in our Lingzan Peak?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. "Humph, you're just a mere first-level void interpretation. What qualifications do you have to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzan Peak?" Another old man snorted. "Why, does your selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzan Peak have a restriction on cultivation base? A void interpretation stage martial artist is not allowed to join." Duan Lingtian retorted as he looked at the old man. The old man frowned when he heard this. There seemed to be no such rules or restrictions in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzan Peak. The old man in the lead, who had remained silent all this while, cast an indifferent glance at Duan Lingtian before he said, "It's indeed true that the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that will be held by our Lingzan Peak didn't state that a void interpretation stage martial artist is not allowed to join. However, once you've joined, it means that you'll have to go on stage and battle your opponent. You're not allowed to surrender before you battle. Can you do this?" Judging from his words, it was obvious he wanted Duan Lingtian to withdraw after hearing about the difficulties. Not allowed to admit defeat before your battle. This meant he wanted Duan Lingtian to directly fight the others. He believed that as long as this void interpretation stage martial artist was sane, he would definitely withdraw after hearing this. After all, he was only destined to die if he did not withdraw. After the old man in the lead spoke, everyone's eyes contained hints of disdain and contempt, except for the 2 Nangong brothers, when they looked at Duan Lingtian. "Do you think he'll pull out after knowing that the odds are against him?" "Well, of course. Now that the senior from Lingzan Peak said such things, if he still doesn't pull out, he'll be the biggest idiot in the world." "I think so too. I'll be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man won't leave. The betting rate is 1 to 10. If you dare to be the banker, You must bet that this purple-clad young man will leave and make it a betting rate of 10 to 1. Do you dare? The crowd buried their heads together in discussion. Some people even offered to become a banker. Naturally, most people did not dare to bet. They felt that it would only make them lose money. Are you sure you want to become the banker? However, they discovered somebody wanted to make a bet soon after. The people who wanted to make a bet were none other than the two Nangong brothers. They looked at the middle-aged man who offered to become the banker earlier for confirmation. What, you two want to make a bet? The middle-aged man laughed. Although he knew these twins were together with the purple-clad young man, he did not think the purple-clad young man would choose to stay just because of the bet. After all, staying would mean his death. If a void interpretation stage martial artist fought with a martial monarch, he would be blasted until not even a piece of him was left. He would be turned into dust in just a blink of an eye. There would not be time for him to even surrender. In this world, there was nothing more important than one's life. Due to this reason, he believed the purple-clad young man would definitely withdraw after learning the odds were against him. Well, if there are enough origin stones in your hands, I'll bet 10 supreme grade origin stones and 300,000 high grade origin stones. Nangong Yi chimed in nonchalantly as he looked at the middle-aged man. 20 supreme grade origin stones and 200,000 high grade origin stones, Nangong Chen chimed in coolly. The moment the words left these two people's mouths, a commotion erupted immediately. The three old men who were possibly the martial emperor's disciples of Ling Zan Peak immediately shifted their attention to the Nangong brothers as well. They did not expect them to be so crazy as well. They originally thought the Nangong brothers were merely acting and were just trying to boost the morale of their companion. However, they did not expect the Nangong brother would take out so many origin stones as a wager. Both of their wager amount to 30 supreme grade origin stones and 500,000 high grade origin stones. If they win, they'll get 300 supreme grade origin stones and 5 million high grade origin stones in return, somebody muttered. His words entered the crowd's ears. Many people did not agree with him. That's only if they win. I think they dare to make such a bet because of the faith they have in the purple-clad young man. However, I've no idea why they are so confident in him, somebody speculated. Well, in my opinion, they intentionally took out such a large number of origin stones to make the banker withdraw in the face of this difficulty so their companion can retain a bit of his dignity, many people said. Chapter 1228 Betting with his life. The middle-aged man who offered to be the banker leered at the Nangong brothers greedily and replied with a fiery gaze, "Sure. I'll accept your bet." In his opinion, these two guys were just giving him the origin stones. "You can accept my bet, but first, you must show me proof that you can actually compensate us. 300 supreme grade origin stones plus 5 million high grade origin stones," Nangong Yi said nonchalantly. "HMPH, I won't lose," the middle-aged man retorted. "Then, does this mean that you want to bet with us empty-handedly? Do you think that there really is such a thing as a free lunch in the world?" Nangong Yi snorted. "It looks like you guys have no intention to bet at all." The middle-aged man smirked. Of course, he was unable to take 300 supreme grade origin stones and 5 million high grade origin stones out at all. In addition to that, he was certain that nobody there could take so many origin stones out in just one go, not even the three old men who seemed to be martial emperor's disciples of Ling Tian Peak. It seems like they had no intention to bet from the beginning after all. They already knew that this guy wouldn't be able to take so many origin stones out as compensation. And here I was, thinking that they had faith in their companion, but it actually turned out otherwise. Many people were whispering to one another, not intending to bet at all. Nangong Yi grinned with a smile so bright that his eyes became slits instantly. "How about this? We'll still place our bets, and if we lose, you can take all of our origin stones away. If you lose, besides leaving behind your spatial ring, your life is ours too." As Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The moment his words left his mouth, everyone else, including the three old men, were taken by shock. Only Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen remained calm. Of course, among those stunned included the middle-aged man who had offered to be the banker. With a flash in his eyes, the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, "You want me to put my life on the line?" "Dare you?" Nangong Yi asked indifferently. At once, both of them were waging a tit-for-tat stalemate against each other. Most of the people had their gazes fixed on them as well. "Why not?" Soon, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and agreed to the challenge. At the same time, he looked towards the three old men who seemed to be martial emperor's disciples of Lingzan Peak. Sirs, please be the witness of this wager between them and me. The leading middle-aged man among the three of them nodded coolly. Sure. The old man looked at the two Nangong brothers and warned them, if you lose and aren't able to take that many origin stones out for him, I'll cripple your dantian and banish all of you from Lingzan Peak. Then, he turned to the middle-aged man again. If you lose, your life is theirs. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked respectfully, Sir, if somebody insists on joining the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that will be held 6 months later, what will happen to him when that time comes and he chickens out at the final moment? Once you've decided to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers 6 months later, retreat is not an option. Nobody is allowed to regret his decision. Even if he does, he'd need to at least join one round of the selection. Otherwise, he'll be treated as making fun of the Lingzan Peak. Whoever who makes fun of Lingzan Peak will only have one consequence, death. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the last word and at the same time, he deliberately cast a glance at Duan Lingtian who was standing quietly by the side, trying to warn him. This man was a first-level martial monarch sage who dared to come to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. In his opinion, this man did not even respect their Lingzan Peak at all. As a martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak, he felt like Lingzan Peak, which he viewed as a saint place, had been defiled. Thinking of that, the flame of fury inside him threatened to break out anytime. Haha, awesome, I'll make a bet with them then. Upon hearing the old man, the middle-aged man burst out laughing and agreed readily. In his eyes, his avarice was even more apparent as though he could already see the 30 supreme grade origin stones and 500,000 high-grade origin stones entering his pocket. What are you so happy about? Do you really think that you've won? Nangong Yi smirked before looking at the old man. We'll bet with him as well. The old man nodded and at the same time, he looked towards Duan Lingtian who was standing by the side. He announced, do you insist on joining the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that will be held at Lingzan Peak in 6 months? If you insist on joining, withdrawal is prohibited. You'll need to at least join one round of the selection. It could be either a life or death test designed for a martial monarch or even a battle against a martial monarch. To him, if this purple-clad young man in front did not want to die, he definitely would not insist on joining the selection. A first-level void interpretation martial artist joining the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers would very likely end up dead. The rest of the crowd had their attention trained on Duan Lingtian as well. Everybody else, except for the two Nangong brothers, felt that he would definitely give up joining the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. I've won already. The moment he saw the slight twitch of Duan Lingtian's lips as he was about to open his mouth, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. An extremely dazzling smile appeared on his face. However, the moment Duan Lingtian spoke, his smile froze at once. Count me in. Duan Lingtian looked squarely at the old leader of the three elderly men and replied nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's words struck down on most of the crowd like a thunderbolt, particularly the middle-aged man. Other than having his smile froze on his face, his eyes were filled with dread as well. He feared the death that he was going to face soon. You're crazy. You're absolutely insane. The middle-aged man cursed Duan Lingtian out loud before suddenly speeding off without warning as he tried to leave the scene. He did not want to lose his life. However, would he be able to just leave as he wished? The second the middle-aged man moved, a worn figure appeared out of thin air before him and blocked his path. It was one of the two men from the trio apart from the old man. Okay, very good. After the old leader was taken by surprise, his face turned grave before he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. I'll watch over every action of yours in the next 6 months. Before you join at least one round of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, don't even think of leaving Lingzan Peak at all. I'll count on you then. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied indifferently. His casualness took the crowd, who was coming to their senses one, by bewilderment. This guy doesn't seem to fear death at all. He doesn't just stare death in the face, but he also seems to be full of confidence as well. Don't tell me that he's actually confident that he'll be able to survive one round of the selection and live. How's that possible? Forget the fact that he's a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Even if he's a first-level void transformation stage or a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist, he'll most likely still die in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held at Lingzhan Peak. Then, is this guy intentionally seeking death? Well, given the circumstances now, he must be. At once, the group of people present were convinced that Duan Lingtian was deliberately looking for death. After all, to them, Duan Lingtian was merely a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. By right, even if a first-level void interpretation martial artist had a high level of comprehension, he could only grasp the void interpretation stage concepts. Such a person was no different than an ant in their eyes. I hope that you'll still be this calm in 6 months. I'm looking forward to it, the old man commented in a deep voice. After saying that, he no longer had his attention on Duan Lingtian. In a flash, he appeared in front of the middle-aged man who had made a bet with the Nangong brothers. His eyes were as cold as ice and were devoid of emotions. The middle-aged man glanced at the leading old man standing close to him and said with a terrified expression, "Sir, I was merely joking. I withdraw my bet. I don't want to bet anymore." At this moment, his eyes were filled with dread that originated from the bottom of his heart and his soul. The fact that another person had no fear towards death did not mean that he shared the same sentiments. If he had known earlier that this purple-clad young man was so gutsy, he would not have accepted the bet with the two Nangong brothers. In the face of the man's begging, the leading old man did not give a damn. With a raise of his hand, he quickly blasted him to death. As for the spatial ring and profundity fragments that were left behind by the middle-aged man, he guided it towards the Nangong brothers using an invisible force with just a flick of his hand. The scene made the crowd gasp in horror. This ending was far from their imagination. "Thank you, sir." After Nangong Yi had stored the spatial ring and the profundity fragments, he smiled and thanked the old man who nodded nonchalantly. In the next instance, he swept a glance around and his gaze landed on the few martial artists who were on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above, including Nangong Chen. "The few of you, follow him to where you'll be staying for the next 6 months. As he reached the end of his sentence, he looked wordlessly at one of the old men beside him. At once, the old man brought Nangong Chen and the few of them away. "All of you, follow him." Then, the leading old man looked at Nangong Yi and a few more others before turning to the other old man. The group of people, including Nangong Yi, were all between the 4th and 7th level martial monarch stages. "Duan Lingtian, I'll leave first." Before Nangong Yi left with the group of people and the old man, he smiled and acknowledged Duan Lingtian as though he was not worried about the situation that the latter was facing. Upon seeing this, confusion filled the depths of the old man's eyes right away. Was this guy not worried about his companion at all? Was it because he had absolute faith in his companion? Or did he just not care about the life or death of his companion? At once, the old man's gaze shifted towards Duan Lingtian unknowingly and his heart jolted. He felt that it must be the latter. If a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist can set a hurricane or something off at Lingzhan Peak, that would be extremely strange, he thought to himself. Soon, the old man looked at the few people, including Duan Lingtian before he announced, "All of you, follow me." Chapter 12:29 A Difference of Heaven and Earth. There were only 3 people who remained behind, including Duan Lingtian. They were all below the 4th level martial monarch stage, so their accommodation for the next 6 months was entirely different from the other 2 groups of people. The trio followed the old man and headed towards the other side of Lingzhan Peak. "In the next 6 months, another martial emperor's disciple of Lingzhan Peak and I will protect you. I'm Chao Zhang, a martial emperor's disciple of Lingzhan Peak," the old man introduced to them. Upon hearing Chao Zhang's words, other than Duan Lingtian who remained calm from the very beginning, the other 2 were slightly taken aback. However, the moment they recalled what Chao Zhang had said earlier, they exchanged glances with each other and were rendered speechless. Protect. As the martial emperor's cultivation place, outsiders were not usually allowed at Lingzhan Peak, so how could there be anyone that could pose as a threat to them? Nobody could harm them, so there was no need for protection at all. The word, protect, is inaccurate. Monitoring is more like it, the 2 of them thought to themselves. Not long ago, Chao Zhang had announced that whoever who came to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers at Lingzhan Peak was not allowed to withdraw at the last minute. One must go through at least 1 round of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Chao Zhang spoke again, "Introduce yourselves." The 2 of men could not help but be stunned again. They believed that Chao Zhang had some other intention of asking them to introduce themselves. It was far beneath Chao Zhang's dignity to learn the names of unimportant people like them. Right then, the reason Xiao Zhang had asked for their names was pretty obvious. He actually wanted to know the name of the other purple-clad young man. As expected, after the two men introduced themselves, Xiao Zhang merely nodded his head indifferently, not giving a damn at all. His gaze quickly landed on Duan Lingtian, who had yet to speak before he asked coolly, "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian. From the beginning till the end, Duan Lingtian never lifted up his head to look at Xiao Zhang at all. Xiao Zhang was a little infuriated. How dare this boy who was only on the first level void interpretation act so unbridled in front of him? HMPH. A good name, but it's a pity that you've made the wrong choice, Xiao Zhang snorted. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Duan Lingtian ignored him completely, turning a deaf ear to him. The other two agreed with Xiao Zhang as well. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive the next 6 months, and at once, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. Soon, Xiao Zhang brought them to the middle of the mountain on the other side of Lingzan Peak. There were two spacious stone platforms separated by a long staircase. On top of the platforms stood a multi-story pavilion that was surrounded by a layer of white mist. It was like a magnificent jade palace in a paradise. The white mist surrounding the pavilion gathered from all over the place. An origin drawing formation. Frowning, Duan Lingtian could see that there was an inscription formation on the pavilion above the stone platform in just one glance. This inscription formation gathered all of the origin energy that arose from the supreme and high-grade origin stones and transformed into a great cultivation site. Cultivating in this pavilion would yield twice the results with just half the effort. However, this was only for an ordinary martial artist. To Duan Lingtian, even if the origin drawing formation gathered the origin energy that came from the supreme grade origin stone, it still would not be of much help to him. At that moment, his cultivation base was advancing at a tremendous pace. It was not something an ordinary person could match. Even if the origin energy originated from the supreme grade origin stones, it would only be adding brilliance to an already perfect state. To him, it was not worth mentioning at all. That stone platform that has the pavilion situated atop it has an origin drawing formation. This origin drawing formation was personally set up by the Martial Emperor stage inscription formation who our Lingzan Peak's Lord Martial Emperor invited over. While Duan Lingtian was studying the pavilion, Xiao Zhang started to introduce it as well. When you cultivate on top of it, your cultivation base will make progress at an extremely fast rate. It's no inferior to absorbing the supreme grade origin stone directly as you cultivate. Gasps filled the air. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, the other two men could not help but inhale a deep breath. They gazed at the pavilion in the distance, their eyes filled with a burning heat. As for the other stone platform, with the shift of Xiao Zhang's gaze, the three of them shifted their gaze to the platform below the staircase as well. Compared to the stone platform above, this stone platform was much worse. In other words, it was so abominable. Juxtaposed to the stone platform above, it was a complete difference between heaven and earth. On this stone platform, there stood many thatched cottages that were casually built from weeds and wood. These thatched cottages were scattered around the stone platform and appeared to be very miserable and shabby. All of you, go and randomly find a thatched cottage to stay in. In the next 6 months, you're not allowed to leave within a 1,000-meter radius from this place. Otherwise, you'll be regarded as fleeing and the consequences will be none other than death. Zhang Chao warned in a harsh tone. Don't take your chances at all. Xiao Zhang's gaze landed particularly on Duan Lingtian before he continued, in the next 6 months, this place will be guarded by another martial emperor's disciple from Lingzan Peak and me. Usually, one of us will pick more people up while the other will stay here to guard. Lord Xiao Zhang, are we gonna stay in these tea-thatched cottages? The other two stared at the thatched cottages in front of them in horror and could not help but frown with a look of apparent disgust on their faces. Why, do you find them dirty? Xiao Zhang sneered. If you really find them dirty, you can change your accommodation environment as you see fits. On top of that, I want to warn you about something. He paused for a moment before continuing again, killing is allowed here. Even if the weaker ones die, we won't give a damn at all. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The other two men appeared nasty as they turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison too. For a moment, their mood was lifted. Compared to the purple-clad young man, they were no doubt much safer. After all, they were both on the third-level martial monarch stage. The strongest martial artist there was a third-level martial monarch anyway. Go. After Xiao Zhang spat out a single word, he left and disappeared without a trace. At once, Duan Lingtian and the other two descended. Little brother Duan, you're too rash. Given your strength now, you might not even be able to survive here for the next 6 months. One of the men looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Take your ego down a notch and live properly. That way, you might still be able to live slightly longer. If I were you, I'd find a thatched cottage to stay and never leave it at all up until the day the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers starts. The other man snorted. The gaze that he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with mockery. He was taunting him for overestimating himself too much. Noticing Duan Lingtian's silence, they soon lost interest and did not comment anymore. Quickly, the trio landed on the stone platform scattered with the thatched cottages. It stinks. The moment they got near, the other two frowned right away. Disgust was written all over their faces. Duan Lingtian also picked up the stench that rushed towards them. The foul odor came from the thatched cottages in front of them. To be more precise, it came from the weeds above the thatched cottages. These weeds had the droppings of various birds stuck in between them and were extremely pungent. Compared to here, the pavilion above that stone platform is basically heaven. The other two looked towards the stone platform that had a staircase leading up to it in unison. There stood a residence, a cultivation place that one would crave for in their dreams. However, that must be the residence of Ling Zan Peak's martial emperor's disciple who is responsible for watching over us, one of the men speculated. I think so too. The other man nodded. We need to stay at this disgusting place for 6 months. Are you kidding me? They looked at the thatched cottages in front and sighed. Let's not stay in the thatched cottage. Let's cultivate at those rocks somewhere far away. Or perhaps we could just hover in the air cross-legged and cultivate, one of them suggested. That's a great idea. The other person's eyes lit up right away. Do you think that you're the only one who thought of this idea? Right then, Duan Lingtian finally spoke up. Look at the shoe imprints in front of the doors of these thatched cottages. It's apparent that many people are living inside. Do you think they would have stayed inside willingly? Just as the two were taken aback, a familiar voice entered their ears clearly. Those who don't have the intention to battle or to kill but are still wandering around to hang out 10 meters away from the residence will die. They could tell that it was Chao Zong's voice. Although Chao Zong's words were short, his meaning was apparent. They had to either battle or kill somebody, or just stay 10 meters within the thatched cottage obediently and enjoy the distinct smell of the thatched cottage. Upon hearing Chao Zong's words, the other two men beside Duan Lingtian turned pale right away. Hastily, they each found an unoccupied thatched cottage and entered, burying themselves inside completely. Duan Lingtian also found a thatched cottage and walked into it. The thatched cottage was completely empty. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to hover in the air cross-legged to cultivate. The odor in the thatched cottage became even stronger. However, it did not seem to bother him at all to the point that even he found it strange too. How odd. The smell doesn't actually bother me at all. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that in the memory which he lost, there was a part of his memory that belonged to his past reincarnation when he was still on Earth. During his past reincarnation, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. Throughout his life of being in the special forces as a mercenary, he had gone through countless hardships on an arduous journey. He had been through worse environments before. To himself in the past reincarnation, this rank odor from the thatched cottage was nothing. Even though he had now lost that part of his memory, he could still accept the odor by instinct and was not truly repulsed by it. Hovering cross-legged in the air, Duan Lingtian gradually shut his eyes, clearing his eyes as he meditated. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the 7th form. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the first level void interpretation stage, so he could only cultivate the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique in the meantime. Only until he had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage would he be able to cultivate the 8th form. To him, the void transformation stage was not far away. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been cultivating for. It was only when a long bang resonated and the door of his thatched cottage was kicked open that he finally regained his senses. Chapter 1230. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, he did not forget to raise his fused and sword profundity. Now that he was interrupted suddenly and broken out of his intense concentration, it was no surprise that he was pissed. Because of this, the moment when he regained his senses and opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian's face darkened instantly. Get out! A boisterous voice rang impatiently from outside the thatched cottage. With a slam, the door was kicked open. A chilly glimmer flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sat cross-legged in the air. He gradually descended and stood on the floor before walking out of the thatched cottage slowly. After he exited, in just one glance, he saw the sole person standing outside the thatched cottage. It was a brawny man with a sturdy body but a wretched and ugly face. The man had a pair of triangular eyes that were glaring at him with an icy, sharp light gleaming in them. "Boy, I really must admire you. Just a mere first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and you still dare to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers." The ugly, muscular man had nothing but mockery for him. Oh, upon hearing him, Duan Ling Tian frowned right away. Not many people knew about the fact that he was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. At that rundown place, only 2 people knew about it. At once, Duan Ling Tian cast a glance at his surroundings. He noticed most of the occupants walking out of the thatched houses. All of them were looking at the commotion happening at his place right then. Soon, he recognized 2 people among those who were watching the commotion. They were the third-level martial monarchs who Qiao Zhang had brought there together with him. They were also the only 2 people there who knew about his identity. One of the men was looking at him in pity, while the other was watching him with a face full of derision. "This man is here looking for trouble with me. Are you the ones who instigated it?" Duan Ling Tian glared coldly at the latter and asked in a deep voice. It was needless to speculate because he knew that the stocky man had come looking for him after somebody had leaked his identity on purpose. Upon hearing him, the man, who was looking at Duan Ling Tian mockingly, admitted straightforwardly, "So what if it's me? Duan Ling Tian, the thatched houses here are all already full with people. This brother just arrived and he has no place to stay. By right, you, who are only the void interpretation stage martial artist, should clear out the thatched cottage for him." As he spoke, the ridicule in his expression became even more apparent. He particularly emphasized the 5 words, void interpretation stage martial artist. "Boy, since I've made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I've yet to cast any attack on a void interpretation stage martial artist before. Today, let me have a taste of what crushing an ant to its death with just one finger feels like." The ugly, brawny man slowly grinned. His wretched face twisted with a crooked smile that was even uglier than a crying expression. At the same time, he took a stride forward towards Duan Ling Tian. At that instant, his origin energy transformed into milky white flames that soared up as it emitted a vast, heavy aura, causing the surrounding air to vibrate as it set off a series of faint detonations. As 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the brawny man's head, he thrust out a palm and swept downwards towards Duan Ling Tian like a fanned leaf in full fury. Using just his origin energy, he managed to mobilize the heaven and earth energy together to form 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. That was an indicator of him being on the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. The onlookers thought to themselves, "He's going to die. He's only at the 1st-level void interpretation, yet he still dares to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Isn't he afraid of dying?" In the sky, 2 old men were hovering right there. Looking at how the brawny man made his move towards Duan Ling Tian, one of the old men told the other, "Qiao Zhang, it looks like he won't be able to make it to the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers in 3 months. The other old man was none other than Qiao Zhang, the person who had brought Duan Ling Tian there. The moment Qiao Zhang heard his companion, he replied nonchalantly, "That's his decision." Then, losing their interest, the 2 old men retracted their gazes. In their opinions, there was no suspense in whatever was going to happen next. They had no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be killed by the muscular man who possessed a 2nd-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. In the next second, a loud sound reverberated. Everyone's ears echoed with a deafening noise. The 2 men shifted their gazes towards the bottom again. This. They froze almost at the same time as a shocked expression crept upon their faces tacitly. What they saw completely went beyond their imaginations. The person, who they thought would have died, did not die. Instead, the person who should have triumphed had succumbed to death. To be more precise, he had transformed into a bloody mist that enveloped the entire sky. He had died without even leaving a corpse for burial. As the ugly man transformed into a widespread bloody mist, Duan Ling Tian stood in the same spot and spat out a single word nonchalantly in a calm tone, "Idiot." At that moment, everyone present could see that although the brawny man had exploded into a bloody mist at only just a foot away from the purple-clad young man, not the slightest trace of blood could be seen at all on the latter. He's a void interpretation stage martial artist. You must be joking. That guy on the second-level martial monarch stage didn't even have the time to react before he perished by his hand. Did you see his moves clearly? I only saw a residual image that disappeared the moment it appeared. A commotion broke out on the spot. The way the group of people viewed Duan Lingtian had changed by 180 degrees. They were filled with respect and fear. How is this even possible? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who had betrayed Duan Lingtian turned pale. He could not believe all this to be true. The very person who had demonstrated a cultivation base of first-level void interpretation stage just 3 months ago could now kill a second-level martial monarch in just one blow. In addition to that, the speed at which he launched his assault was so fast that he could barely catch any trace at all. Soon, the third-level martial monarch narrowed his eyes. Before he could even make out what was happening, a familiar figure had already appeared in front of him. Di Duan. Opening his mouth, he tried to speak, but he did not have the opportunity to finish his sentence at all, for Duan Lingtian had already made his move and killed him. In just the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had already exterminated 2 people, making everyone regard him as the killing god. Each of them was looking at him with dread. I'm lucky that I didn't scheme against him like that idiot did. As the other man who arrived with Duan Lingtian previously gasped in horror, he secretly rejoiced at the same time. The guy who's just been killed spread the fake news, saying that the purple-clad young man was a first-level void interoperation stage martial artist. It must have never crossed his mind that not only had he caused the death of somebody else, but he also expedited his own death too. If such a powerhouse is already on the first-level void interpretation stage, then wouldn't I be even worse than the void prying stage? Judging from his strength, he shouldn't belong here with us at all. The group of people buried their heads in a heated discussion as they peered at Duan Lingtian with terror. These people had either arrived there before Duan Lingtian or after him. However, they all had one similarity: all of them were martial artists below the 4th-level martial monarch stage. In the sky, the old man dressed in a green robe was looking at Chao Zhang peculiarly as he asked, "Chao Zhang, are you sure that he's only a void interpretation stage martial artist?" Impossible. Chao Zhang ignored the green-robed old man. He stared at the purple-colored figure with bafflement and disbelief. 3 months ago, the cultivation base that this purple-clad young man demonstrated was at the first-level void interpretation stage. He had witnessed it with his own eyes and did not think that it was fake. However, now that the purple-clad young man had made his move, he demonstrated a strength that was nowhere below the 5th or 6th-level martial monarch stage. He had also witnessed this with his own eyes, so it must be true as well. For this very reason, he was confused. What exactly could have accelerated a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist's strength to such a horrifying level 3 months later? Di Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. He soon noticed that the person who was interacting with him through the voice transmission was the other person who had arrived together with him. "And Chao Zhang, anything?" Duan Lingtian asked through his voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you could have completely defeated everyone at that pavilion behind the staircase and taken that pavilion for yourself. The environment there is much better than here," resonated the voice transmission again. The pavilion. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at the higher section of the other side of the staircase. There stood another stone platform and there was an exquisite pavilion sitting atop the stone platform. When he first arrived, he had already seen the pavilion. At that time, he thought that the residence belonged to Chao Zhang and another martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak. For this reason, he had not given it much thought anymore. However, somebody had just told him that he could have actually defeated the people inside the pavilion and wrested that pavilion as his own. From the very start, we were wrong. That pavilion was a residence for us to stay too. However, the strongest among us is qualified to stay there, continued the person who reminded Duan Lingtian as if he read the question in his mind. Even though Duan Lingtian did not gather his heaven and earth energy to become the heaven and earth phenomenon earlier during his 2 attacks, he could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from that of the person who had taken the pavilion for himself. No matter how strong that person was, he was only on the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. That person did not necessarily possess the strength to kill the 2 men in just one blow as Duan Lingtian had done. Right at this moment, Chao Zhang's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears again: "If you really find it dirty, you can change your accommodation as you see fits." That day, Duan Lingtian had wondered why Chao Zhang would have uttered such peculiar words. Now, he finally understood. Looks like there's a show for us to watch. That guy has taken that pavilion for himself for 2 entire months. It's time he moved his nest away. Many people noticed Duan Lingtian looking at the pavilion above the stone platform behind the staircase. They could guess what he was thinking about, and at once, they were consumed with excitement and anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian was prepared to make his move. So, it's you who killed my brother. A cold voice resonated from the sky, halting him in his tracks as he looked towards the direction of the voice. In the air, 3 figures were descending from the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man in a green robe who was glaring at him with sharply. Chapter 1231. An ignorant person is usually fearless. Duan Lingtian cast a calm glance at the green-robed man who brought 2 people along with him as they descended from the sky. He asked nonchalantly, "Were the 2 guys just now your brothers?" After he came to Lingzan Peak, he had killed 2 men. They were the duo earlier. My brother was Lu Yi, a martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak. The middle-aged man answered coldly. His pair of eyes were gleaming with a sharp, bloodthirsty light. Waves of horrifying killing intent gushed out of his body and sent chills down the spines of many of the people there. Had Duan Lingtian just killed a martial emperor's disciple? The moment the words left the green-robed man's mouth, an uproar burst out at once. Immediately, everyone had their attention fixed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Shock filled their faces instantly. He killed a martial emperor's disciple. The 3rd-level martial monarch who had come with Duan Lingtian together with Chao Zhang 3 months ago was filled with astonishment when he stared at Duan Lingtian again. He still remembered the scene that had taken place 3 months ago clearly. At that time, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian did indeed demonstrate the cultivation base of the 1st-level void interpretation stage. On this day, 3 months later, the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed a 2nd-level martial monarch and a 3rd-level martial monarch was already enough to elicit inexplicable shock. He did not understand why Duan Lingtian could have undergone such exaggerated progress. Right now, someone with bad intentions was saying that Duan Lingtian had killed his brother, who was a martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak. He must have mistaken him for another person, he thought to himself. Many people at the scene shared the same thoughts with him, including Chao Zhang and the old man beside him. Lu Yi, a martial emperor's disciple. Duan Lingtian raised a brow. Instantly, a figure appeared in his mind. Oh, you mean the leader of the muggers. The leader of the muggers. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chao Zhang exchanged glances with the old man beside him. Confusion was apparent in both of their eyes. Lu Yi was a martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak. He loved to bring a few martial emperor's followers out and act as a robber, plundering around Lingzan Peak. Now that Duan Lingtian uttered the words, leader of the muggers, they faintly realized that he might have really killed Lu Yi. It is indeed you. The sharp glint in the green-robed middle-aged man's eyes shone even more brightly. Taking a stride forward, origin energy skyrocketed from his body and seemed to have transformed into milky white flames that soared up into the sky threateningly. With a stamp of his foot, the entire stone platform floor cracked. A series of horrendous cracks spread out in all directions, transforming into a huge spider web. One could easily imagine just how infuriated he was then. The moment that Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the middle-aged man in the green robe took a stride forward as he was about to make his move on him. A ghost-like figure suddenly stood in front of the green-robed man's path. The appearance of this figure took everybody else by surprise. It's him. In just one glance, Duan Lingtian instantly recognized the silhouette in front of him. It was none other than Chao Zhang, the martial emperor's disciple of Lingzan Peak who had brought him here in the first place. Chao Zhang, what do you mean by this? The green-robed man's face turned dark as he snarled loudly, you'd better keep your hands out of today's matter. Lu Zhang. Chao Zhang cast a glance at the green-robed middle-aged man nonchalantly. I don't care whether your brother died by his hand or not. Right now, he's here at my place, so he's somebody I'll protect. Before the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers takes place, I won't have any accident happening to him. As he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed brilliantly. Chao Zhang, don't forget that you're only my defeated loser. Lu Zhang snorted mockingly. As the saying went, when there was a crowd, there would be a brawl. The same applied to Lingzan Peak as well. At Lingzan Peak, there were 3 martial emperor's direct disciples under the command of martial emperor Lingzan. the eldest direct disciple always cultivated by martial Emperor Ling Zan's side. Just like martial Emperor Ling Zan, his whereabouts was always a mystery. The second and third disciples usually controlled the entire Ling Zan peak. As time went by, some frictions inevitably happened between the two of them, causing the martial emperor's disciples and followers below them to wage a tit-for-tat war against each other as they formed two great factions at the peak, other than being the strongest person among the top. Three of all the martial emperor's disciples at Ling Zan peak, Lu Zhang was also a member of the faction of the martial emperor's second direct disciple. Due to his powerful strength, the martial emperor's second direct disciple greatly trusted him. Xiao Zhang, on the other hand, was under the martial emperor's third direct disciple. Due to the different factions that they were in, the two of them already did not get along well with each other. Today, now that Lu Zhang wanted to take Duan Lingtian away under Xiao Zhang's nose, of course, Xiao Zhang would not let him do as he wished. As Lu Zhang laughed out loud tauntingly, a gale blew past and right away, a figure appeared beside Xiao Zhang. That was none other than the old man who had been standing together with Xiao Zhang just now. He was also the martial emperor's disciple of Ling Zan Peak who was responsible for monitoring the people who would join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. This martial emperor's disciple was in the same faction with Xiao Zhang. Lu Zhang, if you're confident of winning against the coalition of the both of us, you can attack us, Xiao Zhang said nonchalantly. His tone was carrying a hint of provocation. Lu Zhang's face turned grave right away. He really did not have much confidence in winning if one asked him to fight against two by himself, let alone fight the two martial emperor's disciples in front of him. Although his strength was ranked in the top 3 among the group of martial emperor's disciples at Ling Zan Peak, it was actually more or less on par with the two people in front. If he fought them alone, he could defeat any one of the two people in front of him. However, if the two decided to attack together, he knew that he was no match for them. As for the two people that he had brought along with him, they were merely martial emperor's followers. They could only serve as cannon fodder fighting against two martial emperor's disciples. They were completely no help to him at all. Xiao Zhang, do you want to fight in numbers now? Lu Zhang's eyes shone coldly, as he was already prepared to ask his men to get more people to come. Fight in numbers. Xiao Zhang seemed to have guessed Lu Zhang's thoughts. Taking a good look at Lu Zhang, he warned, Lu Zhang, if I were you, I wouldn't be so dumb as to get more people to come here. Don't forget, the Lord Martial Emperor himself sets the rules for the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. It was also Lord Martial Emperor's order for us to protect the people joining the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. However, I'd really like to see, what kind of consequences would you face after obeying the Lord Martial Emperor's orders? By that time, I only hope that your master will be willing to ask for mercy on your behalf. As Xiao Zhang reached the end of his sentence, a mocking grin was apparent on his face. Xiao Zhang's words pissed Lu Zhang off so much that he was instantly filled with flames of fury. However, he suppressed it in the end. He also calmed down after hearing Xiao Zhang's warning. Then, ignoring Xiao Zhang, Lu Zhang glared at Duan Lingtian coldly and threatened him loudly, fine then. I'll let you live for another 3 months more. 3 months later, I hope you'll be able to pass through the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, and by that time, I'll personally kill you and avenge my brother. After he finished, before waiting for Duan Lingtian to reply, he hastily left with the two Martial Emperor's followers behind him. Coming and leaving like the wind, it was as though he had never once appeared before. From the beginning till the end, Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected. His emotion was not even affected by Lu Zhang's threat. In fact, he did not even put Lu Zhang in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, did you really kill Lu Yi? Very soon, Xiao Zhang looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated look. I guess so, Duan Lingtian shrugged as he answered unconcernedly. He did not whether that person was Lu Yi or not, but he remembered that after he had killed the man, the person beside him seemed to have called him, Senior Brother Lu. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Xiao Zhang and the old man beside him, was rendered speechless. I made a wrong judgment 3 months ago. You don't belong here at all. However, now that you've offended Lu Zhang, just continue to stay here then, Xiao Zhang said with a complicated look. As for that pavilion, just stay there, Xiao Zhang said while looking at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the staircase and was surrounded by an almost solid heaven and earth origin energy. Very soon, Xiao Zhang rose up into the air and went to the front of the pavilion. His mouth quivered a little as nobody knew what he was going to speak about. The next instant, a man flew out of it, a plain-looking middle-aged man. "Sir, I thought this pavilion is the winner's. If you do this, shall I take it as you abusing your power for your personal gains?" Unlike Chao Zong's soft-spoken words, the middle-aged man deliberately spoke loudly. His voice clearly entered everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's as well. For a moment, most of the people had a strange look on their faces. Abusing your power for your personal gain. This guy really dared to speak so wantonly. I merely suggested that you vacate this pavilion. If you're willing to, everything will end peacefully, but if you're not willing to listen to my advice, have a duel with him and fight for the ownership of this pavilion then. Chao Zhang also raised his voice while he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As all eyes shifted towards Duan Lingtian, making him the spotlight of the crowds, the middle-aged man from the pavilion also looked at him right away. The middle-aged man rose up into the air and soon arrived at the air above Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Looking downward at Duan Lingtian, he said in a deep voice, "Although I have no idea what relationship you have with this man to the point that he would actually ask me to vacate this pavilion. If you really want to stay here in this pavilion, you must attack and kill me first." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, along with the behavior that he was putting on, everybody on the scene had a strange look on their faces right away. An ignorant person is usually fearless. The same thought rose up to their minds at once. Many people even looked at that middle-aged man in pity. Right then, they were almost sure that it was true that Duan Lingtian had indeed killed a martial emperor's disciple from Lingzan Peak and that his brother had even pursued him till right there and then. However, at this moment, facing Duan Lingtian who had the ability to kill a martial emperor's disciple, the middle-aged man who walked out of the pavilion and was also the strongest among all the third-level martial monarchs, had now publicly declared a battle with him without knowing his strength, let alone the deeds that he had done before. Although there were many people present, none of them warned the middle-aged man at all. Perhaps, they were also feeling displeased towards him for being able to stay at such a lovely place for such a long time, so they wanted to see him make a fool out of himself. "I don't like people standing above my head." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. From the beginning till the end, he did not even attempt to lift his head. Chapter 1232 Yuhan Valley. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a five-colored energy rose from his body and transformed into a giant hand above the middle-aged man's head. The enormous hand descended and the air shuddered with a tremor, creating an earth-shaking rumble. All of a sudden, before he could react, the middle-aged man was enveloped by the enormous hand that was pressing against the ground. A loud thud resounded as the hand smashed the ground. It then vanished without a trace after imprinting a gigantic palm print on the stone platform. The middle-aged man was crushed into the stone platform just like that. Needless to say, he was severely injured. He only managed to move a while later, and the first thing he did was to spit a mouthful of blood clots out. Subsequently, he looked at the purple-clad silhouette in terror and passed out after that. The place was dead silent. After taking a glance at the middle-aged man who had passed out severely injured, Duan Lingtian dashed to the stone platform behind the stairs and entered the loft. Apart from Chao Zhang and the other martial emperor's disciple, nobody else saw his movement clearly. His abilities no less than ours. Chao Zhang and the other martial emperor's disciple looked into each other's eyes and said in unison through voice transmission, sharing the same thought. Meanwhile, still reeling from the shock of Duan Lingtian's speed, the remaining crowd was gawking at the severely injured middle-aged man who had passed out. One could tell from their faces that they were taking pleasure in his misery. Chao Zhang, given his ability, it'd be a piece of cake for him to become a martial emperor's disciple 3 months later. "Why don't you take the opportunity to get him to join our team?" The other martial emperor's disciple asked Chao Zhang. "You couldn't be concerned that he'd be convinced to join the other team, could you?" Chao Zhang smiled while saying. The martial emperor's disciple realized something after listening to his response. Since Lu Zhang who was from the other team was hostile to Duan Lingtian, he would never let him join their team, let alone the other team members. "We'll ask him to join us when he's standing with that team. He'll be grateful and appreciate us by then," Chao Zhang said. "What a sly fox you are." His companion could not help but exclaim. He seemed to recall something and asked curiously, "Oh yeah. Do you know why was he displaying just the first-level void interpretation stage cultivation base 3 months ago?" "I'm guessing that he's using some secret technique to conceal his real cultivation base," Chao Zhang responded in all seriousness. "There's such a secret technique. If there really is, apart from disguising himself for his own benefit, there seems to be nothing that great about the technique. Disguising's good enough, Chao Zhang sighed, don't forget that he even deceived us before this. The exquisite and spacious loft was adorned with magnificent decorations. It was a completely different world compared to the cottage that Duan Lingtian was staying in earlier. However, he could not care less about that. He sat on the soft bed and prepared to cultivate again upon entering the loft. I didn't realize that 3 months have passed. The selection test to recruit Ling Zan Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers will begin in 3 months. I must impress everyone when the time comes in order to attract the Martial Emperor powerhouse's attention, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not forget his purpose here after all. My top priority now is to continue to elevate my abilities. I'll only be able to crush every single obstacle with my powerful ability to draw the Martial Emperor powerhouse's attention. Duan Lingtian's heart lurched. Then he began to cultivate after closing his eyes. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. At the same time that he cultivated, he began to go through fused profundity and sword profundity in his own way. Time ticked by silently while Duan Lingtian's ability was elevated by the second. A month soon passed. In the north of the Cloud Continent, 3 tall snow-capped peaks surrounded a region that snowed all year long. Mist continuously cascaded from the icy lake between the 3 snow peaks. No matter how terrifyingly low the temperature was, the water in the icy lake would never freeze. It exuded a bone-piercing chill and was unique for its properties. The lake had a beautiful name. It was called Yuhan Lake. With Yuhan Lake as the center, there was another name for the place that was surrounded by the 3 tall snow peaks. It was Yuhan Valley. At the same time, Yuhan Valley was the cultivation area of a martial emperor in the Cloud Continent. The martial emperor's honorific title was Yuhan and everybody addressed her as Martial Emperor Yuhan. Martial Emperor Yuhan was definitely the #1 female powerhouse of the generation on the Cloud Continent, and she was the top 3 among the publicly known 9 martial emperors. Due to her reputation, many female martial artists came from all over to participate in the selection test to recruit Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, which was announced in Yuhan Valley half a year ago. The reason why they were all female martial artists was that Yuhan Valley would not take in male disciples or followers. Including Martial Emperor Yuhan, there were only female martial artists in Yuhan Valley without any exception. Today, 2 uninvited guests appeared above Yuhan Valley. They were 2 young ladies. One of them was dressed in lilac clothing and she had an alluring, beautiful face which revealed a captivating charisma, giving her the power to make all men fall for her. Meanwhile, the other lady was wearing pale yellow clothing. Her beauty was nothing less than her companion's. The difference was her apparent bashfulness. If the previous lady could be described as a passionate red rose, the latter would be a pure snow lotus. They were both beautiful in their own way. Luckily, we got here in time. Otherwise, we might not have made it to the selection test recruiting Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that Yuhan Valley has organized this time, the lady in lilac mumbled. That's right, I didn't expect Yuhan Valley to bring forward their selection test to a year earlier. The other lady nodded lightly and raised her beautiful eyebrows. She seemed to be worried. I wonder if we can make it to become Yuhan Valley Martial Emperor's disciples with our current abilities. Ka, you must believe in your own ability, the purple-clad lady comforted softly. Sister Fair, I miss young master. When do you think we'll see him again? The person who was addressed as Ka trembled as she was speaking. We'll head back to look for the rascal after we've avenged master and senior sister. The purple-clad lady shuddered subtly as her voice shook a little too. She mustered her courage a moment later before saying, Ka, let's go in. The 2 ladies were Ka and Li Fei, who had escaped from the south to the north of the inner land. They were the 2 fiancés of Duan Lingtian whom he had not seen for years. After escaping from the Yin-Yang sect, they headed all the way north. Their destination was Yuhan Valley. To their surprise, when they arrived at the northern area of the inner land, they heard that Yuhan Valley was recruiting Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in 2 months. Compared to what they had heard earlier, the selection test had been brought forward by exactly a year. Soon, as they proceeded to fly into Yuhan Valley, they were stopped by a lady in blue. The lady asked without any expression on her face, "Are the both of you here to participate in our Yuhan Valley selection test for Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in 2 months?" Yes, the both of them nodded. Follow me, the lady said to Ka and Li Fei, and she brought the both of them into Yuhan Valley. A while later, Ka and Li Fei were led to a standalone valley with many wooden houses. Snow covered the top of the wooden houses as if they were wrapped in white apparel. Since we've 2 vacant wooden houses, the both of you can stay here. If the both of you came later, you would have to take some other people's houses, the lady said without any emotion on her face. Killings allowed here in powerhouses rule. Beware. She then left after she was done speaking. Ka and Li Fei were the only ones left there. They looked into each other's eyes, noting the weight of the situation in each other's eyes. Let's go in, Ka. They were ready to walk into the 2 vacant wooden houses that were attached together. Wait, just when they were about to walk into the vacant wooden house, an absurd voice stopped them. Subsequently, a lady walked out of another wooden house. She had just spoken. One of her legs was crippled, which made her limp when she walked. One of her eyes was also blind, while a hideous scar marred her face. It looked like a centipede lying there, making her appear terrifying. Li Fei managed to keep her composure when she saw the lady, but it was a different story for Ka. She could not help but raise her eyebrows lightly. The lady's appearance scared her. The contrast between the crippled and hideous lady and the gorgeous Ka and Li Fei was glaring. These 2 ladies are going to get it. Many other women came out of the other wooden houses at that moment. There was sympathy in their eyes as they looked at Ka and Li Fei. 8 of them have died so far. That would make 10 of them, including these 2, a lady sighed. Although the previous 8 were pretty, they weren't as beautiful as these 2. I bet that they're going to get it worse, another lady said while shaking her head. The ladies who walked out of the wooden houses now shared a similarity. They looked mediocre and could not be considered beautiful. What do you want? Seeing the hideous lady walking towards them, Li Fei shouted in her sweet voice and asked while her face turned grim. Remember not to look so pretty if there's an afterlife. You'll get yourself into trouble for looking too pretty. The hideous lady looked ferociously at Ka and Li Fei as if she was looking at 2 dead people. So, you're an ugly person who's jealous of others' beauty. Li Fei could not help but scoff when she heard what the hideous lady said. At the same time, she took out her spirit weapon and got ready to attack. However, as origin energy rumbled from the hideous lady, the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared in the sky made Ka and Li Fei's faces turn pale. Chapter 1233 Han Bing's Divine Sword Technique. They saw an ancient black dragon and 1,000 ancient horned dragons above the hideous lady's head. The heaven and energy phenomenon that was driven by the heaven and earth energy with origin energy was the symbol of an 8th level martial monarch martial artist. As multiple colors rose from the hideous lady's body, Li Fei and Ka knew that she was performing the profundities that she comprehended. Wait, Li Fei stopped her while looking frightened. What, do you have something to say before you die? The hideous lady asked in her deep voice. She was charging her origin energy and profundities at the moment, and she was ready to kill Li Fei and Ka anytime. Now, are you killing us just because we look better than you? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. Looking better than me isn't a crime. All alluring women should die. What if it's Martial Emperor Yuhan who's attractive? What about those Martial Emperor's disciples and direct disciples from Yuhan Valley? Given your ability, I bet the most you can do in Yuhan Valley is to threaten the Martial Emperor's followers, Li Fei proceeded. I'll admit defeat to those alluring women who are more powerful than I am. Those who are weaker should all die. The hideous lady went on with her sophistry while speeding up at the same time, dashing towards Li Fei and Ka. All of a sudden, Li Fei had a drastic change of expression. She just realized that the hideous lady before her was a complete lunatic who was messed up in her head. She said to Ka in a moment of panic, Ka, go now. I'll stop her. Li Fei raced towards the hideous lady before she even finished. Although she knew she was no match for her, she had to buy Ka time to run for her life. Rascal, I guess I'll see you in the afterlife. While going towards the hideous lady, a purple silhouette appeared in Li Fei's head in that split second of despair. It was a tall, young, and handsome man. Sister Fair, Ka shouted in her sweet voice as she went up to the hideous woman at the same time. The 3-foot-long blade that appeared in her hand was covered in a layer of frost unexpectedly. A sword ray surrounded by a bone-piercing chill whirled towards the hideous lady. The sword was swung so fast as if God was lending her a helping hand. Although Li Fei had asked her to leave, how could she go just like that? If something were to really happen to Li Fei, even she happened to escape death, she would live a miserable life. The thought of such a life alone terrified her. Young master, if there ever is an afterlife, I, Ka, will still be your girl. Tears rolled down her face as an extremely frosty aura flowed out of the 3-foot-long blade in her hand. The same silhouette that Li Fei was thinking of appeared in her head at that moment. Redundant. The hideous lady scoffed in disdain as she faced Li Fei and Kei's attack. Without any spirit weapon, she swept a rumbling energy with her palm alone. At the same time, 3 ancient black dragon silhouettes formed above her head and dashed as she attacked. They were heading for Li Fei and Kei ferociously, appearing very majestic. Compared to the silhouettes of the 3 ancient black dragons, the single ancient black dragon silhouette and the thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above Li Fei and Kei's head each seemed insignificant. How unfortunate! Many of the ladies who had come out of the wooden houses could not help but cover their eyes, not daring to watch. They seemed to foresee the brutal death of the 2 beauties. Ah! As a deafening loud thud resounded, gushes of rumbling airwaves swept everywhere, followed by a devastated scream. It was so loud that it pierced everyone's eardrums. That doesn't right. At that time, many of the ladies noticed that something was off. That voice. As they opened their eyes and snapped back to their senses, they realized that a silhouette was standing in front of the 2 beautiful ladies who remained untouched. On the other hand, the hideous lady had crashed hard against the mountain wall, which was packed with snow. She left a human-shaped print behind on the snow. Ah! The hideous lady spat a mouthful of blood out as she looked at the lady protecting Li Fei and Kei. She said in a deep voice while looking gray, "Isn't killing allowed here? Are you playing favorites, protecting these bitches?" A loud and clear slap rang out. The lady who protected Li Fei and Kei vanished from where she was. She gave the hideous lady a slap as she reappeared before her. "Who are you to judge what I do?" The woman standing before the ugly lady was elegantly dressed all in white as if she blended in with the snow. Regardless of her weak appearance, she had a terrifying power hiding within her. Otherwise, the hideous lady would not have been defeated. At that point, the ugly lady did not dare to speak further. Although she was exceptional, the most she could do was to become a Yuan Valley Martial Emperor's disciple or follower in the selection test that would be held in 2 months. Even she knew that very well. Meanwhile, the lady before her was one of the Martial Emperor's disciples of Yuan Valley. Her powerful ability was leaps and bounds mightier than the frightful lady's. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she stayed silent. The hideous lady glared at Li Fei and Kei fiercely and thought to herself, "These 2 bitches. I'll let you live for 2 months. When the selection test arrives 2 months later, I'll make the both of you disappear from this world completely. Thank you, sister, for saving us." At that moment, Li Fei and Kei thanked the lady in white. They knew very well that they would definitely die that day if their savior had not appeared. However, they were filled with doubts. The lady in blue who brought them in earlier, who was either a Yuan Valley Martial Emperor's disciple or follower, told them from the start that killing was allowed and that powerhouses ruled. However, this lady in white who seemed to be a Yuan Valley Martial Emperor's disciple had saved them. They thought it was a little odd. Why had this lady saved them? "Follow me, the both of you." After taking a cold glance at the hideous lady, she turned around and nodded lightly at Li Fei and Kei. She then leapt into the sky. Although they had no idea where she was bringing them, Li Fei and Kei chose to obey and followed her. They left the valley with the wooden houses. The valley broke into chaos after Li Fei and Kei left. "Who do you think the 2 girls are? I guess they should be related to that Martial Emperor's disciple. Otherwise, why would she have saved them? I heard some women don't like men, they like women instead. Do you guys think she's that sort of person since the 2 girls are beautiful? Now that you put it that way, it's possible. Just like the saying, 3 women are enough to start a drama." The bunch of ladies who gathered in the valley totally twisted the situation around. At that time, the terrified ugly lady returned to the wooden house that she stayed in. On the other hand, Li Fei and Kei went to the other side silently with the lady in white. "Sister, where are you bringing us?" Kei could not help but ask softly. "To see senior sister Shu." The lady turned around to look at Kei. A rare smile appeared on her face that was initially emotionless. It was a refreshing smile that looked like a green lotus flower in its first bloom. Seeing that, Kei returned a smile, but a glimpse of surprise flashed through Li Fei's eyes. She noticed that the lady, who seemed to be a Yuan Valley Martial Emperor's disciple, seemed to be extra kind to Kei. Why exactly was that? She was filled with misgivings. Soon, the lady brought Kei and Li Fei halfway up onto one of the snow peaks around Yuan Valley. There was a wooden house filled with snow. If one were to stand at a distance, the wooden house would not be visible at all. One could hardly see it even if they went closer. The lady greeted respectfully at the entrance of the wooden house covered in thick snow, "Senior sister Shu." Kei and Li Fei had their eyes on the wooden house. To be exact, they had their eyes on the door of the wooden house. They were curious about who would come out of the house. Ka, I'm sure that the lady who saved us is a Yuhan Valley Martial Emperor's disciple. The person who must have trained her should be a Yuhan Valley Martial Emperor's direct disciple, Li Fei said to Ka via voice transmission. Ka's heart lurched when she heard that. Before she managed to react, the wooden door opened with a creak. A silhouette walked out of it slowly at the same time. It was a young lady in green. She seemed like she was in her early 30s, and her expression was cold as she looked directly at the lady in white. Yes, the green-clad lady said casually. Her voice was cold as if it originated from an extremely chilly ice cave. Li Fei and Ka could not help but shudder from the bite of the cold. Facing the lady in green, their savior seemed to be pressured as she only spoke after taking a deep breath in. Senior Sister Shu, I saw someone performing the sword skill that you know. A sword skill that I know? The green-clad lady frowned. The sword skill that came from the set of methods that Master Martial Emperor passed down to you, the lady in white reminded. What? As the lady in white spoke, the other lady could not keep her composure any longer and her expression went through a drastic change. Who is that? At the same time, she had her eyes fixed on Li Fei and Ka. It's her. The lady in white looked at Ka while speaking to the woman in green. You, show me your sword skill. At that moment, the lady in green tried her best to suppress her emotion while speaking to Ka. Ka glanced at Li Fei. After getting Li Fei's consent with a nod, Ka performed the sword skill that she had mastered. Does this sword skill come from a set of methods called Han Bing's Divine Sword Technique? Someone spoke to Ka through voice transmission at that second. Chapter 1234 Martial Emperor Yuhan. How do you know that? Ka looked at the lady in green in shock and asked. Very few people knew about the method that she cultivated. Only the people who were close to her knew about it. However, from the sword skill that she performed that day, somebody spelled out the method that she had cultivated. She could not help but feel astounded. The lady in green did not respond to Ka's shock. She just lifted her arm lightly. All of a sudden, a sword that was formed completely by origin energy appeared in her hand. In the next second, she moved. As the whistling of the sword was heard, her movement was exactly the same as the sword skill that Ka had performed earlier, whereby a bone-piercing chill lingered on the sword. Naturally, the chill on her sword was even more terrifying. The air seemed to freeze wherever the sword passed. The faintest wind that blew past turned into a bone-piercing sharpness. You know this sword skill too. As the lady in green stood while putting her sword away, Ka's jaw dropped upon seeing the mesmerizing performance. It was the exact sword skill that she cultivated. No matter the movement or the rhythm, it was exactly the same. Naturally, the comprehension of the sword skill that the lady mastered was far ahead of hers. The lady did not respond to what Ka said, but instead, she enunciated in an absurd manner, wherever the tip of the sword points, heaven and earth will be wiped out. Hearing that, Ka's pupils shrunk suddenly as she said in shock, You cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique too? Nobody knew the words better than Ka did. It was the last passage of Han Bing's divine sword technique, which was also the most important passage. As soon as one cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak, wherever the tip of the sword pointed, heaven and earth would be wiped out. Han Bing's divine sword technique. Li Fei, who was standing by the side, was confused by what happened initially. However, she understood it completely when she heard what Ka said. The lady before them had cultivated the same method as Ka did. That can't be right. According to what the rascal said, no matter the galactic star technique or Han Bing's divine sword technique that he passed down to Sister Ka, there shouldn't be anyone else who knows about it. Li Fei shook her head, unable to comprehend the situation. Then, she realized why the lady in white would have saved them. It was because she recognized the sword skill that Ka cultivated. Rascal, do you know that? The method that you passed down to Sister Ka saved our lives. Li Fei thought to herself. A gleam flashed through the green-clad lady's eyes as she mumbled while looking at Ka, If I'm not mistaken, you've cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. I never expected there to be a third person who's cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique apart from my master and I on the Cloud Continent. Who else has cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique apart from you? Ka was in disbelief, having met someone else who had cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique. Now, the person before her seemed to be telling her that there was a third person who shared their similarity. Master Martial Emperor taught Senior Sister Shu the method herself. It's the most powerful method in Yuhan Valley. The owner of the generation in Yuhan Valley would only pass the method down to one person only, said the lady in white who stood aside. At the same time, she looked at the green-clad lady with respect. The person who inherits the method is a descendant of Yuhan Valley. Master Martial Emperor. Li Fei looked at the lady in green after hearing what her companion said. She could not help but exclaim softly, Are you really the Martial Emperor's direct disciple? Although she had speculated that earlier, Li Fei was still shocked after verifying the fact. Senior Sister Shu isn't just Master Martial Emperor's direct disciple. She's the descendant of our Yuhan Valley and she'll become a Martial Emperor powerhouse sooner or later. The eyes of the lady in white were filled with passionate adoration while she spoke, clearly glowing with the awe that she had for the lady in green, Martial Emperor's direct disciple. What Li Fei said shocked Ka as well, which made her stare at the lady in green in shock. Did Martial Emperor Yuhan pass Han Bing's divine sword technique down to you? That's right, the lady in green nodded. The layer of frost that seemed to cover her face melted at that moment. Follow me, I'm sure Master's very interested in you. She might even make an exception and take you as her direct disciple. A direct disciple. Even Li Fei was shocked by this revelation. The master of the lady in green before them was the owner of Yuhan Valley, the Martial Emperor Yuhan. Becoming the direct disciple of her master would mean becoming Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. I can follow you, but Sister Fair must follow me too, Ka insisted. HMPH, you silly girl, you're in great luck that Senior Sister Shu's bringing you to see Master Martial Emperor. How dare you negotiate your terms with Senior Sister Shu? The lady in white who stood aside scoffed as she frowned. If Sister Fair isn't going with me, then count me out. Ka ignored her and glared at the lady in green stubbornly. Li Fei felt a warmth rise within her when she heard that. She knew that Ka was fighting for an opportunity for her. At the same time, Li Fei looked fearfully at the lady in green. She was afraid that Ka might enrage her, which would do more harm than good. Let's go. Surprisingly, the green-clad lady nodded and consented to Ka's condition. At the same time, she leapt into the air and hovered with the intention of waiting for Ka and Li Fei. Ka and Li Fei looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. They then followed the lady in green. They found out about her name along the way. Her name was Shu Rong. Under Shu Rong's guidance, Ka and Li Fei arrived at a snow peak. It was covered in cloud and mist, appearing boundless from a distance. There was a broad stone platform standing regally behind the cloud and mist. A palace made completely from ice sculptures rose from the top of the stone platform. It was a crystal-clear palace that was so beautiful that it looked like a palace which could only exist in heaven where God lived. Master. Shu Rong brought Ka and Li Fei outside of the ice palace and bowed respectfully. A young lady appeared in front of them before Ka and Li Fei managed to react. The young lady looked like she was only 30, but Ka and Li Fei knew very well that her real age was at least close to 100. The young lady stood before them, hiding her aura and making her seem like a normal person. Master Martial Emperor. Facing the young lady, Ka and Li Fei did not dare to delay as they bowed respectfully in an instant. They experienced a stir of emotion without even knowing why. It was the first time in their lives meeting a Martial Emperor powerhouse. However, the young lady who looked mediocre had never looked at Ka and Li Fei once from the beginning until the end. She asked while looking at Shu Rong, Ronger, is there anything that I can help you with? At that moment, Shu Rong looked at Ka and exclaimed to the young lady who was Martial Emperor Yuhan, Master, she's like us. She's cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. The reason why she called it the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique was that the few other Martial Emperor's direct disciples had more or less cultivated parts of Han Bing's divine sword technique. The incomplete Han Bing's divine sword technique that they cultivated had been secretly passed down by Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yuhan Valley had a rule whereby the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could only be passed down to one person each generation. It had been an imperative rule since the beginning of time. As Shu Rong spoke, there were finally some changes on Martial Emperor Yuhan's calm face. At the same time, she trained her eyes on Ka and her glower turned ferocious as she asked in a deep voice, did you really cultivate the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique? Yes. Ka felt a little suffocated facing the ferocious Martial Emperor Yuhan. Subsequently, following Martial Emperor Yuhan's request, Ka performed the sword skill that came with Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was the sword skill that only people who cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could perform. It really is the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. Martial Emperor's Yuhan's heart pounded intensely. But isn't Han Bing's divine sword technique only available in our Yuhan Valley? Yuhan Valley had seen 3,000 years of generations. Throughout the 3,000 years, many martial emperor powerhouses achieved martial emperor stage due to the cultivation of Han Bing's divine sword technique. Naturally, not everyone could achieve martial emperor stage just by cultivating Han Bing's divine sword technique alone, as it would depend on one's talent too. Han Bing's divine sword technique is a method that our Yuhan Valley ancestors passed down. According to the handbook that we inherited, she obtained Han Bing's divine sword technique from a martial emperor's grave. Soon, martial emperor Yuhan suppressed her shock to calm herself down so that she could think carefully. From her speculation, the martial emperor's grave has existed for at least 10,000 years or even longer. The martial emperor who was buried in the grave was the same person who dug the grave. It was a female martial emperor powerhouse, martial emperor Han Bing. Back then, apart from Han Bing's divine sword technique, our ancestor obtained a voice transmission jade slip. The martial emperor Han Bing's last words in the voice transmission jade slip. The martial emperor Han Bing was a martial emperor powerhouse who existed over 20,000 ago from now. From what martial emperor Han Bing said, she had passed Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivated down to only one person before she died. It was a martial emperor powerhouse who was even more powerful than she was. The martial emperor's honorific title was Rebirth. Everyone calls him the Rebirth Martial Emperor. According to martial emperor Han Bing, the method that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated was something called the Three Lives Rebirth Technique. The Three Lives Rebirth Technique gives someone the ability to be reborn. Martial Emperor Yuhan's emotions stirred as she thought about that. Chapter 1235 Sword Dao. Martial Emperor Han Bing knew a little bit about the Three Lives Rebirth Technique. It was said that the Rebirth Martial Emperor would reborn every 10,000 years. When he reborn to his third life and achieved Martial Emperor stage, that would mean he cultivated the Three Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. Those were the information recorded in the handbook passed down by the ancestor of Yuhan Valley. Calculating the time, it should be time the Rebirth Martial Emperor reborn to his third life now. As soon as he cultivated to Martial Emperor stage in this life, he would cultivate the complete Three Lives Rebirth Technique. Martial Emperor Yuhan's heart jolted intensely again as she thought about this. Rebirth Martial Emperor was born 20,000 years ago and went through 3 lives just to cultivate the 3 lives rebirth technique to its peak. How powerful was this technique exactly? One must know that Rebirth Martial Emperor defeated Martial Emperor Han Bing, who cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique during his first life. One could imagine how powerful the Rebirth Martial Emperor's ability was. Seems like the Han Bing's divine sword technique that this girl cultivated has been passed down to her by the Rebirth Martial Emperor in his third life. Martial Emperor Yuhan looked at Ka and speculated. Ka, who was being stared by Martial Emperor Yuhan, became anxious as Martial Emperor Yuhan did not speak for a long time. No matter what, the person standing before her was a Martial Emperor powerhouse, a mighty being on the Cloud Continent. Who passed down Han Bing's divine sword technique to you? Finally, Martial Emperor Yuhan snapped back to reality and asked such a question as soon as she spoke. It's young master who passed it down to me. Ka took a deep breath and said slowly. Young master. Martial Emperor Yuhan raised her eyebrows. He's me and sister Ka's fiancé. Noticing the uneasiness in Ka, Li Fei answered the question for her. Fiancé. Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes lit up subtly and her heart jolted when she heard that. Seems like Rebirth Martial Emperor has yet to mature in his third life. According to the handbook that our Yuhan Valley ancestor passed down, Martial Emperor Han Bing mentioned about this in the voice transmission jade slip she left behind. Apart from a powerful martial artist, the Rebirth Martial Emperor is also a remarkable alchemist. The usual alchemist would reach their peak at grade 1, but Rebirth Martial Emperor was something else, where he became quasi-royal grade alchemist and even royal grade alchemist, which is higher than grade 1 alchemist. It was said that the royal grade healing medicinal pills that Rebirth Martial Emperor refined could revive a dead person and regenerate flesh on bones. Also, since Rebirth Martial Emperor had lived 2 lives, he must have left behind many good stuff for his third life. There was a fleeting greed that flashed through deep in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes as she thought to this point. Subsequently, she looked at Ka when she snapped back to her senses. I would like to take you as my direct disciple. Are you willing to do that? Although she had no idea why the Rebirth Martial Emperor would have his fiancés here at Yuhan Valley as he lived his third life, it was only natural for her to use them since they were here. Rebirth Martial Emperor. The stuff that you left behind from your 2 lives for your 3rd life would all be mine. Martial Emperor Yuhan thought to herself. I can be your direct disciple. But you must take Sister Fair as your direct disciple too. Ka's eyes lit up when she heard what Martial Emperor Yuhan said. She then looked at Li Fei next to her and said to Martial Emperor Yuhan. Shu Rong, who stood aside, frowned. It was forgivable for this ungrateful girl to name her condition earlier, but how dare she bargain with her master, the majestic Martial Emperor Yuhan now? You've my word. Shu Rong, who thought her master would be mad, was caught by surprise. Not only her master was not mad, she agreed to the condition Ka named directly. Thank you, Master Martial Emperor. Ka's eyes lit up when she heard that and expressed her gratitude immediately. Thank you, Master Martial Emperor. Li Fei followed. Why are you still calling me Master Martial Emperor? Martial Emperor Yuhan smiled lightly and asked intentionally. Master. All of the sudden, Ka and Li Fei snapped back to their senses and bowed at Martial Emperor Yuhan respectfully. They were overjoyed at the moment. They had no idea a giant web of scheme was casted at them and their fiancé. Time was passing by quick. A month passed just like that. It was only a month before the selection test to recruit Martial Emperor's disciples and followers would take place at Lingzan Peak. Halfway along the mountain on the side of Lingzan Peak was a long staircase which separated the 2 stone platforms completely. The staircase was like a moat that divided the 2 stone platforms into 2 different worlds. There was an exquisite loft standing on top the stone platform above. The loft was surrounded by heaven and earth origin energy that seemed to be materialized. It was the best environment for cultivation. It was an environment that would attract envy of others. On the other hand, apart from the cracked ground like a giant spider web, the stone platform below had cottages on top of it filled with stench that could not be gotten rid of. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared out of thin air at the loft on top without knowing when. It was a purple silhouette. It was Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation for 2 months. I've got 1 month left, Duan Lingtian mumbled softly and subsequently leapt into the air. In a blink of an eye, he left where he was. He had never been stopped from the beginning until the end. Naturally, it was not because Chao Zhang and the other Martial Emperor's disciple was unaware of Duan Lingtian leaving. Although they knew, they did not plan to stop him. Their inability to stop Duan Lingtian because of his ability aside, they knew that with his ability, he would definitely stay for the selection test to recruit Martial Emperor's disciples and followers organized by Lingzan Peak, since that was the reason why he was here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not change his plan. He was just going away temporarily. He wanted to take a breather. As he leapt into the air, he performed the movement martial skill dragon soaring the 9 heavens. He looked like he had turned into a divine dragon himself and flew away along the peak of Lingzan Peak. He was quick. Duan Lingtian saw many Martial Emperor's disciples along the way, but nobody noticed him. Not long later, he arrived at the peak of Lingzan Peak. The peak was surrounded by cloud and mist. As he walked in, very soon Duan Lingtian heard gusts of clear sword whistling sound. Is there someone practicing sword in there? Duan Lingtian proceeded to walk in with suspicion. Very soon, he realized someone was practicing sword in the peak of Lingzan Peak. The person did not use origin energy when he practiced sword, neither did he use any profundities. He was controlling a spirit sword entirely on spiritual energy, which was similar to the 9 tribulation sword control technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian speculated as he realized the person was controlling his sword with spiritual energy. Due to that, he did not use his spiritual energy to detect the person's cultivation base. It was easy for the person to find out that Duan Lingtian was using his spiritual energy to check on him since he was an inscription master. Checking on someone's cultivation base was rude. The person who controlled his sword with spiritual energy was a young and tall man in azure clad. His clad moved along with the wind. He looked elegant and chic. As his back was facing Duan Lingtian, he could not see his face clearly. One must admit that the young man had deep comprehension on sword Dao, where the old Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. However, Duan Lingtian could not help to shake his head now. What, do you think you can do better than me? Suddenly, a voice came to Duan Lingtian's ears. It gave him a scare which made him snap back to his senses completely. He realized that the young man whose back was facing him all this time noticed him without knowing when. He was speaking to him. As he spoke, the young man turned around to show his face. He was a young man who looked around 30. He had straight eyebrows and big eyes. He was handsome. He stood there as if he had turned into a sharp sword that was ready to shoot up to the sky anytime. Do you think you were doing great? Duan Ling Tian, who snapped back to his senses, asked back while feeling amused. The technique the young man before him performed by controlling his sword with spiritual energy was much better than the 9 tribulation sword control technique that he used to perform. However, it was not worth mentioning to him now. As he comprehended the sword Dao that had been sitting in his head throughout the time, he had a great elevation on the sword Dao comprehension. Actions speak louder than words, the young man said. Duan Ling Tian glanced lightly at the young man, and without further delay, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand as he lifted his arm. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Subsequently, instead of dividing the quasi-royal grade spirit sword into 9, he controlled it with spiritual energy directly. It was moving on its own in the air, it was getting faster and faster. He had completely showcased the sword Dao comprehension that he comprehended earlier. The young man stood aside while his expression was changing gradually. He did not care less initially, but he was now surprised. Who exactly is this? There's such outstanding person in Lingzan Peak. The young man mumbled softly. Very soon, the young man's eyes became a little idle. He had completely immersed himself in the purple-clad young man's movement. To be exact, he was immersed in the spirit sword that was moving around the purple-clad young man's body. After all, the purple-clad young man did not move a bit. He stood there without moving at all. The young man's eyes changed from idle to lost, and subsequently, he came to a realization. His expression was changing every second. Wow! You can do that. Amazing, amazing. As time passed by, the only feeling the young man had for the purple-clad young man before him on his sword Dao comprehension was admiration. He felt ashamed of himself. What's your name? As the purple-clad young man recalled his spiritual energy and gotten the spirit sword back to his hand, the young man could not help to ask curiously. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied slowly. Duan Ling Tian, are you Lingzan Peak Martial Emperor's disciple? The young man asked again. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I'm here to take part in the selection test to recruit Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. That's happening a month later. Chapter 1236 Three Little Devils. Are you here to take part in the selection test to recruit Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in a month? The young man could not help but feel a little surprised to hear what Duan Ling Tian said. With your level of sword Dao comprehension, it's just a matter of time for you to grasp the Emperor stage sword concept. I don't think there's a need for you to be Martial Emperor Lingzan's disciple. Comprehending the Emperor stage sword concept is just a matter of time. Duan Ling Tian was secretly smirking to himself. He had actually comprehended Emperor stage sword profundity much earlier. However, he did not reveal that to the young man. I'm not interested in becoming Martial Emperor Lingzan's disciple. I'm taking part in the selection test mainly to ask Martial Emperor Lingzan for a favor. If being his direct disciple is the only way I can ask for his favor, I'll do it. If possible, I don't even want to be his direct disciple, Duan Ling Tian said in one breath. Was becoming a Martial Emperor's direct disciple that horrible a task to you? Duan Ling Tian's revelation made the young man's lips twitch a little. There were countless martial artists on the Cloud Continent who would give up their lives to become a Martial Emperor powerhouse's direct disciple. However, the purple-clad young man before him could not care less about that. If it were someone else who said that, he would definitely have mocked him. Nevertheless, having witnessed the purple-clad young man's performance earlier, he knew had no right to come up with any form of taunting. Soon, the young man asked Duan Ling Tian, what favor do you need from Martial Emperor Lingzan? To him, it's just a small favor. But to me, it's immensely important, Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly. Although his memory had recovered a little the past couple of months, he had no idea about his identity and background at all. It was as if that part of his memory had been sealed. He had no idea where he came from, and neither did he have any idea where he was heading to. He only felt like he had one purpose in life at the moment, which was to find out about his past. That was it. I see, said the young man as he nodded. From what I know, Martial Emperor Lingzan of Lingzan Peak is very picky in selecting his direct disciples. He's only taken in 3 direct disciples throughout the years. Although you've deep sword Dao comprehension, he might not make an exception to take you as his direct disciple just because of that, added the young man. From what you've said, you seem to know Martial Emperor Lingzan very well. Could you be one of the 3 direct disciples? Duan Ling Tian looked deep into the young man's eyes and asked. Facing Duan Ling Tian's question, the young man replied with a mysterious smile. Duan Ling Tian, I've something else to do. I'll make a move first. Also, remember, my name's Yang Wei. Yang Wei. Yang Wei left after introducing himself. He disappeared into the mist, vanishing before Duan Lingtian just like that. It's a matter of yes or no. What's there to be so mysterious about? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and subsequently left Lingzan Peak. He returned to the loft that he had been cultivating in and proceeded to cultivate and comprehend his fused profundity as well as sword profundity. At that same time, in the south of the inner land on the Cloud Continent, an old man wearing a fiery red robe looked at the lady in red next to him and said softly, "Lady, we don't have much time left. We should leave now." Her beautiful body shuddered a little when she heard him. There was concern written on her exquisite face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been searching for Duan Lingtian for half a year now. She thought to herself at that moment, "Big brother Duan, where exactly are you? I'm worried about you. Do you know that?" She secretly sighed eventually. "Big brother Duan, my instincts tell me that you're still alive. Wait for me. I'll definitely come back for you when I've improved my ability." Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Two silhouettes disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. They headed towards the north like two red lightning bolts streaking across the sky at a terrifying speed. As Feng Tianwu left with the old man Kai Huo, four silhouettes appeared out of thin air along Ruo Shui River of the outer land on the Cloud Continent. Among the four of them, the leader was a young lady who looked around 15 to 16 years of age. She was dressed in daffodil yellow and she had pretty and childlike features. One could tell that she would grow to be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. There was a hint of slyness in her eyes, betraying her quirkiness. Next to her were three children who were 2 heads shorter than her. One was a boy in black, a girl in white, and a girl in gold. The boy in black and the girl in white looked similar to each other as if they came from the same mold. They seemed like identical twins. Meanwhile, the girl in gold looked 7 or 8 years old just like the other 2 children. They were chubby and cute, making anyone want to pinch their cheeks. However, there was a cunning gleam in her eyes that was similar to the young girl in yellow. It was clear that she was a peculiar person too. Cloud Continent, Han Shui am back. A shimmer flashed in the young girl's eyes in an odd manner as she announced excitedly. She had gotten her father's permission this time. Finally, she did not have to worry that her father would send someone to bring her back. The girl in white seemed quiet. Although she was young, she looked like she would grow into a demure lady. She looked at the yellow-clad girl and asked with a shine in her eyes, "Sister Shui Nai, do you think brother would recognize us now that we look like this?" "Brother Ling Tian'll definitely recognize all of you if the 3 of you are together." Han Shui Nai observed the 3 children next to her and smirked. "How about this? When we find brother Ling Tian, I'll meet him first while the 3 of you wait. Then, you'll come out one by one. I'm sure he won't be able to recognize all of you." The girl in gold agreed to Han Shui Nai's suggestion and voiced her plan. "Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Sister Shui Nai will meet brother first, then it'll be my turn. Then it'll be little white's turn and then little black. HMPH. Little gold, why am I the last to meet brother? It should be me who appears after sister Shui Nai. You'll meet him last because you're a rotten apple who's the most stubborn among us." The boy scoffed in disdain. "You're the rotten apple. Everyone in your family is a rotten apple." "Wait, that's not right. Little white's from your family. Then, you're the only rotten apple." The girl whom they called Little Gold pulled a funny face at the boy and stuck her tongue out in a silly way. "Also, you're a gentleman. Don't you know about ladies first?" "I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a little boy," he insisted. "All right, stop fighting the both of you. I'm getting a headache from you. When we find brother Ling Tian, the 3 of you will play rock, scissors, paper, to see who'll meet him first," Han Shui Nai concluded as she felt her head starting to ache. She thought she was mischievous herself, but with these 3 little fellows, she had to admit defeat. The 3 little fellows were the 3 demon beasts that Han Shui Nai had taken away from Duan Ling Tian back then. They were Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Little Black and Little White were the 2 little variant pythons. They had been with Duan Ling Tian since the beginning and Han Shui Nai had taken them twice on separate occasions. Years had gone by, and they had taken on a human form. Little Gold was the mischievous little golden mouse who had left following Han Shui Nai. Little Black, and Little White. To be exact, it was not Han Shui Nai who had intended to take them away. Instead, it was Qing Nu, who had been by Han Shui Nai's side, who wanted to take them away. "All right, let's listen to Sister Shui Nai. Little Gold nodded and subsequently made a funny face at Little Black. You little rascal, who doesn't know about ladies first? Brother will definitely despise you when he sees you. HMPH. You'll be the one brother despises. Little Black scoffed in disdain. Alright, stop fighting, the both of you. The two of you are born rivals. Meanwhile, Little White stood there and shook her head lightly like a little adult. Little White's the only good kid here. Han Shui-nai patted the girl's head and felt helpless as she looked disapprovingly at Little Gold and Little Black. Although the three little fellows were now in human form and their intelligence had matured, their hearts remained at the stage of a human child. Apart from Little White, who would listen to commands, the other two were like children who could never grow up. Naturally, the three little fellows would have to break through the innate stage to be able to take on a human adult form. If they failed, that would mean they would look like kids for the rest of their lives. After all, any demon beast could only take on the human form once before breaking through the innate stage. However, to take on an adult form, they had to break through the innate stage for the second time. Let's go. We'll look for the big dog at Skywolf Fort. Before I left the last time, I told him that if he's yet to find out where Brother Ling Tian is when I come back, I'll make him into a stew and gobble him. Han Shui-nai ordered, and she brought the three little rascals towards the south. Big dog, I hope he hasn't found brother yet. I've never tasted dog meat before, Little Gold said while her eyes lit up. HMPH. Eating is all you know. You'll die from eating one day. How could you forget about brother just for a meal? What a heartless fella. Little Black sneered. Little Gold, there's no way that I can help you this time. How could you forget about brother just for your appetite? Although I'd love to know how dog meat tastes like. Little White licked her dry lips with her small tongue as she said. Hearing what Little White said earlier, Han Shui-nai was secretly complimenting her, but she noticed that something was off as the girl spoke further. Ah, they sure are three little devils. Han Shui-nai secretly forced a smile as she admitted defeat to the three children. Chapter 1237. Soon, Han Shui-nai arrived at the ancient desert city in the northern desert along with the three little fellows. In Skywolf Fort, the fort master, Qing Lang, was shocked when he saw Han Shui-nai return. Fortunately, he told Han Shui-nai about the last time he saw Duan Ling Tian in time. Otherwise, he would have probably been skinned alive. The three little fellows trailing behind Han Shui-nai stared at him as if they were gawking at a delicious dish. Their three pairs of sparkling little eyes made his blood curdle. Let's go back to the 10 Great Dynasty and take a look. Qing Lang's clue was not very useful, so Han Shui-nai decided to return to the 10 Great Dynasty to find out whether her brother Ling Tian was in the Darkened Dynasty. The Darkened Dynasty was the source of brother Ling Tian's roots. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Let's go. Han Shui-nai called out to the trio and took the lead to fly away from the ancient desert city. They headed towards the south where the 10 Great Dynasty was. After Han Shui-nai left along with the three little fellows, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, only recovered from the shock after a long time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Those three children don't seem to be human. When they stood in front of me, I felt like I was facing my ancestors. Of course, it wasn't too strong a sensation. Qing Lang still had some lingering fear when he thought of the earlier scene. As a demon, what more a demon close to the dog type, his sense of smell and intuition were extremely sharp. Therefore, he noticed that the three little fellows beside Han Shui-nai were not human. Not only were the harmless-looking children not human, but they even gave him a spine-chilling feeling. Particularly, when their gazes fell on him, it was as if they wished to swallow him alive. With the trio, Han Shui-nai quickly entered the 10 Great Dynasty area. They circled the Darkened Dynasty, but they could not find any trace of Duan Ling Tian. At once, they left the Darkened Dynasty and the 10 Great Dynasty altogether. They passed through the northern desert and headed further north. If brother Ling Tian really did leave, he would have departed from here, Han Shui-nai secretly guessed. She quickly arrived at the northern mountain land along with the three little fellows. At the northern mountain land, she finally got another clue. Brother Ling Tian was at the northern mountain land. He came across something called the Lu clan. Han Shui-nai learned this piece of news. However, when she was ready to head to the Lu clan, she heard that the Lu clan had been destroyed and no longer existed. Who the hell was it? They dared to destroy the Lu clan with which brother Ling Tian stayed. Han Shui-nai's face sank as she muttered in a low voice. Her eyes were laced with coldness. If I know who did it, I won't let him go. I'm going to eat him. Little Gold gnashed her teeth and growled angrily, but she did not look fierce given her appearance as a little girl. Brother wouldn't have gotten into an accident, would he? Little Black and Little White were a bit worried. Shortly after, Han Shui Nai heard another thing about Brother Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan before it was destroyed. Was it possible that he crossed the Ruo Shui River and went to the inner land in the Cloud Continent? Han Shui Nai had obtained that intelligence from someone who used to be close to the clan leader of the Lu clan. We'll go to the inner land. As long as there was a clue, Han Shui Nai would not let it go. She continued heading north along with the three little fellows and quickly reached the banks of the Ruo Shui River. At the banks of the Ruo Shui River, Yin Yang sect swift boat no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by the Ling Tian sect swift boat. Originally, Han Shui Nai did not plan to take the swift boat. With their strength, the Ruo Shui River did not pose any threat to them. Previously, when they arrived at the outer land, they had already crossed the Ruo Shui River. Ling Tian sect, however, this time by the Ruo Shui River, Han Shui Nai happened to hear about the Ling Tian sect from the gossip around her. Han Shui Nai frowned slightly. I remember the last time I came to the Cloud Continent. The swift boat along the Ruo Shui River should belong to the Yin Yang sect or something. It has just been a few years. How come it's been changed to the Ling Tian sect? This Ling Tian sect has the same name as Brother Ling Tian. Could it be related to Brother Ling Tian? Soon, Han Shui Nai and the three little fellows looked at each other and saw the same understanding in each other's eyes. Han Shui Nai landed and stared at the person who had mentioned the Ling Tian sect as she asked bluntly, "The Ling Tian sect that you guys were talking about? What's going on with that? I remember that the swift boat here still belonged to the Yin Yang sect a few years ago." "Miss, don't you know about the Ling Tian sect?" That person was sizing Han Shui Nai up in surprise. Then, he added, "The Yin Yang sect you mentioned is old news. The Yin Yang sect was renamed the Ling Tian sect almost 2 years ago. Why did they change their name?" Then, Han Shui Nai vaguely realized that the Ling Tian sect might actually be related to her brother Ling Tian. This piece of information made sense to her when she figured that the point when Yin Yang sect was renamed into Ling Tian sect was only a few months apart from the time her brother Ling Tian had left the Lu clan. From what I've heard, a powerful existence went to the Yin Yang sect in rage because of his confidant. He killed the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Han Shui Nai's source told everything he knew about what happened. After that, he renamed the Yin Yang sect to the Ling Tian sect. Speaking of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he is indeed legendary. First, he killed many leaders of first-rate forces by himself, and then he recruited a lot of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists for the Ling Tian sect. He was amazed while he shared. "Do you know what is his name?" Han Shui Nai's breathing quickened as she asked hurriedly. "Duan Ling Tian. It really is brother." Little White's eyes lit up suddenly as her chubby face became flushed and seemed beautiful. "Brothers become a sect leader. I want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect." Little Black's eyes glowed as he said excitedly. "HMPH. I want to be Ling Tian sect's largest guardian," Little Gold said pressingly, not wanting to be outdone by Little Black. "I want to be the largest guardian." Little Black insisted again. "If you're the largest guardian, then I'll be the largest guardian." Little Gold followed. As Little Black and Little Gold started arguing again, Han Shui Nai couldn't help but have a headache. However, once she thought of the news about Duan Ling Tian, she smiled again. Many people around them felt speechless when they heard the conversation between Little Black and Little Gold, wanted to be the guardian of Ling Tian sect. With these two little fellows. In the beginning, they thought that it was impossible that these two outrageously young children had the strength to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. On second thought, they felt that something was amiss. God, how old are they? How can they control air and fly? Many people finally reacted in astonishment. To be able to control the air and fly, they'll need to be at least at the void prying stage. Unless the cultivation base of these three little fellows has already broken through to the void prying stage. More people were shocked by that speculation. The three children before them did not look more than 10 years old. Yet, could there possibly be a martial artist on void prying stage who was younger than 10 years old? Unless they were demons. Some of them guessed, but some others quickly vetoed it. Look at them. They look as innocent as a child. Those demons that could transform were mostly aged. Do you think they could maintain such a level of innocence? Many people agreed with this. For a time, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold became the center of attention. Little black, little white, and little gold. We should go. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Shui Nai called out to the three little fellows and then took the lead and flew off towards the Ruo Shui River. Her figure vanished before everyone's eyes. So fast. The group of people by the Ruo Shui River never thought that the girl who looked around 16 or 17 had such terrifying strength. Merely judging from her speed, they could see that she was very powerful. The fact that they could not catch sight of her figure meant that they were weaker than her. Soon, they were stunned again because they discovered that the three children, whom they thought were void-prying stage martial artists, chased after the girl and vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. How's that possible? I couldn't possibly catch up with their speed. So, it seems like they're possibly demons in the form of humans. They could have maintained their innocence because of the lack of interaction between humans and demons. Currently, more people were guessing that the little black, little white, and little gold were demons. They even felt that Han Shui Nai was one too. After all, a girl who looked around 16 to 17 years old with such a terrifying speed would not logically be human. Shortly after that, someone reacted and realized that the direction Han Shui Nai and the three little fellows were headed in was the direction of the Ruo Shui River. At once, they broke out in cold sweat for them. They headed towards the Ruo Shui River. Are they trying to cross the Ruo Shui River with their physiques? People who are able to cross the Ruo Shui River with their bodies alone are extremely frightening. If they weren't heading for death, their strength would be absolutely beyond our imaginations. Someone gasped. They don't look like they're heading for death. So, it seems like they're four powerful demons, guessed someone else. That should be right. Many people agreed. Han Shui Nai did not know what had happened on the banks of the Ruo Shui River after she left. Now, she was quickly flying across the Ruo Shui River towards the direction of the inner land with the three little fellows. Brother Ling Tian turns out to be a sect leader now. This time, I'll ask him to give me a position for fun when I see him. Han Shui Nai's eyes were gleaming with a mischievous glint. Chapter 1238 The Coming of the Han Clan's Powerhouse. The Coming of the Han Clan's Powerhouse. At the Ling Tian sect, southward of the northern desert. Ever since the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had left, the group of senior officials in the sect remained low-spirited. The gold thug and Shang Quan who once followed Duan Ling Tian did not know whether he was dead or alive because they could not enter the Lost Stone Forest. To the Lost Stone Forest, Duan Ling Tian's break-in was undoubtedly a taboo. The martial emperor Shi Qi had personally ordered a gag order so that no martial emperor's disciple or followers dared to spread the word. Under such dire circumstances, Ling Tian's sect had kept a lower profile compared to before. However, losing Duan Ling Tian was akin to losing the pillar of the Ling Tian sect. As time passed, the sect somewhat lost its cohesion. Those who bore the brunt were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists. They had gone to the Ling Tian sect mainly to improve their weapons refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao. In the beginning, they felt that it was worthwhile when they had just arrived at the Ling Tian sect and received guidance from the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. However, after Duan Ling Tian's disappearance, many Grade 1 weapon craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists had the intention of leaving the sect. They would have left if it not for their reluctance to be the one to stand out and bear the label of being ungrateful. Today, the Ling Tian sect had an uninvited guest. It was a tall, skinny, old man in a gray robe with an indifferent expression. His eyes seemed clouded, but they were laced with an intention to kill. Is this the sect controlled by Duan Ling Tian who killed Hei? The old man in gray muttered while looking out at the peak below him. As someone from the outer lands who managed to become a leader of a first-rate force in such a short time, that's pretty impressive even if it were merely a lower-level first-rate force. Unfortunately, you've killed someone you're not supposed to, muttered the old man while killing intention shot out of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you 10 breaths to appear in front of me. Or else, I'll destroy your sect. When the old man spoke, his voice which contained origin energy spread loudly as if it could break rocks and shatter the sky. The whole of the Ling Tian sect was shaken. In the Ling Tian sect estate, at Ling Tian Peak, everyone below the ranks of the senior officials looked in horror. This voice, it's him. In a wooden house at the north side of Ling Tian Peak, a figure flew out. His face was extremely dismal. It was a youthful man. While his face was gloomy, his eyes were filled with chilling hatred. It was a hatred that came from the depths of his heart. The youthful man was Lu Bai. Ever since his clan was destroyed, the second young master of the Lu clan that once existed crossed the Ruo Shui River to the inner lands and to the Ling Tian sect. After that, he stayed in the Lingtian sect and went into closed-door cultivation until a few days ago. I've to go warn Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai moved towards the south of Lingtian Peak. Lu Bai did not know that Duan Lingtian had gone missing for a long time because he had just come out from his closed-door cultivation a few days ago. Until he met the Gold Thug and Shang Quan, then he learned that the sect leader was not there. You know that person. The Gold Thug lifted his head and looked towards the summit of Lingtian Peak. Although he could not see the situation up there, judging from the voice, the person came with ill intentions. He's a powerhouse from the Han clan. He destroyed my Lu clan. It seems like he's found Duan Lingtian, that's why he came to Lingtian Peak, Lu Bai said in a deep voice. He speculated so from the fact that the other party managed to find their way here. Lu clan, the Gold Thug frowned. I know something about that, Shang Quan said. When Lu Bai came to the Lingtian sect, he had learned that the Lu clan had been destroyed from his young master's mouth. He also knew the reason the Lu clan had been destroyed. It was because his young master had killed Cheng He, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Cheng He himself was nothing but the problem. His uncle Hu was a powerhouse from the Han clan. The Han clan was one of two largest ancient clans of the Cloud Continent, which was also one of two behemoths on the Cloud Continent. Even martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent would avoid them. The Han clan had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was already a powerful first-class, first-rate force on the Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years, the strength of their foundation and resources were unknown to all. No one would believe that there were no martial emperor powerhouses in the Han clan. Of course, there were no martial emperor powerhouses in Han clan on the surface. Even so, the martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent would not easily offend the Han clan. No one knew when a freak powerhouse would appear from the Han clan. The Han clan you're talking about wouldn't happen to be one of the two largest ancient clans of the Cloud Continent, would it? Then, the Gold Thug finally recovered from his shock. His face changed dramatically as horror and uneasiness filled his eyes. That's right, it's that Han clan. Lu Bai nodded. The powerhouse of Han clan. How did Master offend him? Out of fear, the Gold Thug broke out in a cold sweat. After all, the ancient Han clan was famous. Looking at the entire Cloud Continent, even martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses would not be able to shake it. Otherwise, it would not have survived until today as a first-class force on the Cloud Continent. After all, the nail that stuck out the most would be hammered down. After so many years, there must be many martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses who did not agree with the clan and attacked it with the intention to destroy it. Even so, it had survived till that day. As such, one could only imagine the extent of its strength. At this point in time, we can only face it calmly, Shang Quan sighed. The summit of Lingtian Peak was quickly filled with people. A group of Lingtian sect senior officials and disciples had gathered. All of them looked at the gray figure high up in the sky with fear evident on their faces. The figure was the old man in a gray robe who was also the powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing. There's only 3 breaths time left. Han Jing stared at the people before him calmly and said faintly, if Duan Lingtian still doesn't appear in 3 breaths, I'll destroy the Lingtian sect and kill everyone. Of course, you could choose to desert the Lingtian sect before that. Once you leave, you'll be able to escape death, Han Jing continued saying. The group of people from the Lingtian sect looked at each other, but no one wanted to be the one who stood out. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Han Jing from the ancient Han clan. Naturally, I'm just a nobody at the Han clan. Noticing that no one bothered, Han Jing squinted his eyes as the origin energy in his body stirred and caused the heaven and earth energy in the void above to surge. A heaven and earth phenomenon formed in the blink of an eye. An ancient black dragon silhouette in addition to the silhouettes of 2,000 ancient horned dragons gradually appeared. 9th level martial monarch stage. Listening to the old man's introduction and then witnessing the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy that the old man's origin energy ignited, the expressions of many changed dramatically. The group of Lingtian sect senior officials, including both the vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, had extremely gloomy expressions. They never thought that the old man would turn out to be a Han clan powerhouse and a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist. The cultivation base of a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist was apparent, and the profundity he comprehended would not be weak as well. Ignoring the identity of the old man, His strength alone was sufficient to render the current Ling Tian sect helpless. Ever since their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had left, the Ling Tian sect had no other powerhouse who was strong enough. The reason the sect still existed that day was due to their sect leader's fame acting as a deterrent. Naturally, the fact that Duan Ling Tian had disappeared was not spread widely, so not many people knew about their state of helplessness. However, now there was someone who was not afraid of their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, and had come to threaten to destroy the Ling Tian sect. Senior Han, our sect leader left the sect a while ago. He hasn't returned. Zhang San took a deep breath and looked at Han Jing anxiously. Duan Ling Tian isn't around. Han Jing lifted his eyebrows and then squinted his eyes. If that's the case, I'll give you all another 10 breaths. After that, I'll kill all those who haven't deserted the Ling Tian sect to stand behind me. As Han Jing spoke, the killing intent in his eyes was firm. It seemed to support his statement. The milky white flames on his body were entwined with powers of various colors in the blink of an eye. Soon, the flames also instantly transformed into various colors. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a broader heaven and earth energy appeared and formed into an even more terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above Han Jing. In the blink of an eye, 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes in addition to 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the void above Han Jing. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon before Han Jing utilized his spirit weapon. Once he utilized his spirit weapon and exerted his full strength, his strength definitely exceeded the force of 6 ancient black dragons in addition to 6,000 ancient horned dragons. So mighty. At once, the pupils of many Ling Tian sect members shrunk and shock was apparent on their faces. Soon, many people bit the bullet and flew out to stand behind Han Jing. Those people were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists who had joined the Ling Tian sect earlier. They already had the intention of leaving the Ling Tian sect, and now that a powerhouse like Han Jing had forced them, it was only a matter of time that they did so. Seeing all the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists apart from himself and another person leave in such a short while, Zhang San's face darkened as he scolded, You are all ungrateful. Vice sect leader Zhang, I'd advise you to come over with us. The sect leader has been missing for more than half a year. We don't even know if he's coming back. Some of them who stood behind Han Jing persuaded Zhang San. What? Sect leader is missing? For a time, there was a commotion among most of the Ling Tian sect elders and disciples. Their faces changed dramatically as it was their first time hearing that news. Their sect leader had been missing for half a year. At once, they did not hesitate anymore and hurried behind Han Jing. In a short while, only a handful of people remained opposite Han Jing. Chapter 1239 You're still not worthy of it. Among those who did not leave were Luo Ping and Zhang San, the 2 vice sect leaders. Then, there were Lu Bai, Chen Xiaoshuai, the gold thug, and Shang Quan, and another middle-aged man in a silver robe. Li Si, aren't you leaving? Zhang San looked at the middle-aged man in silver and asked in surprise. In addition to being his old friend, Li Si was also an extremely outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. He had just come out from a closed-door cultivation. A while ago, he went to the Ling Tian sect once he came out because the sect's reputation attracted him. Naturally, part of the reason Li Si joined the Ling Tian sect was also due to him being there. However, in Zhang San's opinion, Li Si was unlike the other Grade 1 alchemists and Grade 1 weapon craftsmen. He did not receive any favors from the Ling Tian sect, so it was justifiable even if he left. Nevertheless, Li Si's choice was beyond his expectations. Zhang San, although you don't convince me, I won't just desert the Ling Tian sect since I've decided to join it. That's not my style, Li Si said. HMPH. Since you all want to die, I'll help you. Han Jing never thought that even when they faced his threats, there were still 7 people who did not know what was good for them and ignored his words. For a moment, all he felt was fury. In an instant, Han Jing stepped forward and raised his hand to use the continuous palm. Instantly, along with a series of loud bangs, 7 solid palm prints headed towards Shang Quan and the 6 others with great momentum. It was so swift that they could not react at all. They only had time to notice the oncoming winds on their faces which suffocated them. Even though they knew that Han Jing was strong, it was then that they truly felt his strength when Han Jing attacked them in that split second. Young master, I've to leave first. If there's an afterlife, I hope to be able to be by your side and serve you wholeheartedly. Shang Quan's face was filled with despair. Just when the 7 of them thought they were definitely dead, a series of deafening loud noises resounded in their ears and they recovered from their shock. realizing that Han Jing's attacks did not touch an inch of their bodies. Out of the blue, an invisible wall seemed to have appeared in front of them. No matter how Han Jing's attacks landed and caused ripples in the air, none of it passed through the wall. They knew that someone had saved them. HMPH. Noticing that his attacks were blocked, Han Jing did not even have time to think who the culprit was. He lifted his arm and a grade 1 spirit saber appeared in his hands. Wang! 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 He raised the saber and slashed, sweeping overwhelming attacks towards Shang Quan and the rest with great momentum. However, despite the sky being filled with the endless gleam of the blade, his attacks were still blocked when they went near Shang Quan and the others. The invisible wall in front of them was extremely solid and wholly immune to Han Jing's attacks even though he utilized his spirit weapon and fully exerted himself. A martial emperor powerhouse. At that second, Han Jing's expression finally changed and his face became extremely distorted. His strength could be considered the top among the martial monarch peaks. He believed that it was impossible that someone below the martial emperor stage could block his attacks so easily without exposing themselves before him. For that very reason, there was only one possibility. The person who blocked him had to be a martial emperor powerhouse. After Han Jing said that, everyone was dead silent. A martial emperor powerhouse. At once, those who had recovered from the shock started to look around as if they were trying to find the martial emperor powerhouse who had blocked the attacks earlier. Lord, we thank you for saving our lives. Then, Shang Quan and the 6 others bowed respectfully toward the void and thanked it. They knew clearly in their hearts that if it had not been for that person, they would be corpses by now. Perhaps they would not even have a corpse. When Han Jing's face remained gloomy as he broke out into a cold sweat, he thought of escaping but did not dare to. Just then, a childlike voice rang out in the air. Shang Quan, it's been a while since we last met. It was a childlike voice of a girl. Who are you? Hearing someone calling his name in a little girl's voice, Shang Quan could not help but feel stunned. Soon, there was a flash before Shang Quan's eyes as he realized a golden figure had appeared in front of him. It was a girl in golden clothes. She was chubby and very adorable. Earlier, was it you who called out to me? Looking at the little girl before him, Shang Quan asked hesitantly. If it wasn't me, then who would it be? Shang Quan, you wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? The little girl in gold stood with her arms akimbo and puffed her cheeks while she looked at Shang Quan. She seemed a little upset. And you are? Shang Quan sized up the little girl in front of him, but he failed to find any memory of her no matter how hard he racked his brains. Little girl, I don't think I know you, Shang Quan smiled bitterly and said. Little gold, I did say Shang Quan surely wouldn't recognize you. At that time, another childlike little girl's voice spoke up, accompanied by a white figure descending. This time, it was a little girl in white. Many people were staring at the 2 little girls somewhat sluggishly. They were shocked that they could control the air and fly at that age. Then, 2 other figures came down from the sky as well. It was a girl in daffodil yellow and a little boy in black. The girl in yellow seemed the oldest at around 15 or 16 amongst the 4 newcomers. Even though the 4 people in front of Han Jing had shocked him, his mind was not fully focused on them. He was still searching for the hidden martial emperor powerhouse. Little girl, who are you? Shang Quan looked at the little girl in gold as the doubt on his face etched even deeper. Then, the little girl in white answered to clear his doubts, Shang Quan, she's little gold. Little gold. At once, Shang Quan could not react. It's that greedy little golden mouse. The little boy in black piped up to remind Shang Quan. When he heard the little boy's words, it dawned on Shang Quan. He finally recalled that small, golden figure. Are you the same little golden mouse from back then? Shang Quan was mollified. Yes, I'm the little golden mouse from back then. Now, you'd be able to guess both their identities, wouldn't you? Little Gold glared at the boy and then pointed at both him and the girl in white as she pointedly asked Shang Quan. Shang Quan looked at the children who looked like a pair of twins for a while. Then, he quickly responded albeit hesitantly, Little Black and Little White. That's right, I'm Little White and he's Little Black, said the little girl in white. At that moment, Shang Quan felt a bit dizzy. The 3 little fellows back then had already transformed into humans. So, they're demons. I told you so. How could a young human child control the air and fly? They're actually demons. Demons. They can still transform into children even if they are only just a little over 100 years old. Many people who had deserted the Ling Tian sect were discussing among themselves. Demon. At that time, Han Jing, who was still looking around, turned and focused on the three children before him. His heart skipped a beat. They're actually demons. Could she be the person who blocked my attacks earlier? Unconsciously, Han Jing's sight landed on the girl in yellow beside the three children. She was obviously their leader. Han Jing's face was dignified when he realized that the girl in yellow before him might be a martial emperor powerhouse. We can catch up later. Little Gold, didn't you say you'd solve this? The girl in yellow was Han Shui Nai, who had brought the three little fellows across the Ruo Shui River with their bodies. They had witnessed the entire fuss. Earlier when they arrived at the Ling Tian sect, they had arrived before the group of people deserted the Ling Tian sect, but they were not in a hurry to appear. They only decided to do so after those who should leave the sect had gone. Then, they rescued the remaining people who stayed in Ling Tian sect. If you won't solve it, I will. Little Black looked at Little Gold and calmly said. You wish. I won this chance fair and square in a game of rock, paper, scissors. I won't give it up to you unless there's something wrong with my brain. Little Gold shot Little Black a look and then turned to look at Han Jing squarely in the eye. However, a bitter smile quickly appeared on her face. That was because a yellow figure had appeared in front of her. More accurately, it was Han Shui Nai who had blocked her. Sister Shui Nai. Little Gold was dumbfounded. She did not know what Han Shui Nai intended to do. Little Gold, I'll deal with this person. Han Shui Nai's expression was a bit distorted as though she had noticed something. Are you from the Cloud Continent's ancient Han clan? Han Shui Nai stared at Han Jing calmly and asked in a deep voice. Even though she had arrived earlier, she had not heard Han Jing's introduction. Yes. How should I address you, miss? Han Jing did not dare to ignore Han Shui Nai since he guessed that she might be a demon emperor powerhouse. Facing the courteous Han Jing, Han Shui Nai snubbed him and exclaimed, You're still not worthy to know my name. Instantly, Han Jing's face sank. He would have attacked her if he were not worried that she might be a demon emperor powerhouse. Since you're from Han clan, then I shall kill you personally. You have no reason to live since you dared to find fault with my brother Ling Tian's sect, Han Shui Nai muttered. She seemed to be talking to Han Jing, but at the same time, she also seemed to be whispering to herself. However, Han Jing still could not help but turn incredulous when he heard her. In his opinion, her courage to say it out loud meant that she was absolutely confident in killing him. So, it appears that she's the martial emperor powerhouse from earlier. While his heart skipped a beat and fear flooded his veins, his pupils shrank at almost the same time. All of a sudden, a cold draft blew through a bloody hole on his body. Despite the bloody hole passing through Han Jing's body, no blood was shed. Chapter 1240. All of them were killed. The bloody hole on Han Jing's chest was completely frozen. The ice continued to spread outwards and eventually, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Just before Han Jing was frozen wholly, a rapid streamer shot out of his body suddenly. You still dare to play tricks in front of me? The little girl in gold snorted and then she prepared to chase the communication jade slip Han Jing had sent before he died. Little Gold, don't bother going after it. I want to see who he can summon. The Han clan on the Cloud Continent has been sheltered for too long. Perhaps they've forgotten who gave them everything they have today. Han Shui Nai stopped Little Gold in time as she muttered patronizingly. After that, her eyes fell back on Han Jing's body in front of her. More accurately, her eyes fell onto the ice sculpture that was once Han Jing. Suddenly, as Han Shui Nai gradually lifted her arm, jagged cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture, and then, it exploded into a sky full of ice slag. Han Jing, a martial monarch peak, was pulverized without a body in the blink of an eye. For a time, there was dead silence. Shua. Shua, 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 Shua. As most of the people recovered from the shock, their eyes landed on Han Shui Nai, who was standing nearby in unison. Appearing harmless and innocent, she made their hearts skip a beat. That scene earlier was definitely one of the most shocking things they had ever witnessed. That was a Han clan powerhouse, a martial monarch peak. He died just like that. Many of them gulped mouthfuls of air. This girl, is she really a martial emperor powerhouse? She should be called a demon emperor powerhouse. The gazes on Han Shui Nai quickly turned extremely cautious. That girl who looked merely 15 or 16 had the strength to make their souls tremble in terror. Soon, the group of people who stood behind Han Jing regretted their decision to change sides. The four powerful demons are obviously very closely related to the Ling Tian sect. I'm afraid there's no going back since we've deserted the Ling Tian sect. If I'd known the Ling Tian sect had a demon emperor powerhouse like them who'd appear in time, I'd never have chosen to desert the sect. It's all Han Jing's fault. Many of them lamented their choice with a regretful expression. However, they did not think about it then. Apart from not being able to return, could they just walk away like that without suffering any consequences after deserting the Ling Tian sect? Shortly after, the two little fellows gave them an answer. Little Black, let's make a bet. The one who kills the most traitors gets to see Brother Ling Tian first. Little Gold looked at Little Black and said, "Deal." The black boy was the Little Black Python, Little Black. He nodded coolly. Oh no, Little Gold and Little Black's conservation was not soft. The group of Ling Tian sect traitors clearly heard them and their expressions changed. Even though they did not know the strength of that two little fellows, they had seen the strength of Han Shui Nai. It was definitely at the Demon Emperor stage. Setting aside the fact that the two little fellows' strength might surpass them, even if they could beat the two little fellows, they could not do anything to them. After all, there was a Demon Emperor powerhouse by their side. Run! At once, the group of traitors fled in all directions without hesitating. Trying to escape, seeing that they were fleeing, Little Gold and Little Gold sneered. They moved simultaneously and vanished into thin air, or at least, they appeared to do so to Shang Quan and the rest. Then, they were dumbstruck by the scene before them. What did they just see? Within their line of sight, the traitors who were prepared to flee were stopped in the same place, and then they burst into a sky full of bloody mist. It seemed that the traitors seemed to disintegrate into a bloody mist for no reason, but they knew clearly that there was more to it. The reason it looked like that to them was that the two little fellows were so fast that they could not catch up and see any trace of their movements. The difference in their strength was just so vast. Within 2 to 3 breaths, all the traitors of the Ling Tian sect, regardless of gender, were killed. None of them survived. I managed to kill 359 people. At that moment, a calm voice piped up along with a golden figure that appeared. It was the girl in gold, Little Gold. Almost at the same time, Little Black appeared and said coolly, HMPH. I killed 362 people. Whether it was Little Gold or Little Black, they talked about killing several hundreds of peoples coolly as if they were just cutting grass. For a time, Shang Quan and the rest felt chills travel up and down their spines. The two of them had killed more than 700 people, but there was no blood on them. That was sufficient to prove how deep their cultivation base was. If I'm not mistaken, they should be Demon Emperor powerhouses too. Zhang San muttered in a low voice. Currently in the Ling Tian sect, among the 7 of them who had not deserted the Ling Tian sect, he was the strongest. He had broken through to the 8th level. Martial Monarch stage not too long ago. For that reason, he had some understanding of the strength of a Martial Monarch peak. In his opinion, Little Gold and Little Black's strength were definitely not as simple as a mere Demon Monarch powerhouses. As such, there was only one possibility: both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses like the girl in yellow. You're lucky that there were more people on your side. Otherwise, I would have won. Little Gold reacted to Little Black's words unhappily. A bet is a bet. Remember the deal, Little Black reminded coolly. HPMH. Little Gold snorted in silent acquiescence. Are you Shang Quan? While Shang Quan, Zhang San and the rest were still frozen in shock with a wooden expression, Han Shui Nai looked at Shang Quan. I've heard about you, but I've never met you. And you are. Shang Quan was a bit flattered when he saw Han Shui Nai greet him. Shang Quan, she's Sister Shui Nai. She's also brother's good friend and sweet baby sister. Little Gold cocked her head towards Shang Quan. Oh, you're a friend of the young master. Shang Quan understood now. Then, he bowed respectfully to Han Shui Nai. Shang Quan greeting young Miss Shui Nai. Greeting, young Miss Shui Nai. At that time, the remaining people including Zhang San, Luo Ping, and the rest also bowed respectfully to Han Shui Nai. Even Chen Xiaoshuai and Lu Bai were no exception. Lu Bai's face was filled with excitement and delight. Once the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, was dead, it meant that their Lu clan was avenged. Chapter 1241. Who was the luckiest? When did Brother Ling Tian go missing? How did he even go missing? Han Shui Nai looked at Shang Quan with a dignified expression and demanded with anxiety apparent on her face. Clearly, she had heard the discussion among the Ling Tian sect traitors before her appearance and learned about Duan Ling Tian's disappearance. It began more than half a year ago. Shang Quan sighed and then he explained the sequence of events. Eventually, he admitted guiltily, "Unfortunately, I'm too weak. I couldn't enter the Lost Stone Forest to inquire about the whereabouts of young master." The Lost Stone Forest, huh? Han Shui Nai murmured as she squinted her eyes that held a glint of coldness in it. Soon, Han Shui-nai looked at Little Black and Little Gold as she said, "Little Black, Little Gold, you'll stay and protect the Ling Tian sect. Little White and I will go to the Lost Stone Forest. Sister Shui-nai, I want to go too," added both the little fellows hurriedly. "If you go along, what'll happen if something befell Brother Ling Tian's sect again?" Han Shui-nai glared at them. Then, under their helpless gazes, she left with the little girl in white after she asked Shang Quan about the location of the Lost Stone Forest. The white-clad girl was the white python from earlier, Little White. After Han Shui-nai left with Little White, Little Gold looked at the other 6 people apart from Shang Quan and said, "You guys were pretty lucky." Hearing Little Gold's words, they could not help but smile bitterly. Naturally, they knew why Little Gold would say that. If they had deserted the Ling Tian sect and stood behind the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, like the other traitors, they would have been dead by now. "Li Si, fortunately, you've made the right choice." Zhang San looked at Li Si and spoke to him through voice transmission. He was pleased with Li Si. Li Si smiled awkwardly. He thought of leaving, but he felt that it was unkind to do so. Besides, his old friend, Zhang San had not deserted the Ling Tian sect too, so he stayed. It seemed that he had made a wise choice indeed. In fact, those who were really lucky were not Zhang San and the others. The luckiest ones were the people who were not at the Ling Tian sect then. The group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who were away felt the lingering fear in their hearts when they learned about the incident that day. They had no doubts about it. If they had been there, they would definitely have chosen to desert the Ling Tian sect. After all, the Demon Emperor powerhouses had arrived later. Before they did, it had been hopeless for the Ling Tian sect. "Luckily, I was away for just a few days. Yes, otherwise, we'd also be dead. Everything's good now. Not only did we survive, but we can continue to stay in the Ling Tian sect. I heard that the Demon Emperor powerhouse isn't just young Miss Shui-nai who left. For the time being, even the 2 little ancestors who stayed behind are suspected to be Demon Emperor powerhouses. With these Demon Emperor powerhouses, our Ling Tian sect will be able to rise above all the other first-rate forces on Cloud Continent." The group of lucky Ling Tian sect elders and disciple was constantly buzzing about it. While they talked about it, their hearts were filled with thrill and joy in addition to feeling lucky. On the Cloud Continent, the upper-level first-rate forces would, at most, be guarded by martial monarch peak powerhouses because there was no martial emperor powerhouse. The Ling Tian sect, which had demon emperor powerhouses that were comparable to martial emperor powerhouses, had left the other upper-level first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent behind to a certain extent. The little ancestors that they spoke about were naturally Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold and Little Black stayed behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. Usually, they were not idle either and they liked to wander around. No one in the Ling Tian sect had never been bullied by them. At the summit of Ling Tian Peak, Little Gold and Little Black each sat on separate sides while Little Gold said regretfully, "How utterly boring. If I'd known this earlier, I'd have followed Sister Shui-nai to the Lost Stone Forest and left you here alone." "Do you think I'd let you go?" Little Black asked coolly, "or maybe you thought that Sister Shui-nai just casually left the both of us here and that it wasn't intentional." HMPH. After Little Gold heard him, she snorted and started to ignore him. Those 2 little fellows were like a pair of quarrelsome lovers. At Lingzan Peak, there were only 3 days left till the selection day of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. I managed to restore some memories. It's a pity I still can't remember who I am. On the side of Lingzan Peak, a voice suddenly sighed from the only multi-story pavilion on the spacious stone platform. The voice was laced with helplessness. Duan Ling Tian, who had just woken up from his cultivation, shook his head and got down from the bed before walking out of the room. Moments later, he left the multi-story pavilion. Since the selection day of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers was only 3 days away, Duan Ling Tian could see many figures in front of the huts on the stone platform below. These figures belonged to people like Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the similarity here meant that they had come to Lingzan Peak with the same objective as him, which was to join the selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzan Peak. Currently, these people were sparring in pairs or groups. The atmosphere there was very lively. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned to look beside him. Following that, a gust of wind rushed beside him and an old figure appeared. A closer look showed that it was the Martial Emperor's disciple, Chao Zhang, from Lingzan Peak who had brought him there 6 months ago. Duan Ling Tian, the selection day of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers is just around the corner. Please be more careful these 3 days. Lu Zhang is troublesome, Qiao Zhang reminded him solemnly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his expression was non-committal, as if he did not take Qiao Zhang's words to heart. Perhaps it could be said that he never took Lu Zhang to heart. Not only is Lu Zhang strong, more importantly, there's a martial emperor's direct disciple behind me. That martial emperor's direct disciple regards him as his right-hand man. He won't stand by if Lu Zhang suffers any harm in your hands, Qiao Zhang continued saying. As he spoke, his face became even more serious. Direct disciple. This time, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up suddenly, as if he was particularly interested in the direct disciple of Lingzan Peak. What do you mean? If Lu Zhang were harmed or killed, the martial emperor's direct disciple behind him would seek revenge. Duan Lingtian looked at Qiao Zhang and asked hesitantly. That's right, Qiao Zhang nodded. Chapter 1242 Qiao Zhang. Qiao Zhang soon noticed the purple-clad young man before him had suddenly laughed upon hearing his words. The laughter sent chills down his spine. A martial emperor's direct disciple. Soon after, the laughter on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared. A hint of battle intent could be seen gleaming in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Qiao Zhang did not notice this at all. He would have been surprised if he had seen it. He believed that Duan Lingtian's strength was far stronger than most of the martial emperor's disciples in Lingzan Peak. However, he would not believe it if one was to say that he was able to win against a martial emperor's direct disciple. Meanwhile, 3 figures appeared at the lone pavilion on the stone platform situated on the higher part of Lingzan Peak's mid-mountain. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance that the person leading this group of 3 was none other than Lu Zhang. At this moment, Lu Zhang said faintly to the 2 people behind him, "Retreat." Yes, the 2 of them responded before leaving. After they left, Lu Zhang looked at the lone pavilion and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Song. The moment his words left his mouth, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the lone pavilion. It was a young man clad in blue with a medium built and ordinary look. However, the big black mole right on top of his right brow appeared to be particularly eye-catching. Lu Zhang, are you looking for me? The blue-clad young man was one of Martial Emperor Lingzan's 3 direct disciples in Lingzan Peak. He was Song Ting, the second direct disciple. Senior brother Song, I'd like you to make me the supervisor for the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that's going to be held in 3 days' time, Lu Zhang answered respectfully. He did not dare to relax in front of Song Ting. A supervisor was responsible for supervising some of the selection's activities in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that would be held 3 days later. He would mainly be supervising the group of people joining the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers and recording their results. Above the supervisor would be the judges. The judges were 2 of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Song Ting was one of them. Due to this reason, Song Ting had the authority to select the supervisor. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Song Ting asked. It was obvious he was curious about this. Senior brother Song, I'll be frank with you. I want to be a supervisor because I want to kill someone. Lu Zhang replied through clenched teeth. He did not have any secrets in front of Song Ting, nor did he dare to keep any secrets from him. It would not end well for him if Song Ting found out that he had hidden secrets from him. To put it nicely, he was Song Ting's right-hand man. To put it in an unpleasant way, he was only a pawn or a dog that was called at will. If he was ordered to bite somebody, he would have no choice but to bite him. As a master, if his dog suddenly bit him one day, he would definitely kill that dog without any hesitation, no matter how much he had doted on the dog. Oh, Song Ting's eyes gleamed. He became even more curious. You're a dignified Martial Emperor's disciple. Why would you have enmity with someone who came to join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? Senior brother Song, he killed my brother, Lu Yi, Lu Zhang replied furiously. Lu Yi is killed by him. Song Ting's face darkened immediately when he heard Lu Zhang's words. In Lingzan Peak, other than a few Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who remained neutral, most of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers had chosen a faction. They would either choose Song Ting, the faction of the Martial Emperor's second direct disciple, or the Martial Emperor's third direct disciple's faction. Both factions were against each other. Both Lu Zhang and Lu Yi belonged to Song Ting's faction. Song Ting's eyes were filled with rage when he heard a member of his faction was killed. As the saying went, you'll have to see who's the owner before you beat the dog. In his opinion, whoever dared to kill Lu Yi must have looked down on him. Song Ting's face quickly regained its calmness as he asked indifferently, the fact that he could kill Lu Yi means that he's quite powerful. Are you sure you're able to kill him to avenge Lu Yi? Yes. Lu Zhang nodded vigorously. He was very confident of his own strength. Unless it was a person at the level of a martial emperor's direct disciple or some freaky powerhouses who had already reached the peak of the martial monarch stage, he had faith he could defeat them all. Prepare yourself. 3 days later, follow me to the place where the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers will take place. I'll make you a supervisor, and at that time, you can wait for an opportunity to kill that man, Song Ting ordered. Yes. Lu Zhang nodded his head respectfully. His eyes were shining manically. It was as though he could already see the enemy who killed his brother lying on the floor before him. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that Lu Zhang was planning to kill him. At this moment, he was wandering around Lingzan Peak. After staying at Lingzan Peak for so long, this was his first time studying Lingzan Peak in detail. The dangerously steep peak that soared up to the sky somehow gave him a completely new understanding. When I'm looking at this peak in front, it seems like I can comprehend the information that's hard to understand in the back of my mind a little more. I don't think it'll be long before my sword profundity makes another breakthrough again. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he hovered in the air. He was staring at the mountain peak that pointed up at the sky like a sword in the distance with utmost concentration. His eyes were fixed on it intently. At this second, the entire mountain peak seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword in his eyes, a gigantic sword that soared all the way up to heaven. I heard from Chao Zhang that Martial Emperor Lingzan won't be showing himself this time at the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that's held by Lingzan Peak. 2 of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples will be in charge of it. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. He seemed to have recalled something. I wonder if Yang Wei is one of the 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Yang Wei was the person he met not too long ago at the peak of Lingzan Peak. He remembered when he first met Yang Wei. Yang Wei was controlling and practicing his sword using his spiritual energy. From his deduction, apart from being an inscription master, Yang Wei might be a direct disciple of Lingzan Peak's Martial Emperor as well. Today, he went to the peak of Lingzan Peak again, but he did not see Yang Wei this time. During this period when the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in Lingzan drew closer, each and every cultivation place of every Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors on every corner of Cloud Continent was bustling with activity as well. This was because their cultivation places were also holding the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. When the news of all the Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors who were active on Cloud Continent were holding the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers spread out, it created a huge commotion in almost the entire inner land. At the north of the inner land, a mountain valley was situated at an extremely cold place. It was chilly here all year round. The valley was snow-capped and misty, making it look like a fairyland. In this place that was similar to a fairyland, there was a special lake that emitted a dense aura of coldness. Although the weather was extremely cold to the point that all vegetation was frozen, the lake remained the same. The lake water glistened, unaffected by the cold. Apart from the lake, there was another highlight in this huge valley. Everyone in the valley was a female martial artist. A group of women chatted pleasantly with each other, presenting a very lively scene. In 3 days' time, the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by the Yuhan Valley would take place. There was a small valley at the place where Yuhan Valley received people who came to join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. There were many beautiful silhouettes walking out from wooden houses. The entire isolated small valley was bustling. Most of them had an anticipatory yet nervous look on their faces. Only one person's face was glum and ugly. Ever since that 2 little bitches left, they did not return. Don't tell me they really have a close relationship or something with that Martial Emperor's disciple. It was an ugly woman. Just a glance was enough to make people lose their appetite. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of wind whistling resonated in the air. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the small valley. Everyone who had left their wooden houses in the small valley, including that ugly woman, raised their heads up to look at the sky one by one. 3 women stood side by side in the sky. A green-clad woman stood in the middle. 2 unparalleled beauties that could topple a nation with their looks stood beside her. One appeared seductive and enchanting while the other appeared obedient, gentle, and quiet. Both had their own charms. It's them. A lot of people in the small valley recognized the 2 women instantly. A lot of them also looked at the ugly woman. They recalled this ugly woman had almost killed the 2 women who were as beautiful as flowers. They felt it was a little regretful at that time when they thought the two women were going to die. However, who knew that the situation would suddenly change? A martial emperor's disciple appeared and rescued them. I remember, ever since that martial emperor's disciple brought them away, they did not return. Initially, I thought they might have encountered some problems. I didn't expect to see them here again. The selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that's held by Yuhan Valley will begin soon. Now that they're here, it looks like they're here for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers too. It must be so. Then again, who's the green-clad woman? Why haven't I seen her before? As the saying went, 3 women were enough for a drama. Now that the group of women crowded together in the small valley, it appeared to be even more bustling and lively. Many people had their attention on the green-clad woman. Although that ugly woman itched to kill the 2 beauties who were as beautiful as flowers, she could not help but dread the mysterious green-clad woman. Junior Sister Li, is she here? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the green-clad woman finally spoke. When she was speaking, she glanced at the seductive and enchanting woman standing next to her from the corner of her eyes. The woman was wearing a light purple clothing. She was so beautiful that she elicited an urge in the onlookers to nibble on her. The woman was none other than Li Fei. The Li Fei who had become Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. At this moment, Li Fei pointed toward the ugly woman and said, "Senior Sister Shu, it's her." Chapter 1243 Another situation. When the green-clad woman called Li Fei, Junior Sister, horror dawned on many people. When Li Fei looked at the ugly woman, everyone, including that ugly woman, began to realize what was happening. They were able to guess the reason for Li Fei's return. The green-clad woman looked at the ugly woman and asked calmly, "You're the one who almost killed Junior Sister Ka and Junior Sister Li." Although her face appeared calm, a murderous intent was hidden in her eyes. "Yes, who are you?" The ugly woman was quite brave and nodded her head directly. At the same time, she looked at the green-clad woman in front with a glum face. She felt the green-clad woman before her was not simple. "How dare you?" At this moment, a delicate shout filled the air. Along with a white flash, a pretty white figure appeared in front of the ugly woman in just a blink of an eye. A crisp sound appeared as the ugly woman's head snapped backward. She had just been given a hard slap. The person who slapped her was the white-clad woman who had just appeared. "You." The ugly woman returned to her senses, and her anger flared up instantly. The origin energy on her body turned chaotic, and profundity followed closely like a shadow as she prepared to attack the person who slapped her. However, the moment she saw the white-clad woman in front of her clearly, she forcibly swallowed the words she was about to say next. The person in front of her was none other than the martial emperor's disciple who had rescued the 2 women with appearances that could topple a nation whom she wanted to kill. She was so powerful that her strength was far from being comparable to hers. "Kneel down and apologize to Senior Sister Shu." The white-clad woman snarled coldly at the ugly woman. In the next instant, when the ugly woman and most of the people were in a daze, the white-clad woman looked at the green-clad woman and greeted respectfully, "Senior Sister Shu." "Senior Sister Ka, Senior Sister Li." Apart from greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, she was also very respectful and courteously greeted Ka and Li Fei as senior sisters. Perhaps Ka and Li Fei's strength was not comparable to her, but as the martial emperor's direct disciples, Ka and Li Fei's positions in Yuhan Valley were far higher than hers. Due to this reason, she needed to address the 2 women as senior sisters courteously when she saw them. When the ugly woman saw the white-clad woman greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, horror dawned on her face as an ominous feeling rose up in her heart. The moment she heard the white-clad woman greeted the 2 women, whom she itched to kill so she could derive pleasure from it, as senior sisters, her eyes narrowed right away. Despair immediately crept up on that ugly face. The way the white-clad woman addressed Ka and Li Fei was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples. It took everyone present on the scene who was ready to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers by surprise. "Senior Sister." This martial emperor's disciple actually addressed these women who came here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers as senior sisters. Moreover, she was so respectful that it was extremely surprising. Don't tell me that. At this moment, many people began to have an inkling about what had happened, but they did not dare to confirm it. It was because this was just too shocking. Flee. Soon after, a swift figure charged out of the small valley and attracted many people's attention. It was none other than the ugly woman. She wanted to flee since she had already guessed the identity of that green-clad woman and the current identities of the 2 women whom she itched to kill. Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Only a martial emperor's direct disciple would make the white-clad woman who was a martial emperor's disciple become so respectful. Humph. The green-clad woman was none other than Shu Rong, martial emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. As she snorted, a vast energy surged out of her body. The vast energy appeared in a flash and disappeared in a flash as well. However, at the moment between, the vast energy that disappeared as soon as it appeared moved in front of the ugly woman, knocking her backward immediately. Barf. When everyone else, apart from Shu Rong, was still in a daze, the ugly woman who was knocked back by Shu Rong's energy coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. Her face paled immediately. She's powerful. That's too powerful. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even see her make a move. Of course, didn't you see the heaven and earth energy that dissipated the moment it appeared on her head? Many people were baffled. It looks like she really is the martial emperor's direct disciple. Although I had my suspicion, I didn't dare to believe it. Putting everything aside, just her strength alone is at the level of a martial emperor's direct disciple. I think the two women beside her must have become the martial emperor's direct disciples too. Otherwise, that martial emperor's disciple wouldn't have called them senior sisters. When Shu Rong made her move, everybody could guess her identity along with the Ka and Li Fei's current identities. Many people looked at Shu Rong with a burning gaze. Many of them looked at Ka and Li Fei with jealousy as well. Before the ugly woman even realized what was happening, Shu Rong made her move again and crippled her Dantian at lightning speed. Apart from that, she had also sent her flying out. The ugly woman immediately landed in the distance with a loud bang. Her eyes were filled with despair. Junior sister Li, I've already crippled her. Do the rest on your own, Shu Rong told Li Fei. Li Fei did not hesitate at all. With a raise of her hand, she thrust a palm out, and a palm print solidified in the air before it landed heavily on the ugly woman's head. Before the ugly woman regained her senses, Li Fei's palm print had already smashed on her head, killing her in a blow. From the beginning until the end, Ka did not stop Li Fei from making a move at all. Although Ka was kind, she was not blind. The ugly woman had almost killed her and her sister Ka. She deserved to die. After Li Fei killed the ugly woman, she sighed in relief. It was as though she had finally removed a heavy burden. She and Ka immediately thanked Shu Rong. Thank you, senior sister Shu. We're sisters. Now, there's no need to thank me. Shu Rong smiled. In the next instant, Ka, Li Fei, and Shu Rong left again. They left as quickly as they came, leaving behind only a group of women in the valley whose faces were filled with shock. It was only when the three women's figures disappeared from their sight that they finally snapped back to reality and shifted their attention to the ugly woman's body. Other than taking pleasure in her misfortune, there was not an ounce of pity at all. The action of the ugly woman in the past had long infuriated them. Now that she had died, they felt as though the sky had brightened up a little. I wonder how the two women became martial emperor Yuhan's direct disciples, somebody said inquisitively. At first, I thought they're merely acquainted with that martial emperor's disciple, but who could have known when we meet again, they've already achieved what I always longed for. Many people whispered and sighed. Soon after, they voiced their speculation again. There's one thing I'm sure of. Their innate talent must be quite good. Of course, otherwise, why would martial emperor Yuhan willingly accept them as her direct disciples? However, they would not be able to guess martial emperor Yuhan had accepted Ka and Li Fei as her direct disciples because of some other reason and not because of their innate talent. While the various cultivation places of martial emperors, like Lingzhan Peak and Yuhan Valley, were bustling with activities, Lost Stone Forest at the west of Cloud Continent's inner land was a different story. Originally, Lost Stone Forest was also extremely busy due to the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. However, when a teenage girl and a little girl made their appearance, the entire Lost Stone Forest quieted down, and many people began to gather in the center of Lost Stone Forest. All this was because of the two uninvited guests in the center of Lost Stone Forest. Sister Shui Nai, don't tell me that martial emperor Shichi or something doesn't dare to come out. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the little girl who was dressed in white asked the yellow-clad teenage girl by her side. Her bright eyes were sparkling innocently. Upon hearing her words, the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers were rendered speechless. She actually said their Lord Martial Emperor of Lost Stone Forest did not dare to come out. This little girl really dared to say the damnedest thing. Upon hearing the white-clad little girl's words, the yellow-clad young girl replied at a speed that was neither too quick nor too slow. As the saying goes, the monk might run away, but the temple remains. He'll come out. It seemed like she was not anxious at all. The yellow-clad woman was none other than Han Shui-Nai, who had rushed here from Ling Tian's sect. After she brought the white-clad little girl, Little White, with her, she continued on her journey here. The martial emperor's disciples and followers whom they encountered could not catch up to them at all. Naturally, many martial emperor's disciples and followers attacked them when they arrived. However, all of them turned into souls under their hands. Due to this reason, the martial emperor's disciples and followers who gathered here did not dare to attack anymore. In their opinion, the yellow-clad teenage girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old and that white-clad little girl who looked no more than 10 years old were no different from a demon. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our lost stone forest?" A furious voice resonated in the air. 3 figures appeared. They were none other than the 3 direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shiqi of Lost Stone Forest. After they appeared, they immediately surrounded Han Shui. "Nai and Little White, I'll leave them to you." From the very beginning until the end, Han Shui-Nai did not even look at the 3 people who had just appeared as though she thought they were beneath her. Naturally, Han Shui-Nai really thought they were beneath her. Upon hearing Han Shui-Nai's words, Little White's huge sparkling eyes gleamed immediately. In the next instant, she disappeared before the watchful eyes of the crowd and the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples. Shit! An ominous feeling instantly rose up from the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples' hearts. Horror dawned on them immediately. Not only that, but the expression on their faces was also destined to be the last expression they showed in this world, since a blood hole appeared on their throats in the next instant. All 3 martial emperor's direct disciples died. Chapter 12:44 Compensation. The scene took all the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lost Stone Forest who rushed here by surprise. Many people even began to rub their eyes vigorously as though they wanted to make sure their eyes did not deceive them. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples were killed by the harmless-looking white-clad little girl who did not look older than 10 years old. Soon after, colors drained from the faces of some onlookers. Some even cried out loud in surprise, "What? They're the martial emperor's direct disciples." These people came here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that was going to be held by Lost Stone Forest. At first, they only wanted to join in the fun and see what the consequences were for trespassing into Lost Stone Forest. Who knew they would witness this scene that would be forever etched in their minds? The moment the little girl who did not look older than 10 years old vanished from her spot, a bloody hole appeared on all the 3 huge young and middle-aged men's throat before they died. Such a scene was extremely shocking to them. Although they were in shock, they did not feel that it was inconceivable. After all, in their opinion, that little girl might be a powerful demon who had transformed into a human. Her real age might even rival their grandmother's age. However, the moment they learned of the identities of the 3 men who were killed from the martial emperor's disciples and followers, they were all horrified and dumbfounded. The 3 men who were killed were the martial emperor's direct disciples. They were here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, so they naturally had quite an understanding of the term, martial emperor's direct disciples. A martial emperor's direct disciple was usually a genius who had yet to flourish, someone overflowing with talent or someone at the peak of the martial monarch stage and had strength that surpassed most people below the martial emperor stage. However, today, those 3 people had been killed by a little girl, whom they suspected was a demon who had transformed into a human, before they even realized what was happening. A demon emperor. She must be a demon emperor. She killed 3 martial emperor's direct disciples in just a blink of an eye. She must be an emperor stage powerhouse. Oh, gosh, why would a demon emperor trespass into our Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of the martial emperor's direct disciples? From their exchange earlier, it seems like they're here for Lord Martial Emperor. Could it be they're actually enemies of Lord Martial Emperor? Many martial emperor's disciples and followers and those people who came to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers buried their heads together in discussion. It was extremely lively. The eyes they used to look at the white-clad little girl in the distance had completely changed as well. Why isn't Lord Martial Emperor here yet? Some of the martial emperor's disciples and followers were perplexed. They believed their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Martial Emperor should have already learned about what happened here. At this moment, when some of the martial emperor's disciples and followers' minds were filled with thousands of questions, a voice that seemed to resonate from all directions entered everyone's ear. "Who are you? Why did you trespass into my Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of my direct disciples?" A figure appeared before the crowd along with the slightly glum voice. Based on his words, it was clear who it was that had spoken. Martial Emperor Xiqi. The moment this person appeared, Han Shuinai and Little White shifted their attention to him immediately, raising their eyebrows. Han Shuinai asked calmly, Martial Emperor Xiqi. That's right, I'm Martial Emperor Xiqi. Martial Emperor Xiqi's piercing eyes gleamed. He was completely consumed with flames of fury. He only had 5 direct disciples. One of them had deceived him and fled after stealing his thing. Currently, another 3 were dead. This meant he was only left with 1 direct disciple. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about the life and death of his direct disciples. However, he cared a lot about his prestige and image. If the other martial emperors and demon emperors knew that 4 out of 5 direct disciples under his, Martial Emperor Xiqi, command were dead, they would definitely burst out laughing. Don't you think the 2 of you owe me a compensation since you trespassed into my lost stone forest and killed my direct disciples? Martial Emperor Xiqi asked in a deep voice. Since the white-clad little girl was able to kill 3 of his direct disciples so quickly, it meant that she was an emperor stage powerhouse. The other yellow-clad teenage girl who seemed like the leader of the duo was most likely stronger than the white-clad little girl. Due to this reason, he felt that these 2 people must be emperor stage powerhouses. Moreover, they had to be demon emperors too. Compensation. Before Han Shuinai opened her mouth, Little White snorted before she smirked. Don't you think you should compensate me for asking me to compensate you? Since Martial Emperor Xiqi was quite certain the white-clad little girl was a demon emperor, he did not dare to underestimate her even though she looked young. He asked in a deep voice, what do you mean? What do we mean? This time, it was Han Shuinai who smirked instead. You're Martial Emperor Xiqi, right? Did I hear that more than 6 months ago, your direct disciple named Zhou Yi or something snatched away my brother Ling Tian's woman? And we haven't heard from my brother Ling Tian ever since he came to your lost stone forest. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll send you to the other world to accompany your 3 direct disciples. When Han Shuinai reached the end of her sentence, a piercing light appeared in her bright eyes as though she was about to devour a certain somebody, Zhou Yi. Brother Ling Tian's woman. At this moment, Martial Emperor Xiqi had an inkling about what was happening. He finally understood this yellow-clad teenage girl and white-clad little girl's intention. It was all for the sake of that purple-clad young man who caused a ruckus in his lost stone forest more than 6 months ago. The moment he thought of that purple-clad young man, he was instantly consumed with irritation. Until now, when he recalled the scene that took place more than 6 months ago, he was still consumed with a lingering fear. That purple-clad young man who possessed a horrifying strength with the help of that mysterious stone tablet had almost killed him. That was the biggest crisis he had ever faced ever since he broke through to the Martial Emperor stage. If it was not for the purple-clad young man's sudden departure, he would not be standing here. Zhou Yi again. The moment Martial Emperor Xiqi recalled this incident, he thought of Zhou Yi again. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. In his opinion, this incident was caused by Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi did not snatch the purple-clad young man's woman away, there would not be so many incidents that happened one after another. What was worst was the fact that Zhou Yi had deceived him and switched the mysterious stone tablet that the purple-clad young man left behind. This was no doubt the biggest provocation he had ever encountered. Martial Emperor Xiqi felt irritated again the second he thought about Zhou Yi, who was now hidden somewhere, studying that stone tablet. Although Martial Emperor Xiqi knew what happened, he naturally would not obediently disclose everything to Han Shuinai. He snorted before he snapped in irritation, "Humph. I don't know what you're talking about." Chapter 1245 The Defeated Martial Emperor, Xiqi. All I know is you killed 3 of my direct disciples. Today, you'll have to compensate me. Moreover, the compensation has to satisfy me. Martial Emperor Xiqi said loudly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Upon hearing Martial Emperor Xiqi's words, disdain could be seen in the depth of Han Shuinai's gaze. At the same time, she asked curiously, I wonder what kind of compensation you want from us. You killed 3 of my direct disciples and caused a heavy loss to my lost stone forest. You 2 must be demon emperors. Make an oath using the 9 heavenly tribulation and swear 30 years of servitude to me. Martial Emperor Xiqi answered. This was the compensation he wanted. Although he suspected the yellow-clad teenage girl and white-clad little girl before him were both demon emperors, he did not think they were powerful enough to defeat him. He was a 4th-level martial emperor after all. His strength could be considered as above average among all the martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. In his opinion, these two demon emperors were very likely no match for him. This was because he knew all the demon emperors who were stronger than him on Cloud Continent, and these two standing before him were not among them. 30 years of servitude. Han Shui-Nai and Little White were stunned when they heard Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's words. As for the group of onlookers, all their eyes brightened immediately, regardless if they were the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers or the people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. In their opinion, they would have a good show to watch soon. Do you think Lord Martial Emperor would be able to subjugate them for 30 years? I guess so. I can see that Lord Martial Emperor is very confident. Although he knows these two are demon emperors, he's not scared at all. If Lord Martial Emperor really manages to subjugate them, we'll have 2 additional demon emperors in our Lost Stone Forest. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers felt a little excited. I can't believe we get to see Martial Emperor Shi-Chi before the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers even begins. I've long heard that Martial Emperor Shi-Chi is at the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage. So many years have passed, he might have already broken through to the 4th level Martial Emperor stage. He must have already broken through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in front of those two who might be demon emperors. The participants of the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Lost Stone Forest had a discussion among themselves. They were confident in Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's strength. Little White, somebody wants us to subjugate ourselves to him for 30 years, Han Shui-Nai said as she looked at Little White. She was the first to return to her senses. Well then, let's see if he has the ability or not. Upon hearing that, Little White's bright eyes shone coldly as she looked at Martial Emperor Shi-Chi. Although her tone was calm, a murderous intent was hidden in it. Martial Emperor Shi-Chi did not respond to Little White's provocation. Instead, he said, "I'll let you know if I have that ability or not. Very soon, you'll tremble under my strength and will willingly swear 30 years of servitude to me. In that case, I'll play with you," Little White replied nonchalantly. "It's my pleasure." Martial Emperor Shi-Chi answered nonchalantly as well. The moment the words left his mouth, the robe on his body fluttered as he emitted waves of blood-curdling aura. It caused most of the onlookers to take a few steps back. Some people with lower cultivation base were even forced to retreat far behind. A Martial Emperor's strength was just too strong. It was so strong that it sent chills down one's spine. As for Little White, she did not seem like she was afraid of the aura that Martial Emperor Shi-Chi emitted. It was as though she did not feel anything at all. Martial Emperor Shi-Chi and the white-clad little girl vanished on the spot at lightning speed from the eyes of most people present on the scene. They could only hear the distinct sound of wind whistling that disappeared as soon as it appeared. Before they even realized what was happening, they heard a series of deafening explosions that reverberated in the air. They did not even have a chance to squint their eyes to have a look when a flurry of hurricanes swept out and sent them flying like arrows leaving its bow. Only the Martial Emperor's disciples stayed rooted to their spots, squinting their eyes. The group of Martial Emperor's followers and disciples and more than 90% of the participants of the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers looked extremely wretched. Suddenly, another explosion resonated in the air and an even more terrifying hurricane swept out. This time, even the Martial Emperor's disciples were sent flying. As for the others, their condition worsened. They were pale and bleeding profusely. Some were even sent flying out of everyone's sight. For a moment, other than the 2 people who created the storm, only Han Shui-Nai remained in the center of the storm. Although the storm raged furiously, she remained unmoved and stable like a mountain. Barf. When the group of Martial Emperor's disciples who were awfully pale managed to stabilize themselves, they heard the sound of someone throwing up. They squinted and looked toward the center of the storm just in time to witness Martial Emperor Shi-Chi throwing up blood. After he was done throwing up, his face turned horribly pale and the hand that was holding the 7-foot-long spear was trembling non-stop. It was apparent that Martial Emperor Shi-Chi had used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand earlier. However, he was still defeated in the end. As for the white-clad little girl who stood in front of him with a short dagger, she was merely breathing a little heavily. Apart from the few drops of sweat on her forehead, she looked no different from before. The difference in their strength could be seen from this. Lord Martial Emperor is defeated. The group of Martial Emperor's disciples was stunned and baffled. The Lord Martial Emperor who was like an undefeatable god in their minds had actually been defeated. When the group of Martial Emperor's disciples was still stunned and the remaining people were still confused, Martial Emperor Xiqi looked at the white-clad little girl with a pale face before he asked with dread, "Who are you exactly?" However, Little White did not answer him. Instead, she merely asked nonchalantly, "So, do you still want us to give you an explanation and swear 30 years of servitude to you?" Little White's pointed words were extremely unpleasant to hear. It caused Martial Emperor Xiqi to turn even paler when he heard it. It was like a slap to his own face. A blatant slap to his own face. This was everyone's thoughts. At this moment, the group of Martial Emperor's followers and other people began to regain their senses. All of them were staring at the scene before them in confusion. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Xiqi, was defeated in this battle. Moreover, he seemed to be injured as well. "Just tell me, what happened to my brother Ling Tian after he came to your Lost Stone Forest? Where's he now?" Han Shui-Nai asked again as she looked at Martial Emperor Xiqi. Chapter 1246 The 10 Great Saint Weapons Rankings. Martial Emperor Xiqi's mind went completely blank. His mind kept replaying the scene from earlier. Even after he used his full strength and his quasi-royal grade spirit spear against the white-clad little girl who looked no older than 10 years old, he was still defeated. At this moment, he realized this white-clad little girl was not only a demon emperor, but she was also a demon emperor who was more powerful than him. Moreover, this demon emperor was here for the sake of the purple-clad young man. "Didn't you hear my older sister Shui-Nai's questions?" When the childish voice that was filled with iciness entered Martial Emperor Xiqi's ears, he regained his senses and was hit by a pang of realization. Naturally, he was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the white-clad little girl who had defeated him. He immediately looked at the yellow-clad teenage girl standing nearby with a horrified expression. Only fear could be seen in his eyes now. This white-clad little girl was already far more powerful than him. He strongly suspected the yellow-clad teenage girl whom she addressed as older sister might be even more powerful than her. Please say it again," Martial Emperor said to Han Shui-Nai fearfully. From his tone, compared to his previous aggressive and overbearing manner, he seemed to have transformed into another person. Naturally, this was because he did not know the white-clad little girl's strength earlier. Otherwise, he would not have acted that way. The strong ones ruled on Cloud Continent. Even if he was a martial emperor who was usually high and mighty in front of ordinary martial artists, he would still have to be humble when he encountered someone more powerful than him. The difficulty that a martial emperor went through was far from being comparable to an ordinary martial artist. Due to this reason, they would be willing to do all kinds of crazy things in order to survive, let alone admitting defeat. Han Shui-Nai glanced at Martial Emperor Xiqi coldly and repeated her words again in annoyance. Upon hearing it, Martial Emperor did not dare to slack and quickly replied. He began to recount what had happened the day he met Duan Ling Tian, how Duan Ling Tian had obtained strength that was comparable to his through the mysterious stone tablet, and even how they fought each other. He did not dare to hide anything as he recounted the incident. He recounted everything in detail, including how Duan Ling Tian lost his sanity and left while Feng Tian Wu was brought away by someone else. How Zhou Yi, his direct disciple, had deceived him before he took that stone tablet away with him. Right now, he no longer cared about his prestige and image. Nothing was more important than his life. He did not dare to lie. It was too risky. If these two young misses were not happy with his story, they might just kill him in a bad mood. At that time, what was gained would not be able to make up for what was lost. Stone tablet, it made big brother Ling Tian lost his sanity. Frowning, Han Shui-Nai looked at Martial Emperor Xiqi and said, "Describe that stone tablet to me now." Han Shui-Nai had her own suspicion regarding the mysterious stone that could make its user lose his sanity and possess horrifying strength, but she was not entirely certain about it. If it's really the devil-seal tablet, then I'm afraid brother Ling Tian is in a bad situation. While interrogating Martial Emperor Xiqi, Han Shui-Nai's heart jolted, and it was filled with worries. In the face of Han Shui-Nai's query, Martial Emperor Xiqi did not dare to slack. He quickly described every characteristic of that stone tablet that he knew. "It's weird actually. That stone tablet lacks a corner. It really is the devil-seal tablet." The moment Martial Emperor Xiqi finished his words, Han Shui-Nai's face turned a little glum. How can this be so coincidental? The devil-seal tablet is coincidentally in brother Ling Tian's hand. Han Shui-Nai could still remember that time when she first came to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu. Apart from coming here to relax and travel, Qing Nu was actually here on her father's order to search for the devil-seal tablet. It was because her father had received news that the devil-seal tablet was on Cloud Continent, the mortal continent. At first, she thought she was merely a passing traveler on Cloud Continent, but who would have ever thought that she would meet her brother Ling Tian and 3 other little guys who were extraordinarily talented. Due to this reason, she had formed an indissoluble bond here on Cloud Continent. That time, Qing Nu spent a few years searching every corner of Cloud Continent, but she still wasn't able to find the devil-seal tablet. I can't believe it's actually in brother Ling Tian's hand. At this moment, Han Shui Nai's feeling was very complicated. At the same time, she was worried about Duan Ling Tian too. She knew very well just how horrifying that devil-seal tablet was. Did you say my brother Ling Tian left after leaving that stone tablet behind? Han Shui Nai asked again. Yes. Martial Emperor Shi Qi did not dare to slack as he quickly nodded his head in reply. Not only did he not retrieve the stone tablet, but he didn't even bring his woman along with him. How can you prove that all you said is true? Han Shui Nai subconsciously narrowed her eyes as she stared at Martial Emperor Shi Qi. Her eyes were gleaming coldly. When Martial Emperor Shi Qi saw the coldness in Han Shui Nai's eyes, his heart turned cold. He hastily took an oath and swore by the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation. I, Martial Emperor Shi Qi, swear by the 9 heavenly tribulation. If what I said earlier contains even a tiny bit of lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by lightning. In just a blink of an eye, 9 thunderous sounds resonated in the air, corresponding to Martial Emperor Shi Qi's oath. Taking an oath using the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation, even a martial emperor would not be able to defy it. Otherwise, he would also be struck by lightning to death. Since Martial Emperor Shi Qi dared to make such an oath, it meant he did not lie earlier. Duan Ling Tian did indeed leave behind the devil-seal tablet, and that tablet was stolen by Zhou Yi, his direct disciple, by means of deceit. Feng Tianwu, on the other hand, was brought away by a powerhouse named Kai Huo. After making his oath, Martial Emperor Shi Qi sighed in relief. Thank goodness he had the ability to read the situation and did not lie. Otherwise, he would not have survived. You better pray that nothing happens to my brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll completely annihilate your lost stone forest. After casting a cold glance at Martial Emperor Shi Qi, Han Shui Nai's body moved and disappeared from Martial Emperor Shi Qi's eyes at an extremely swift speed. From the beginning until the end, Martial Emperor Shi Qi did not even see Han Shui Nai's figure clearly at all. As expected, her strength is indeed stronger than the white-clad little girl. Martial Emperor Shi Qi discreetly wiped his cold sweat away. At the same time, he anxiously looked at the white-clad little girl standing nearby anxiously. He was afraid this young miss would not let the matter go. Humph! Little White snorted coldly before she followed Han Shui Nai and left. Only then did Martial Emperor Shi Qi heave a sigh of relief as though a burden had been lifted off him. Soon after, Little White caught up to Han Shui Nai, who had decreased her speed, before asking, Sister Shui Nai, since he wanted to kill brother previously, why didn't you kill him earlier? Don't you think it'll be better to leave him alive and let brother Ling Tian avenge himself? Han Shui Nai asked. A pang of realization hit Little White instantly. Then, it seemed like she had recalled something and she asked worriedly, but what if brother is? Little White did not continue, but the meaning was obvious. If something really happened to brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate his entire lost stone forest. No matter where he, Martial Emperor Shi Qi, hides, I'll search for him and kill him. Little White's words were like a blasting fuse that fully ignited Han Shui Nai this powder cask. I'm sure brother will be alright, Little White muttered. I hope so too. Han Shui Nai nodded, but her eyes were filled with worries. According to Martial Emperor Shi Qi's description, she could roughly guess what her brother Ling Tian had gone through. Brother Ling Tian had forcefully drawn the soul remnant energy from the devil-seal tablet into his body and devilified in one fell swoop. From there, he managed to possess extraordinary strength. However, after he was devilified, he lost his sanity. Right now, all I hope is that was his first time using the devil-seal tablet. Otherwise, things will really be troublesome. Han Shui Nai was most worried about this. When a person used the devil-seal tablet for the first time, it would have some side effects, but not to the extent where it would threaten his life. However, if one kept using it, the side effects would consume his life. Although the person's physical body was still alive, it would only be an empty shell at most. An empty shell that was controlled by the soul remnant energy from the devil-seal tablet. Sister Shui Nai, I heard you mention the devil-seal tablet or something earlier. Could the mysterious stone tablet that Martial Emperor Shichi mentioned be the devil-seal tablet you mentioned? Soon after, Little White recalled Han Shui-Nai's words. Although she did not speak loudly, she was still heard by Little White. That's right, it's the devil-seal tablet. Han Shui-Nai nodded. Little White learned about many things after listening to Martial Emperor Shichi's story. Curious, she asked, what exactly is that devil-seal tablet? How could it allow brother to possess such a strong energy in such a short time? Not only that, the side effects seem to be quite severe too. The devil-seal tablet is one of the 10 great saint weapons according to the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons rankings, Han Shui-Nai explained. What? Upon hearing this, Little White was shocked. It's said that the weapons on the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons rankings are all super saint weapons. They are extremely rare and precious treasures. If an ordinary person obtains it, it'll be enough for him to roam the Dao Martial Saint Land with ease. However, that's only when they are deified. Even if the saint weapon is very powerful, it won't be able to fully display its power if the person controlling it is weak. However, apart from the devil-seal tablet, the boost in offensive power that the other super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon rankings grants to martial artists is far greater than ordinary saint weapons, Han Shui-Nai continued. Why apart from the devil-seal tablet? Isn't the devil-seal tablet a super saint weapon as well? Little White asked curiously. The devil-seal tablet became a super saint weapon and is listed in the 10 great saint weapon rankings, not because of the offensive power boost that it grants a martial artist. Actually, the offensive power boost that it grants is far less compared to many other ordinary saint weapons. The reason it became a super saint weapon and is listed in the 10 great saint weapon rankings is due to its surprising ability. It can suppress devil cultivators. Han Shui-Nai continued to explain. When she reached the end of her sentence, a hint of respect could be seen in her eyes. Chapter 1247 Zhong'en. The devil-seal tablet had always been a legend in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also the variant in the 10 great saint weapon rankings. If the devil-seal tablet was used to deal with a devil cultivator, it would be able to suppress the devil cultivator. It would get the job done with only half the effort. However, if the devil-seal tablet was used against an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator, it would not be as effective as most ordinary saint weapons even though the devil-seal tablet could be considered as an offensive saint weapon. After finding out about the use of the devil-seal tablet from Han Shui-Nai, Little White could not help but gasp in surprise. When she learned about the side effects of the devil-seal tablet, about how a person would lose his sanity completely and become a zombie after using the devil-seal tablet multiple times, she could not help but feel worried about Duan Ling Tian. Sister Shui-Nai, brother will be okay, right? Little White had a worried expression on her face, and her big sparkling eyes appeared to be very pitiful. Don't worry, blessed are the good men. Brother Ling Tian will be all right. Han Shui-Nai smiled as she reassured her. Although she told Little White not to worry, she was actually worried since she had no idea how many times her brother Ling Tian had used the devil-seal tablet. If she knew that her brother Ling Tian had used the devil-seal tablet 3 times, she would not have felt so optimistic. The most important thing right now is to find brother Ling Tian, Han Shui-Nai said. Little White nodded before she and Han Shui-Nai proceeded to fly toward the direction where Martial Emperor Shichi said Duan Ling Tian had left in. They intended to look for traces of Duan Ling Tian to find him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that somebody was worried about him and was looking for him everywhere. In Lingzhan Peak, the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers continued as planned. The selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that was going to be held by Lingzhan Peak would be carried out on a vast stone platform situated at the mid-mountain of Lingzhan Peak. This stone platform was so vast that the small stone platform that housed the residential area could not compare to it all. The area it occupied was extremely huge. Early in the morning, many people had appeared above the vast stone platform. They were either the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers from Lingzhan Peak or people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Lingzhan Peak. Somehow, the originally noisy and bustling atmosphere turned completely quiet the moment a figure appeared. It's senior brother Song Ting. Senior brother Song Ting is here. After it had quietened down, a commotion broke out again. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were staring at the person who came from afar excitedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement as though they had just seen an idol they admired very much. Song Ting? Who's Song Ting? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Those people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers had no idea who Song Ting was at all. A person who could elicit such respect from the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers naturally would have a high position. Don't tell me he's actually one of the martial emperor's 3 great disciples in Lingzan Peak. Someone opined. Many people agreed with him as well. That has to be it. Although this group of people agreed with him, they could not help but ask the martial emperor's disciples and followers standing close to them. It was as though they would only feel at ease if they had direct confirmation. That's right, he's the second disciple of our Lingzan Peak's Lord Martial Emperor, Song Ting. Senior brother Song Ting isn't only the martial emperor's direct disciple, but he's also one of the 2 great judges for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by our Lingzan Peak today. Many martial emperor's disciples and followers responded. Although they had already somewhat guessed it earlier, after they confirmed Song Ting's identity with the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers, many people still exclaimed in shock with looks of admiration on their faces. This was a person they looked up to. When Song Ting appeared, 2 people appeared behind him like shadows. Lu Zhang. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian who stood in the crowd immediately identified one of the people standing behind Song Ting. It was none other than the martial emperor's disciple who tried to pick a fight with him but was thwarted by Chao Zhang in the end. Lu Zhang was the older blood brother of the muggers, leader whom he had killed before coming to Lingzan Peak. When Duan Lingtian killed the muggers, leader, he did not know he was also the martial emperor's disciple. Naturally, he would not have shown mercy even if he knew. When Duan Lingtian noticed Lu Zhang, he also saw him. When Lu Zhang saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes immediately turned red. It was as though he had transformed into a vicious beast lurking in the dark, ready to pounce and kill at any given time. He's the one who killed Lu Yi. Although Song Ting was not looking at Lu Zhang, it seemed as though he had eyes at the back of his head since he instantly noticed something was not right with Lu Zhang. He immediately looked in the direction where Lu Zhang was looking at. Soon after, his eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Yes, Lu Zhang gnashed his teeth in response. The eyes that were glaring at Duan Lingtian almost bulged out of his sockets. He itched to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. However, Duan Lingtian was not bothered about Lu Zhang at all. He thought nothing of Lu Zhang. He was looking into Song Ting's eyes that were looking at him as well. It was as though the slightest thing would spark a fire. However, not long after Duan Lingtian and Song Ting's eyes met, Song Ting quickly retracted his gaze. It was as though he found it beneath him to exchange glances with Duan Lingtian. He completely looked down on Duan Lingtian, martial emperor's direct disciple. Duan Lingtian's gaze contained a strong hint of battle intent when he looked at Song Ting. Unfortunately, Song Ting did not notice that. Senior brother Zhang. Soon after, a series of courteous greetings resonated and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian discovered another young man in his 30s was making his way here in the company of another 2 men. From the exchanges of the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers in his surroundings, Duan Lingtian discovered the young man's identity. Zhang, the 3rd direct disciple under martial emperor Lingzan's command. 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian had learned about the situation in Lingzan Peak from Chao Zhang. He knew that Lingzan Peak was divided into 2 factions. These 2 factions were led by the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples under martial emperor Lingzan's command. Today, he finally saw the leaders of the 2 factions. Song Ting, the martial emperor's 2nd direct disciple. Zhang, the martial emperor's 3rd direct disciple. At first, I thought the one named Yang Wei is either the 2nd or 3rd martial emperor's direct disciple, but it seems like I'm wrong. A silhouette appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The scene of the young man using his spiritual energy to wield the sword at the peak of Lingzan Peak was still vivid in his mind. Don't tell me Yang Wei is actually the martial emperor's 1st direct disciple who's always secretive with his movements and whereabouts just like martial emperor Lingzan according to Chao Zhang. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he found it plausible. Chapter 1248 The First Selection. Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a familiar voice rang by Duan Lingtian's ears. He did not need to look, he knew who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Nangongyi who came to Lingzan Peak to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. There were 2 faint sounds of wind whistling approaching him. He could easily guess that Nangong Chen was with Nangongyi as well. You're here. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. After Nangongyi appeared behind Duan Lingtian, his gaze unconsciously landed on Lu Zhang who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. He asked with dread in his voice, Duan Lingtian, Did Lu Zhang look for you? Yes, he did. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Nangong Yi's question. Did you win him? Nangong Yi asked, surprised. We didn't battle. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Lu Zhang did look for him, he did not attack him all. Due to this reason, there was no winner or loser. Didn't battle. Nangong Yi was surprised. In fact, when Lu Zhang came to find him, he was furious. If it was not because Lu Zhang was wary of the fact that he was a participant of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers and he was not the real killer, Lu Zhang would have attacked him immediately. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was different. Lu Zhang's younger blood brother had died directly in Duan Lingtian's hands. By right, Lu Zhang would not let him go so easily. Are you confident in going against him? Nangong Yi did not ask for the reason, he was more curious about this matter. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Yi, Lu Zhang's younger brother who was a martial emperor's disciple, his attack at that time was sudden and took his opponent by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, it would have been almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill him. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was just too low. The strength boost that his spirit weapon could grant was just too limited. Lu Yi had died due to his own recklessness. If it was the Duan Lingtian from 6 months ago, Nangong Yi was certain he would not win if he went against Lu Zhang, the martial emperor's disciple, who was stronger than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among all the martial emperor's disciples, his strength was in the top 3. However, 6 months had gone by. He had no idea how much Duan Lingtian had raised his cultivation base. Due to this reason, he did not carelessly come to a conclusion. After all, it only took Duan Lingtian a month to restore his cultivation base to the first-level void interpretation stage from the first-level core formation stage previously. 6 months had gone by. Just how much did Duan Lingtian restore his cultivation base? He had no clue at all. Confident, when Duan Lingtian heard Nangong Yi's question, he was momentarily stunned before he smiled faintly. His smile was so mysterious that it made Nangong Yi feel even more curious. Nangong Yi could not suppress his curiosity and ask again, what? You're confident. However, Duan Lingtian still did not answer him, causing him to feel a little frustrated. In the distance, Songting and Zhong'an, the martial emperor's second and third direct disciples in Lingzhan Peak, gathered together. This was a sign that the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzhan Peak was about to begin. Songting and Zhong'an were the two great judges for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers today. Naturally, apart from the two who were the judges, there was another group of martial emperor's disciples who would work together with them in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. As the supervisors today, the group of martial emperor's disciples would supervise the selection today. Third junior brother, it has been a long time since I last saw you, Songting greeted Zhong'an with a smile. Those who did not know any better would really think that he and Zhong'an had a good brotherly relationship with each other. After all, they were both apprentices to the same master. That's right, it has been such a long time. Second senior brother, Zhong'an responded faintly. A smile could be seen on his face as well. However, the smile did not reach his eyes. A hint of hostility gleamed in the depth of both their eyes. Since we're both here, should we begin the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers? Songting asked. Yeah, let's begin. Zhong'an nodded. He glanced at the surroundings before announcing loudly, all the martial artists who are participating in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers today, descend on the stone platform below. The first selection will begin in 15 minutes. The moment Zhong'an's words spread out, a group of people descended one after another like dumplings being dropped down on the vast stone platform. Duan Lingtian and the Nangong brothers did not join the crowd. It was only until the crowd descending began to thin that they descended. They landed on the side of the stone platform firmly and waited for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers to begin. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the two others landed, an annoying voice resonated in the air. His voice was filled with mockery. Tisk tisk, Nangong Chen, they're your companions. A middle-aged man who was dressed in a silver robe appeared before the three of them. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nangong Chen at all. His gaze was firmly fixed on Duan Lingtian and Nangong Yi instead. I've not seen the two of them before. I guess this means their cultivation base must be below the 7th level martial monarch stage, huh? A mocking smile appeared on the silver-robed middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious that he had stayed at the same place with Nangong Chen for his cultivation during these 6 months. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two first arrived in Lingzan Peak, each of them had been arranged to stay in different cultivation places. Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage, was assigned to one place. Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was above the 4th level but below the 7th level martial monarch stage, had been assigned to another place. And Nangong Chen, whose cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage, had been assigned to another place away from Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Yi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nangong Chen, it meant that his cultivation base was at the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to ignore Nangong Chen in such way and blatantly provoke Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Yi in front of him, it meant that he did not fear him. His strength must be at least on par with Nangong Chen, or he might be even stronger. Nangong Chen, who usually did not talk much, had an aloof expression on his face as he snarled loudly, "Scram." When Nangong Chen snarled at the silver-robed middle-aged man, his face turned grave immediately. He glared at Nangong Chen and snapped loudly, "Nangong Chen, let's hope none of your companions faces me in the selection later. Otherwise, I'll beat them to death until they don't even have an intact body to be buried." The silver-robed middle-aged man's piercing eyes shone as though he was about to devour somebody when he reached the end of his sentence. "Well, we'll have to see if you have that ability to beat us until there are no bodies left to be buried." Nangong Yi, who was initially clueless, snorted when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's words. Only Duan Ling Tian remained silent from the beginning until the end. He merely cast a cold glance at the silver-robed middle-aged man before retracting his gaze again. An unnoticeable killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. "You'll soon find out if I have that ability or not. Even Nangong Chen doesn't dare to guarantee that he can win me, let alone a little boy like you who haven't even entered the 7th level martial monarch stage. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as stepping on an ant." Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock him. Finally, he left under Nangong Yi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nangong Yi retracted his gaze and instantly looked at Nangong Chen before he asked, "Nangong Chen, you can't defeat him." "We're well matched," Nangong Chen replied nonchalantly, taciturn as always. "No wonder he's so mad and dares to provoke you, Duan Ling Tian, and me." Nangong Yi snorted, "However, it's okay for him to provoke you and me, but how dare he provoke Duan Ling Tian? He really wants to die." When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and saw that Duan Ling Tian was calm. It was as though he was not infuriated by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nangong Yi immediately felt slightly disappointed. To Duan Ling Tian, the incident with the silver-robed middle-aged man's was just a minor issue. He had forgotten about it quickly. 15 minutes quickly passed by. 15 minutes have gone by. The first selection is going to begin soon. I wonder what it's going to be. We'll soon find out. Many people whispered among each other. They were nervous and filled with anticipation in regards to the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, who could remain calm. Even Nangong Yi looked glum as he waited attentively for the first round of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Song Ting and Zhang An flew out at the same time and arrived at the sky above Duan Ling Tian and the others. They did not say anything for a long time as they hovered in the air. What are they trying to do now? When the crowd was still puzzling over the situation, Song Ting and Zhang An finally made their moves. Their bodies moved slightly, and a tremendous wave of aura surged out of their bodies. The aura belonged to a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage, spread toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was not simply a matter of 1+1 when the auras of the two powerhouses who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage merged. The aura enveloped the ground, everyone became shaky apart from Duan Ling Tian and several dozens of people. Soon after, some people could no longer endure it. With a slam, they fell on the ground on their backs, and their faces were utterly grave. In the next instant, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were mostly from the same cultivation place as Duan Ling Tian. They were all martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. They could not endure the auras from the two powerhouses who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage that enveloped them. Soon after, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone from the same cultivation place as him for the past 6 months fell to the ground. They were all eliminated. Humph. They're all trash. Song Ting snorted in disdain as he looked at the scene from above. This is also because our Ling Zan Peak didn't set a requirement for the participants of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate at all. However, it seems like they've bitten off more than they can chew even if they successfully came here, Zhang An chimed in nonchalantly. He did not find it surprising as he watched the scene below him. With this feeble strength, all of you want to be the martial emperor's disciples and followers in our Ling Zan Peak. You've overestimated yourselves. Many Ling Zan Peak's martial emperor's disciples and followers who were watching from the sky smirked disdainfully. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.